Long Yu didn't think much. He just followed the driving force coming from the Rain Temple and continued to move towards the depths of the Rain Temple. This time, the exploration of the Rain Temple was not over yet. He continued to move forward, feeling the driving force from the Rain Temple, always keeping calm in his heart. Even though he has gained a lot in the Rain Temple, staying calm is the guarantee for his survival until now. If he is too excited now and ignores the potential danger, he will easily fall into tragedy. While remaining cautious, Long Yu continued to move towards the depths of the Rain Temple. What he is more concerned about now is the secret cultivation method that the Holy Emperor has learned. There should be good and bad methods of cultivating gods, but Long Yu doesn't know the classification yet. If the Tianyu Jiujue possessed by Long Yu is relatively advanced, then the secret method of cultivation that the Saint Emperor has now comprehended by himself just a little bit lower level. There is communication between the two on a conscious level, so Long Yu knows that the secret method of cultivation that the Holy Emperor has now understood will allow her to practice and increase her power density to 59 times. There are 7 cycles in total, and each cycle is divided into 7 levels. The total is 49 times. If there is no chance encounter, even if you practice the secret cultivation method to the peak, it will only be 59 times the power density, only one step away from 60 times the power density. Therefore, in comparison, the level of the secret cultivation method learned by the Holy Emperor is different from that of Tianyu Jiujue, but this is the secret cultivation method that is most suitable for her. Because if the Holy Emperor practices the 9 arts of Tianyu, he may not even be able to complete the first round of the 9th level, because the attributes of this secret method are really different from her own attributes. Even if Concubine Yu comes to practice the 9 arts of Tianyu, I'm afraid I won't be able to progress too fast, and if I practice to a certain level, I'll probably get stuck and be unable to make any progress. As for the Holy Emperor, if she practices the secret cultivation method that she has learned, although the upper limit is not as high as that of Tianyu Jiujue, she can still practice it. As for the level of the secret method of cultivation that can be understood, it is related to the practitioner's own talent and the location of the realization. In the Rain Temple, the Holy Emperor's own power is not particularly active, so it is still difficult to comprehend the more powerful secret methods of cultivation. However, the secret methods of cultivation are not static. If he enters other more suitable temples in the future, the Holy Emperor can also change the secret cultivation method she has learned before and transform it into a secret cultivation method with better quality. After understanding the secret method of cultivation, the Holy Emperor began to practice directly in the Rain Temple, because her driving force had disappeared, which showed that the Rain Temple did not give her more opportunities to go down. This is probably not because Long Yu's talent is higher, so he can get stronger driving force to go on, but because the driving force required to comprehend the secret method of cultivation in the Rain Temple is obviously more. Since Long Yu was still advancing in the Rain Temple, the Holy Emperor had no intention of leaving now because it would be too dangerous for her to leave alone. However, she couldn't stay in the Rain Temple for too long, because she had to prevent other people from leaving the Rain Temple early, and it would be difficult for everyone to separate. Therefore, the Holy Emperor estimated the progress of others and planned to train his own secret method to the first level before leaving the Rain Temple to stop the others. By then, Long Yu might have completed the exploration of the Rain Temple. Here it is? Soon Long Yu came to an area where the white fog was thicker, and then he saw that in the thick white fog ahead, there was a bridge-like existence, spanning the thick white fog, bathed in the curtain of rain. Raindrops kept falling from the bridge, and there was a burst of light from the power of space on the rainwater and the bridge, which made people feel extremely mysterious. Long Yu didn't know what was going on with this bridge, so he wanted to stop temporarily and observe it first. However, the driving force from the Rain Temple made him float towards the bridge, and he soon reached the bridge. It started to rain. This is a bridge that connects space. Long Yu got on the bridge and discovered that the bridge actually connected two different spaces. This side of the bridge is in the Rain Temple, and the other side of the bridge is unknown. This bridge seems to be similar to a time and space corridor, but it should still be different from the time and space corridor, but now Long Yu the exact differences between the two are unclear. Did the Rain Temple bring me to this bridge to let me understand the forbidden art of the ancient gods that this bridge represents? Long Yu realized it immediately and guessed this key information. He felt the aura of the ancient gods' forbidden art from the bridge, and felt that this bridge should be created by the ancient gods' forbidden art. Then, this bridge should be an ancient god's forbidden technique. So, the reward given to me by the Rain Temple is an ancient god's forbidden technique. At this point, the driving force seems to have been exhausted, which means I can only stop here. This ancient god's forbidden technique is the last thing I can get in the Rain Temple. Long Yu thought of this in his mind, and then stood directly on the bridge, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the many mysterious powers contained in this bridge. The Bridge of Ancient Rain can connect two spaces, allowing people to go from one end of the bridge to the other. However, unlike the time and space tunnel, this Bridge of Ancient Rain can have a certain impact on cultivators after passing through. If a cultivator who casts the Ancient Rain Bridge passes through this bridge, he will be temporarily strengthened after reaching the space on the other side of the bridge. All powers will be enhanced by the rain curtain, and the speed of various methods will be faster than usual. Doubling the speed. If someone else passes this Ancient Rain Bridge, the rain curtain will entangle them, which will first prevent them from passing the bridge. Even if they pass, the rain curtain will cause a sluggish effect. Various means can be used to speed up the process. It's twice as slow as usual. Long Yu felt the power contained in this ancient rain bridge, and couldn't help but feel excited after learning its effect. The effect he felt was only the effect when he first learned the ancient rain bridge. If he understood this ancient god's forbidden technique to a higher level, the effect would be doubled, such as the acceleration of various methods used on himself. It will increase from 1 time to 2 times, then to 4 times, then to 8 times, and so on. The same goes for the slowing effect on enemies. The most important thing is that this is a method of teleportation that consumes very little and is very convenient. Different from the time and space tunnel, if you want to build a time and space tunnel, you need to have the time and space coordinates of the target location. But the Bridge of Ancient Rain does not need. Long Yu only needs to select a certain direction, and then use his spiritual thoughts to set the distance, and then he can directly construct an ancient bridge bathed in the rain in that direction, even if the target location is in a desperate situation such as a space crack. Earth, Long Yu can also stay directly on the ancient bridge without taking that step, or there will be no problem, or he can extend the entire ancient bridge at any time. Such a method is tantamount to a magical escape technique. And it is useful even in battle. Long Yu built a relatively short immemorial rain bridge, and then passed this immemorial bridge to another nearby area. Others who want to catch up will definitely have to pass through this bridge. Then you will get the sluggish effect of the rain curtain. Long Yu has already thought of a lot of specific uses. It can be seen that if he really understands this ancient god's forbidden technique, he will find out more ways to use it, which will bring him immeasurable benefits in battle. Advantage. Then let's first understand the cultivation method of this ancient divine forbidden technique. Long Yu did not intend to let go of this ancient god forbidden technique. After all, it was another of his ancient god forbidden techniques. However, it was worth his attention that the power used by the ancient rain bridge was mainly derived from the power of the Taichu of the water system. The various spatial attributes of the divine text. And what Long Yu practices is the secret cultivation method of Tianyu Jiujue. When he reaches a relatively high level, the degree of compatibility with the space attribute divine text will continue to be weakened. However, as long as Long Yu masters the cultivation method of this ancient god's forbidden art, he does not have to practice and use it himself. There is no problem in teaching it to others. If others practice it and use it in battle, they can also control the battle situation. Have a big impact. Time flies. Before long you could comprehend the cultivation method of the ancient Rain Bridge. The Holy Emperor had already successfully mastered the first level of her secret cultivation method, increasing the power density to 11 times. Then she said goodbye to Long Yu and prepared to leave the Rain Temple first. Anyway, she couldn't go any further through the power of driving. Now she had to leave first and wait for others outside to prevent others from getting separated first. In the Rain Temple, time seemed to have become meaningless, and no one knew how much time had passed since they entered the Rain Temple. After the Holy Emperor left, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was still afraid that he would spend too much time on the ancient god's forbidden technique, the ancient Rain Bridge, which would cause delays in meeting the others outside the Rain Temple, but now that the Holy Emperor had left first, there should be no problem. Long Yu is connected with the Holy Emperor's consciousness, and can know every move of the Holy Emperor, as well as her inner thoughts. Soon, the Holy Emperor left the Rain Temple and found himself in a starry sky that was completely silent. Even the light of the stars could not be seen in this starry sky, as if everything around him was nothingness. The Holy Emperor looked around, and then took out a thunder bomb condensed from the divine thunder of the beginning from the small world. This is something that Yi Ziwei has prepared several for everyone. Through this thunder bomb, she can sense the location of other people. Although she cannot sense it in the Rain Temple, as long as she comes out of it, Yi Ziwei can sense. Soon, there were several figures gathered together, teleporting towards the direction of the Holy Emperor. Soon, everyone was about to meet outside the Rain Temple. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Yi Ziwei, concubine Yu, Xingdi, Hongying, Yuega, and the girl Jitao who occupied the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, all 6 girls gathered together. Now outside the Rain Temple, there is no longer the white mist all over the sky, and all the layers of rain curtains have dissipated. We have been in the Rain Temple for half a year, but fortunately we have all figured out the secret method of cultivation that suits us. How about you, Holy Emperor? Concubine Yu came up and asked first. I also understood the secret method of cultivation, and it was only after practicing in the Rain Temple that I gained 11 times the power density. The Holy Emperor replied with a smile, and then asked, have you seen any suspicious aliens around here? No. Hongying shook her head, this void is very peaceful. It has been several days since we came out, and we have not encountered any other life. The Rain Temple is billions of miles away from us. Even if there is anything from time and space, even if they come out of the corridor and follow us to the vicinity of the Rain Temple, they won't be able to find us. In a vast area of billions of miles, trying to find these few human and demon cultivators is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and even those at the peak of the godlike realm may not be able to do it. Within billions of miles around the Rain Temple, there is nothing but a void. That is to say, between the racial territories of the Shinshui tribe, the Giant Whale tribe, the Yun tribe, and the Rainbow tribe, there is a very vast area where no living beings live. There are only 2 reasons why there are no living beings living there. One is that there is danger, and the other is that it is too dead and there are no cultivation resources nearby. The reason why there are no living beings in this place is obviously because of the latter. The entire space is filled with nothingness. There are no cultivation resources, not to mention the source of divine texts, and even the aura of heaven and earth has not been born at all. Let's wait here for Long Yu to come out of the Rain Temple. He is now at the last moment, and his harvest in the Rain Temple is pretty good. After he comes out, his overall strength is even higher than before. The Holy Emperor explained Long Yu's current situation to everyone. She and Long Yu can communicate with each other through thoughts. This situation has happened to several other girls. Hongying has no objection to this. Of course, she hopes more for such a connection between herself and Long Yu. Unfortunately, the facts cannot be changed by her thoughts. The current situation is not bad, at least before Long Yu comes out, the Holy Emperor can clearly know the situation Long Yu is facing. Wait, then. The girls are not without things to do now. For them, they have just understood the secret method of cultivation that suits them. Now when they wait for Long Yu to come out, they can practice and study it again. Originally, they had no direction if they wanted to improve, but now it is different. As long as they seize the time and practice hard, they can continue to increase their power density and become more powerful godlike beings. With Long Yu as their role model, they now feel that 20 times the strength density is nothing. But in fact, among the humans and monsters, those with 20 times the power density can be considered the strongest group of mainstays. If they exceed 20 times the power density, they can become the kings among the humans and monsters. Of course, now that Long Yu is leading them, the minds of the girls have already moved away from the realm of humans and monsters, and have entered the wider world of the galaxy, where increasingly powerful alien races are stimulating their progress. The Holy Emperor did not expect that he had only comprehended a secret cultivation method in the Rain Temple, and half a year had passed since the outside world. He did not know when Long Yu would be able to comprehend the ancient god's forbidden technique and the ancient rain bridge cultivation method. And then come out of the Rain Temple? Practicing in the galaxy is undoubtedly boring. However, the girls who were immersed in practice did not seem to feel the passage of time. In the completely empty space near the Rain Temple, another half a year passed as they practiced. A total of 1 year has passed since the opening of the Rain Temple. At this time, the girls' cultivation had already achieved some results. Basically, they have reached at least 12 times the power density. Among them, Yugu has reached 13 times the power density. It is not because her cultivation talent is higher than that of other girls, but because she is in the rain. The secret cultivation techniques learned in the temple are of a higher level. If you understand the secret method of cultivation in the Rain Temple, depending on the attributes of each newly promoted god, what you will understand will be different. There are no advantages or disadvantages between various temples. What will affect the harvest of the cultivator is solely the attribute of the cultivator. If it is more consistent with the attributes of the temple, then the secret method of cultivation will be better. All in all, the training speeds of all the girls are about the same. They can reach 12 or 13 times the power density in a short period of time, which is quite good. You must know that Long Yu relied on the time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether ball and practiced at 10 times the speed of others to reach his current level. However, the time it took him to double his power density actually did not much less than the other girls. Even after Long Yu has now reached 20 times the power density, if he wants to double the power density, the time he needs to practice is much longer than that of the other girls. He's coming out. At this time, the Holy Emperor finally got the current situation of Long Yu through communication with Long Yu. Although another half year had passed in the outside world, in the Rain Temple, Long Yu only felt that not much time had passed, and during this period of time, he finally understood the cultivation method of the ancient rain bridge. The Bridge of Ancient Rain, beginner. Long Yu can now preliminarily assume a Bridge of Ancient Rain. If he needs to use the power of the water system, he can directly rely on the power of the Void Dragon Blade, without Long Yu's own efforts. In this way, Long Yu can avoid the problem of practicing other divine texts with attributes that have been weakened due to Tianyu Jiujue. Now, he can pass through the Bridge of Ancient Rain and move directly in a certain direction for a distance of 10 domains. This distance is equivalent to the distance between 3 human or demon domains. For Long Yu, it greatly enhances his ability to move in the void. The ability to act within. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to go to a relatively distant place from the location of the Rain Temple. Even if you pass through the time and space tunnel, it is impossible to achieve this effect, because if you don't know the time and space coordinates of the target, you can't create a time and space tunnel at all, but it is different when you pass through the ancient rain bridge. Long Yu already has more plans for his future actions. Originally, he wanted to protect Void Galaxy so that everyone in Void Galaxy could slowly develop. But things are different now. After being threatened by the three major races of the Sword Clan, it is undoubtedly stupid to stay in the Void Galaxy, but where to go after leaving is a more difficult decision. Now relying on the ancient god's forbidden technique of the ancient rain bridge, Long Yu can completely wander in this starry sky world. After all, his current strength can deal with beings with up to 40 times the power density, so he can pass through most places in this starry sky world without any harm. After possessing the means of the ancient rain bridge, Long Yu's perspective finally officially expanded to the entire Langyastar territory. Long Yu has been keeping in touch with the Holy Emperor and communicating with her. Now of course he knows where the girls are. After leaving the Rain Temple, Long Yu directly chose a direction, and then activated the Void Dragon Blade. The Bridge of Ancient Rain appears. A bridge in the void appeared directly in front of Long Yu, but there was only one bridge head and half of the bridge body. As for the bridge end and the other half of the bridge body, they disappeared directly into the void and could not be seen with the naked eye. Long Yu looked back at the Rain Temple, behind him. The entrance to the Rain Temple has now been closed, and it looks as if it has completely fallen silent. It looks extremely quiet in this void. There are layers of rain curtains, slowly passing by around the building, protecting it from coming attacks and damage from other creatures. If there are cultivators who have not reached the godlike realm and try to get close, the Rain Temple will still sanction them and eliminate them directly. The pattern of the Guqin, the Eye of Deification, the Book of Deification, the Bridge of Ancient Rain. I have gained a total of 4 gains from the Rain Temple. I have improved quite well this year, and I have also figured out something about the gods. The information, although this information is very vague, and I can't get any useful information from it, at least it is slowly getting closer to that level. Long Yu summarized the situation in the Rain Temple, and then decided that the next wandering in the starry sky should not be completely aimless. At this stage, his strength is not good enough to compete with the powerful beings in places like the Sword Clan. It is best to avoid the Langyastar region. A more ideal place is to go to the other 2 star regions, Quanya Star region, Sand Star territory or Tiangang Star territory. In the Quansha Star territory and the Tiangang Star territory, there are no existences like humans and monsters. If he goes there now, the aliens there will know very little about him, which will make it easier for him to move. Once in those 2 star regions, Long Yu can start looking for other temples that are about to be opened and enter them to get some benefits, or go to the ruins of gods such as the ancient Eclipse realm. The Holy Emperor has experience in this area. Some divine ruins are similar to the Eclipse ancient domain, where multiple races can enter and compete together. However, more divine ruins are like those experienced by the Holy Emperor and can only accommodate single entry. If you find a similar place, you can still let Chihua, Man Xian and other people who followed the others to leave their hometowns try it to see if they can get some opportunities by following the crowd and step into the godlike realm. But before that, we have to get rid of a tail first. Long Yu activated the deified magical power, Eye of Shadow, and saw a certain existence that had been hiding in the darkness nearby, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. After Long Yu left the Rain Temple, he activated his deified Eye of Shadow, and clearly understood the situation within a billion miles nearby. Then he discovered that there was a guy hiding in the dark, which was a 6-winged tribe. The Strong One. But this guy is not the real body, but just a shadow-like existence similar to a clone. This shadow gave Long Yu a very bad feeling. Judging from its location, it seemed to be the exit of the space-time tunnel that passed through the Void Galaxy. This made Long Yu guess that the shadow of the six-winged clan was the culprit that had previously caused oppression to the entire Void Galaxy. However, after arriving at the Rain Temple, this guy seemed unable to enter the Rain Temple, so he did not follow up. Long Yu was originally wondering why there was no movement after entering the Rain Temple. After a long time, only a shadow clone appeared. In this case, the other party cannot enter the Rain Temple, so they cannot know the situation of Long Yu and others in the Rain Temple, and can only wait outside. The shadow clone of the six-winged tribe should not be able to detect places that are too far away, so the existence of Concubine Yu and others has not been discovered. However, when Long Yu came out of the Rain Temple, the shadow clones of the six-winged tribe began to take action. That was because when everyone in the Rain Temple came out, the aura of the entire temple would have an obvious change. Weaken. So after the other party felt it, they knew that Long Yu and others had all come out of the Rain Temple. It was just right to start taking action now. Dragon Queen used his deified magical power and the Eye of Shadow to observe that from where the shadow clones of the six-winged tribe were, some dim rays of light kept flashing out, and then radiated out to the surroundings. It was obvious that these dim rays of light were all used for detection. Means. After these dim lights spread out for a certain distance, they completely dissipated, but Long Yu knew that these dim lights still existed and were spreading around at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps soon, it will be able to spread to where he is now. But Long Yu will not wait for the other party where he is. Leave. Long Yu then stepped onto the immemorial rain bridge, then flew across the bridge, and soon teleported billions of miles ahead directly through the immemorial bridge. Then, Long Yu raised his hand and waved, dissipating the ancient bridge directly. At this moment, he had arrived in front of the Holy Emperor, Concubine Yu, and their daughters, and the Taigu bridge behind him disappeared. Haven't seen you for a long time. Long Yu smiled at everyone. He can be sure that by using the Bridge of Ancient Rain, he has completely gotten rid of the shadow clones of the six-winged tribe, because the Bridge of Ancient Rain has one of the biggest advantages compared to the time and space tunnel, that is, it can be erected at any time, and it can be erected at any time. Can be dispelled at any time. Unlike the time and space tunnel, which takes 3 days to dissipate automatically, this is determined by the power of the 5 elements of Taichu that constructs the time and space tunnel. I am afraid that no one except the real gods can make the time and space tunnel dissipate in advance. But the Bridge of Ancient Rain has no such concerns. Long Yu left directly, and after leaving, the Taigu bridge dissipated, leaving people completely unable to grasp the clue. Even due to the characteristics of the Ancient Rain Bridge, it will not leave a single trace after it dissipates. All signs of the existence of space divine power will be erased by the power of the rain curtain on the ancient bridge. In this way, it is impossible for the other party to track down, unless the other party has the power to spy on time, but this kind of power is too rare among the cultivators at the godlike level. There is one in the entire Soul clan, and it is already killed by Long Yu. If Long Yu hadn't killed the soul-like god, the Soul clan would have probably been led by that godlike person and developed, but now the Soul clan has been completely eaten by many races. Let's go. Long Yu didn't dare to stay here for a long time. After all, he didn't know what kind of abilities the shadow clone of the six-winged tribe had. If the other party's detection methods soon detected this area, it would be troublesome. What direction? Concubine Yu asked. Towards the Tiangang Star territory, let's go. After Long Yu finished dealing with Concubine Yu, he directly built a Bridge of Ancient Rain, and then threw out the 9 Nether Prison Monument, allowing all the girls to enter the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Only Long Yu can pass through this Ancient Rain Bridge at a high speed. If anyone else gets on the bridge, they will be entangled in the rain curtain, which will cause the strength in the body to stagnate. Of course, Long Yu does not need to let the girls pass directly. In the world, there is no problem in the past. All the girls were a little surprised when they heard this. They were going to the Tiangang Star territory? The Tiangang star territory is completely far away from the Langus star territory. Even if most people want to go there, they can't do it, right? Even if the humans and monsters want to go to the Eclipse ancient domain at the junction of the 3-star domains, they need to pass through the ancient time and space teleportation array. Except for the Holy Emperor, none of the other girls knew how powerful the ancient rain bridge was. But the Holy Emperor didn't say much, he just smiled and entered Long Yu's world. Anyway, soon they would all know the special features of the ancient rain bridge. Just stay here obediently and tell me immediately if you have any questions. Long Yu left a demon dust clone in place, and then walked onto the ancient rain bridge alone. Soon his figure disappeared from the original place. With the disappearance of the ancient bridge, he appeared 10 meters away from the rain temple. Outside the domain. In other words, Long Yu passed through the territories of at least 2 major alien races in this instant. The demon dust clone that Long Yu left behind was originally intended to be disguised as Long Yu's true body according to Long Yu's ideas. But after Long Yu left the 10 realms, this demon dust clone completely lost Long Yu's control. Although he could still pass on what he saw and heard to Long Yu, he no longer had any ability to move. And I'm afraid it can't exist for more than an hour. The demon dust clone in such a state, I am afraid that the shadow clone of the 6-winged tribe will never think of it as Long Yu's true body. But it doesn't matter. Another purpose of Long Yu leaving this demon dust clone is to see if the other party has the ability to see through time and see the scene of him leaving through the ancient rain bridge. Soon, Long Yu's demon dust clone felt something strange in the void. Based on what he had seen before, Long Yu knew that it should be the dim light released by the shadow clone of the 6-winged tribe. Although these lights could not be seen, but it has spread to this direction. This is too fast. If Long Yu had left 10 breaths later, the other party would have been able to check the situation here. You must know that there is a distance of billions of miles from where the shadow clone is. These dim lights must spread too fast. Fortunately, according to the perception of Long Yu Machen's clone, these dim lights seem to have become weaker after such a long journey, and they did not have the same energy as when they first came out. Therefore, although this detection method is fast, it still has drawbacks. Long Yu's deified magical power, Eye of Shadow, can observe all situations within 100 billion miles, but it is limited to what can be seen with the naked eye. The other party's dim light detection method should not have such a far detection range, but it can be equivalent to the function of spiritual perception, detecting situations that cannot be seen by the naked eye. In comparison, there are still pros and cons to each other, and one cannot be more powerful. Easy to use. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's demon dust clone appeared to be flying away in the void, but before it flew far, the shadow clone of the 6-winged clan suddenly appeared from the nearby void, and a burst of space gods after the power of wind fluctuated. The shadow clone of the 6-winged clan directly released a cage of light, covering the demon dust clone, and then tried to take it away. If you want to take away my clone directly, you probably don't know about the ancient rain bridge. But to be on the safe side, I'd better observe it for a while. Long Yu thought in his heart, not carelessly, but observing the situation of the shadow clone of the 6-winged clan on the Bridge of Ancient Rain. Now that he has reached the second half of the Bridge of Ancient Rain, he can leave the Bridge of Ancient Rain and appear outside the previous 10 domains as long as he lifts his feet. However, he has not acted for the time being just to be on the safe side. After covering Long Yu's demon dust clone with a cage of light, the shadow clone of the 6-winged clan directly activated a spacetime tunnel as Long Yu expected, and then stepped into the spacetime tunnel. Now I can be sure that it has never discovered anything about the ancient rain bridge. And now it thinks it has captured my body. Long Yu thought in his heart, with a smile on his lips. His demonic dust clone is indeed unable to escape from the light cage, but it is only his demonic dust clone, not his true body, and it can completely self-destruct. When the opponent reached the center of the spacetime tunnel, Long Yu directly activated the demon dust clone and exploded instantly. After Emochen's clone self-destructed, it lost all contact with Long Yu's body. Even if the other party realizes that this is just Long Yu's clone, it is completely impossible to deduce Long Yu's location through deduction, because there is no longer any connection between the demon dust clone and Long Yu's body. Nailed it. Long Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He can be sure that the other party cannot catch up with him, so the next action will be more convenient. Of course, before officially heading to the Tian Gang Star territory, he still has one thing to deal with, and that is about the human and demon territories. With Long Yu nowhere to be found, Long Yu could not guarantee that the three major races would not attack the human and demon territories. So he decided to go to the territory of the Six-Wing clan first and cause a wave of trouble. In that case, the other party's mind would be completely controlled by him. If nothing else happened, he would never go to the territory of the human race and the demon clan to cause destruction. The Langia Star territory is extremely vast, and there are a total of 60 or 70 alien races of various colors living in it. Their respective histories of survival and development are written in this galaxy. The entire Langia Star territory spans thousands of domains, among which the human race territory and the monster tribe territory are completely on the fringes. Each territory only spans about 3 or 5 domains, making them extremely inconspicuous in the entire Langia Star territory. The three powerful clans, such as the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan, all occupy a territory of about 100 areas in a radius. The vastness of the territory and the abundance of cultivation resources are greater than those of the human race and the monster clan combined. More than 10 times stronger. Especially in terms of cultivation resources, the territory occupied by these three powerful clans is in the most central area of the Langia Star territory. In such a territory, there are naturally many sources of revelation-level divine texts, and there are even the importance of the eternal source of divine texts to the development of a race is self-evident. If you want to go from the location of the Rain Temple to the territory of the Six-Wing Clan, there is a distance of at least 400 to 500 domains. If it were the previous Long Yu, it would have been impossible for him to travel through this distance to the territory of the Six-Wing Clan. Even if we did not consider the difficulties and obstacles that he might encounter on the way, this distance alone would have been enough for him to teleport for hundreds of years. But now he has the means of the Bridge of Ancient Rain. With the use of this ancient god's forbidden technique, he can teleport the distance of 10 domains at once. In other words, he only needs to use the Bridge of Ancient Rain 40 or 50 times. You can reach the territory of the Six-Wing Clan. However, Long Yu is not always able to accurately construct the Bridge of Ancient Rain across the distance of 10 domains, because sometimes outside the 10 domains in that direction, there are space cracks or some foreign hinterlands, which are somewhat dangerous. In any place, Long Yu would never advance rashly. So when he sets foot on the Bridge of Ancient Rain and finds that there is a dangerous place on the other side, he will choose to shorten the Bridge of Ancient Rain to prevent himself from walking so far, thus avoiding most dangers. Before Long Yu walks out of the Bridge of Ancient Rain, this bridge will not be discovered by anyone, because it is in the gap between time and space. Long Yu can adjust its appearance position at any time. The only pity is that the Bridge of Ancient Rain, can only being able to walk in a straight line, may still cause trouble in some special situations. Of course, walking in a straight line is not a big problem. With Long Yu's cautious attitude, everyone quickly crossed the Ancient Rain Bridge one after another and quickly approached the territory of the Six-Wing Clan. Long Yu's next plan was to disguise himself as the Six-Wing Clan and then inquire about it. News about the temple. His plan is to choose a temple to enter and then leave quietly. Then all the Six-Wing tribes will think that Long Yu has been staying in that temple, and will focus on that temple, and will not be able to find humans and monsters again. There is trouble in the ethnic territory. On the one hand, they only pay attention to Long Yu. On the other hand, the territory of the human race and the demon race is too far away from the center of the Langus star territory and is too inconspicuous. They really don't pay much attention to the six-winged clan. Necessary. Everyone should practice peacefully in my world first. When I find the temple, I will let you come out. A temple is an opportunity. Maybe you can evolve your secret cultivation method, and besides that, there will be other. The harvest is also uncertain. Long Yu said to the girls, and then relied on the Book of Shadows to disguise himself as a golden six-wing and lurk on a six-wing tribe's training planet without attracting the attention of any six-wing tribe. Now that his Book of Shadows has become a deified supernatural power, it makes him even more comfortable in disguise. If his disguise was already impossible for ordinary gods to see through before, the six-wing tribe he is disguised as now cannot even be seen through by the six-wing tribe gods with 40 times the power density. Long Yu formulated a plan with a relatively long time period, but this plan was very thorough. In order not to reveal that he had the means of long-distance teleportation, he decided to take action 3 months later. At that time, there happened to be a temple to be opened in the territory of the six-wing tribe, which attracted many gods and new gods. Attention! In 3 months, if you go from the territory of the human race and the monster race to the territory of the six-winged race, you can also use the time and space teleportation array all the way. This avoids the problem of Long Yu's ancient rain bridge being exposed. Within 3 months, the other party should not take action against the human and demon territories. After all, it would take 3 months to send people to the human and demon territories. According to the speed of the six wings, it would take 3 months to arrive. At that time, it's time for Long Yu to take action. Qin Temple. 1 month after Long Yu arrived in the territory of the six-wing clan, the six-wing clan was preparing to open the Qin Temple. During this period of time, Long Yu kept pretending to be a member of the six-wing clan, and then climbed up step by step. He quickly killed a new deity from the six-wing clan silently, and then disguised himself as the six-wing clan. The Winged God. Long Yu's deified magical power, the Book of Shadows, and his camouflage ability are extremely outstanding. He even simulated the innate magical power of this new six-winged godlike creature. Long Yu could easily display his innate magical power, and he was able to detect this in disguise. After a month, he has a more thorough understanding of the body structure of the six-wing clan, and he will definitely be more comfortable in dealing with them. The Qin Temple is a temple within the territory of the six-wing clan. Only 8 gods can enter it at a time. It can be a private temple of the six-wing clan, but basically only the gods of the six-wing clan can enter it. The newly promoted gods in the Eclipse Ancient Domain have already learned the secrets of cultivation in other temples. This time the Qin Temple opens, only 2 places are given to the new gods, and the other 6 places are all given by some of the more established six-winged gods got it. The six-winged human god, disguised by Long Yu, happened to be among them. Long Yu's prediction was accurate, and the entire situation was developing in the direction he expected. However, the Qin Temple was not as good as the Rain Temple. The Qin Temple was within the territory of the six-wing clan. Although there were no people near the Qin Temple, there were still people in it. 100 million miles away, there is a space barrier set up by the six-wing clan, as well as many six-wing clan legions guarding it. It can be seen that the six-wing clan's defense of the Qin Temple is still very tight. 2 six-winged humanoid gods with over 30 times the power density, 4 six-winged humanoid gods with over 20 times the power density, and 1 newly promoted humanoid god. With this lineup, it shouldn't be difficult to completely kill them. The difficulty lies in solving it quickly and leaving silently after entering the Qin Temple. Long Yu thought about it for a while, and soon made a decision. The plan has reached this point, and there is still one last step left to succeed. Once it succeeds, from now on, the sky is high and birds can fly, and the six-winged tribe will not have any restrictions on Long Yu. Effect. Qin Temple still has 2 months to open. Including the new human god, disguised as Long Yu, a total of 8 six-winged human gods came to the void where the Qin Temple was located and waited. The opening of the temple was a big event, so they usually came 2 months in advance, and occasionally there were some, the opening time of the temple will be advanced. In order to prevent such a situation, all foreign races will prepare in advance for the opening of the temple. Long Yu disguised himself as a new god of the Six-Wing clan, and kept communicating with other gods while waiting. This scene seemed familiar, but he changed from the Shinshui tribe to the Six-Wing clan. During the exchange, Long Yu calmly figured out some of these godlike methods, and then told the girls waiting to practice in the world, so that they could prepare themselves. If you want to kill these six-winged gods quickly, it is obviously not enough to rely on Long Yu alone. You also need the cooperation of all the women. After 3 months of training in the world of Long Yu, the power density of the women can be further improved. About doubled, their strength will become stronger. The key is that now that Long Yu's strength has improved, it will not be a problem to deal with the 2 six-winged human gods, with more than 30 times the power density. The girls only need to hold back the other human gods so that they cannot escape or enter Qin dynasty. The temple will do. Then Long Yu will kill them all one by one. Long Yu's only regret is that during this period of time, he will not be able to practice the 9 heavenly nether arts, nor can he practice and comprehend his original power. However, as long as he gets it this time, he can freely arrange the rest of his time. 2 months passed quickly. Long Yu has basically figured out the details of the six-winged gods. He also found opportunities to use the secret method of balance control secretly to enhance spiritual perception and find out some things that these gods did not tell him. Then, on the last day when the Qin temple was about to open, Long Yu finally decided to take action. Since it was a sneak attack without any psychological preparation, one of these 7-headed and 6-winged race gods could basically be killed by Long Yu. Long Yu's primary target is of course the golden 6-winged deity with 36 times the power density. When the 7 6-winged deities are preparing to enter the Qin temple, they are thinking about what they can gain. At this time, Long Yu took action brazenly. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. 4 phases of killing prison. Dark Flame Gueso. Long Yu's 3 methods were used at the same time. At the same time, the effects of Xuanhuan's mark and Guqin's mark were triggered at the same time. What surprised Long Yu was that now Long Yu did not need to condense the magic dust clone to make Xuanhuan's mark, the effect is triggered. Whatever method he uses, he can spread the power of the Guqin mark and affect all enemies in the nearby area. Then the effect of the Xianrao mark will come to the enemy along with the Guqin mark, weakening the opponent 10 times. Times the force density. Under the effect of the spread of the Guqin pattern, these 7-headed 6-winged human gods had no ability to resist at all. Even the golden 6-winged human god that Long Yu was paying attention to had a power density of 36 times, and was defeated by him with 4. The killing prison and dark flame Guesua killed them directly without even using any defensive means. Long Yu also didn't expect that this operation would go so smoothly, which shows that his strength now far exceeds his previous one. This was naturally a good thing for him. After he killed the first 6-winged human god, the following 6-winged human gods had no ability to resist at all. Under the influence of the Guqin pattern, these were originally the 6-winged human god, who was not ready for battle, was attacked by Long Yu without even a single defense. They never imagined that a new human god who was about to enter the Qin temple at the same time as them would actually be disguised as a human. But now it's too late to find out. In just 1 stick of incense, Long Yu and the other girls joined forces to kill all the 7-headed and 6-winged human gods. Buying time in order to be able to come out as soon as possible. Please don't enter the Qin temple this time. Please go to my world to prepare. After I enter the Qin temple, I don't plan to stay too long, but I want to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the other gods of the six-winged tribe get the news and come over, it won't be that easy to leave. After Long Yu finished dealing with the girls, he flew directly towards the Qin temple. Compared with the Rain temple, the Qin temple seems to be older, and the aura of the gods in it is much richer than that in the Rain temple. If you enter the Qin temple and explore it, there should be a lot of benefits, even for the women. It is possible to get some benefits, such as deifying innate magical powers. But there really is no time now. As long as this matter is settled, they will have more opportunities to step into various temples in the future. The attributes of Qin temple are closer to the Wind attribute temple, and are not particularly consistent with the attributes of the girls. If they want, the possibility of improving the secret cultivation method is not high. The girls naturally had no objections to Long Yu's arrangement. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu stepped into the Qin temple. He did not deliberately clean up the aura about himself this time, in order to let the subsequent six-wing cultivators know that it was him, Long Yu, who came here. In this place, he killed the gods of the six-winged tribe and entered the Qin temple. Long Yu's planned actions were timed perfectly. Not long after he killed the six-winged human gods, the Qin temple was officially opened. Waves of storm surged out from the Qin temple toward the outside world, spreading out and occupying the entire nearby space. And Long Yu stared at the storm and moved towards the Qin temple. These storms do not prevent cultivators from approaching, but are just a ritual-like means for the opening of the temple, just like the rain curtains on the outside when the Rain temple is opened, so Long Yu can still move unimpeded in the storm, as long as but I can't see things that are too far away. Like the rain curtain outside the Rain temple, these storms blocked Long Yu's sight, but this had little impact. Anyway, Long Yu quickly entered the Qin temple. After entering the Qin temple, he felt that the same driving force as in the Rain temple appeared in his body, making him keep moving towards the Qin temple. Storms raged around him, and soon some things emerged from it. Dark light comes out. These pitch-black lights, are they the power that transforms my magical powers? But now, I don't have time to absorb the power of these lights. Long Yu thought in his heart, and instead of staying where he was, he tried to cut off the driving force in himself. Originally, he had never tried it and didn't know if it would work, but now when he tried it, he found that the driving force in his body gradually dissipated when he took the initiative to dissipate it. Originally, he could continue to move forward, but he quickly lost his driving power, causing him to have no choice but to leave the Qin temple. Although the passage of time became almost imperceptible in the temple, Long Yu was certain that only one day had passed since he entered the Qin temple. When he left Qin temple, the storm still raging around Qin temple was the best proof. Then, he used this series of storms to activate the ancient rain bridge, stepped directly onto the bridge, and then completely disappeared from the nearby space. The territory of the Six-Wing clan is extremely vast. Even if you use the Bridge of Ancient Rain, you will have to teleport 10 times in a row before you can completely leave. However, Long Yu only needs to leave the vicinity of the Qin temple. Most of the traces of his existence will be destroyed by the Qin temple. The surrounding storm was dispersed. As for the trace that remained, it was only enough for the other party to deduce that Long Yu had come to the Qin temple. It was impossible to deduce Long Yu's current location based on this aura. And even if you want to deduce the identity of Long Yu, the six-winged race god needs to arrive within a day, otherwise all traces of Dragon Yu's existence will be blown away by the storm, leaving no trace behind. There's only so much I can do. Exploring the temple of the Six-Wing clan is too dangerous. But if we go to the Tian Gang Star territory, I don't need to be so cautious. Long Yu thought in his heart, constantly activating the ancient rain bridge, then stepped on the bridge, teleported forward from the void, and soon left the territory of the Six-Wing clan, which was equivalent to the Golden Cicada's method of escaping, which the Six-Wing clan could not have imagined. Long Yu would leave immediately after entering the temple. I'm afraid he would think that Long Yu had been staying in the Qin temple. And since it is a temple, even if the six-winged clan wants to enter the temple to search for Long Yu, it is impossible. They can only send a group of people to take turns guarding near the Qin temple. In this way, the six-winged clan it is impossible to think of looking for trouble in the territory of the human race and the demon race. As for what the current situation will be like among the six wings, it will not have any impact on Long Yulai. The only thing that made him a little unhappy was that after killing the seven-headed six-winged human gods and letting the 9 nether balls swallow them up, the 9 nether balls' magical power still didn't break through the bottleneck and produce an improvement, which made Long Yu very puzzled. The improvement gained from the magical power of the 9 nether ball devouring the bones of foreign cultivators has not appeared for a long time. It seems to have no impact now, but Long Yu wants to increase the multiple of slowing down the flow of time again. In that case, he could practice for a longer period of time in the short time in the outside world. When he was in the Void Galaxy, he had already used this to pull up his strength and catch up with the alien attack on the Void Galaxy. If the 9 nether ball can continue to improve now, it will undoubtedly be great for Long Yulai. Unfortunately, Long Yu doesn't know how to continue to improve the 9 nether ball. Or, he doesn't even know about Geo nether ball. Can the ball continue to improve? The rest of the journey should be a little lonely, but now that I have left the territory of the six-wing clan, I don't have to pretend so carefully. The 9 nether ball slows down the flow of time. In a void, Long Yu summoned the 9 nether ball, letting it follow him all the time, and then enveloped the nearby space, creating an area that slowed down the flow of time 10 times. In this way, when Long Yu kept urging the ancient rain bridge to rush on his way, it was equivalent to only spending 1/10 of the time of the outside world, allowing him to go to the destination as quickly as possible while constantly teleporting, and can also practice a little bit of Tianyu Jiujue. Long Yu continued to move the ancient rain bridge towards the outside of the Langya Star territory. He also passed through the territories of the Sword Clan and the Mechanical Clan on the way, but the other parties did not notice his presence. Every time Long Yu appeared, he chose extremely remote areas. In the corner, there were no living creatures at all. In the Langya Star territory, even though there are many temples that can be entered, they are not safe enough after all. Long Yu's goal is to go to the Tiangang Star territory or the Guangsha Star territory to improve himself first. During this period, the strength of the girls will also be improved, and then he will return when he can compete with the entire six-winged clan. Or, Long Yu only needs to reach 80 times the power density, and he should be able to fear the six-winged clan. This will definitely take a long time, but for Long Yulai, this time will be 1/10 that of ordinary people. This is his biggest advantage. In fact, he can continue to explore the temple during this period of time, and maybe he can learn from it. Find a way to break through the bottleneck and continue to improve the effect of the 9 nether ball. Between the Langya Star territory, the Guangsha Star territory, and the Tiangang Star territory, there is an extremely vast void star domain. In this void star domain, there is complete silence, and basically no living beings will come. In this void star field, even the time and space teleportation array has not been set up in this star field, so if you want to travel from one star field to another, if you don't have the ancient rain bridge, it will take at least hundreds of years, even if it is the same goes for those gods with 80 times the power density. Therefore, crossing the star field is basically a rare behavior. But occasionally, there will be strong aliens like Long Yu who have mastered certain long-distance transmission methods, traveling through this void star field, but such existences are very few, which is destined to make Long Yu traverse. In this void star field, the possibility of encountering other living beings is 0. The ancient eclipse domain exists in this void star domain, so are there other relics of gods in this void star domain? Long Yu speculated in his heart, but now he does not have a good way to detect this void star field. Even though the deified Eye of Shadow can see the situation 100 billion miles away, 100 billion miles away, compared to the entire coming from the void star field, it is really too small. If Long Yu wants to search the entire void star field, it will take at least several hundred years to do so. In terms of vastness, the void space between the 3 star domains is even 10 times larger than the 3 star domains combined. It is completely void. Even if there is such a thing as the Eclipse Ancient Domain, it is extremely difficult to find the place. I don't know how far it is from the Langus star territory to the Tiangang star territory, but as long as I keep teleporting in that direction, I can always reach it. When Long Yu participated in the Eclipse Ancient territory, he had already figured out the directions of Langus star territory, Quansha star territory, and Tiangang star territory, so now the Bridge of Ancient Rain is enough for him to cross the extremely far distance to go Tiangang star territory. In the void area among the 3 major star fields, with a distance of thousands of fields, even the Bridge of Ancient Rain cannot be passed immediately. The space that the Bridge of Ancient Rain spans each time is only 10 domains. When Long Yu finally crossed the entire void area and finally saw another star field, 2 months had passed since he left the 6-winged clan territory. During this period, he had already practiced for a year. Over time, I finally took Tianyu Jiujiue a step further and reached the 2nd level of the 2nd round. 21 times the strength density. Although it is not much different from before, there has been progress at least. The next period of time will be the fastest time for progress. Long Yu looked forward, and a bright star field appeared in front of him. This should be the Tiangang star field. It is a star field completely different from the Langus star field. For thousands of years, I am afraid that no human race or monster race has come here. Star field. Even if they know the existence of the Tiangang star territory, it is because of the Eclipse Ancient territory. Otherwise, the human race and the demon race will not know about the Tiangang star territory at all, nor will they know that this starry sky is composed of 3 major star regions put together. From now on, this star field will become the stage for Long Yu's performance. A foreign god from another star field, although the current power density is only 21 times, his progress speed is extremely terrifying. As long as he is given a short time, I am afraid he will soon be able to stir up trouble in this star field. A storm. Tiangang star territory, I'm here. Long Yu once again built a Bridge of Ancient Rain, and then stepped on it. The rain fell, carrying bursts of space power, teleporting him from the void space to the star field ahead. I wonder which alien race we saw first. In the world of Dragon Control, Concubine Yu was in a good mood, guessing what she might encounter in the star field ahead. She was also very much looking forward to the next experience, because this might be the experience between the human race and the human race for thousands of years. For the first time, the demon clan truly came to the Tiangang star territory and had direct contact with the alien races in this star territory. In the past, the alien creatures in this star domain could only be seen in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. The human race and the demon race did not know much about the alien races in this star domain. But now, they can see the aliens in this star field at close range and directly invade their territory. The alien races on the edge should not be too strong. After we enter, we can even directly rule this alien territory. We only need to defeat the strongest gods among them. Long Yu thought in his heart, then took one step and walked down the ancient rain bridge. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's figure appeared in a foreign galaxy. Long Yu observed this galaxy when he was under the ancient rain bridge and found that there was no danger, so he came out decisively. Everyone, please come out and explore first which alien race is occupying this territory. Long Yu sent all the girls out of the world, and then directly activated the deified Eye of Shadow. A giant pupil shadow appeared behind him, and then he looked towards the surrounding area within 100 billion miles. Drive away. Then Long Yu laughed, because he discovered that the alien race occupying this galaxy territory was actually the Silk race that he had encountered in the Eclipse Ancient territory. But then, Long Yu realized that he was going in the wrong direction. This is because the Silk tribe and Yunbei tribe that Long Yu encountered in the deadly battle in the Eclipse Ancient Territory were from the Quangsha Star Territory, and were not alien races from the Tiangang Star Territory, which is where Long Yu came now. It turned out to be the Quangsha Star Territory, not the Tiangang Star Territory. Of course, this makes no difference to Long Yu Lai. Anyway, as long as it is not Langya Star Territory. The current Silk race seems to be taking the initiative to launch a war against alien races, just like the human race and demon race. What Long Yu could see in the Eclipse Ancient Territory showed that he had done well in the Eclipse Ancient Territory. The Silk clan was exactly what he encountered in the death battle, and even one of the newly promoted gods he also killed Qingshuang, the new godlike wolf of the demon clan, and took away a godlike source product that looked like an iron lock. This Silk tribe impressed Long Yu quite deeply. Unexpectedly, in the Quangsha Star Territory, this Silk tribe was only a marginal race. But it is obvious that the Silk clan is also very ambitious. What Long Yu can see now with the deified magical power Shadow Eye is that the entire Silk clan is integrating war resources, even on some very ordinary cultivation planets. They are constantly organizing legions to send them to the front line. As for what alien race the Silk tribe is fighting against, Long Yu doesn't know. After all, his eyes of shadow can't see too far away. 100 billion miles sounds like a lot, but it's only 100,000th of a domain. It is impossible for Long Yu to see the situation on the periphery of the Silk clan's territory. However, it is conceivable that it should be similar to what the human race and monster race did to the Soul clan. They were launching an aggressive war against other alien territories, and the results should be good, otherwise Long Yu would not feel the influence of the entire Silk clan territory. The excitement of those Silk clan cultivators. At this moment, Long Yu came. In this case, the powerful gods of the Silk clan should be on the front line. Let's go over and take a look. It's best to subdue them in one fell swoop and then inquire about the temple. Long Yu finished with the girls, and then continued to prepare to build the Bridge of Ancient Rain. He didn't know how many areas the Silk clan territory spanned, but if he wanted to go to the alien battlefield in the Silk clan territory, one Ancient Rain bridge would definitely be enough. It's just that Long Yu didn't know the direction. Of course, even if he chose the wrong direction, he would have to build two more. The Bridge of Ancient Rain can also directly reach the opponent's alien battlefield. The girls now have 13 or 14 times the power density, and they are no longer considered new gods. With Long Yu's Shanluo pattern, even if they encounter some aliens with more than 20 times the power density, godlike creatures must be fought with sufficient strength. Having arrived at the Quangsha Star Territory, there was no need to worry about the threats from the three major races of the Six Wings, so Long Yu let the girls come out of his world. If we want to develop in the Quangsha Star Territory, we must first have a base. Let's focus on this Silk clan territory. Let's find those godlike experts from the Silk clan. According to my speculation, the Silk clan will the strongest among the clan should have about 30 times the strength density. Long Yu said to the girls, after all, the overall strength of the Quangsha Star Territory is not much different from that of the Langya Star Territory. If the strongest person in the Silk clan had more than 30 times the strength density, he would have already headed towards the interior of the Quangsha Star Territory. It's impossible to stay in this outermost fringe area. However, now that the Silk clan is waging a war within the Quangsha Star Territory, their overall strength must have improved. It should also be the change brought about by the last eclipse in the ancient territory. After all, they have obtained the iron-locked divine source product. If Silk clan is given, the use of the strongest godlike creature in the clan will enhance a large part of the overall strength of the Silk clan. Anyway, our hearts come first. We know too little about the Silk clan. Maybe they have some special means to escape from our hands, or they can spread the news of our arrival to other alien races in the Quangsha Star Territory. Then we won't. It's wonderful. Hong Ying said thoughtfully. The Silk clan also killed Lang Qingshuang. Otherwise, we, the human clan and the demon clan, would have had a new humanoid god. It would be a pity. Concubine, you felt a little sorry. Let's go and search first to see if we can find the Silk clan's godlike creature directly. After Long Yu finished dealing with the girls, he brought them into the world again. After all, only Long Yu could pass through the ancient rain bridge at a high speed. He would just let the girls out when they got there. He just asked them to come out for observation. See, look at the general situation in the Guangsha Star territory. After staying in place for about 2 hours, Long Yu took the girls and set off. Just at the edge of the Silk clan's territory, a large number of Silk clan legions are launching a fierce offensive against another alien race. The team is led by several Silk clan gods, with more than 20 times the power density. The Silk clan is in the shape of a long silk thread, one end of which has something similar to the human brain, and the other end is the core of power. Like the human clan, this is a race that does not have fixed divine attributes, that is, individuals of the Silk clan have it as possible to understand any of the 8 attributes of the divine text. This makes the Silk clan much more difficult to deal with than a single alien race such as the Ice God clan. But for Long Yu and others, as long as the opponent doesn't have any special means and doesn't have too strong power density, then everything is not a threat. 2 Silk race gods are commanding the Silk race army to advance on the alien battlefield. Since the war started, the Silk race has occupied more than 10 galaxies of the other alien race. However, these more than 10 galaxies are not stable, and they will still encounter the opponent's attacks. Counterattack. Therefore, for the Silk clan, although they launched a war, the situation was not particularly safe. These 2 Silk tribe gods both have more than 20 times the power density, one is 23 times, and the other is 25 times. These 2 creatures are in a weird building of the Silk tribe that is similar to a war fortress, discussing the current war situation and keeping in touch with the Silk gods on other fronts. At this time, suddenly among the weird-style buildings where they were located, a bridge half covered by a rain curtain suddenly appeared. Then, from the bridge, walked down a Silk race god that had never been seen before. Of creatures. This creature is none other than Long Yu. These 2 Silk race gods have obviously never participated in the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Even if they have participated in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, they have never encountered the human race or the demon tribe. After all, there are so many races participating in the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory. The possibility of encountering each other is very low, not to mention that both sides are relatively weak races. It is very likely that they were cleared out at the beginning of the Eclipse Ancient Territory, so there is no need to encounter them in the deeper levels of the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Arrive. Regarding Long Yu's unexpected arrival, the 2 Silk clansmen immediately became extremely vigilant. There is no doubt that this weird-looking guy who can suddenly come to their command fortress must have strong strength, or at least have extremely special means. With almost no hesitation, the 2 Silk-like gods launched an offensive at the same time towards Long Yu. The Manic Storm Divine Runes and the extremely cold 0-degree Divine Runes came with a bang, covering Long Yu in an instant. It was not that Long Yu had never seen the Storm Divine Script and the 0-degree Divine Script before, but the power unleashed by these 2 Silk-like gods in front of him far exceeded the 2 Divine Scripts that Long Yu had seen before. Eternal level divine writings. And it's a deified magical power. As soon as Long Yu walked out of the ancient rain bridge, he encountered a violent attack from the opponent. The opponent didn't even give Long Yu time to react, and the storm-like attack had already fallen on him. However, Long Yu did not panic. When he walked down from the ancient rain bridge, Long Yu had already determined that there were only 2 Silk gods in this place, and the power density was not very high, so he could easily solve them. Opponent. Assimilation stance. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the martial arts secret technique obtained in the Eclipse ancient domain was unleashed, forming a weakened position around his body. Within the scope of this position, the opponent's Storm Divine Wen and 0° Divine Wendu was greatly weakened, and when it finally attacked Long Yu, the destructive power was only less than 3% of its original strength. This prevented Long Yu from suffering any fatal injuries at all. Even if he had some wounds on his body that were cut by the Storm Blade and the 0 Divine Inscriptions, they would heal quickly under the effect of the Heart of Demonic Dust. Unbounded Grip. Long Yu's ancient-level Divine Inscriptions and prison-shaking Divine Inscriptions rumbled, followed immediately by two invisible hands, tightly grasping the core power of the Two Silk clan. The sound of the Guqin spread from Long Yu's place to the surroundings, and soon, together with the effect of the Shanluo pattern, blessed the Two Silk tribesmen, weakening their power density tenfold. At the same time, it also made them fall into a spiritual illusion, unable to extricate themselves for a while, and they could not even resist Long Yu's offensive. Dark Flame Guesua, kill. Long Yu finally took out the advanced modified godlike source product, and then countless chains burning with black flames entangled the bodies of the Two Silk tribesmen. The terrifying black flames began to burn the other's body, and soon burned their souls. Exhausted, completely dead. Swallow. As soon as Long Yu thought, the 9 nether balls appeared from the side and swallowed up the fleshy bodies of the Two Silk gods. Everyone, come out and treat this as our base first. After Long Yu killed the Two Silk tribe gods, he let the girls come out and came together to this strange-shaped war fortress belonging to the Silk tribe. This is a war fortress composed of silk threads of various colors. There are almost no gaps between the silk threads. It has a very sophisticated construction technology. It looks like various colors are interlaced on the walls, making it colorful. For the human race, compared with the monster clan, it really can't be said to be ornamental. This Silk Clan war fortress is only commanded by the 2 humanoid gods. Our appearance, directly at the core of the fortress, where the Silk Clan humanoid gods are located, must be beyond their expectations. Concubine Yu pursed her lips and chuckled, but in this Silk Clan fortress, there are at least 100,000 Silk Clan distributed in other parts of the fortress. Among them, 20,000 Silk Clan are those who dominate the secret realm and above. The other Silk Clan, I'm afraid they are all assigned to work on the fortress. Well, I don't need to pay attention to these Silk Clan minions for now. Now I can disguise myself as one of the Silk Clan gods and negotiate with other Silk Clan gods. In this way, I can safely detect some information about the temple. The Silk Clan will not notice our arrival. Long Yu nodded. He is not afraid of the Silk Clan, but if the Silk Clan is connected to some other powerful races in the Quangsha Star territory, then if the news of his arrival spreads to those powerful races, then the situation he will face will be very bad. In fact, he will face the same situation as in the Langia Star territory, being hunted down by those powerful alien races. In this case, there is no point in traveling all the way from the Langia Star territory to the Quangsha Star territory. Therefore, it is the safest way to hide and disguise as before exploring the news. Just do as you say. If you need to cooperate, just ask. Concubine Yu nodded slightly to Long Yu. Among the people now, Long Yu is undoubtedly the leader. Not only is he the strongest, but his comprehensive ability in all aspects is also stronger, and his judgment in battle is more correct than the other women, so he is responsible for it. The leader is the most suitable. When everyone goes out, they must have a leader, otherwise it is easy to encounter some unexpected accidents that are difficult to solve. With Long Yu as the leader, he can make the quickest decision in any difficult situation and lead everyone out of danger. You guys stay here first and study how to control this war fortress. I will disguise myself as a god of the Silk tribe and come out to find out how the situation is around here. After Long Yu finished, he directly activated the Book of Shadows and disguised himself as a Silk god. It was the Silk God who could use the 0-degree divine script just now and had a power density of 23 times. After he disguised himself as a god of the Silk clan, even Concubine Yu and others could not tell his true identity at all. If they had not known that Long Yu was disguised as Long Yu, they would have already taken action against him. This is the powerful effect of the Book of Shadows. On the battlefield on the edge of the Silk clan's territory, a war fortress has been controlled by Long Yu and other practitioners from other star regions, but no one among the Silk clan knows this. But they soon noticed something strange, because each war fortress was originally connected to each other, but suddenly, this war fortress could not be directly contacted. When Long Yugong disguised himself as a god of the Silk tribe, he did not understand the entire battle situation. If he contacted him rashly, he might be exposed. In response to this situation, he had already thought of a countermeasure. In the core area of the war fortress, Concubine Yu and the other girls quickly figured out the power circulation routes in the entire war fortress through spiritual perception, which also meant that they could drive and control the war fortress. Long Yu deliberately built a bridge of ancient rain, leading directly to the territory of the alien race that was at war with the Silk tribe. Then, he sent the 2 Silk Master Legions originally in the war fortress directly through the ancient rain bridge and entered the depths of the foreign territory to lure some enemies over. In fact, this was of course an act of committing suicide. It didn't take long for the Silk tribe to pass through the ancient rain bridge and head to the alien territory, but their entire army was wiped out. Then, several alien gods led their respective Great Master Legions, passed through the ancient rain bridge, and came to the starry sky near the war fortress occupied by Long Yu. They saw this war fortress at a glance. At this time, Long Yu directly disguised himself as one of the Silk race gods, and then sent a distress signal to other Silk race gods through the communication tool on the war fortress. Under the pressure of foreign enemies' aggression, other Silk gods will ignore the difference between the current Long Yu and the previous Silk gods. This is Long Yu's best opportunity to penetrate into the opponent's interior. In fact, in the past, Long Yu also used a similar method to enter the civilization of the Six-Wing clan step by step. Disguising himself as a new godlike creature from the Six-Wing clan was not achieved overnight, but required a lot of processes. These processes promoted Long Yu's action step by step, bringing him closer and closer to his goal until he finally succeeded. This is Long Yu's method. Even if you have the Book of Shadows, you can disguise yourself as a god of the other race, but if you don't plan well, you will be easily exposed by the other party. You must know that these alien gods are not idiots. In some details, it is easy to tell the difference. The difference between Long Yu's disguise and the original godlike one. But Long Yu created various different situations to make the other party subconsciously ignore the differences between himself and the previous god-like people. In this case, he was able to make the other party gradually get used to his current self. All in all, attracting foreign enemies to invade now is only the first step of Long Yu's plan. He has more plans to follow, which will help him get deeper into the civilization of the Silk clan, allowing him to understand this race, and at the same time, he can learn more about the situation in the Quangsha Star territory, which will facilitate his many subsequent actions. After a month, Long Yu finally achieved his goal. He took full control of the war fortress and participated in a frontline invasion mission, directly occupying a galaxy where the Silk race was hostile to alien races. The race that the Silk clan is invading now is a foreign race called the Jiayu clan. The hostile alien race that Long Yu lured before was several of the gods of the Jiayu clan. In the end, he united with all the other Silk clan human gods. Annihilated. Then, the gods of the Silk clan observed the existence of the ancient rain bridge and thought it was a method from the Jiayu clan. They launched a more violent attack on the Jiayu clan. The goal of the invasion changed from simply seizing the territory to occupying the land. It became a means to plunder the ancient rain bridge. The appearance of Long Yu may have encouraged the Silk clan's aggression. But these Silk race gods have no idea that the ancient Rain Bridge is a means of Long Yu, and has been blended into their civilization without revealing any flaws. Okay, we can finally get rid of the identity of the Silk clan god. We have finally found out the news about the Silk clan and the Jiaoyu clan's nearby temples in this month. Then we can go directly to the temple. As for this war fortress, let it be sacrificed in the territory of the Jiaoyu clan. Long Yu gathered all the girls together, and then finally prepared to leave. Before leaving, why don't you first avenge Wolf Qingxuang? Concubine Yu hesitated and asked. The news I got is that the new Silk tribe god who has obtained the Iron Chain God Source product in the Eclipse Ancient Domain will soon step into a temple in half a month, to try to understand the secret method of cultivation. We can let's join in the fun and avenge Wolf Qingxuang. Long Yu revealed all the news he had received, which made all the girls' eyes light up. In this way, there is a temple to be opened nearby in half a month, and their strength may be even greater. Qingyun Temple is the important news that Long Yu has recently learned about. This temple is near the territory of the Silk clan, and currently only the Silk clan has control over it. Other surrounding foreign races, such as the Jiaoyu clan, etc., do not know the existence of this Qingyun Temple. The opening cycle of this temple is about 120 years. Because of this, Long Yu is particularly concerned about it. Because Long Yu knows very well that the opening cycle of the temple also represents the rarity of the temple. As far as Long Yu knows, this Qingyun temple has at least several powerful divine texts, with several attributes. In other words, this temple, it's probably a complex temple. The virtual temples that Long Yu and the others visited before were all temples with a single attribute and should have been created by an ancient god. But this Qingyun temple is not like this. Instead, it was probably created by several ancient gods. Therefore, it contains the power of gods with various attributes, suitable for all kinds of practitioners to understand. Now Long Yu and the girls each have different attributes, so it is still very difficult to find a more suitable temple. The situation in the Qingyun temple made Long Yu quite satisfied, because among the news he received, it must be the participation of an ancient god with a light attribute, so it contains some divine inscriptions with a light attribute. This part of the power is very important to Concubine Yu, the Holy Emperor, and the three girls Yuge. It may allow them to understand more suitable secret methods of cultivation and improve the secret methods of cultivation they currently understand. Moreover, the news that Long Yu has now received is that the new Silk clan godlike who killed Lang Qingxuang and took away a godlike source product in the death battle in the Eclipse Ancient Domain will also enter. Go to Qingyun Temple this time. Although it has been a long time since the end of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, this new Silk god named Acarius has not gone to other open temples before, but only focused on this clear cloud. The temple is more suitable for it because of the situation in the Qingyun temple. The Silk clan, like the human race and the demon race, communicate with each other through vocalizations, so they also have their own language. In the Silk clan language, Acarius means hope, glory, and so on. This means that this Silk tribe god is also a celebrity among the Silk tribe, and has high hopes from many Silk tribe seniors. In half a month, the Qingyun temple will be opened. However, due to the start of the war, this time the Silk clan only sent 3 gods to the Qingyun temple to prepare for the 3 days before the official opening of the Qingyun temple. Other gods will come over. Now Long Yu is very clear that the war between the Silk clan and the Jiaoyu clan has tilted in the direction of the Silk clan. The opening of the Qingyun temple, this time, was originally part of the Silk clan's plan. At this time, the Silk clan had reached an agreement with some other surrounding foreign races to give some territory of the Jiaoyu clan to those foreign races, and then the Qing clan during the period when the Cloud Temple was opened. Other alien races helped the Silk tribe to hold back the Jiaoyu tribe. Of course, other foreign races don't know about Qingyun temple, but they will naturally not object to the conditions for expansion of territory. Among the Silk clan, there are a total of more than 20 strong men in the god-like realm, and only 6 of them have existences with more than 20 times the power density. For the current Long Yu, there is no noteworthy combat power at all. The Silk clan god he was pretending to be could be regarded as the mainstay among the Silk clan, but he easily killed him. If he wasn't afraid of exposing his whereabouts, he wouldn't have bothered to stay in the Silk clan territory for so long. Besides, since he had just arrived in the crazy Sandstar territory, he had to be more careful and at least get some information first. But now, Long Yu has found out the information that should be inquired about. What follows is the process of rapid advancement between him and the girls. Long Yu devised a plan to let 2 powerful gods from the Jiaoyu clan arrive near the Silk clan war fortress he occupied, and then destroyed the entire war fortress, and countless Silk clan were buried with it, but of course Long Yu would not take it to heart. At this time, he was already walking on the road to Qingyun Temple with the girls. As for his disguised identity as a god of the Silk tribe, he completely disappeared with the destruction of the war fortress. Just think that it died heroically in the war with the Jiaoyu tribe. From the beginning to the end, Long Yu did not reveal any information about the human race or the demon race. When he passed towards the Qingyun Temple, he completely transformed into a thin space divine text and quietly came to the vicinity of the Qingyun Temple. Qingyun Temple. This is a hidden temple with 6 attributes. If Long Yu hadn't disguised himself as a god of the Silk tribe, there would be no information about this temple at all. Its location is already extremely remote, let alone the Silk tribe's interest in it. The protection is extremely tight. If he hadn't gotten the news, Long Yu would never have found the existence of this Qingyun Temple. But now, he is transformed into a space god and came directly to the Qingyun Temple. From a distance, the entire Qingyun Temple looks like 6 spheres condensed together. Each sphere building has a different color, representing its different attributes. Among them, there are white attributes of light, and some. There are black shadow attributes, red fire attributes, ice-blue ice attributes, green life attributes, and golden frenzied fighting attributes. For Long Yu, the Qingyun Temple is of course the black shadow attribute that suits him best. As for the other girls, the temples they enter are different. There is also the new Silk clan godlike Acalius, who will choose the green life attribute temple to enter. This is the news that Long Yu has found out before, but now there are only 3 heads of silk near the Qingyun Temple. The race gods were guarding the area, and they were only 13 or 14 times as many, posing no threat to Long Yu at all. The important thing is that Long Yu can't reveal his whereabouts. No one knows if they attack these 3 guys, whether they can convey the news of Long Yu instantly. If they can convey it, then Long Yu's disguise will be hidden during this period. All previous efforts were wasted. After the Qingyun Temple is opened, there are 12 places for gods to enter. In other words, most of the gods in the Silk clan will come near the Qingyun Temple and prepare to step into it. These gods must be Silk as important beings of the clan. We will ambush here and wait until they are all gathered before catching them all in one fell swoop. Long Yu has already made a detailed plan for the opening of the Qingyun Temple, and he has no intention of taking action before it is officially opened. Everything will only happen at the moment the temple is opened, and he will inflict pain on the entire Silk clan. Cruel. After this battle, the Silk clan should be removed from this star field, but this does not matter to Long Yu at all. He only cares about whether his strength has been improved, and whether the girls have a chance to become stronger. He wouldn't think too much about whether the Silk clan was wiped out. Anyway, during this process, he will not reveal his identity as a human race and give the other party any useful information. There is only 1 hour left before the Qingyun Temple opens. The 12 selected deities from the Silk clan have all arrived in the hidden starry sky where the Qingyun Temple is located, preparing to step into the temple for this adventure. Among them is a new deity from the Silk clan, wrapped around his body. A blood-red iron chain is none other than Acalius, who killed Wolf Xuanhuan, and the primary divine source product T1. What these 12-headed silk race gods didn't know was that when they gathered outside the Qingyun temple, Long Yu had already moved quietly. At this time, the territory of the Silk clan was extremely empty. The Silk clan had a total of 26 human gods. 3 of them were sacrificed in the battle with the Jiaoyu clan, and 2 were killed by Long Yu, leaving a total of 21. Now, within the territory of the Silk clan, there are only 5 humanoid gods left to guard the territory, and 4 humanoid gods to stabilize the situation on the border front of the Jiaoyu clan. Apart from this, there are no opponents that Long Yu needs to be concerned about. When the 12-headed silk race gods gathered outside the Qingyun temple, Long Yu began his own actions. One after another, the bridges of ancient rain quietly appeared in front of him, and then he stepped on the bridge of ancient rain. In an instant, he arrived at the place where the silk race god was guarding, which he had detected in advance. Then, with lightning speed, he attacked the opponent. It was destroyed without anyone noticing. To deal with these Silk clan gods, Long Yu only needs to use the Dark Flame Ghost Cord, which is enough. Combined with the Guqin mark and the Xianrao mark, the opponent has no ability to resist at all. The 5 Silk clan gods who were guarding the territory of the Silk clan were all killed by Long Yu in just 1 stick of incense, and all the clues on the scene were swallowed up with the 9 nether ball, making it impossible for the opponent to deduce to his presence. Then he condensed the ancient rain bridge again, arrived at the battle line between the Silk clan and the Jiaoyu clan, and wiped out the remaining 4 Silk clan gods. All the 9-headed silk gods were killed by Long Yu. He was still in a calm mood, and finally returned to the hidden space near Qingyun temple, preparing to attack the 12 silk gods gathered together. At this time, even if they want to convey the news that Long Yu is a human being, there are no silk gods outside who can accept the news. As for other silk cultivators, they are not qualified to communicate with these gods head-on. Therefore, Long Yu is now in control of everything. Even if he had to deal with the 12-headed silk race gods at the same time, it would not be too difficult for him. When he returned to the space near the Qingyun temple, the temple was about to open. At this time, Long Yu directly came from the ancient the Bridge of Rain appeared, and with 1 step, the time flow slowing area of the 9 nether ball instantly enveloped the entire place. The 12-headed silk race gods were immediately trapped by Long Yu. However, there is still one exception, and that is the new godlike creature, Acalius, who actually activated a certain deified magical power at this time, allowing him to get rid of the effect of slowing down the flow of time, and was teleported to the extreme in an instant. Far away, approaching the Qingyun temple. Long Yu did not expect that Acalius would have the ability to escape from the time slowdown area of his 9 nether ball. But he reacted quickly. Stop him. Without any hesitation, Yi Ziwei directly chased after Acalius. Although Acalius broke out of the time slowdown area, he was still affected by Long Yu's Xian brand, which was only 10 times stronger than before. The power density was directly suppressed to 5 times the power density. A burst of wild thunder flashed out, completely covering Acalius, and then terrifying lightning burst out in the nearby starry sky. This is Yi Ziwei's magical move. Behind her, a huge thunder giant figure slowly emerged, and endless thunder light burst out in the entire void, as if forming a giant thunder hand, and the person named aka was Lucy's new Silk Clan godlike creature was completely captured. Thunder control. Yi Ziwei's deified magical power finally showed its power. At this time, the new Silk Clan god Acarius, who was caught by the giant thunder hand, his consciousness and soul were shocked by the thunder, and he was immersed in an illusion. I can't extricate myself from it. And that's not even the most powerful thing. As long as Acarius cannot wake up from this illusion within 3 breaths, he will be imprisoned in it forever, and then his body will be controlled by Yi Ziwei. Because of this innate magical power is called thunder control. This is a terrifying method that can control the opponent and make the opponent become his subordinate. However, this magical power has a limitation, that is, at the same time, Yin Zi Wei can only take control of an opponent. If she later wanted to use thunder control to deal with other opponents, she would have to give up control of Achilles, which was equivalent to being able to enslave only one opponent at the same time. But this is considered a good method for Yin Zi Wei. After Acharius was controlled by her, he obediently stayed in the void and sent the elementary source Iron Lock to Yin Zi Wei's hands. The revenge of Lang Qingshuang, if we just kill it, it will be too easy. We will definitely encounter some dangerous situations in the future, so just let it explore the way ahead. If there is any danger, it will be easy to die. Died. There was a cold look in Yin Zi Wei's eyes. She had no sympathy for the foreign races, because she had seen too many humans and demons die at the hands of the foreign races. There is no reason to argue between races. She held the blood-red iron-locked divine source item in her hand, and then observed the battle on Long Yu's side. Without spending much effort, Long Yu's dark flame ghost rope blasted out and rolled through the time slowdown area of the 9 nether ball. The dark flames killed all the other 11 silk gods present. Although a few of them relied on their deified supernatural powers and the only 2 divine-like items to withstand Long Yu for several breaths, they still could not escape being eroded and killed by the 4-phase killing prison. The entire Silk Clan's gods were completely killed by Long Yu, but to him it was just like a small thing. Without the presence of godlike gods, the Silk Clan may soon completely disappear from the Guangsha Star territory. The Jiaoyu clan, which has just launched a war, will not let go of the Silk Clan's territory, and the other surrounding alien races. I'm afraid they will soon find out the clues and give up on containing the Jiaoyu clan, and instead attack the Silk Clan's territory. If Long Yu and the girls stayed in the Rain Temple for a year like before, when they came out, they would probably find that all the Silk tribe in the nearby territory had disappeared, replaced by the Jiaoyu tribe or other races. A race on the edge of the star territory, without a particularly powerful god-like creature can easily suffer such an end. Of course, it is generally rare. After all, there are too few resources in the edge areas of the star territory. Those powerful godlike creatures are all too lazy to come here. As for the resources of the temple, the closer to the center of the star field, the greater the amount. There are not many temples scattered on the edge of the star field, not to mention that they are only opened at least once every few decades. Those powerful gods are too lazy to get involved. The next step should be a long training time. Since the 9 nether balls have no effect on devouring these corpses, let's use these godlike corpses to refine dark creatures. The 9 nether military orders in the ancient Dragon Bone Tower have not been used for a long time. Yes, if you refine it into a dark creature, it can be used as a human shield at critical moments in the future. Long Yu thought in his mind, and then he put the corpses of the 10 silk-like gods into the internal space of the ancient dragon skeleton tower and began to refine them into dark creatures. The refining process of the godlike must be quite complicated and time-consuming. But Long Yu will continue to practice and comprehend in the Qingyun Temple anyway, and these time will not be wasted. Let's go, let's enter the temple. Everyone, work hard and strive to understand stronger secrets of cultivation and various methods. If you don't understand the secrets of cultivation, the driving power of the temple should allow you to improve in other aspects. All of them, come on. After Long Yu finished speaking, everyone stepped into the Qingyun Temple. The Holy Emperor, Yu Ge, and concubine Yu chose the White Temple of Light and entered. Han Ying chose the Green Temple of Life. Jitao, like Long Yu, chose the Temple of Shadow. Yin Zi Wei, after thinking for a while, followed Han Ying and stepped into the Green Temple of Life. The 2 girls, Han Ying and Yin Zi Wei, have blood and thunder attributes, respectively. Logically speaking, Han Ying is more suitable to go to the Temple of Light, but she actually has some connection with the divine text of life attributes, so she chose the Temple of Life. As for Yiziwei, she chose the same thing. After thinking about it, she felt that she was in the Temple of Life. The means that could be obtained from it should improve one's ability to survive, so he chose to step into it. Everyone chose a temple that suited them. This Qingyun temple should have been created by the existence of 6 ancient gods. I don't know where those 6 ancient gods are now, so why would they deliberately create such a temple, to allow many gods to be promoted? Long Yu has no way of exploring all the secrets yet. But he felt that as long as he experienced a few more tests in the temple, he would understand it more clearly and get closer to the truth. In the Black Shadow Temple, one of the Qingyun temples, Long Yu and Jitao lost sight of each other as soon as they stepped into it, and they could no longer know the other's existence. However, Long Yu tried it and found that there was still a conscious connection between himself and the Holy Emperor. This kind of connection must be basically impossible to isolate except for some extremely special circumstances. This made Long Yu relaxed. Tone. After entering the temple, this kind of conscious connection is very useful. It allows them to understand the situation faced by both parties. If they encounter some emergency situations, they may be able to help. The divine inscriptions of light that the Holy Emperor herself understood quickly found her own feeling in the Temple of Light. I should be able to understand the deeper secrets of cultivation here, so that the quality of the secrets can be improved. The Holy Emperor's thoughts were conveyed to Long Yu's mind. Come on. I will continue to move forward, mainly to see if I can turn my last 2 magical powers into deified magical powers, and to try to break through the bottleneck of the 9 nether sphere. Long Yu also conveyed his thoughts. After he entered the temple, he felt a driving force shrouding himself, making him move deeper into the temple, and soon came to a dark area in the Shadow Temple. In the Shadow Temple, it was pitch black, without any light. But now the area where Long Yu comes is even darker, as if he has fallen into a black hole, without anything existing. This feeling, this power, acts on the 9 netherworld ball. Could it be that this 8th magical power is finally going to undergo some transformation? Long Yu felt that the innate magical power of the 9 nether ball in his small world seemed to be surrounded by some magical power after he entered this dark area. This power was mysterious, but also terrifying. It is the aura of the shadow attribute divine text, and it seems to be mixed with some kind of special power. This special power seems to be the power of time. This made Long Yu a little excited. If the bottleneck of the 9 nether balls was broken through, the improvement it would bring to him would be too great, because this is one of his strongest methods now, and it will affect his cultivation speed. Soon, he felt that his 9 nether ball magical power was undergoing a slow transformation. This process was almost impossible to feel, but Long Yu was clearly aware that it was in the process of continuous transformation. However, its transformation speed was too slow, so slow that even Long Yu felt a little panicked. Even when the 9 nether ball began to transform, the conscious connection between him and the Holy Emperor gradually dissipated. Soon he could no longer feel the Holy Emperor's consciousness, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. Time, the most important thing is time. If the bottleneck of the 9 nether sphere breaks through, and it takes too long to transform, it will not be good. Long Yu thought to himself, and after a deep groan, he began to practice with his eyes closed. The transformation of the 9 nether balls naturally absorbs the mysterious power in the nearby pitch-black area. This does not affect Long Yu's own practice of the 9 nether sky arts. He soon discovered that if he now chooses to use the shadow attribute divine text, if the degree of compatibility is raised to the 13th level, the transformation of his 9 nether balls will seem to become much faster. In that case, let's improve it. As for the divine compatibility of the other 7 attributes, the impact of weakening it by 1 level first is not very big. Long Yu made a decisive decision. Originally, in the temple, the flow rate of time was not constant, but extremely strange, so being able to save time was the most important thing for Long Yu. When Long Yu made up his mind to increase his compatibility with the shadow attribute divine text to the 13th level, he only felt that his mind seemed to be completely immersed in the current Shadow Temple environment. 81. This unparalleled sense of intimacy was something he had never encountered before, and it also gave him a sense of relief. He felt that the transformation speed of his 9 nether ball magical powers was accelerating, and he knew that he had not made the wrong decision. After all, after the shadow attribute divine compatibility is improved, this process is irreversible. He cannot restore it to the 12th level of compatibility, so once it is improved, it will never change back. There is certainly no harm in improving the compatibility with the shadow attribute divine writings, but one disadvantage is that his compatibility with other attribute divine writings has finally been weakened. Originally, except for the shadow attribute divine inscriptions, which had reached the 12th level, all other divine inscriptions had basically reached the 10th level, but now they all fell to the 9th level. Now Long Yu, using the space divine inscriptions, the power to activate the Mad War divine text is weaker than before. This change is quite fatal for a cultivator. Fortunately, Long Yu has the Void Nether Dragon Blade, which contains the power of the water system and is capable of traveling through the void, allowing Long Yu to master the space divine inscriptions. The demand is not particularly large. In addition, now Long Yu can still use the Void Dragon Blade to activate the Bridge of Ancient Rain, which will not affect the decline in his strength. Overall, Long Yu has not been weakened much, but the shadow attribute matches. After reaching the 13th level, his whole life changed. For ordinary cultivators, the level of compatibility with divine and cultural attributes at level 12 has already reached its peak. There is no way to go further, so the power is relatively limited. And if it is possible to rely on more advanced secret cultivation methods to increase the level of divine inscriptions from level 12 to level 13, then the cultivator's use of the power of the inscriptions with this attribute will produce a qualitative change. As for what kind of transformation will happen, it will vary from person to person, and now Long Yu is not sure what kind of changes will happen when he fights and uses the methods stimulated by the shadow attributes and divine writings, as well as the major innate magical powers. But all in all, now his 9 nether ball bottleneck breakthrough speed has become more than twice as fast as before. This is the biggest change he can see, and it is also a very important change to him at the moment. However, even though the breakthrough speed has been accelerated, Long Yu knows that it will still take a long time for the 9 nether ball to truly break through the bottleneck. He cannot waste this time. At least he can understand Tianyu Jiuju by himself and try increase the power density again. In the temple, Long Yu can basically be sure that he is absolutely safe, not to mention that the space where the Qingyun temple is located is extremely hidden. Even if Long Yu comes in person, he will not be able to find this temple without getting the news in advance. Not to mention other alien gods. Those alien races that can invade the Silk Clan's territory are basically all existences, with only more than 20 times the power density. It is basically impossible to surpass the Dragon Yu in terms of perception. Therefore, at least in the short term, the Dragon Yu is not necessary. Worried that he and the girls would be discovered by other aliens in the temple. In the long passage of time, Long Yu's understanding of Tianyu Jiujiwei gradually improved. If it were in the outside world, starting from the second round of his cultivation of Tianyu 9 arts, it would take nearly a year to improve each level, but in this Qingyun temple, he had no concept of time. The degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute divine text has improved, and the speed of my practice of Tianyu Jiujiwei has also improved. Now the second round of practice is a little more difficult than the first round of practice. Long Yu regretted a little. If he had directly improved the compatibility of the shadow attributes earlier, wouldn't the power density be several times higher now? But regrets are useless. Fortunately, in the Qingyun temple, Long Yu got the opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the 9 nether ball, and then took advantage of the situation to improve his compatibility with the shadow attribute gods. it can be regarded as a coincidence. Long Yu's cultivation of Tianyu Jiujue has been improved step by step. During this process, he still couldn't feel the thoughts of the Holy Emperor. The dark space he was in isolated all his perceptions, making it impossible for him to communicate with the outside world. Even the communication of consciousness was blocked by this endless darkness. Block. The second round of Tianyu 9 arts has been completed. When Long Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, his power density had increased to 28 times in the process of continuous training, and he had completed the second round of Tianyu Jiujue training. Long Yu didn't know how much time had passed in the outside world, but if calculated according to his cultivation speed, it should take about 2 years to complete the second round of Tianyu Jiujue under the conditions of the 13th level. Time. Even if there is a certain bonus in this temple, at least a year has passed, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to cultivate to such an extent. Long Yu thought in his mind, and after learning from the past, he directly chose to increase the compatibility of the shadow attribute divine text, from level 13 to level 14. And his compatibility with other attribute divine texts has been weakened from level 9 to level 8. Overall, Long Yu's overall strength has definitely been enhanced, because most of the power he comprehends and uses belongs to the divine category of shadow attributes. As for the other divine inscriptions that are rarely used, the most important one is the Space Divine Inscription. This can be replaced by the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and it will not have much impact on dragon control. After reaching the 14th level of compatibility with the shadow attribute divine text, Long Yu felt that his body was covered with a dark shadow, exuding a sinister aura of death, and all the fruits of the major innate magical powers in the small world were also after the shadow attributes and divine writings were combined and improved, their powers have been transformed. The power of the current dragon control is extremely astonishing, even if it uses some ordinary means using the shadow attribute divine inscriptions. Upgrading the compatibility with the shadow attribute divine text to the 13th and 14th level can double the intensity of any shadow attribute divine text I can cast. Just by improving the compatibility with the shadow attribute divine text, I can let my strength almost double. Long Yu felt his current power for a moment, and then discovered that although he only had 28 times the power density, he could release power 30 times the power density, which moved his heart. Each round of Tianyu Jiojua's secret cultivation method is at the 9th level, but now Long Yu has discovered that this has been designed for a long time. For a strong godlike person, every 10 times the power density is a transformation. If Tianyu Jiujue is like this, the transformation of power does not match the number of training rounds, but if it is matched with the shadow attribute divine text, it will be consistent. It makes perfect sense to improve. If Long Yu chooses to upgrade the shadow attribute divine text when the power density is 19 times, then he will be equivalent to having a powerful power of 20 times the power density. Now he is 28 times more powerful and has chosen to upgrade the shadow attribute divine text to level 14. The basic power of his method is equivalent to 30 times the power density. This made Long Yu clearly feel the power of Tianyu Jiujue. When facing the enemy, the opponent can only see his power density, but they will never know the degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute. He can reach level 14. Now, even if he is fighting against some aliens with more than 40 times the power density, in a fight between gods, he might not lose to the opponent. As expected, I felt from the beginning that there was something wrong with the training rounds and weights of Tianyu Jiujue. Now it seems that it was completely arranged. Long Yu suddenly realized. If this trend continues, by the time he reaches 90 times the power density, he will be able to exert a power 100 times the power density, but by then the level of divine and cultural compatibility of his other attributes will have dropped to level 0. Unless Long Yu increases the level of divine and cultural compatibility of other attributes by 2 levels during this process, then it will not be cleared. The degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute. After reaching level 12, each level up is equivalent to allowing Long Yu to exert twice as much power density. However, this is only the basic effect. The degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute increases, and it has other effects, but Long Yu doesn't know it yet. When he raised the compatibility of the shadow attributes to the 14th level, the transformation speed of the 9 nether balls became faster and faster. Long Yu could feel that he would soon break through the bottleneck. In the temple, he didn't have much concept of time, but he also knew that it wasn't long before he completed 2 rounds of Tianyu Jiujue training. Soon, his 9 nether ball magical power finally broke through the bottleneck that had always existed. After absorbing the mysterious power in this shadow temple, an invisible barrier finally broke. Now, as long as you kill other alien races, you can let the 9 netherworld's ball grow by devouring those alien corpses. Long Yu thought in his heart, knowing that he now seems to have been reborn. In Qingyun Temple, he has almost undergone a transformation. But what he is more worried about now is the other girls. I wonder if they will get what they want in this temple. Fortunately, the space where the Qingyun Temple is located is extremely hidden. There is a hidden magic circle built by the original Silk clan around the Qingyun Temple to prevent it from being discovered by other alien races. Therefore, even if the girls leave the temple first, they should not be able to escape. Encountered some danger. The driving force is gone after all. The dark fog in front of Long Yu gradually dissipated, but he also lost the ability to move forward. At this time, the communication between consciousness between him and the Holy Emperor finally slowly recovered. Long Yu was freed from the mysterious power of darkness, and finally regained consciousness communication with the Holy Emperor. Omega 81 Delta. He discovered that the Holy Emperor and his daughters had already left the Qingyun Temple, but they did not leave the area where the temple was located. Instead, they were waiting for him in the hidden starry sky. Before Long Yu came out, they did not have anyone who wanted to offer to leave. You must know that Long Yu is now the irreplaceable core among everyone. But this time in Qingyun Temple, the girls also gained a lot. What surprised Long Yu was that among the girls, it was Yi Ziwei who gained the most, because there was no temple suitable for her among the 6 temples in Qingyun Temple, so she directly used the power of driving towards the depths of the temple. Forward. The driving force at the beginning made her keep moving forward, and finally she deified 2 innate magical powers, and also obtained an intermediate-level transformed godlike source product, a total of 3 gains, but she also experienced an attack from Qingyun Temple during this period. Test. Long Yu was connected with the Holy Emperor, so he already knew what Yi Ziwei had said before without asking. The test he experienced in Qingyun Temple was different from the test Long Yu had experienced in Rain Temple. What Long Yu experienced in the Rain Temple seemed to be the own experience of the creator of the Rain Temple, while the test Yi Ziwei experienced in the Qingyun Temple was a simple combat test, and it did not allow her to transform into other creatures or things. It's just a simple battle. If you win, you can move on. The target of the battle is a silk god with 20 times the power density. This was still a very difficult challenge for Yi Ziwei before, but she still won in the end. After all, the silk god was just an illusion and not the real body. There would definitely be flaws in some aspects during the battle. As long as the slightest flaw is revealed and Yi Ziwei catches her, she will have a chance to win. Moreover, before entering the Qingyun Temple, Yi Ziwei used the magical power controlled by thunder to control Acalius, the silk-headed god. If you put it in your hand, it can also play a decisive role when released during a battle. And what makes Long Yu the happiest is Jitao. The remnant soul of the girl Jitao has always occupied the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, but it is unable to exert the original power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Not only is the power density still slowly recovering, but it also has no innate magical powers and combat effectiveness. Compared to before, there is no difference. But now Qingyun Temple has given Jitao a chance, because Jitao followed Long Yu and stepped into the Shadow Temple, and then actually gave birth to a fruit of her own innate magical power in the Shadow Temple. This surprised Long Yu, and at the same time he was happy for Jitao. In this way, Jitao's combat effectiveness could be greatly improved, and most importantly, it allowed Jitao to see hope for the future. Otherwise, even if she occupies the body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, she can only do this. It is difficult to compare with other gods. She does not say it, but she is actually very lonely inside. The situation is different now. In the Qingyun Temple, a brand new small world was born inside Jitao, and it was temporarily supported by two innate magical powers. If you go to other shadow attribute temples in the future, maybe there will be further improvements. This brought hope to Jitao. The gains of the other girls came from the improvement of the secret method of cultivation. In their respective temples, they all understood the deeper secret method of cultivation, and the Holy Emperor continued to move forward and deified one of his magical powers. The effect of the improvement of practicing secret techniques is that during this period of time, the power density of the girls has increased significantly. Long Yu's power density increased from 20 times to 28 times, and the power density of the girls also increased from 13 to 14 times, reaching 20 times the strength. Among them, Jitao is even more powerful. Its own power density has reached 40 times. In addition, two innate magical powers were born in its small world. Its combat power is completely different from before. This gave Long Yu greater confidence in moving deeper into the Quangsha Star territory. In my estimation, we should have been in Qingyun Temple for 1 to 2 years, but I didn't expect that 3.5 years have passed. When they received this news from the consciousness of the Holy Emperor, Long Yu was a little surprised, but time is not particularly important to them now. Anyway, there is no place for them to guard. As for the territory of the human race and the demon race, it is unlikely that any problems will arise for the time being. Originally, after the human race and monster race passed through the ancient eclipse domain last time, their overall strength has improved a lot, and they have occupied the territory of the soul race, and have formed an alliance with the liquor race. Without the threats from the 3 major races of the Sword Clan, the Six Wings Clan, it is impossible there may be some big crisis. Therefore, Long Yu and the others have enough time to improve themselves. With 28 times the power density, coupled with the existence of the Shanluo pattern and the Baji bloodline, it is even possible for me to fight against an alien god with 50 times the power density. However, I still don't know how it will turn out. Yes, after all, the overall strength of an alien god with 50 times the power density is definitely not weak. Long Yu thought in his heart, feeling that the driving force in his body had disappeared, so he did not stay in Qingyun Temple for too long, but left the temple directly. This temple is only opened once every 120 years, and the same cultivator cannot enter the same temple a second time. From now on, we will say goodbye to this temple. After Long Yu came out, he and the other girls prepared to rest for a while before going out. Now that everyone's strength has improved, if they were on the edge of the Quangsha Star territory, they would undoubtedly be able to sweep across this star territory, but for them now, there is nothing in this star territory worth worrying about. First, in terms of cultivation resources, there are no cultivation resources that they can use in the fringe area of the Quangsha Star territory. For example, in terms of created objects, at most, only a small number of first-grade Tianjing will be born here. The creations are of little use to Long Yu and others. Second, in terms of temples, there are too few temples in the nearby star field. According to the news Long Yu has received, the next temple nearby will be opened in 2 years. With their current strength, there is no need to wait for such a long time. It is better to go deeper into the Quangsha Star territory and look for more opportunities. Anyway, with their current strength, even if they face some medium-strength aliens, they will not have any chance. Too much pressure. If they were still in the Lengya Star territory, although Long Yu and the others could not afford to offend the three strongest races, the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan, they could already compete with any other race except these three races. Challenge. Even if the strongest of some races have 60 times the power density, they may not be able to completely kill Long Yu. Next, let's set goals. Now that we have enough strength, it's time to plunder some cultivation resources. For example, top-quality creations. This kind of treasure should exist among some moderately powerful alien races. As long as get one, and there will be one more person in our ranks of gods. Long Yu is now thinking about the people in the original Void Galaxy, and wants them all to step into the godlike realm. In this way, their overall strength will be stronger. After all, if they only have a few godlike people now, if they encounter some emergency situations may be worse. If there are more gods, there will be no problem. Either look for the best creations to absorb the power of them, so that they can step into the realm of gods, or they can look for the hidden single-person miracles of the previous Holy Emperor, so that many members of the Void Galaxy of the 7th Stage Master can step in. See if there is a chance to be promoted to a god. There should be many miracles similar to those in the Eclipse Ancient Domain in this star domain, but they are not as large as those in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. So going forward, Long Yu and the others will focus on pulling other people into becoming gods. Of course, this is very difficult, even for a medium-strength foreign race. It is not easy to become a god. Wanting to plunder some training resources to advance to godlike status is also a big test for Long Yu. Qingyun Temple and his party have brought about earth-shaking changes to everyone in Long Yu. Among them, Long Yu's 9 nether ball magical power has finally broken through the bottleneck. In the future, this method will be even more terrifying. Outside of Qingyun Temple, in the past 3 years, half a time has passed, and the outside world has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The Silk Tribe that originally occupied this starry sky has now been wiped out. The few remaining Silk Tribe creatures have become vassals of other alien races. As Long Yu expected, the galaxies around the Qingyun Temple were all occupied by the Jiaoyu clan. This alien race was not very strong, but because Long Yu had killed all the Silk Clan gods in one fell swoop, he took advantage of it, but it developed. However, this is not likely to allow the Jiaoyu clan to rise from now on. Whether a race can rise depends entirely on the strongest god among them. Even though the Jiaoyu clan occupies the territory of the original Silk clan, the training resources therein are not enough to transform the strongest godlike among the Jiaoyu clan. Be stronger. Let's go, let's replenish our training resources around here, and then we can hit the road and go deeper into the Quangsha Star territory. After Long Yu finished speaking to the girls, he took them with him and flew out of the hidden space where Qingyun Temple was located. Although there is nothing too high level in this area, it is good to get some heavenly crystal level creations, because now the people of the Void Galaxy and Long Yu's small world also need a huge amount of cultivation resources to improve. Now Long Yu can't just stand alone. Other people in the Void Galaxy are also very important. Now that he has enough strength, he can freely obtain the training resources needed by godlike practitioners. In the Void, Long Yu and others practiced together in the area where the time flow slowed down. Delta 8 Delta 1 Delta. The blood spirit seeds planted by Hongying for the gods of the Ice and Fire clan also began to operate and took effect, allowing them to continuously receive news from the Ice and Fire clan. Normal news was filtered out by everyone. Only news about temples or miracles can arouse everyone's interest. Of course, if there is news about the best creations, it can also attract everyone's attention. However, even if the best creations are in the Ice and Fire clan, it is extremely rare to appear in the territory, and there will basically be no such news in a short period of time. In the area where the time flow is slowed down, everyone continues to practice, and everyone is making rapid progress. 3 months after the outside world has passed, everyone has been practicing for 33 months in the time flow slowdown area, which means it is almost 3 years. During this period, everyone has made progress in cultivation. Obvious. If they had not received the news from the blood spirit seed that a miracle was about to be opened, Long Yu and the others would have continued to practice. However, since a miracle had been opened, there was no way they would have missed it. After coming out of the time flow slowing area, Long Yu looked around and looked at the girls, and got an idea of their cultivation status. The first is Long Yu himself. In just these 3 months, he has already been practicing the 3rd round of Tianyu Jiujue and has realized the 6th level. After reaching the 14th level with the shadow attribute divine text, the cultivation speed is nearly 100 times faster than when the 12th level was combined. That is to say, after the level of compatibility of the shadow attribute with the divine language reaches the 12th level, each level of compatibility can increase the level of cultivation of the secret method by 10 times. Originally, the difficulty of Tianyu Jiojua's cultivation was also increased in a geometric progression according to this level. The difficulty of each round of cultivation was at least 10 times greater than before. However, with the combination of the shadow attribute divine script, his cultivation it didn't slow down much. 33 months of training time has allowed Long Yu's power density to reach 34 times. Tianyu Jiujue has reached the 6th level of the 3rd round. In other words, he will be able to improve in less than half a year. The level of cultivation at the 1st level of Tianyu Jiujue is extremely terrifying. If you want to compare, then it is clear enough to compare with the Holy Emperor and Concubine Yu. Originally, when they arrived at the territory of the Ice and Fire clan, the Holy Emperor and Concubine Yu had almost 20 times the power density, but now they have basically only doubled the power density through practicing their own secret cultivation methods. This is because the secret method of cultivation that they have understood has now reached at least the 2nd round. At this time, their cultivation speed will be several times slower than that of the 1st round, which means that it becomes extremely difficult for them to increase their strength density. If they had not practiced in the time flow slowing down area, they would not have been able to even double their power density in these 3 months, which shows the difficulty of ordinary godlike cultivation. So when the girls saw that Long Yu had directly increased his power density by so much, they were all surprised and unbelievable. They knew very well how difficult it was for them to practice the secret method, and now Long Yu was so far ahead of them and could still maintain this level. With their terrifying cultivation speed, could it be that Long Yu's talent is so much greater than theirs? In fact, the talent gap between everyone is not very big, but Long Yu is so successful because he is fully compatible with the shadow attribute divine text and has received the inheritance from the 9 Nether Prison Monument. However, compared with the special effects of Tianyu Jiojue's cultivation for each round, which is a forcible increase in the degree of shadow attribute compatibility, the special effects of the other girls' cultivation secrets being improved by 1 round are also very good. For example, the Holy Emperor's secret magic special effect can continuously generate a defensive barrier around his own demon elixir during battle, protecting the demon elixir from being destroyed by the opponent. At this moment, Long Yu has taken the time to teach the girls the cultivation method of the demonic heart, so that they will not be unable to recover from serious injuries after suffering some serious injuries, and the protection of the demon pill is another guarantee. In other words, although the current Holy Emperor is not as strong in combat power as Long Yu, even if Long Yu wants to kill the Holy Emperor, it is not that easy. His defense and recovery capabilities have become far beyond those of ordinary gods. Long Yu thought for a while, this was probably similar to the sword-like god he had seen before, which had a strength density close to 40 times. If he wanted to break through the Holy Emperor's defense, he would have to use special methods, such as a special ability born from the fusion of dragon bones and thousands of feathers, which has an erosive effect on defensive barriers. What surprised Long Yu was that Yi Ziwei among the girls actually produced a secret magic effect, that is, when practicing, every time he continues to practice for 1 year, his practice speed will double. As long as the practice is not interrupted or disturbed, this practice increasing effect will continue forever. 33 months have passed, and now Yi Ziwei's cultivation level has reached nearly 3 times the basic level. Just 3 times the cultivation speed has shown how terrifying it is, because now Yi Ziwei's power density has reached 25 times, far surpassing other girls. If other girls want to reach her level, they must at least have to. It takes 3 years of practice. Not to mention, if Yi Ziwei continues to practice, her practice speed will increase to a higher multiple, allowing her to have a higher power density faster. Yi Ziwei, you stay here. You don't have to go and participate in the opening of the miracle this time. Godlike beings cannot enter the miracle anyway. We only need to send some of the 7-stage master monks of the Void Galaxy into the gods. Traces are enough. Long Yu finished speaking to Yi Ziwei, and then said to Ji Tao and the Holy Emperor, "You go, Holy Emperor, you just stay here and practice with Yi Ziwei. If there is any accident, there will be someone to take care of you." Of course, this place it is so remote that basically no accidents will happen. Senior concubine Yu, Ji Tao, and Hong Ying will go with me to the vicinity of the miracle where we got the news this time, and send everyone from the Void Galaxy into it, hoping that let them successfully step into the godlike realm amidst the miracles. None of the girls had any objections to Long Yu's arrangements. If they want to act separately, the Holy Emperor and Long Yu must be separated. In this way, the consciousness between the two people can let the personnel in both places know the situation of the other party at any time, and there is no need to leave the other party alone when taking action. And Ji Tao must follow Long Yu. Now Ji Tao's power density has returned to 45 times. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is basically no weaker than an alien god with 40 times the power density. This time when he went to the miracle, the news that Long Yu got was that more than 300 strong men at the peak of the 7th level master were selected from the Ice and Fire clan. They wanted to step into the miracle and try to break through to the godlike realm in the miracle. As for the gods of the Ice and Fire clan who escorted these more than 300 great masters, the strongest ones were 2 beings with more than 40 times the power density. And once a fight breaks out, the situation may be communicated, and it may be possible to attract the strongest humanoid god of the Ice and Fire clan. By then, more than 50 times the number of humanoid gods of the Ice and Fire clan will descend. Just rely on Long Yu alone, absolutely outnumbered. Therefore, Ji Tao is considered a powerful combat force in Long Yu's plan and must follow him. We should be exposed during this operation, so we must create the Jukong realm in advance and kill all the Ice and Fire clan members in the Jukong realm. This way, our identity will not be conveyed. Long Yu said to the Holy Emperor, "So I will first find out where the miracle is. When the time comes, I will build a bridge of ancient rain. I need you, Holy Emperor, to cooperate with me and build a strong enough Jiwekong domain. After the Sky Realm is completed, you can return here through the bridge of ancient rain." In addition, because Yi Ziwei needs to be in a state of cultivation at all times, Long Yu cannot leave for too long. Otherwise there will be no way to maintain an area where the time flow is slowed down for her. Long Yu planned to leave a demon dust clone first. In this case, the time flow slowing area could still be maintained for 3 days. 3 days later, Long Yu must come back and continue to maintain the time flow slowing down area. Otherwise, it will have a big impact on Yi Ziwei's practice. Anyway, now Long Yu is eager for others to catch up with him in combat effectiveness. That way the pressure you face will be much less. Yi Ziwei's secret magic special effects gave Long Yu a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she would be the one with the fastest rise in combat power after Long Yu and Ji Tao. Next, I will inform everyone in the Void Galaxy. The news I got is that the quota for entering the miracle is 325 people. We will select 325 people. If all of our own people enter the miracle, we can help each other even if we are in danger. Long Yu pondered and said, however, this miracle is different from the Eclipse Ancient Domain. The grade is far inferior to that of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Although there are many good things in it, if you want to step into the level of the Eclipse Ancient Domain among the miracles, the realm of gods is not that easy. Among the 325 people, I am afraid that at most 5 people can become godlike. This is one of the 3 miracles in the territory of the Ice and Fire clan. Compared with the temple being opened once every few decades or hundreds of years, and the Eclipse Ancient Domain being opened once every 20 years, the opening time of this miracle is neither long nor short. It is opened once every 80 years. For the Ice and Fire clan, it can be regarded as a very important ritual. Through the opening of this miracle, the number of gods of the Ice and Fire clan can basically increase steadily. Therefore, the Ice and Fire clan must attach great importance to the opening of this miracle. The escorting gods alone are existences with nearly 50 times the power density on both sides, and there are even more powerful existences who are secretly paying attention. The strongest god of the Ice and Fire clan must be always paying attention to the opening of this miracle, but for Long Yu, this does not stop him from being determined to send everyone in the Void Galaxy into the miracle. Miracles have no racial distinction, so all humans and demons can enter this temple without any hindrance. As long as Long Yu can kill the other gods of the Ice and Fire clan, then the action is ready to begin. The corners of Long Yu's lips curled up slightly. After arriving in the Quangsha Star territory, he was about to start another big move after annihilating the Silk clan. The name of this miracle that is about to be opened is called Xuanhuan Ancient Domain. It is a place similar to the Eclipse Ancient Domain, but its scale is smaller than the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and can only allow 325 people at the same time. Enter. 8-1. Long Yu planned to occupy all the quotas this time and not give the Ice and Fire clan any chance. In this way, there will definitely be a conflict with the Ice and Fire clan, but Long Yu doesn't care. Anyway, as long as he handles it properly now, he cannot be afraid of any existence of the Ice and Fire clan, even the strongest godlike creature of the Ice and Fire clan. He has also found out clearly that it is only 56 times the power density. If an alien god of this level faced off against Long Yu, he would not be able to suppress Long Yu reliably. Long Yu might still kill the opponent. After Qingyun Temple, Long Yu had not had a good fight. In Long Yu's heart, he is still eager to fight, because once he wins, it will be a greater improvement for him, and the 9 nether ball will once again increase its effect, making his cultivation speed faster than before. He selected 325 people from the Void Galaxy in his small world, and then prepared to let them enter the Xuanhuan Ancient Domain. As for the others, just let it go for now. Anyway, there should be many more opportunities like this in the future. Let's go. Long Yu took the 3 girls, Concubine Yu, Jitao, and Hongying, and directly built a bridge of ancient rain, then stepped on it and disappeared into this remote and hidden void. The next moment, Long Yu arrived near the Xuanhuan Ancient Domain that he had discovered earlier. There are still 3 days left for the opening of the Xuanhuan Ancient Territory. The gods of the Ice and Fire clan are all preparing. I can report their movements at any time. Hongying said to Long Yu. The blood spirit seeds she planted on the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe have been working so far, and the news about the Xuanhuan Ancient Territory came from this. Well, if they get close to where we are, alert me immediately. Now let's prepare first and try to catch them all. Long Yu nodded, and then activated the deified magical power, Eye of Shadow. Behind him, a giant pupil phantom emerged, and then took in all the scenes within 100 billion miles, condensing them into a microcosm, and Long Yu saw them all. The Xuanhuan Ancient Territory is now 10 billion miles away from us. A total of 7 gods from the Ice and Fire clan, led by 325 7th-level masters, are already waiting at the entrance of the xuanhuan ancient territory. What Long Yu observed made him start planning, and everything was under control. The news from Hanying told Long Yu that, although the other ice and fire gods were paying attention to the affairs of the xuanhuan ancient territory, they did not expect that someone would come to cause trouble here, so he was busy with his own affairs and was still far away from the xuanhuan ancient domain. If he wanted to rush over, Long Yu estimated that it would take at least several days, even through the time and space teleportation array. And if there was a fight here, the opponent would definitely not come alone. They would definitely have to wait for the other gods to arrive before they would dare to attack Long Yu. This buys Long Yu enough time. The strongest god of the Ice and Fire tribe is now relatively far away from the xuanhuan ancient territory, and it is impossible to rush over immediately. Of course, they may be able to come through the time and space tunnel, but Long Yu will set up the Jiwekong domain outside the xuanhuan ancient domain. Even the time and space tunnel cannot appear directly in front of Long Yu and others. Everything is ready, let's do it. When there was only 1 day left to open the xuanhuan ancient domain, Long Yu finally decided to take action. The Bridge of Ancient Rain is set up. Long Yu's figure appeared directly near the xuanhuan ancient domain, where the group of Ice and Fire clan stayed. Then he raised his hand and let the 3 girls, Concubine Yu, Jitao, and Hongying, come out of the small world. Kill. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly asked the 3 women to take action. At the same time, he directly constructed another ancient rain bridge, accurately connecting to the place where the Holy Emperor and the others were now. Then the Holy Emperor stepped onto the bridge and appeared in front of Long Yu and others. The dragon skeletons and thousands of feathered warriors merged together to activate a stronger Jiwekong domain, covering all the nearby areas within 1,000,000 miles. The appearance of Long Yu shocked all the gods of the Ice and Fire clan in the field, but when they reacted and wanted to call for help, they found that all messages had been blocked. It is impossible to convey it, unless the consciousness of Long Yu and Holy Emperor is connected. This made the Ice and Fire clan gods and the group of 7-level masters in the field panic. But soon, they discovered that what appeared in front of them was just a group of little brats. The black dragon-looking guy had 45 times the power density, while the others only had 20 or 30 times the power density. This relieved them. After all, there are 2 godlike beings in their escort team with nearly 50 times the power density. This gave them confidence in themselves. Originally, they thought that those who dared to attack them must be extremely powerful, but now it seems that this group of people took the wrong medicine. Of course, the gods of the Ice and Fire clan would not despise Long Yu and the others because of this, but directly launched an offensive against them with the strongest attitude. One of the 2 strongest gods of the Ice and Fire tribe, one with 48 times the power density, rolled directly towards the body of the 9 nether dragon occupied by Jitao. The body of the Ice and Fire tribe was half light white ice, half of the fiery red flames, like 2-color butterflies. The other Ice and Fire god, with a power density of 43 times, came towards Long Yu. After all, on the surface, Long Yu only had a power density of 34 times, so his strength was definitely not as good as Jitao. However, this group of Ice and Fire tribes thought wrong. On the other hand, there were 5 Ice and Fire gods who were attacking Concubine Yu, Hongying, and the Holy Emperor, respectively. However, most of these 5 Ice and Fire gods only had more than 20 times the power density. Long Yu, I am not worried about the safety of the 3 women. It seems that the breakthrough is right here with me. Long Yu was clearly aware of this, because the fighting power of the other girls was actually not that strong, and they were only on par with the Ice and Fire gods in front of them, and the body of the dragon of the 9 nethers transformed by Jitao was even less likely. It is the opponent of the Ice and Fire race gods, with 48 times the power density. Of course, Jitao would have no problem holding on for a while, but if he kept dragging on, he would definitely be killed by the opponent. Therefore, the battle situation on Long Yu's side is crucial. The Ice and Fire tribe with a power density of 43 times is still considered the strongest opponent Long Yu has ever encountered, but this is not enough to scare him because he has already experienced 2 promotions after the last battle. Once in Qingyun Temple, and once during his latent cultivation some time ago. These 2 upgrades allowed him to cope with alien gods with 50 times the power density. Unbounded Grip, come out. When the Ice and Fire god was still attacking Long Yu raised his hand and displayed this endless martial skill, using the prison-shaking divine text, and at the same time, the sound of the Guqin was heard. Came out, and along with the effect of the Xian brand mark, it fell heavily into the body of the Ice and Fire tribe. Long Yu did not aim at the opponent's core of power, because the Ice and Fire tribe had 2 cores of power, and they could freely change positions in the body. Long Yu could not directly destroy the opponent's core of power, so he could only use one at random first. Method: let the effects of the 2 ancient gods' patterns be blessed on each other. At this time, the power density of this Ice and Fire tribe was directly weakened to 33 times, even 1 level lower than Long Yu. Die. The dark flamed Gusua and the 4-phase killing prison were unleashed at the same time. The dark flames continuously invaded and corroded the opponent's spiritual soul. The death power stimulated by the 4-phase killing prison eroded into the opponent's body, constantly destroying it. The life force in the body is swallowed up. The Ice and Fire gods with 43 times the power density have no ability to resist the current Dragon Emperor. It can't even put up a decent resistance. When the power density is about the same, the effect of the Guqin pattern can be fully exerted, dragging the opponent into some painful illusions, thus forgetting the situation he is in. The next moment, the destructive power of the dark flame Gueso and the 4-phase killing prison caused the physical body and spiritual soul of the Ice and Fire tribe god to be devastated at the same time. The double pain caused the Ice and Fire tribe god to break away from the illusion, and inside his body, the power exploded instantly, and the 2 powers of Ice and Fire merged with each other, and the void suddenly exploded where Long Yu was. Long Yu had already prepared a violent counterattack if the opponent suffered heavy damage, so as soon as the opponent's offensive exploded beside him, he had already reacted. The dragon skeleton 1,000 feathers merged into 1,000 dragon skeletons. The feathers condensed into a screen of thousands of feathers beside Long Yu. This is the screen of 1,000 feathers, which is the defensive method of the first level of awakening of Dragon Bone Qinyu, a fusion soldier. When the strength density of both sides is similar, its defensive capabilities are enough to withstand most attacks. The attack power of the aliens of Ice and Fire is extremely powerful. The ancient Ice and Flame divine scripts, 2 completely opposite forces, are intertwined and explode. The power they produce has completely exceeded the scope of what the ancient divine scripts can produce. One explosion completely shattered the 1,000 layers and 1,000 feather screen. But at this time, Long Yu raised his hand, took out the previous primary source product, the divine mirror stone, and built a mirror city around the Ice and Fire god. Burst. The terrifying explosive power, combined with the lethality of the dark flame ghost cord and the 4-phase killing prison, caused the Ice and Fire god to suffer horrific and severe injuries, and the power in his body was almost completely unable to be used for a while. The god of the Ice and Fire tribe with a power density of 43 times had no idea that a human boy with a power density of only 34 times had such terrifying power. 81 Chinese website. It has been a god for more than 200 years, but it has never encountered such a guy who can weaken other people's power density and defeat opponents with 10 times the power density. Such a guy, it can't even listen to. Never heard of that. If it were said that such a genius would appear among the godly clan or the natural clan, it still felt possible. However, the boy in front of him is a weak race that does not belong to this star field. The status of the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan in the Guangsha Star territory is the same as that of the Sword clan, Six Wings clan, and Mechanical clan in the Langus Star territory. They are the two strongest races, and they are always in the process of confronting each other. So there is no time to invade the territory of other races. Otherwise, I am afraid that the entire Guangsha Star territory has been occupied by these two races. The God Envoy clan and the Natural clan are both the strongest races in the Guangsha Star territory. They have extremely strong competition with each other, and they are constantly in conflict with each other. Their relationship is even worse than that between the Sword clan, the Six-Wing clan, and the Mechanical clan. Nervous. On the surface, there is still peace among the three powerful clans in the Langus Star territory. Of course, if any clan wants to expand outward, the other two clans will join forces to restrict it, so that the overall peace of the Langus Star territory can be maintained. As for the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan, they have devoted all their strength to each other because of their mutual confrontation, and have no strength to expand externally. This ice and fire god, with a power density of 43 times, has been completely suppressed by Long Yu at this time, and has no ability to resist. If this situation continues, I am afraid that he will be completely killed in another 3 breaths. This situation was beyond the expectations of all the ice and fire tribes present. The ice and fire god with 48 times the power density wanted to defend himself very quickly when he saw this, but Jitao was not a vegetarian and could not easily let him move to the battlefield. He tried his best to hold the god back. Under such circumstances, Long Yu's opponent is almost hopeless. The next moment, the ice and fire god, with a power density of 43 times, was about to die completely. At this moment, the ice and fire god realized the crisis, and finally made a decision to self-destruct. In the past, the opponents that Long Yu encountered were basically because they were worried about having one of their own around, so they were never able to self-destruct and were completely killed by Long Yu. But the ice and fire tribe god in front of him realized one thing, that is, since these people came to attack them, they must have made careful and complete preparations. Even if he didn't self-destruct, the other ice and fire tribes would have nowhere to escape. In this case, why not just blow yourself up and drag these guys in front of you to death together? However, its thoughts have been seen through by Long Yu. When it just had the idea of self-destruction, Long Yu's 9 nether ball magical power was already displayed. The dark sphere released countless winding beams, entangling the ice and fire god with a power density of 43 times, causing it to self-destruct. The speed was 11 times slower than Long Yu's. At the same time, Long Yu's speed in killing this ice-fire god did not slow down at all. 3 breaths later, the ice-fire god had already lost consciousness before he exploded. His spirit, soul, and body suffered a devastating blow, and was then swallowed by the 9 nether ball. An alien god with 43 times the power density is indeed a great supplement. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh. After devouring this ice-fire tribe god, he found that the 9 nether balls had suddenly improved a lot. Although it had not reached the level of slowing down the time flow by 12 times, it had also improved a lot. Cut. To estimate, as long as all the ice and fire gods in the field are swallowed up, Long Yu's 9 nether ball magical power can be improved to a higher level, achieving a 12-fold time flow slowing effect. This not only improves Long Yu's cultivation level, but also weakens the opponent to a greater extent in battle. The significance for Long Yu is obvious. It must be fought. Long Yu thought in his mind, and observed Jitao's side. He found that Jitao was struggling to hold down the ice and fire god with 48 times the power density, and he suddenly knew something. Jitao, please hold on for a while longer, and I'll go help the others first. Long Yu sent out his spiritual thoughts to Jitao, and then rushed towards where Concubine Yu, the Holy Emperor, and the 3 girls Hong Ying were. Now the 3 girls were standing back to back, using defensive methods, together, to resist the other 5 ice and fire heads. The situation is worrying due to the joint offensive of the race gods. Under such circumstances, Long Yu chose to deal with these minions first. As for the 325 7th-level masters of the Ice and Fire tribe on the side, they are almost useless to Long Yu and cannot threaten them at all. As long as the gods are killed, there is no way these guys can escape. So now Long Yu is too lazy to pay attention. Void travel. He traveled through the void and teleported to the side of the Holy Emperor and the 3 girls. Then he directly activated the dark flame Guesua, and the iron chains burning with dark flames instantly expanded, completely covering the 5 Ice-Fire tribe gods. Among them, under the Jukong realm, these ice and fire gods knew that it would be difficult for them to escape, so they fought to the death. However, they did not expect that Long Yu would kill one of the strongest among them so easily. It was impossible for them to escape now, and they could only watch helplessly as the dark flame ghost ropes rolled towards the 5 of them. The aura of death contained in them made them all tremble with fear, but no one begged Long Yu for mercy. Because this is a fight between races. Begging for mercy is of no use. Self-destruction is their only option, but just like the Ice and Fire tribe with a power density of 43 times, they have just had the idea of self-destruction, and the time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether ball has arrived. At this time, the Holy Emperor, Han Ying and concubine Yu were not affected by the slowdown of the time flow and took action one after another. The 5 Ice and Fire gods, whose power density was weakened by 10 times, could not last long under the hands of the Holy Emperor, Han Ying and Yu Fei. After Long Yu reached this point, he turned directly to deal with the opponent's camp. The toughest guy among them, the Ice and Fire god with 48 times the power density, must be killed instantly. If time goes by, it will be detrimental to us. Long Yu realized this, so he rushed directly in the direction of Jitao. At this moment, the body of the 9 nether dragon is fighting at close range with the Ice and Fire tribe. Relying on the extremely restorative ability of the demonic heart, the Ice and Fire tribe gods are unable to completely kill Jitao even though they are in absolute suppression. Unable even to free himself from her obstruction. At this time, Long Yu arrived. Surrender, otherwise there is only death. If you die, you will have nothing. Long Yu asked Xiaoshu to send his spiritual thoughts to the Ice and Fire god, but his mind was not on that. Seeing the Ice and Fire god responding with anger, Long Yu directly raised his hand. The ball of 9 netherworlds. The deified magical power was finally displayed by Long Yu again. The shadow of a giant jet-black sphere emerged from behind him, directly pulling the spirit and soul of the Ice-Fire god into the gap in the turbulent flow of time. The next 3 breaths were Long Yu's free play time. We must take the opportunity to kill this guy. Long Yu had made up his mind. He knew that he could not save anything now, otherwise it would easily lead to a counterattack from the other party. While the opponent was distracted, the divine power of the 9 nether ball controlled the opponent, and then the dark flame ghost rope appeared in Long Yu's hand. A small cluster of flames leisurely invaded the opponent's body, and then moved towards the opponent's power. The core was burned all the way. Dark Flame's fault. This method of Dark Flame Guesua is Long Yu's relatively powerful attack method at this stage. It is perfect to use it to deal with the Ice and Fire tribe's power core. In just 2 breaths, the 2 power cores in the opponent's body will be destroyed. Completely destroyed and completely lost its ability to fight. 9 nether ball, swallow it. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief and let the 9 nether ball begin the devouring process. On the other side, the 5 weakened gods of the Ice and Fire tribe were also suppressed by concubine Yu and the other 3 women. Under the slowing effect of the time flow of the 9 nether ball, they were no match for the 3 women, and soon they were all defeated. He died in their hands. Then, the 9 nether ball continued to devour it. A moment later, Long Yu's 9 nether ball finally swallowed up all 7 ice and fire gods in the field, and was improved to a certain extent, and the time flow slowing effect was officially increased 12 times. I don't know when the next bottleneck of this 9 nether ball will be, or where will be the upper limit of its continuously improving effect. Long Yu doesn't know this, but the current 9 nether ball should not have reached the upper limit. After all, it has just broken through the bottleneck not long ago. Judging from intuition, the next bottleneck of the 9 nether ball may be when the time flow slows down. When the effect reaches 20 times. But I'm not sure of the specifics, I can only tell as we improve. Kill those ice and fire tribes. Long Yu said to the 3 girls, and then began to send the 325 people who had been arranged from the small world out of the small world. These people are all elites in the Void Galaxy, and they are all at the cultivation level of the 7th stage Great Master. Basically, the strength of these people is no less than that of Long Yu, who entered the Eclipse Ancient Domain during the 5th stage Great Master period. Of combat effectiveness. These people can be said to be carefully selected. Even if they go to the Eclipse Ancient Domain, they may become new godlike beings. This time when you enter the xuanhuan Ancient Territory, please pay attention to safety and improve yourself as much as possible. I hope that when you come out, there will be 5 more gods among you. After Long Yu finished speaking to everyone, he found that the 325 7th level masters of the Ice and Fire tribe had all been killed by the 3 women. Hongying, how about the other gods of the Ice and Fire tribe? Long Yu asked Hongying. Now he must pay attention to the movements of the entire Ice and Fire clan. This operation is far from over, it has even just begun. Hongying quickly replied. The gods in other parts of the Ice and Fire tribe have noticed the changes here, and are gathering their manpower to rush towards the xuanhuan Ancient Territory. They should be building a time and space tunnel directly. 8 Delta 1 Chinese website. However, there hasn't been much movement yet, and Hongying cannot know the specific situation, because most of the Ice and Fire tribes have gathered together now. The blood spirit seeds she planted for the Ice and Fire tribe gods will be activated if they are activated again. Was discovered, so it can only sleep temporarily. Although she has completely fallen out with the Ice and Fire clan, Hongying may still have other uses for keeping these blood spirit seeds. But now, all you need to know is that the Ice and Fire clan is gathering the gods and will attack them soon. Well, everyone should go to the edge of the Jiwekong realm and observe to see where the spacetime tunnel will appear. Once it appears, tell me immediately. Holy Emperor, please go back to that other side first. If there is something going on here, I will set up another ancient rain tunnel. Bridge, let you come over. After Long Yu finished speaking to the girls, he turned around and faced the 325 selected Void Galaxy powerhouses. Long Yu glanced at the crowd. Among the people he selected were Shuolua, Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, Shi Qingfeng, Shi Tianlei, and other legion commanders who dominated the legion, etc. There were also Qihua, Hua Meyer, Man Xian, etc. Long Yu was still in Tianyu, a friend I have known since the mainland world. There are also women such as Feng Yusen, Xu Chan, Sunset Wu, Lu Yuan, etc., as well as Gu Yixian, Gu Wenshan, Nan Meningxia, Qiao Ziying, and other friends that Long Yu met outside Tianyu Island. Mo Zhaitian, Hui Yuan Bai, Si Hanshan, Xing Wu, Du Guijian, and others were also selected, as well as Bai Yunzong, Bu Xing, Lu Guanming, and others who were originally from Xintian sect. Naturally, Qin Yashuang and Zi Su were also included. As for the old man Tianhua, promised by Long Yu, it was impossible to miss him. This lineup can be said to be quite powerful. It depends on which of them can reach the godlike state first. The Eclipse Ancient Territory can be said to be very dangerous, but the xuanhuan Ancient Territory is much less dangerous because only geniuses of one race have entered it. However, there are still certain crises in it that require all of them to make their own judgments. Not even Long Yu can help them overcome these crises, they can only rely on their own strength and agility. Everyone, please prepare. The Xuanting ancient domain is about to open. Be careful when entering it. Even if there is a chance to become a god in front of you, you cannot act rashly. Your own life is the most important thing. Do you understand? Long Yu solemnly said to everyone, because we will have many opportunities like this in the future, there is no need to fight with our lives, we all have time. Clear. Everyone answered in unison. Faced with the opportunity to become a godlike person, everyone was quite excited, especially the more senior ones like Old Man Tianhua, Su Yuqing, Ba Xiong, etc. The same was true for the White Feather Monster clan Xian Tianlei, who had become the great master. It has been too long, but becoming a godlike person is still far away. Now that I have finally got the opportunity to become a godlike person, how can I not be excited? You fulfilled the promise you made to me. Old Man Tianhua solemnly said to Long Yu that although he once believed in Long Yu and believed that Long Yu would give him a chance to become a god, he never thought that this day would actually come. Of course, this is just an opportunity now. Whether he can be promoted to a godlike person depends on his subsequent performance. Stop talking and get ready. Long Yu smiled and waved to everyone. He glanced at the Xuanting ancient domain not far away. It was a dense ancient city with a metal style. However, there was still a translucent barrier covering the outside, preventing them from entering. When it was opened later, this semi-transparent barrier with the transparent barrier will disappear. What kind of crises and opportunities exist in this metal-style ancient city? Hong Ying has also obtained some information through the blood spirit seed before. Hong Ying, tell them what you need to pay attention to in detail. I'll observe the surroundings first. Something may happen at any time now. After Long Yu finished speaking to Hong Ying, he began to activate his deified Eye of Shadow to observe the surroundings. Hong Ying flew over and once again explained to everyone the news about the Xuanting ancient territory. What opportunities and dangers might arise in it were told in detail again so that they could prepare in advance. However, the Xuanting ancient territory is the same as the Eclipse ancient territory. Some things are different every time they enter it, so the key is to rely on their own judgment. Hong Ying's message can only be used as a reference. Long Yu's shadow eyes and giant pupils appeared behind him, observing the situation within 100 billion miles around him. Finally, just before the Xuanting ancient territory was about to open, he discovered the situation. Just 1,000,000 miles away from the Jiwekong territory, 4 spacetime tunnels appeared at the same time. The exits of these 4 spacetime tunnels should be from the Ice and Fire tribe. The territory leads from all directions, and powerful gods from the Ice and Fire tribe will soon gather here. Although it was too late to stop Long Yu and others from sending people into the Xuanting ancient territory, they would never allow the aliens who had committed crimes against the Ice and Fire tribe to leave here alive. Here they come. Concubine Yu and Jidao also noticed this sign at the same time. Although their detection range was not as wide as Long Yu's Eye of Shadow, they could still detect it from 1,000,000 miles away. No need to act rashly, just wait for them to attack. Long Yu was calm and composed, without the slightest panic. You go into my little world first. We can't let them know that we are human beings for the time being. Now these Ice and Fire tribes just know that all the Ice and Fire tribes in the Xuanting ancient region have been killed, but they don't know who killed them, so they are so careful to gather enough godlike people before coming over. After Concubine Yu and Jitao entered Long Yu's small world, Long Yu disguised himself as a silk god with more than 20 times the power density and wandered around in the realm of Jukong. No one can see the situation outside the time-space tunnel through the time-space tunnel, so until a godlike creature appears from those 4 time-space tunnels, the other party will not be able to see the situation here. At this time, Xuanting ancient domain was finally opened. Long Yu let the 325 people in the Void Galaxy directly enter the Xuanting ancient domain, and then disappeared from this void. Even the strongest gods would not be able to see their existence, so, the identities of Long Yu's people cannot be exposed before the two sides officially fight. And now the conditions that Long Yu wants to create is to put the other party in a state where they cannot transmit any information once they start fighting. In this way, their identities will not be exposed and they will not incur dangers from other aspects. In this case, I will take the initiative. Now that they have all entered the Xuanting ancient territory, there is no need for me to stay here. Anyway, no one can enter the Xuanting ancient territory and pose any threat to them. Long Yu thought in his mind, raised his hand and removed the Jiwekong domain, then selected one of the time and space tunnels, preparing to take the initiative. These 4 space-time tunnels appear in the 4 directions of the upper, lower, left, and right directions of Xuanting ancient domain. Previously, Hanying received the news that the strongest godlike god of the ice and fire tribe is located on the right side, but now Long Yu is not sure. It appears on the right side. The space-time tunnel comes from the right side of the ice and fire tribe's territory. In the case of uncertainty, the only way is to detect it first. Long Yu thought in his mind, and transformed into a god of the silk race, heading directly towards one of the time and space tunnels, and then released an absolute sky domain at the exit of the time and space tunnel, and then he went to the exits of the other 3 time and space tunnels, all shrouded in the realm of absolute void. In this way, those ice and fire tribes who want to come out of the time and space tunnel need to face Long Yu's Jukong domain first, which can buy him a certain amount of time. Then, he randomly selected one of the time and space tunnels, stepped directly into it, and then transformed into pure space divine power. At this time, in the time and space tunnel, Long Yu discovered a wonderful thing. He seemed to be following the time and space tunnel. Fusion into one. This, the deified power of the Book of Shadows, can allow me to turn into the power of space divine writings. Now it seems that the effect is reflected here. It actually allows me to control the entire spacetime tunnel, and even close the spacetime tunnel. After Long Yu's magical power was deified in the Book of Shadows, he never entered the time and space tunnel. Now that he entered, he immediately discovered this phenomenon, which made him feel happy. In this way, wouldn't he be considered invincible? First, he transformed into a space divine character and entered the spacetime tunnel. The opponent did not know that he had entered. Moreover, he could use the power of the spacetime tunnel to attack the enemy. The enemy would not even be able to figure out who the opponent was or where he was. What else could he do? Fight him? Very good, for ice and fire gods, but all of them have more than 30 times the power density. They don't seem to be very confident. They actually stagnated in the direction of the entrance of the spacetime tunnel. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then directly controlled the entire space-time tunnel with his mind, allowing the power of the 5 elements of Absolute beginning around the space-time tunnel to attack the 4 ice and fire gods in the direction of the entrance to the space-time tunnel. Before that, of course, their escape route was blocked first. Kill. The storm formed by the 5 elements of Taichu continued to roll towards the 4 ice and fire gods, covering them in an instant. Gods of the ice and fire race with more than 30 times the power density can travel freely outside the edge of the time and space tunnel. The ordinary 5 elements storm of Taichu cannot do anything to them, but now Long Yu controls the 5 elements of Taichu in the entire time and space tunnel. Power. The 4 gods with more than 30 times the power density of the ice and fire tribe were enveloped by the storm formed by Long Yu's power of the 5 elements of absolute beginning. Each of them was a little baffled. They didn't know how these 5 elements of absolute beginning suddenly came over. 81 Delta Chinese Omega Network. However, their methods were still very strong. They each activated their defensive moves, and giant shadows of various deified, supernatural powers appeared behind them. Defense barriers continued to appear, blocking the surrounding 5 element storm of Taichu. After all, for ice and fire gods with more than 30 times the power density joined forces. For a while, Long Yu really couldn't do anything to them, but Long Yu was not in a hurry, because the 5 elements of Taichu storm he controlled were endless. As time went by, more and more of the 5 elements of Taichu were gathered by him from outside the edge of the time and space tunnel, and they gathered together to form a manic storm, which continued to cover the 4 ice and fire gods, raging across the entire time and space tunnel. This kind of situation is something that these ice and fire race gods have never seen before. In his current state, Long Yu finds that he is almost invincible. As long as it continues, even the strongest gods cannot withstand the storm of these 5 elements in the early days. However, there is one thing. If it is a strong enough alien god, it should be possible to break through these storms and choose to leave the spacetime tunnel. In that case, Long Yu would not be able to use the 5-element storm of absolute beginning to catch up. Of course, there is no need to think about these ice and fire gods with more than 30 times the power density in front of them. They have been completely enveloped by the 5-element storm of Taichu and are completely under the control of Long Yu. It is impossible to leave because of the people in the time and space tunnel. The space divine texts are all in a basically ineffective state. It is possible to escape from the offensive of these Taichu 5-element storm by using means similar to the Dragon Yujoyo path, but the 4 ice and fire gods in front of them obviously do not have such means. That's fine. If I don't want to kill them one by one, I can just use the Taichu 5-element storm to kill them. Long Yu thought in his mind, and the power of the 5 elements of Taichu from all directions gathered even faster, forming a storm in the time and space corridor, attacking the 4 ice and fire gods. About half an hour later, the 5 elements of Taichu storm had already swept through. The entire spacetime tunnel was blocked, and the 4 ice and fire tribes gradually gave out and could no longer withstand it. During the 5-element storm of absolute beginning, their physical bodies were shattered, and eventually they collapsed one after another. The 9 nether ball appeared after the opponent was completely killed and devoured the opponent's corpse. Of course, Long Yu kept the remains of the small world. After all, there were many resources in it that could be used for cultivation by everyone in the Void Galaxy. Moreover, it is possible to find resources that even Dragon Control needs from them. The remains of these godlike small worlds are still worth preserving. There are 3 other time and space corridors. After Long Yu solved the ice and fire gods in this time and space tunnel, he turned his attention to the other 3 time and space tunnels. Before leaving, he once again transformed into the power of the space divine text, and then decomposed the entire time and space tunnel. Lost. This is an ability he gained after incarnating into the power of space gods. He can directly decompose the spacetime tunnel and make it disappear in 3 days. However, the prerequisite is that there are no other living beings in the spacetime tunnel. Otherwise Long Yu would not be able to decompose the spacetime tunnel. Because what he can decompose is pure space power, but when there are other creatures in the spacetime tunnel, it is not pure. Long Yu cannot decompose these creatures together. A spacetime tunnel just disappeared under Long Yu's thoughts. And Long Yu continued to transform into space gods and returned to the area near the Xuanting ancient domain. He found that the situation in the nearby area had changed slightly, because the group of gods from the ice and fire tribe had all come over. Although he blocked the advancement of the ice and fire gods in one of the time and space tunnels, the other ice and fire gods in the other 3 time and space tunnels had enough time to pass through the time and space tunnels and arrive near the Xuanting ancient domain. It is a pity that Qihua and Man Xian had already entered the Xuanting ancient territory when they were supposed to have entered it. There were no Long Yu manpower left nearby, and the exploration of the Xuanting ancient territory would not be possible within a month or 2. Long Yu is now transformed into a space divine text, and the opponent cannot detect him at all. Not to mention ordinary aliens, even those alien gods with extremely high power density cannot find that the space divine text in the space is the incarnation of a certain living being. Become. Therefore, Long Yu has the patience to spend it with them. A total of 11 ice and fire gods came to this area. The Jukong domain had been shattered by the opponent, but it didn't matter. Long Yu didn't believe that these 11 ice and fire gods would stay here forever. These 11 ice and fire tribe gods, 2 of them have more than 50 times the power density, and the first 60 times the power density should be the 3 strongest among the ice and fire tribe. The 60 times the power density of the ice and fire race god, I am probably no match now, let alone being with 2 others with over 50 times the power density. Long Yu knew he had to think of a way, and he quickly came up with an idea. The gathering of these powerful gods of the ice and fire tribe here meant that the territory of the ice and fire tribe was empty in other directions. Without any hesitation, Long Yu turned around and walked towards the distance. He quietly entered another time and space tunnel, and then followed that time and space tunnel out, choosing to go to other areas of the ice and fire tribe's territory to cause some trouble and divide the opponent's combat effectiveness. For Long Yu, this is a very easy thing. In addition, he can now disintegrate the entire space-time tunnel, which makes his mobility much higher than other alien races. After separating the opponent, it takes at least a while. It will take time for them to come together. After all, he can directly decompose the space-time tunnel. A chain of plans formed in Long Yu's mind. Near the Xuanting ancient territory, the group of ice and fire gods have already approached the space-time tunnel that Long Yu decomposed. They should be studying and thinking about why the space-time tunnel suddenly collapsed and disappeared, but they certainly cannot find any dragons. Signs of imperial emergence. After Long Yu left from another space-time tunnel, he found that he had come to an extremely prosperous area. This galaxy should be one of the most prosperous galaxies in the entire ice and fire tribe territory. Every cultivation planet in it, they are all equivalent to the core cultivation planets of some galaxies in the realm of monsters and humans. And on the core cultivation planet in this galaxy, there are actually traces of the existence of several ice and fire race gods. This is the center of the ice and fire clan's territory, the Ice Mars River. There are 3 sources of ice-attributed revelation-level divine texts, and 3 fire-attributed sources of revelation-level divine texts. It is the origin of the entire ice and fire clan. With ice and fire with the Milky Way as the center, the ice and fire tribe continued to develop, grow, and expand, and this is how the ice and fire tribe's territory became today. Long Yu had already understood the general situation of the ice and fire clan through Hong Ying's blood spirit seed before, so he knew that the Ice Mars River in front of him was the top priority in the ice and fire clan's territory. If he wants to attack the cultivation planet in this galaxy, he will definitely encounter a huge counterattack. The defensive arrays alone are enough to keep Long Yu busy, but only by attacking this galaxy can the ice and fire tribe be defeated. The gods became tense to the greatest extent to achieve the purpose of dividing each other. This is the place where the ice and fire tribe's strongest godlike creature with 60 times the power density usually lives, but that guy is not here now. All that is left are 2 ice-fire tribe godlike creatures with 40 times the power density. The others originally lived there. The ice and fire gods in this galaxy either went to the Xuanting ancient territory and were killed by me, or they are still in the Xuanting ancient territory. In that case, let's take action. Long Yu casually disguised himself as an ice and fire tribe, and then landed on a training planet, directly stimulating the magical power of the 9 nether hunters. In this way, the 9 nether hunters in the godlike realm were dispatched, killing any living beings able to transform into a new 9 nether hunter. Of course, even the original 9 nether hunters cannot compare with the real godlike ones in combat effectiveness, but the problem is that as long as the godlike ones don't come over, it is impossible for other cultivators of the Ice and Fire tribe to be Jiuyo hunters of my opponent. As the 9 nether hunters spread across the entire cultivation planet, the entire cultivation planet became a nightmare for the Ice and Fire tribe. However, at this time, some defensive formations were activated, and very powerful Ice Divine or Flame Divine offensives continued to burst out from the surface of the planet, wiping out all the 9 nether hunters that appeared one by one. After all, this Ice Mars River is the core area of the Ice and Fire clan. Every cultivation planet has some ancient defensive arrays, just like some planets in the Blood Demon Galaxy have defensive arrays. These defensive formations cannot resist the invasion of Longyu, but they can eliminate some of the Jiuyo hunters, making it difficult for the Jiuyo hunters to expand out. However, the reaction of the Ice and Fire tribe on this planet made Longyu puzzled. The reaction of these Ice and Fire cultivators was not fast, but rather lazy and slow. In other words, they had lived a comfortable life for too long, did not realize that alien invasion could be encountered in the Ice Martian River. Under such circumstances, Longyu's 9 nether hunters continued to succeed, killing those aliens from the Ice and Fire tribe, and then condensed them into brand new 9 nether hunters. The strength of the second and third generations of Jiuyo hunters is getting weaker and weaker, but the advantage is that their number is growing too fast. Every Ice and Fire tribe that dies will become a Jiuyo hunter, making this black creature spread like locusts throughout the entire world. Spreading out on the cultivation planet, it soon became densely packed with large areas of action. Although the ancient defensive array can block the advance of the 9 nether hunters to a certain extent and kill the 9 nether hunters one by one, Longyu doesn't feel sorry for these 9 nether hunters at all and directly urges them towards the core of the defensive array. Destroy yourself at the center of the formation. Just like that, the entire cultivation planet began to fall. The Ice and Fire tribe's training planet, where Longyu descended, was directly occupied by the 9 nether hunters. Although it was protected by the ancient defensive array, the entire training planet was still like hell. This is the nightmare of the Ice and Fire tribe. Longyu did not wait too long. It had only been 2 hours since he arrived on this training planet, and when the entire training planet was about to completely fall, an Ice and Fire god finally appeared. It was an Ice and Fire god with more than 20 times the power density. Godlike. This godlike creature rushed over from nearby and started to clean up the Jiuyo hunters on the training planet. In front of the godlike alien race, the 9 nether hunters summoned by Longyu had no resistance at all, but the key point is that the Jiuyo hunters there are already too many. Even the gods of the Ice and Fire clan would find it difficult to clean out all the 9 nether hunters at once, and could only clean them one by one. On the cultivation planet, there are still many places that are resisting with the help of ancient defensive formations. The 9 nether hunters are temporarily unable to invade and are being wiped out one by one. However, overall, the number of 9 nether hunters is still increasing. Even in some areas, it has spread into a sea of 9 nether hunters. The Ice and Fire god who came over wanted to save this training planet, but unfortunately before it could get familiar with the fighting methods of the 9 nether hunters, Longyu had already teleported over, condensed the realm of the sky, and turned the Ice and Fire god. The clan was completely enveloped. Unable to deliver the message, this Ice-Fire race godlike creature encountered a godlike creature, and its fate can be imagined. In almost 3 breaths, Longyu killed the Ice-Fire god directly, swallowed it with the 9 nether ball, and then disappeared into the space again, disappearing completely without being discovered by any other living beings. Trace. A god of the Ice and Fire tribe came to rescue the training planet that was under attack, but was killed silently. The news spread quickly. But no living thing knows that this Ice and Fire god died in the hands of some existence. Longyu did not stay on this cultivation planet, but immediately moved to other cultivation planets. He also used the methods of Jiuyo Hunter to spread to the other 2 cultivation planets. Soon those 2 cultivation planets were also destroyed. the despair shrouded in the sea of Jiuyou hunters. The gods of the Ice and Fire tribe must have learned the news here, but the situation in the shooting ancient territory is rather special. After all, this is the first time in the history of the Ice and Fire tribe that the shooting ancient territory has been invaded. In the past, it only happened once in a while. The God Envoy clan exchanged some cultivation resources for half of the qualifications to enter the Xuanting ancient domain. And this forceful invasion and killing all the godlike seedlings they carefully selected has never happened before. Even up to now, the Ice and Fire tribe has lost too many powerful godlike people, and they have reached enough levels to the point where the Ice and Fire tribe is exhausted. Just Long Yu's first wave of actions brought the Ice and Fire tribe to a critical moment of extreme crisis, causing all the Ice and Fire tribe gods to mobilize. At this time, the Cultivation planet was attacked in the core area of the Ice and Fire tribe, which immediately aroused the nerves of the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe. In addition, the place where Long Yu took action happened to be on the road leading to the Xuanting ancient territory. It was near a space-time tunnel, so the Ice and Fire gods immediately thought of something. Did the guy who killed all the Ice and Fire tribe gods in the Xuanting ancient territory go to the core area of the Ice and Fire tribe now? Isn't his goal the Xuanting ancient territory? At the beginning, these Ice and Fire gods thought that Long Yu's goal was to invade and occupy the Xuanting ancient territory. After all, the time when they took action coincided with the opening of the Xuanting ancient territory, and they took advantage of Long Yu's opportunity. After leaving, I gave it a try and found that the quota for entry into the Xuanting ancient domain had indeed been taken, and it was certain that none of the 325 quotas had been entered by the descendants of the Ice and Fire tribe. This made them a little confused. Now it's not enough that the guy invaded the Xuanting ancient territory, but he also attacked the Cultivation planet in their core area. One of the strongest Ice and Fire tribe gods with over 50 times the power density, accompanied by 2 Ice and Fire tribe gods with over 30 times the power density, angrily headed towards the core area of the Ice and Fire tribe through the time and space tunnel. But at this time, Long Yu was already waiting in this space-time corridor. In the final analysis, when he attacks those cultivation planets in the core area of the Ice and Fire tribe's territory, he wants to draw out these powerful gods of the Ice and Fire tribe and let them act alone, so that Long Yu can kill them one by one. If they all gather outside the Xuanting ancient territory, it is impossible for Long Yu to confront the opponent head-on. Now that the 3 Ice and Fire gods have come to the tunnel of time and space, they have completely become turtles in the urn and become the prey of Long Yu. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. He calmly hid the Incarnation Space Divine text in the time and space tunnel. Then when the other party came in, the 5-element storm of Absolute beginning completely blew up and enveloped the 3 Ice and Fire race gods. There is an Ice and Fire god in the opponent's lineup with a power density of more than 50 times, so it can last for a long time. However, during this period, Long Yu has controlled the entire space-time corridor and will not let anyone come in and don't let anyone out. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong the other party is, there is only a dead end. Long Yu cannot kill alien gods with only 60 times the power density using this method, because after 60 times the power density, the power will undergo a qualitative change, making it much stronger than before. No matter how strong the 5-element storm of Taichu is, nor can they be destroyed. However, with a power density of more than 50 times, Long Yu is not afraid. It only takes a little time to kill the opponent, and there is no risk at all, and the opponent will not know who is attacking them. As the storm of the 5 elements of Taichu blew, the 3 Ice and Fire gods suddenly understood why a space-time tunnel had dissipated. Could it be that there was a powerful alien existence that could control the space-time tunnel? While resisting the 5-element storm of Taichu, they tried to send the message out, but found that it was impossible to send any message out of this space-time tunnel no matter what. Moreover, the Taichu five-element storm began to become more and more intense for them. They could easily resist it at first, but soon the two ice and fire gods with more than 30 times the power density could no longer bear it. The ice and fire god with a power density of more than 50 times was fine for a while, but if this situation continues, I am afraid that it will not be able to bear it for a long time. It feels that it is just one step away. As long as it reaches with 60 times the power density, one would certainly not be afraid of such a Taichu five-element storm, but it's a pity. The current Long Yu himself has reached 34 times the power density. He has cultivated Tianyu Jiujue to the 6th level of the 3rd round, and can control the time and space tunnels, allowing him to deal with more than 50 times the power density. When it comes to alien gods with high power density, there is basically no pressure. Even in the outside world, Long Yu will not be afraid of an alien god with a power density of more than 50 times. He has various means to make up for the gap of 20 times the power density. The Xianluo mark and Baji bloodline alone can make up for the 18 times power density gap, not to mention that his other methods are much more powerful than other gods, and they are all extremely rare methods, such as Dark Flame Ginsu. This advanced transformation of a godlike source product can only be possessed by some of the strongest races. An hour later, the two ice and fire gods with more than 30 times the power density could not bear it anymore and were torn into pieces by the five-element storm of absolute beginning. Long Yu didn't show up, and he didn't even activate the 9 nether ball to devour the bones of these two ice and fire gods, because he couldn't expose himself. In any case, hiding himself was the most important thing he needed to do now. 3 hours later, the last ice and fire god with a power density of more than 50 times was torn apart in the storm of the 5 elements of Taichu. Then Long Yu secretly activated the 9 nether ball to devour the opponent's bones, and then take away the remains of the other party's small world. It's done, continue to follow the plan, and the entire ice and fire tribe will fall under my control. Long Yu thought in his heart. Instead of destroying the space-time tunnel like before, he quietly let the power of Taichu's 5 elements die down, restoring the bottleneck of the entire space-time tunnel, and then he continued to return to the central area of the ice and fire tribe's territory, and dealt with some start with the cultivation planet. This method of playing tricks on the gods of the ice and fire tribe convinced Long Yu that it would not be difficult to take down the entire ice and fire tribe. The ice and fire tribe can be regarded as a moderately powerful race. If placed in the Lengya Star region, they can easily crush the human race and the monster tribe, and even take all the creatures of the human race and monster tribe as slaves. But now it seems to Long Yu that it is nothing more than that, mainly because his own strength is too terrifying. Just by relying on the incarnation space divine text of the divine power of the Book of Shadows and controlling the time and space tunnel, he can destroy most of the ice and fire tribe, not to mention, he has other means. Even if he encounters setbacks here, he always hides it with identity. The ancient rain bridge has been erected, and you can leave at any time if you want, but now Long Yu wants to protect the Xuanting ancient territory, and wait for the people from Void Galaxy to come out before taking them away together. But now that I think about it, it seems there are other options available. Long Yu was floating in the void, watching the 2 cultivation planets not far away in front of him being continuously ravaged by Joyo hunters. He had a new plan. The Ice and Fire clan had a lot of training resources. Maybe he could control the entire Ice and Fire clan? Of course, the prerequisite is to kill the Ice and Fire tribe with 60 times the power density first. In that case, Long Yu disguises himself as the strongest Ice and Fire tribe god, and can easily plunder the wealth and training resources of the entire Ice and Fire tribe, and even existences such as temples and miracles can almost be claimed as one's own. Long Yu's idea is not impossible to achieve, but it is definitely not easy to achieve the goal he wants. The most important and critical thing is to kill all the powerful godlike people in the Ice and Fire tribe who have absolute say. In that case, Long Yu can pretend to be the strongest ice and fire tribe godlike to rule the entire ice and fire tribe. Now I have killed an ice and fire god with a power density of more than 50 times, as well as an ice and fire god with a power density of 60 times the strongest, and 2 other ice and fire gods with a power density of more than 50 times. From the information obtained from Hong Ying's blood spirit seed, Long Yu knew that among the entire ice and fire clan, there were only 4 gods with a power density of over 50 times. Only 3 of them came to Xuanting ancient territory this time, and another ice and fire god with 50 times the power density did not appear in front of Long Yu. If you want to achieve the goal of controlling the entire ice and fire tribe, no one of these 4 strong men can be let go. Otherwise, some strange requests may be questioned, and the goal of completely dominating the ice and fire tribe will not be achieved. This is the first one, then the second one. Long Yu continued to destroy the training planets in the core area of the ice and fire tribe's territory, trying to attract the ice and fire tribe's strong men near the Xuanting ancient territory. But this time it didn't work, because he killed an ice and fire god with more than 50 times the power density, which had aroused the vigilance and attention of other ice and fire god, knowing that the ice and fire clan is now facing an extreme situation. Big crisis. If this crisis is not handled well, it can easily lead to the destruction of the entire ice and fire tribe. The strongest god of the ice and fire tribe must have figured out that there is something that is plotting against the entire ice and fire tribe. There are 2 reasons for this speculation. First, the ice and fire gods with more than 50 times the power density were killed without the ability to resist, and the opponent also had the ability to disintegrate the entire spacetime tunnel, which shows that the opponent's strength is extremely terrifying. Second, judging from the other party's successive actions, the other party has deep hostility towards the ice and fire tribe, and does not just want to conquer the Xuanting ancient territory. Under such speculation, the next actions of the ice and fire tribe cannot be random, but are aimed at the continuation of the entire ice and fire tribe. Under such circumstances, even giving up a few cultivation planets in the core area of the ice and fire tribe would be harmless. Now, the ice and fire tribe no longer wants to see more sacrifices of gods, so this time all their gods gathered together to act together. Long Yu vaguely learned the news from the blood spirit seeds, but the few blood spirit seeds who brought the news were eliminated after a little bit of news. It can be seen that the other party already knew about the blood spirit seeds. The presence. If you want to concentrate your strength, it's a good idea. Long Yu sighed. Even he didn't dare to confront the gods of the ice and fire tribe who gathered together, because that was impossible. No matter how strong Long Yu was, he was only a god with more than 30 times the power density. Even if there were, it is possible to single out an opponent with 60 times the power density, but if there is interference from other gods, it is impossible. If there was a head-on confrontation, Long Yu would be killed soon. But he had other options. The biggest reliance is that the other party doesn't know his identity yet, and he has the means of the ancient Rain Bridge. The hatred between races has existed since ancient times, so Long Yu does not have to worry. When the ice and fire tribe cannot bear the losses, they will ask for help from other surrounding races. Because that would expose the current poor state of the ice and fire tribe. Not only would there be little chance for opponents to help, but it would also be more likely to lead to fierce attacks from other alien races. I believe that the gods of the ice and fire tribe would not do such a mindless thing, so this is completely a battle between the 2 races, Long Yu and the ice and fire tribe. Long Yu began to use the Bridge of Ancient Rain to travel throughout the entire territory of the ice and fire tribe, constantly fanning the flames here and there. Within a few days, the 9 nether hunters spread almost throughout the territory of the ice and fire tribe. The appearance of these 9 nether hunters has made the gods of the ice and fire tribe exhausted. They gathered together to act. Even if they can create a space-time tunnel and arrive at any time, since they can only clear out 1 9 nether hunter on the cultivation planet at a time, their speed of clearing out the 9 nether hunters is not as fast as that of Long Yu's condensed one. In the past few days, dozens of time and space tunnels have appeared within the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. They are all space and time tunnels that the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe pass together. Although they failed to catch Long Yu as the culprit and failed to learn Long Yu's identity, the Ice and Fire gods have now determined one thing, that is, the opponents they are facing now will ultimately be unable to fight against them together. Otherwise, they would have been collectively killed long ago. This gave the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe a lot of confidence. At least the opponent is not as strong as imagined, but can still be defeated, which gives them some hope. Then, a total of more than 30 Ice and Fire race gods finally divided into 2 teams. One team was led by the strongest Ice and Fire race god, and the other team was led by 2 Ice and Fire race gods with more than 50 times the power density, split up to clean up the Joyo hunters appearing everywhere. So far, the blood spirit seeds in all the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe have been found and cleaned out. Then let them understand that the targets of the blood spirit seed are all gods with a power density less than 20 times, allowing them to have a deeper understanding of certain aspects of the opponent's strength that has not yet appeared. Of course, now they have surmised that the person who did it was not the same person. Otherwise, how could he only plant the blood spirit seed on the body of an Ice and Fire god with 20 times the power density who could kill a strong man with 50 times the power density? Now Long Yu didn't know that the opponent's team had been divided into 2. Because all the blood spirit seeds had been cleared away, Long Yu now didn't even know where his opponent was, but it didn't take long for him to know. Because of the news from Joyo Hunter, it was discovered that the opponent appeared in 2 different places at the same time to clean up Joyo Hunter. It was obvious that the opponent was divided into 2 teams. One is a team led by the strongest Ice and Fire god, and the other is a team with 50 times the power density. In this case, let's pick the team with 50 times the power density first and kill them all. Long Yu thought for a while and found that the other party was probably a trap, but now he had nothing to worry about. Even if he failed, his identity and whereabouts would not be exposed, nor would he be in danger. They have entered a spacetime tunnel. Do it. Long Yu followed directly into the spacetime tunnel, silently transformed into space divine inscriptions, and then disappeared into the 5 elements of Taichu power outside the edge of the spacetime tunnel. He knew that in this spacetime tunnel, there were more than 10 Ice-Fire tribe gods led by 2 Ice-Fire tribe gods with over 50 times the power density, and they wanted to go to another place through the spacetime tunnel to clear out the Joyo hunters. Now that the Incarnation Space Divine text and the spacetime tunnel were almost integrated into one, he found that it was indeed the case. The dozen Ice and Fire gods were walking forward slowly, not looking anxious. This attitude seems to be deliberately tempting me to take action. However, if you do it, trap it, and tempt it. If you can't catch me anyway, you can kill everyone. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then the storm formed by the power of the 5 elements of Taichu raged towards the time and space tunnel. The appearance of the 5 elements storm in the absolute beginning immediately aroused the other party's alert, and then at the next moment, it seemed that a message was conveyed, and the strongest Ice and Fire gods suddenly appeared at the entrance of the spacetime tunnel. Huh? Long Yu was a little surprised at how the other party passed on the news. Could it be that the other party also had a situation similar to his and the Holy Emperor's? In other words, it was a similar situation that allowed the 2 gods among them to immediately know the situation of the other side, so the other side was able to rush over so quickly. This is a trap. The opponent divided the team to lure Long Yu to appear, and then quickly completed a flanking attack on Long Yu. Under normal circumstances, Long Yu would have been arrested at once. It's a pity that Long Yu is now the existence of the Incarnation Space Divine text. The other party couldn't find any trace of him at all. The storm formed by the power of the 5 elements of Taichu roared, but it was completely resisted by the Ice and Fire god with 60 times the power density, and could not hurt any ice and fire god. The other party did lure Long Yu out. But I still haven't been able to see what kind of existence Long Yu is, and I don't know how Long Yu uses the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu in this space-time tunnel. Seeing that he could not kill the opponent, Long Yu stopped using the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu. He had estimated before that a god with 60 times the power density could withstand such an attack, and now it turned out to be true. It was impossible for Long Yu to appear, and he could not dismantle the space-time tunnel under such circumstances, so he had no choice but to give up and quietly exit the space-time tunnel. This ice and fire tribe is really difficult to deal with. If it weren't for Long Yu's incarnation of the space divine text, he would be caught in the opponent's trap right now. Unfortunately, he has enough trump cards. After this trap, he won't act rashly next time. It is not that easy to completely kill a prepared racial god. The main reason is that Long Yu is not strong enough to kill the opponent's assembled team together, so he is so passive. Having said that, if Long Yu had such strong strength, he would not move in the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe, but would go deeper into the Guangsha Star territory. No matter what, it will take at least 2 or 3 months for Manqin Chihua and the others to come out from the Xuanting ancient territory. The key is that they will definitely not come out at the same time. We must deal with these ice and fire gods before then. Long Yu fell into deep thought. After exiting the space-time tunnel, Long Yu activated the Void Dragon Blade and teleported away into the distance without leaving any traces on the spot. 81 Chinese website. At this time, he felt that the fit between himself and the Void Nether Dragon Blade had reached a higher level. In other words, he finally awakened the Void Nether Dragon Blade to the 5th level. Void Assault. This awakening technique seems to have been specially created for me. Long Yu felt the news from Lingji Xiaoxiu, and suddenly felt happy. This awakening skill can be used in the current situation. Simply put, this is not an attack method, but an attack diversion method. As long as the opponent's time and space coordinates are determined, Long Yu can use this void attack to directly transfer any attack to that time and space coordinates. This is the only way Long Yu can kill the opponent without showing up, and because the void attack is silent, it is impossible for the opponent to notice it in advance. Even if all the other gods are united together, Long Yu can kill them one by one without any problem. What Long Yu is more hesitant about now is, what means should he use to kill the weaker ice and fire gods? If it was the Dark Flame Guesua, the Ice and Fire clan might see that this was the final treasure in the ancient domain of the last eclipse. However, Long Yu thought about it, so what if the other party could see it, and unlike the Six Wing clan, he didn't know. The final treasure was taken away by the human race. So exposure doesn't matter. This awakening technique comes just in time. Using this awakening technique, we can completely kill all the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe with more than 40 times the power density. Long Yu became excited. There are a total of 7 gods in the Ice and Fire tribe with power density of more than 40 times. 2 of them were killed by Long Yu near the Xuanting ancient territory at the beginning, and the remaining 5 are now gathered together. The key now is the time and space coordinates. The time and space coordinates of the other party are not that easy to get. Xiaoxiu's spiritual consciousness came. Why do I need to find out their time and space coordinates myself? I can just lure them to the place I arranged. Long Yu already had a plan in mind, and then he started to implement it. He put down the 9 nether hunters on a relatively important Ice and Fire tribe cultivation planet, and then countless 9 nether hunters started wreaking havoc on this planet. Among them, the number of 9 nether hunters in 5 areas was very dense. The time and space coordinates have been collected by Long Yu. Then he left this cultivation planet, and he left this cultivation planet far away, and went to several realms away to conduct observations. As long as there are time and space coordinates, void attack can pass any attack over. The prerequisite is that it cannot cross the distance of 68 domains. This is also the longest distance of the time and space tunnel that Long Yu can create now. Long Yu felt the movements of the 9 nether hunters from a distance, then took out the dark flame ghost and made preparations. Soon, the group of gods from the Ice and Fire tribe gathered on the training planet, and then began to clean up the 9 nether hunters on the entire training planet. The strongest Ice and Fire god and the 2 Ice and Fire gods with over 50 times the power density were on guard outside the training planet as usual, and then the 5 Ice and Fire gods with over 40 times the power density led the crowd to practice. The surface of the planet is cleaned. No matter what, they must control the damage and losses caused by Jiryo hunters within a certain range. Unfortunately, they had no idea that there was already a trap waiting for them in this place. They're almost here, get ready. Long Yu learned about the movements of the group of Ice and Fire gods through the 9 nether hunters. When the 5 9 nether hunters in the densest area began to be cleared collectively, he did not hesitate at all and launched 5 void attacks. Kill. Using the 2 killing moves of the Dark Flame Ghost Cord and the 4-phase killing prison, they directly descended on the 5 areas on the training planet through the void attack. The 5 Ice and Fire gods with more than 40 times the power density did not feel the danger at all. By the time the attack came, it was already too late. The dark flames of the Dark Flame Guesua and the death aura of the 4-phase killing prison instantly eroded into their bodies, at the same time weakening their power density by 10 times. Under such circumstances, those gods of the Ice and Fire tribe could not withstand Long Yu's killing attack. Accompanied by the sound of the guqin, they attacked through the void. These 5 Ice and Fire gods had almost no ability to resist and were completely killed. Also killed at the same time were 3 other Ice and Fire gods at the same time and space coordinates. They were killed even though they were relatively close. The time and space coordinates collected by Long Yu were completely collected by Jiryo hunters. Of course, there was no error at all, and the coordinates were clearly given to Long Yu. Killed 8 heads at once. Through the remaining Jiryo hunters, Long Yu learned the news and immediately felt lucky for the method of void attack. Without this method, I am afraid he would have to spend a lot of troubles to eliminate part of the opponent's power. Lose. But now, those Ice and Fire race gods are so easy to kill, so Long Yu doesn't need to think too much. The only ones that can pose a threat to Long Yu are the last 3 strongest gods. 2 of them can be dealt with using the storm of the 5 elements of Taichu. As for the strongest Ice and Fire god, Long Yu plans to at the end of the day, you can challenge your opponent in a one-on-one battle, and you can take a look at your current head-on combat capabilities. When 8 Ice and Fire gods were killed at the same time on the training planet, the opponent immediately became alert. The 3 strongest Ice and Fire gods rushed over immediately, but only their corpses could be seen. It's the breath of the shadow attribute divine text. It's the scent of a high-grade source product. But why did the attack appear out of thin air? Who has such ability? These 3 strongest Ice and Fire gods all felt a chill. They had never seen such an attack method before. With them around, it was certain that there were no aliens nearby. So, where did this offensive come from? Just as they were thinking, a bridge bathed in rain suddenly appeared in the nearby void. The breath of space divine character spread on this bridge, and it continued to emit towards the surroundings. What's this? The gods of the Ice and Fire tribe were a little strange when they saw this, but they did not act rashly, but stared at the half of the bridge, always paying attention to what kind of changes it would have. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no change in the bridge deck, leaving them all confused. After waiting for about an hour, the remaining Ice and Fire gods finally cleared away all the 9 nether hunters on the training planet below, and then all the Ice and Fire gods gathered together again. It's a pity that the 8-headed Ice and Fire god who just died is missing. This makes the remaining gods of the Ice and Fire tribe extremely angry, but also have a deep sense of powerlessness. Until now, they don't even know where their opponents are. How can they fight against their opponents? If it's a head-on battle, if you can't defeat it, you can't defeat it, but this situation is really frustrating. Under such circumstances, the strange bridge that appeared in the void nearby really made them suspicious. Do you want to go there? This is a problem. The remaining 20 or so ice and fire gods were looking at the bridge surrounded by a curtain of rain, somewhat undecided. It was a broken bridge. Judging from the space divine inscriptions emanating from it, it should be similar to a time and space tunnel. The transmission channel, but I don't know where it leads, and I don't know if there will be anything coming through that bridge. The gods of the ice and fire tribe have been waiting here. They dare not approach the broken bridge under the rain curtain because it is too suspicious. This broken bridge must be related to the guys who killed the ice and fire gods. Since it appears here, it will definitely not be a flaw, but a bait to lure them to the bait. Time flies. The gods of the ice and fire tribe dare not act. However, the news from various places is good. After the broken bridge under the rain curtain appeared, there were no Joyo hunters in the entire ice and fire tribe territory to continue wreaking havoc. It seemed as if they had all disappeared. For this group of ice and fire tribe gods it was good news, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Around the half of the broken bridge under the rain curtain, the gods of the ice and fire tribe began to arrange defensive and offensive formations, as well as various magic formations, and laid them down one after another to surround the broken bridge. Then, they observed near the broken bridge. All the ice and fire gods were now completely afraid to be alone, for fear of dying inexplicably. Even those gods of the ice and fire tribe with more than 40 times the power density died inexplicably. The other gods of the ice and fire tribe had also been extremely vigilant and did not dare to make any changes. It's a pity that they didn't take the trick and send someone with more than 50 times the strength density to the bridge, otherwise they could teleport the other end directly in front of me and kill them first. Long Yu felt a little pity. He directly condensed a bridge of ancient rain and connected it to the vicinity of the cultivation planet, deliberately letting the other party see it in order to attract the other party's attention. 3 days later, seeing that the other party was not fooled and came to the bridge, Long Yu left the area directly and went from another direction to where the other group of gods were. He began to lay out around this area. This was a killing round, which meant that Long Yu would make the final killing of the remaining gods of the ice and fire tribe. One after another, the bridge of ancient rain appeared in this area. There were more than 10 bridges of ancient rain appearing in almost 3 or 4 nearby areas. Each ancient rain bridge is composed of 2 broken bridges, connecting the 2 ends of time and space. More than 10 ancient rain bridges formed a network of space. Long Yu could travel freely in this network of space. All that was left was to lure the other party to step onto one of the broken bridges. As long as the opponent steps onto a broken bridge, Long Yu will be in control. Long Yu laid a network of time and space connected by the ancient rain bridge near the opponent's training planet. 81 Chinese website. Then, he activated some of the dark creatures in the dragon skeleton ancient tower, and made these dark creatures pass through the ancient rain bridges and appear in front of the ice and fire gods. Now, 4 broken bridges appeared around the ice and fire tribes, making them extremely nervous, always on guard against any creatures emerging from these broken bridges. So when Long Yu activated, the dark creatures transformed from the Silk tribe and appeared on the broken bridge. These ice and fire tribe gods were a little surprised. Silk tribe? This is an ordinary race on the edge of their Guangsha star territory, and it is not particularly strong. Even in the eyes of the ice and fire race gods, the Silk race is a small and inferior race. How could the Silk tribe come to their ice and fire tribe and cause such a big thing? But soon they discovered something unusual. They saw that the Silk gods who appeared in front of them were not real Silk gods, but Silk gods who had lost consciousness and had been transformed. God. Before the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe could think of how to deal with such a situation, these gods of the Silk tribe took action first. But seeing these Silk race gods who had been transformed into dark creatures, they took action directly and united together. A total of 10 dark creatures transformed from Silk race gods instantly destroyed more than 30 times the number of Ice and Fire race gods. Take hostage. These 2 Ice and Fire tribe gods were sent directly to one of the ancient rain bridges, and then disappeared from in front of these Ice and Fire tribe gods. The entire action was carried out in one go, without giving the Ice and Fire gods any time to react. The main reason was that when the Silk gods appeared, they immediately took action. The Ice and Fire gods were still in shock. Save. The remaining gods of the Ice and Fire tribe did not hesitate at all. They could not just watch the gods of their own race being captured and do nothing. If this is done, the cohesion among the remaining gods of the entire Ice and Fire tribe will be lost. If there is any emergency situation, it may lead to some bad situations. It is even possible that all the Ice and Fire race gods will be separated and find their own way out. This kind of thing has not happened to other alien races before. Therefore, after the 2 Ice and Fire tribe gods were captured, the remaining Ice and Fire tribe gods immediately chased after them and threw themselves into one of the ancient rain bridges. Then they discovered that the waves of rain were entangled, slowing down the movement of power in their bodies, weakening a lot of their combat effectiveness in disguise. However, the impact was not very great, so they continued to move forward, and soon passed the ancient rain bridge and reached another space area connected by the broken bridge. Then, they discovered that not all of them seemed to have come over, but were divided into 2 groups, one of which stayed on the other side of the broken bridge and was not able to teleport over. This broken bridge actually cut off their team in the middle of the teleportation. At this moment, the vigilance in the hearts of the Ice and Fire gods immediately reached its maximum level. Because one of their gods with a power density of more than 50 times was cut off on the original side and did not follow him. Now they can no longer go back because the Bridge of Ancient Rain has been completely closed and disappeared. Not even a trace was left. Go back. The group of Ice and Fire gods who came over made a decision immediately, preparing to mobilize their power as quickly as possible to build a time and space tunnel to return to the previous training planet. But after a few breaths, they entered the time and space corridor, and found that the 5-element storm of Taichu suddenly blew up in this time and space corridor. When the strongest god of the Ice and Fire tribe passed through the time and space tunnel and arrived near the original training planet, he found that he was already a step too late. The 3 Ice and Fire gods trapped on the Cultivation planet, including an Ice and Fire god with more than 50 times the power density, have completely lost their traces, leaving only a short battle in place, but there is no trace. Any information about the enemy? 3 more heads died. And including one of the leaders of the Ice and Fire tribe with more than 50 times the strength density. This cast a heavy shadow on the remaining gods of the Ice and Fire tribe, letting them know that the guys they faced were really terrifying, and they actually used various means to get rid of them separately. But they have no ability to resist at all. At the moment, they decided not to separate anymore, to stay together under any circumstances, and to ignore the surrounding time and space network of the ancient Rain Bridge. But this is no longer determined by them. Next, there was no need for Long Yu to hide. There was only one strongest Ice and Fire god with more than 50 times the power density and 160 times the power density. The others were all minions, posing no threat to him at all. Under such circumstances, even in a head-on confrontation, Long Yu is sure to win. Therefore, he appeared directly, and with the sudden release of the Jukong domain, it completely enveloped the nearby space, and then Long Yu appeared directly. When Long Yu appeared in front of these Ice and Fire race gods, his aura made them understand that the whole thing was probably hatched by this guy of unknown race in front of him. But, this guy obviously has only 34 times the power density, but with such an existence, he can actually turn so many ice and fire tribe gods around? This is impossible. These ice and fire gods all have a bad premonition, but there is really no other stronger enemy in front of them. Dragon control is their only attack option. However, the gods of the ice and fire tribe also considered that since Long Yu appeared on his own initiative, he must be fully confident of annihilating them, otherwise it would be impossible to come out and die. In order to prevent accidents, these ice and fire gods each began to use their magical powers, and they continuously started some detection and investigation on Long Yu, and found that there was no problem. This guy is not an illusion or a clone. From the perspective of spiritual soul, he is a real individual. If he kills Long Yu, he will definitely be killed completely. There is no other possibility. So now, these ice and fire race gods are all excited. If this seemingly weak alien race god appears in front of them like this, isn't it looking for death? However, they were still very vigilant and did not move forward rashly. At this time, they discovered a problem. That is, the magic circles they had arranged in this area had disappeared. It wasn't that it had been demolished, but that it had been touched and exploded. In the area where these magic circles exist, there are still the remains of some dark silk creatures. These are the things that the Dragon King sacrifices, so that they can touch off all the magic circles in the area. In this case, they no longer have absolute certainty. Otherwise, once these magic circles are touched, even Long Yu will be completely dead, with no way to survive. But now, the whole situation is very unfavorable to the ice and fire gods. The war was imminent. At this time, Long Yu asked others to come out of their own small world. Ji Tao, Yu Fei, and Hong Ying came out of Long Yu's small world and rushed directly to the place they had arranged before. Opponent. I'll hold back that ice-fire god with over 50 times the power density. The body of the 9 nether dragon occupied by Jitao rushed directly towards the second strongest ice and fire god, and the endless power of the 9 nether divine texts exploded from the body, covering the nearby star field. In particular, the ice and fire race god with more than 50 times the power density was dragged into it. The two girls, Hong Ying and Yu Fei, went hand in hand and used their own methods to fend off all the remaining gods of the ice and fire tribe. The last one, the strongest god of the ice and fire tribe with 60 times the power density, was left. Let Long Yu deal with it himself. After assigning their respective opponents, Long Yu knew that the most difficult moment was coming. However, as long as this battle is won, he can invade the entire ice and fire tribe territory. As long as he disguises himself as the strongest ice and fire tribe god, he can rule the entire ice and fire tribe and plunder all the training resources within the ice and fire tribe. This is the ice and fire tribe. Among them, the cultivation resources are dozens of times more than those of the human race and demon race combined. It can be seen how much improvement Long Yu will have if he has these cultivation resources. Especially for everyone in the Void Galaxy, how many people will be promoted to great masters because of this? How many people get the chance to step into the godlike realm? Unimaginable. Now that I've been given a chance, I have to seize it. Long Yu thought in his heart, staring at the strongest ice and fire god. The strongest ice and fire god did not expect that it would be this alien god with 34 times the power density that came to fight him, instead of the dragon god with more than 40 times the power density. Where did this dragon-like god come from? When seeing Jitao, the strongest god of the ice and fire tribe was a little confused, but now is not the time for him to think about such things. Now is a moment that affects the life and death of the entire ice and fire tribe. You have to defeat the guy in front of you. The 2 wings of light on the back of this ice-fire god flashed instantly. The power of ice and the power of fire, 2 ancient divine powers, instantly intertwined and formed a pillar of light that blended ice and fire, heading directly towards the location of Long Yu. Coming in force. It did not wait for Long Yu to attack, but took the initiative, trying to kill Long Yu directly. However, Long Yu didn't pay attention. He squinted his eyes and felt the terrifying power in the opponent's offensive. He knew that once it exploded on him, there would definitely be no chance for the demon dust heart to recover its physical body. Even the heart of the demon dust will be destroyed. Therefore, he must not be hit by the opponent's attack. The next moment, the ancient rain bridge appeared in front of him, and then he stepped onto the bridge. The next moment, he appeared behind the ice and fire god. The strongest god of the ice and fire tribe, with 60 times the power density, is not invincible to Long Yu. 81 Chinese website. However, if it were a head-on conflict, he would definitely not be the opponent's opponent. Therefore, after Long Yu avoided the opponent's first wave of attacks, he directly activated the Baji blood without any hesitation. The 8 special blood in the body exploded instantly, causing the blood in the whole body to boil. The density of Long Yu's power surged to 42 times at this moment. Then, the unbounded grip was released, and the invisible hand condensed from the ancient-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions instantly grasped the body of the strongest ice and fire tribe god, and then the Xianlan mark moved. The ice-fire god was directly weakened to 52 times its power density, and he looked a little confused. The original 60 times the power density compared to the 34 times the power density, it was basically a steady suppression. There was no chance for Long Yu to make a comeback. But why did it become 42 times to 52 times in the blink of an eye? The difference in power density between the two sides is only 10 times. In this case, if the guy with the lower power density has any special means, it will be easy for him to overturn it. And after what happened a while ago, now the strongest god of the ice and fire tribe has determined that Long Yu must have some extremely special abilities. If these abilities are used in battle, they are likely to win the battle. Just the method of coming and going without a trace is already scary, and the method of controlling the time and space tunnel is really too weird. But now, the strongest god of the ice and fire tribe has no other choice. All it can do is fight against Long Yu. Life and death depend on a battle. Not only is its individual life and death affected, but it also affects the entire ice and fire tribe. Once all of them, the ice and fire tribe gods, die, then the entire ice and fire tribe will not have the strength to continue to survive in this starry sky, and will be completely destroyed in a short time. The ice divine inscriptions and the flame divine inscriptions were entangled together again, condensing into countless rains of ice and fire, appearing out of thin air from all directions, and pouring down towards where Long Yu is now. Mirror City. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he took out the primary transformed god-like source product, the divine mirror stone, and then used the hell-shaking divine inscriptions to build a mirror city around him. Countless mirrors emerged, completely blocking the ice and fire rainstorm outside the city of mirrors, unable to harm Long Yu at all. This godlike source product can not only be used for attack, but also for defense. Defense is even its most fundamental purpose. If it is used for attack, it can be said that its effectiveness is completely wasted. Once again, the methods of both sides offset each other. The opponent's offensive was ineffective, and Long Yu began to counterattack mercilessly. The advanced modified godlike source product, the dark flame ginseng, instantly moved, and countless iron locks burning with dark flames flashed out and spread throughout the space. Countless iron ropes intertwined and spread like a giant cage, trapping the strongest ice and fire god. Kill. The iron locks instantly tightened, and the dark flames enveloped the ice and fire god. The next moment, an iceberg suddenly appeared from where the ice and fire tribe gods were, as if wandering out of the void. The entire iceberg exuded an aura that was about to freeze the entire human world, dispersing the black flames all over the sky. Although it cannot destroy the high-level source item of dark flame Guesua, it can prevent those dark flame iron chains from causing damage to the ice and fire gods. the iceberg emerged, dispersing the black flames, and the body of the ice and fire god was once again clearly displayed in front of Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, the iceberg passed through the void and appeared directly around Long Yu. This was not only a defensive method, but also an attack control method. The absolute zero iceberg can not only freeze the opponent in it, but also completely freeze the core of power in the opponent's body with the absolute zero temperature, without any ability to use any means. Unfortunately. Purifying Soul Mirror. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the power of the pure world body instantly condensed into a layer of mirror, surrounding him and bouncing back the iceberg. This rebound did not have many multiples, but it was still stronger than the iceberg itself, and it landed directly on top of the strongest ice and fire god. This situation shocked the strongest ice and fire god. It hurriedly exploded with a burst of purple flame magical power, and finally melted the iceberg, saving itself from being controlled and frozen. But at this time, Long Yu's offensive came again. Burial in the void. The power of the water element directly appeared in the void where the opponent was, condensed, and then exploded, forming a terrifying void burial vortex, and everything involved in it would be wiped out. This was a method activated by the void ghost dragon blade after it had awakened again. Its destructive power was twice as powerful as before, but it was still somewhat reluctant to use against the strongest ice and fire species. So Long Yu saw it, and he added another move, the 4-phase killing prison. 4 kinds of power with the breath of death spread rapidly in the space, and then enveloped the opponent. The breath of death continued to erode into the opponent's body, and along with the destructive power of the void burial, the opponent was unable to parry for a while. A lot of death auras eroded into the opponent's body, but this was who? There was an explosion of ice and fire power in the opponent's body. Countless purple flames of light emitted from its body, expelling all the death auras from the body at once. Burial in the void cannot completely kill the strongest ice and fire god. Its physical strength is still very terrifying, and it can withstand extremely powerful attacks without being harmed. This is almost the same as Dragon Yu, but the opponent's body is more powerful than Dragon Yu. The ice and fire wings exude a cold light, standing like gods in the void. The purple flame spread instantly, like the flame of doomsday, falling from the sky, burning out of the void, trapping Long Yu within, and even further sealing off the nearby space. Not even the ancient rain bridge can be activated. Long Yu could only resist this attack. Screen of Thousand Feathers. Now the Holy Emperor is still in Long Yu's small world. Upon seeing this, he directly urged Fei Ju Qianyu to merge with the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda and turn into 1,000 dragon bone feathers to protect Long Yu. The current power density of the two sides is 10 times different. This gap is still very large, so Long Yu's 2 ultimate moves are of little use against the opponent, and the opponent's offensive also makes Long Yu unable to underestimate. If he was burned by the purple flames, Long Yu would probably even have his heart burned away, unable to recover. In that case, he would really be dead. The screen of Thousand Feathers opened up, and was burned away layer by layer by the purple flame storm, but it still worked hard to regenerate and protect Long Yu. No, it's too powerful, I can't resist it. Long Yu's heart moved, and he saw that the 1,000 layers of defense barriers of the Thousand Feathers screen were quickly burned down. He knew that this method alone would not be able to withstand the opponent's offensive. But at the next moment, countless phantoms of dragon skeleton feathers scattered from the dragon skeleton's 1,000 feathers, and then projected into the surrounding flames. The phantoms of these dragon skeleton feathers actually condensed into a screen of thousands of feathers. The defensive barrier opened up, and almost 10,000 phantoms stretched out the defensive barrier appeared from the void. Wan Yu stopped Jiang Qiu. This is the second awakening skill of Dragon Skeleton 1,000 Feathers, and it is an upgraded version of 1,000 Feather Screen. The defensive barrier formed by each Dragon Skeleton Feather shadow is similar to the first layer of 1,000 Feather Screen. However, the number has increased tenfold. Xuanhuan blocks Jiangqiu, and can even block autumn, keeping summer and preventing severe winter. This name appeared in Long Yu's mind, making him feel a little strange. But now he didn't think much about it. When the 10,000 dragon feathers appeared and formed a defensive barrier, the purple flames around him were blocked for a while. Later, under the defensive barrier of these dragon skeleton feathers, the purple flame was finally completely extinguished. Thousands of dragon skeleton feathers surround Long Yu, decorating him like a god. It's almost time. The other party is in shock. After a powerful killer fails to kill Long Yu, there will definitely be a vacuum in his heart. At this time, the deified magical power of the Nine Nether Ball appeared. A giant divine dragon phantom appeared behind Long Yu, and then the terrifying 9 nether orbs condensed out of the void. The terrifying power of time revealed by the crowd dragged the strongest ice and fire god into the time gap. Get out of the turbulence. Taking this opportunity, Long Yu was ready to kill. The pattern of the Guqin, move. Dark flames fault, go. Long Yu had always hidden the effect of the Guqin mark before, but now it suddenly exploded, and the opponent had no ability to resist at all. The Guqin's pattern and the 9 nether balls' deified magical powers were launched at the same time, and the other party had no intention of resisting and was completely confused. Then, a handful of flames from the dark flame Gueso condensed into the dark flame's fault, which continuously eroded from the power gap in the opponent's body. In an instant, it reached the vicinity of the opponent's power core, and then completely destroyed one of the flame-type power cores. Dealing with the godlike body of the strongest ice and fire tribe, even Dark Flame's fault is already a bit difficult. After all, its body is relatively powerful, and even if there is a gap in power within the body, it is not that easy to penetrate. Being able to destroy one of the opponent's power cores is already pretty good. In the short period of control of the 9 nether ball, Long Yu was unable to destroy the opponent's ice power core, but even so, he had basically established the victory. Because the ice and fire tribe has lost a core of power, it is no longer so scary. Just like a human who lost an arm in the mortal era, the combat effectiveness is not only lost by half, but also affects the balance of power in the body, making it extremely difficult to activate force. When the other party wakes up and realizes the state he is in, he immediately knows that the situation is over. The 4 phases are killing and moving. The dark flame ghost is moving. The strongest ice and fire god was completely trapped in it, and then eroded by the power of death. Soon his spirit and soul dissipated without a trace in a state of being unable to resist. Long Yu's current fighting method can basically be called a wave flow. If the wave that activates the divine power of the 9 nether ball does not kill or severely injure the opponent, then Long Yu will not use it in the subsequent battles. Beat 81 Delta Delta. Fortunately, so far, the opponents selected by Long Yu have not been within the range that he can deal with. Therefore, every time the deified magical power of the 9 nether ball appears, the opponent is basically dead. This feeling is quite good. As long as you take advantage of the opponent's carelessness and use all your methods, the opponent will die. However, this fighting method also has a drawback. The disadvantage of this is that Long Yu can only deal with one such powerful opponent at a time. If there are alien gods of similar levels nearby, then after he uses the deified magical power of the 9 nether ball once, he will not have more power to fight. Deal with the other one, and the other one will be alerted by it. Therefore, Long Yu tried his best to avoid such a situation. The Ice and Fire clan, the most powerful gods with 60 times the power density, were finally killed by Long Yu, so the remaining Ice and Fire clan gods are nothing to fear. In the realm of Jiwekong, these gods were all cleaned up one by one. Long Yu led the crowd to first devour the bones of these godlike creatures, and then obtained a lot of things from the remains of their small worlds. What Long Yu cared about most was the godlike source products. Now he and the women who have become godlike, basically everyone already has godlike source products, but there will soon be new people in the Void Galaxy who have been upgraded to the godlike level, so more godlike source products are needed. Okay. What made Long Yu more happy was that he actually found an intermediate-level modified godlike source product from the small world wreckage of the strongest godlike creature of the Ice and Fire tribe with 60 times the power density. When the opponent was fighting him, he was completely killed by Long Yu before he had time to use this method. This was all because the deified magical effect of the 9 nether ball was so powerful. The opponent has no ability to resist. Of course, in the final analysis, the opponent is not strong enough. There are no useful ancient gods marks engraved in the ancient god's mind. Otherwise, I'm afraid only some special ancient gods mark effects can withstand a wave of offensives like Long Yu's. It's a pity. In this case, these things now belong to our human race and the demon race. The corners of Long Yu's lips curled up slightly, and he took all the things in the godlike world of the Ice God clan as his own, and then prepared to distribute them to everyone in the Void Galaxy after they came out of the Xuanhuan ancient domain. As for the intermediate-level transformed godlike source item obtained from the remains of the strongest Ice-Fire tribe's godlike world, Long Yu gave it to Concubine Yu. After all, Concubine Yu is his companion against the Ice and Fire tribe this time, and Hong Ying already has an intermediate source item. It would be more appropriate to give this new intermediate source item to Concubine Yu. Of course, in fact, the girls don't particularly care about this now. After all, if this situation continues, they will soon get more cultivation resources, including godlike source products. The actions of the Ice and Fire tribe are just the beginning. It can be said that the entire Guangsha Star territory has become the hunting ground of Long Yu and the others, and the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe has now become their possession. For the next goal, you must first collect enough information before making a decision. Collect the loot first, and then wait for them to come out of the Xuanhuan ancient territory. Long Yu said to the girls that now the girls need to deal with the matter regarding Void Galaxy and others, because Long Yu has more things to do next. He needs to disguise himself as the strongest Ice and Fire god to appease the Ice and Fire clan that is now in chaos. Internally, he needs to find a way to collect all the training resources of the Ice and Fire clan. At the same time, he needs to ensure that the news of the death of the Ice and Fire god cannot be spread outside. Go out. On the other hand, he needs to represent the Ice and Fire tribe, negotiate with other alien races around the Ice and Fire tribe's territory, and obtain key information about other surrounding alien races while concealing the great changes in the Ice and Fire tribe. This also requires relying on Hong Ying's blood spirit seed, but now is not a good opportunity. Long Yu must first stabilize the Ice and Fire tribe. He could have quietly blended into a powerful race like the Six-Wing clan. Now that there are no gods in the Ice and Fire tribe, Long Yu disguises himself as the strongest Ice and Fire tribe god. Other creatures of the Ice and Fire tribe cannot tell the difference between him and the original Ice and Fire tribe god. It can be said that from now on, the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe belongs to Long Yu. The miracles, temples, and sources of divine texts all belong to Long Yu and the others. If the human race and demon race as a whole are not strong enough now, there will be no problem even if all the human race and demon race are moved here. Long Yu, Concubine Yu, and the other girls all started to act separately. Long Yu directly activated the Book of Shadows, transformed into the strongest Ice and Fire tribe god, and then appeared on the training planet in the core area of the Ice and Fire tribe, and then told all the Ice and Fire tribe creatures a message. All the other gods of the Ice and Fire tribe died in this battle, and he was the only one left. He managed to kill his opponents and protected the entire territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. He hoped that the creatures of the Ice and Fire tribe would move forward and more gods would emerge. Otherwise, the entire Ice and Fire clan may decline as a result. This news shocked all the creatures within the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. All the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe are dead except for the strongest one? Those are more than 30 strong men in the godlike realm, and many of them are the mainstays of the Ice and Fire tribe. Many creatures began to wonder, as the strongest godlike person, can you survive in a void area surrounded by such powerful enemies? At least you have to cede some galaxies to other surrounding alien races, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the attacks from all directions of the alien races. Of course, as long as the strongest godlike master is here, the inheritance of the Ice and Fire tribe can definitely be preserved. There is no problem with this. The key is that the Ice and Fire tribe has been weakened too much now. I am afraid that it may not be able to do so in hundreds of years. Rejuvenate. Long Yu didn't care what the creatures of the Ice and Fire tribe thought. He only cared about how many cultivation resources there were in the entire Ice and Fire tribe. Many Ice and Fire tribe gods have their mansions on major cultivation planets, and Long Yu is planning to go there and take out some of their cultivation resources. Of course, he would not take away all those cultivation planets, because that would be too suspicious. On the surface, he must maintain a way of using all his training resources to cultivate the descendants of the Ice and Fire tribe. If all were taken away, it would be very unreasonable and would arouse the suspicion of other Ice and Fire tribe creatures. Although Long Yu is not afraid of these creatures of the Ice and Fire tribe, it would be bad if there are other alien beings hidden in the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe and this suspicion arises. Once word spreads about foreign invasion and control of the Ice and Fire tribe, it will definitely attract the same hatred from other foreign tribes. Unlike now, if only one god of the Ice and Fire tribe is dead, then other alien races will definitely want to invade the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. The concepts between the two are still different. 3 months later, Long Yu transformed into the strongest humanoid of the Ice and Fire tribe, and had already killed dozens of alien humanoids who wanted to invade the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe, greatly frightening the surrounding alien races and making them dare not provoke the Ice and Fire tribe for the time being. Although I don't know what's going on, even if they attack the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe from several directions at the same time, this Ice God tribe's strongest godlike can rush to all places immediately and eliminate the intruders one after another. Of course, no one knows how it does it, because everyone who has seen it in action is dead. This is not a difficult problem for Long Yu. First of all, in terms of intelligence, he has the blood spirit seed of Hongyin, which has been planted on some weaker gods of several neighboring alien races, letting him know about these alien races. Most of the movements. And in terms of rushing, he has the ancient rain bridge. No matter where the opponent attacks from, Long Yu can always arrive as soon as possible. In the final battle, Long Yu ended the battle directly every time. There was no news that could be conveyed within the realm of the sky. He appeared directly in the form of Long Yu's human race. There was nothing the other party could do if they knew about it, because they would die soon. In the hands of Long Yu. In this way, after experiencing these times, there are loud voices in the Ice and Fire tribe territory, and they all feel that the Ice and Fire tribe has not declined, but will rise because of this. Then Long Yu used the reason that he needed a breakthrough in his cultivation to directly seize many cultivation resources in the territory. For example, he has captured more than 500 first-grade Tianjing level creations without encountering any resistance, because he is now the patron saint of the Ice and Fire tribe. The strongest godlike master needs cultivation resources to break through. How can other Ice and Fire tribes stop him? They all hope that he will become stronger and protect the entire territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. They wish to give all the training resources they can to Long Yu, but some necessary survival training resources cannot be given to Long Yu. After all, other creatures of the Ice and Fire tribe also need to develop. First-grade creations of the Tianjing level can be said to be extremely rare treasures among the human race and the demon race. The combined territories of the two races probably only produce less than 10 pieces every year. But now, Long Yu directly collected 500 pieces. This is equivalent to the entire output of the human race and the demon race in 50 years. It can be seen how rich the things Long Yu searched for this time, and this is only a part of it. Some elixirs and soldiers were looted by Long Yu, and they were ready to be recast by everyone in Void Galaxy into soldiers that they could use and elixirs that they could take. There are also other cultivation resources, created objects, etc. All added up to cultivation resources that even the previous Long Yu could not imagine. This is the accumulation of an alien race as a whole. And what Long Yu gets now is only a small part of it. He still needs to stay here for a long time, so he can't catch all the opportunities, and must seize the cultivation resources in the opponent's territory in a planned way. After all, if too much is taken away at once, everyone in Void Galaxy will not be able to digest it. At this moment, someone in the Xuanting ancient domain finally began to appear. 3 months after the Xuanting ancient domain began, people finally began to come out. The first ones who came out were not able to step into the realm of gods, but were still in the realm of the 7th level master. However, 1 or 2 magical powers had become deified magical powers, and they had gained a lot in the Xuanting ancient domain. Nice one. Some people even opened the ancient god's brain. Among the 325 people, the number who can open the ancient god's brain is much smaller than the number who can step into the godlike realm. Almost only 2 or 3 people can do it. Not only does it require chance, but it also requires one's own talent to reach a certain level. At first, Long Yu didn't count what kind of gains they had made in the Xuanting ancient territory, and let Concubine Yu and the others manage it collectively. He continued to disguise himself as the strongest god of the Ice and Fire tribe, and then continued to seize resources from the Ice and Fire tribe's territory, while collecting information on other alien races from the entire Quangsha Star territory. Soon, I learned more about the entire Quangsha Star territory. In the Quangsha Star territory, the 2 strongest races are undoubtedly the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan. Long Yu had already encountered these 2 races in the Eclipse ancient territory, and the 2 sides were mortal enemies. Whether it is the God Envoy clan or the Natural clan, they are all powerful races equivalent to the Six Wings clan, the Mechanical clan, and the Sword clan. It is not possible to take advantage of those 2 races for the time being. Long Yu knows this very well, and he does not have this strength now. However, if the current development trend continues, it won't take a few years for him to consider dealing with the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan just like he dealt with the Ice and Fire clan. Of course, the prerequisite is that everything goes smoothly. If something goes wrong in the middle, it will be difficult for him to be upgraded to the level of dealing with a godlike creature with 80 times the power density. Now he has only 34 times the power density, and he has only reached the 3rd round of practicing Tianyu Jiujue. Only when he reaches at least the 7th or 8th round can he be qualified to challenge such the strongest race. Because the opponent is not only the strongest godlike creature whose power density exceeds that of other races, but also has the most top-notch cultivation resources and the strongest fighting methods. Godlike source products, ancient god patterns, etc., all have the best. Therefore, even if it is a god with 60 times the power density in the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan, its strength is definitely much stronger than the strongest god of the Ice and Fire clan. Long Yu may not be his opponent when dealing with him alone. This is the gap. So now Long Yu can only recharge his batteries and reorganize his forces in the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. Anyway, he has nothing urgent to do now, so he can just improve his strength first. When he had a plan, Long Yu went out and used various reasons to mobilize the cultivation resources within the Ice and Fire tribe. Most of these cultivation resources eventually entered his small world and became capital for his development. When he didn't have any action plan, he just found a quiet place where no one was, activated the 9 nether balls, created an area where the flow of time slowed down, and practiced with the other girls. The situation in Xuanting ancient territory is managed alternately by Hongyin and Concubine Yu. There is one person who has always practiced with Long Yu, and that is Yi Ziwei. The special effects of her secret cultivation methods are very strange, so it is best not to stop practicing if it is not necessary. In conjunction with Long Yu's time flow slowing zone, Yi Ziwei's cultivation speed is getting faster and faster than other girls, and even after a year, it is almost 30 times the power density. If we continue at this speed, she will definitely catch up with us. However, once she stops practicing, the speed of her practice will be slowed down until it is the same as that of ordinary gods. Long Yu was a little confused about this. In this way, the best thing is to let Yi Ziwei directly cultivate her power density to 59 times. Her secret cultivation method is also 7 rounds and 7 levels, which can increase the power density by 49 times in total. If you don't practice it to the end all at once, it won't be worthwhile no matter how you think about it. In this way, Yi Ziwei cannot be allowed to participate in the battle before then, but once she completes her training, she will be another strong person beside Long Yu, and her training speed may even surpass Long Yu's. If the current speed continues, Yi Ziwei should be able to cultivate to 59 times the power density within 5 years. At this time, the special effects of the secret method of practicing the secret method after her transformation are also in line with the effect of the dragon control time flow slowing down the area, otherwise it will take decades or even hundreds of years. Even with such secret magic effects, if Yi Ziwei left Long Yu's time flow slowing area, it would take at least 60 years to reach the peak of cultivation. If you stop once, the time required will almost double. If you stop twice, it will take twice as long to practice. Because of this, Long Yu tried his best to create a stable enough training environment for Yi Ziwei. Now the Ice and Fire tribe is considered stable, and even if something happens, Yi Ziwei does not need to come out to fight. She only has one mission now, and that is to practice hard. This requires that Long Yu cannot leave her for more than 3 days, otherwise the time flow slowdown area will not be able to maintain by her side. They are already in the godlike realm, and the loneliness of cultivation can naturally be easily tolerated. What's more, now Long Yu is basically by Yi Ziwei's side, so there is no such thing as loneliness. In 1 year, not only Yi Ziwei's power density has almost reached 30 times, but others have also made considerable progress. For example, Long Yu finally completed the 3rd round of Tianyu Jiujiwei training and started the 4th round of training. At the same time, he raised the level of compatibility with the shadow attributes to the 15th level. In addition, his level of compatibility with other attribute divine texts is only at level 7. The shadow divine text is getting stronger and stronger. Other attribute divine texts are getting weaker and weaker. This state is really not friendly to Long Yu. However, if you don't do this, the speed of practicing Tianyu Jiuju will be greatly reduced, and the gain outweighs the loss. He practiced the 4th round of Tianyu Jiuju twice, and his power density finally reached 39 times. He was still short of twice the power density to overcome a hurdle. Now his strength has been greatly improved compared to when he first came to the Ice and Fire tribe territory. The other girls have also reached 24 to 5 times the power density, which is 3 to 4 times lower than Yi Ziwei's power density. It seems that the difference is not big, but for ordinary gods, the power density is 3 to 4 times that of Yi Ziwei. It represents decades of practice. It's just that now that Long Yu's time flow has slowed down, they feel that they can practice relatively quickly. But it's only relative. In fact, their cultivation time has not been reduced, it is just that their time is slower than those outside the area where the flow of time is slowed down. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days in the area where the time flow slows down, and the effects are naturally different. During this year, new gods continued to appear from the Xuanting ancient territory. Manqin was the first god to come out of the Xuanting ancient territory. Immediately afterwards, there was Qi Hua, and 4 other people, namely Xiang Wu, Shu Chan, Feng Yin Zi Chen, and Gui Xian. The appearance of a total of 6 new gods made Long Yu relieved. It seemed that this Xuanting ancient domain was indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Ice and Fire tribe could be so strong and everlasting because of the possession of 3 miracles. It's a pity that the activation time of miracles like Xuanting ancient domain is too long. At least in a short period of time, Long Yu cannot wait for other miracles to be activated. If they want to make similar progress, they can only find other places to occupy the miracles in other alien territories, but it is not suitable to do this now, because now they must rest and reorganize. The birth of 6 new gods gave Long Yu new preparations, which was to find the temple. Just within the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe, after the opening of the Xuanting ancient territory, there was a companion temple called the Xuanting Temple, not far from the Xuanting ancient territory. This temple will be opened 1 year after the Xuanting ancient domain is opened. It's a pity that among the 325 people who entered the Xuanting ancient territory this time, 26 people still died inside and were unable to come out. But this is the only way to practice, and the mortality rate is different from that of the newly promoted ones. The divine rate has already surpassed that of the Eclipse ancient domain. After Long Yu made a summary, he planned to let the 6 new gods enter the Xuanting temple, to try to understand the secret cultivation method suitable for them. As for himself, he didn't want to go in yet. There were only 8 places available to enter the Xuanting temple at a time. In addition to the 6 newly promoted gods, Long Yu let the 2 girls Hongying and Yufei in. Because the 2 women have been managing the affairs of the 325 people in the Xuanting ancient territory this year. They have spent a lot of time on statistics and coordination, and have not been able to practice well. The qualifications to enter the Xuanting temple are regarded as it would be nice to give them compensation. Long Yu still hopes to see other gods go hand in hand. Although he wanted to have strong people grow up and help him as soon as possible, he couldn't favor one over the other because of this. It is worth mentioning that within this year, Jitao has also restored his power density to 60 times. Compared with Long Yu, his overall strength is still a little worse, but the gap is bigger than before. Somewhat narrowed. I'm afraid that Jitao's strength will surpass Long Yu's in the near future. Of course, Jitao's flaw still exists, that is, the lack of innate magical powers, which still affects her overall combat effectiveness, but in other aspects, she is not much different from ordinary gods. From the records in some classics left by the gods of the Ice and Fire tribe, Long Yu knew that the Ice and Fire tribe and the surrounding alien races also had some jointly developed temples and miracles. The Eclipse ancient domain is a joint miracle of the 3 nearby star domains. But in addition, there are some small miracles and some temples located in the middle of the territories of the 2 major races, all of which were jointly developed. Just like the Rain Temple that Long Yu entered before, it is owned by 4 races, and they negotiated to enter it together. Although the races are definitely hostile, when there is a stalemate on some issues, negotiation is still needed. If only force is used, many issues cannot be resolved at all, and both sides will be thankless. In another year, a joint temple will be opened. Long Yu should start preparing for it now. The temple is still very important to him. After all, he still has the magical power to deify. Qinghui Temple will be opened in 1 year. This temple is a temple jointly developed by the Ice and Fire tribe and 2 surrounding races, a total of 3 races. It is opened every 18 years, and there are only 6 places to enter each time. There are 2 quotas for the Ice and Fire tribe to enter every year. What is different from other temples is that the entry conditions for Qinghui Temple are different. Some new gods in other temples can enter and learn the secrets of cultivation suitable for them, but Qinghui Temple is different. The qualifications to enter this temple must be a strong person in the god-like realm with a power density of more than 30 times, and after entering, the benefits will be much greater. To put it simply, the driving force in the Qinghui Temple is relatively strong, allowing the godlike experts to advance farther within it. This made Long Yu a little confused. He wanted to occupy all the Qinghui Temple, but the other two aliens couldn't let go of this opportunity, and there were no other beings with 30 times the power density around him. Now there are only two of them, Long Yu and Jitao. If they are just the two of them, there is no need to compete for the quotas of the other two alien races. In the next year, only Yi Ziwei will be able to reach 30 times the power density among the people. But Yi Ziwei does not need to take risks in the temple, she just needs to keep practicing. If we pause at this time, it will take more than a year to increase the speed of cultivation to the current level. It is very likely that the gain will outweigh the loss, unless we are very lucky in Qinghui Temple. But if that's the case, it would be more cost-effective to let someone else go. After 1 year, it is best to have more people reach 30 times the power density. We must be prepared for this. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then arranged for some informants to go to the other two alien races around him. These informants were all creatures of the Ice and Fire tribe. Even if something happened, Long Yu would not feel distressed at all. In the process of preparing for the Qinghui Temple, everyone is constantly improving. Including the entire territory of the Ice and Fire clan, there is also a prosperous scene. There are even 2 descendants of the Ice God clan who have broken through their shackles and become new gods. According to convention, the breakthrough time of these 2 new gods is within 1 year after the opening of the Xuanting ancient domain, and they should be able to enter the Xuanting temple. But of course Long Yu would not let them in. Instead, he took them to a remote and uninhabited corner and killed them directly. This is the current situation of the Ice and Fire tribe. Even if new gods appear, they cannot threaten Long Yu's existence. As for external rhetoric, they say that they have brought their new gods to other temples, a temple he jointly developed with other races. If you tell me this reason, no one will doubt anything in a short period of time. As for how long it will take, why will Long Yu care about so much? What happens next has nothing to do with Long Yu. Long Yu just wants to stay in this place for a year or 2. After almost all the resources here are plundered, he can consider moving to the next racial territory. The opportunity for Long Yu to choose was when the Qinghui Temple opened. Then, he wants to take in and control the other 2 races around the Ice and Fire tribe, which is not easy. Both races have more than 60 times the power density, and are no weaker than the Ice and Fire tribe. Although Long Yu has become stronger now, it is very inconvenient to move because he cannot reveal his true identity. If he wants to fully exert his combat power, he also needs a detailed and careful plan. Before the Qinghui Temple opens, what Long Yu has to do is to arrange everything, and at the same time continue to increase his power density. Others don't need to worry so much, they just need to keep practicing. There is no need for others to worry about the internal matters of the Ice and Fire tribe. Long Yu can handle them all by himself. There are many things in the Ice and Fire tribe, but Long Yu doesn't need to pay attention to most of them. He only needs to entertain those Ice and Fire tribe creatures related to cultivation resources, so overall, he is not very busy. Within a day, in addition to the basic 1-hour rest time, he still had 2/3 of the time left to practice. After half a year like this, Jiang Shenwu finally reached a higher level and upgraded Tianyu Jiujua's secret cultivation method to the 3rd level of the 4th round, reaching 40 times the power density. In addition, the compatibility between Long Yu and the shadow attribute divine text has reached the 15th level, which basically gives him about 3 times more power density. When fighting, if combined with his other methods, he can deal with aliens with 60 times the power density. Godlike, it can be said that there will be basically no problems. The previous strongest deity of the Ice and Fire tribe was still relatively weak after all. If it were another deity with 60 times the power density, it is likely that he had some powerful means and would not be easily killed by Long Yu. At this time, Long Yu had already completed the battle plan for Qinghui Temple. He synthesized the current situation of the Ice and Fire tribe and the situation information of the other two surrounding races, and came up with a combat plan. If nothing unexpected happened, Long Yu would become the common ruler of the two foreign races. As for the Ice and Fire tribe, they will naturally be abandoned, and all the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe will be occupied by those two alien races, the Umbrella tribe and the Qingtian tribe. Of course, by then the territories of the Umbrella clan and Qingtian clan will belong entirely to Long Yu. The training resources that Long Yu gets will definitely not be less than those plundered from the Ice and Fire tribe. In this way, he will have greater room for development. However, the corresponding risks are also relatively large. If the identity of the main body is exposed during the operation, it may lead to an encirclement and suppression by all the demon clans in the Quangsha Star region. This is tantamount to bad news for Long Yu and directly conflicts with his plan for stable development. Of course, it would be impossible not to do this. If Long Yu has been hiding in the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe, what is the difference between staying in the Void Galaxy? He must continue to work hard, struggle, plunder enough training resources, and make himself stronger. Fortunately, the overall situation is pretty good now, and everyone in Void Galaxy is developing very quickly. With the addition of 6 new gods, Long Yu is more confident about his own development. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can return to the territory of the human race and the demon race. He no longer needs to fear the invasion of the 3 powerful tribes of the 6 wings. When that day comes, he will become the overlord of the 3 nearby star regions. However, among the 6-winged clan, the Sword clan, and the Mechanical clan, there are also beings like me who have obtained the divine power of the Golden Flame. If they take action, I may not be their opponent. Long Yu thought deeply and knew that if he wanted to ascend to that level, he had to explore the 5th core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. He had felt before that there should be a kind of divine power in the 5th layer of the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument, so he was unable to comprehend the divine power of the Golden Flame. When facing the powerful existence coming out of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, only understanding divine power is the most critical thing to rely on. There are still half a year left, and the plan has been arranged. The main reason is that there are not so many people who have reached 30 times the power density. During this time, it seems that we have to go out and work hard. Long Yu thought in his heart, and announced a message of seclusion to other creatures in the Ice and Fire tribe. He directly activated the ancient Rain Bridge and left the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. His goal is to hunt alien godlike beings. Of course, the target would not be the nearby alien race, that would be too conspicuous. Anyway, with the method of the ancient Rain Bridge, it would not take long for Long Yu to even cross the entire Quangsha Star territory. So he passed directly through the territory of the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan, and got a little glimpse of the customs of the 2 strongest races in the Quangsha Star territory. Then we arrived at the other side of the Quangsha Star territory. Here, there are also many powerful alien gods, and there are quite a few alien gods with 50 or 60 times the power density, which can be used as nutrients by Long Yu for the 9 Nether Ball to devour. Now that the Holy Emperor is staying in the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe, and with the blood spirit seed of Hanying, any disturbance in the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe cannot escape Long Yu's eyes and ears. If the situation is urgent, he can use the ancient Rain Bridge to return in a short time. As long as he does not leave the Quangsha Star territory, there will be no danger in the Ice and Fire tribe territory. Then, Long Yu's hunting operation began. His hunting target is not always within a foreign territory, but travels around, basically targeting those alien gods with a power density of more than 30 times. Every time he kills a godlike creature, he will leave that alien race and head to the next alien territory to hunt. In just 1 month, Long Yu killed 30 alien gods, all of which had more than 30 times the power density, and successfully upgraded his 9 nether orb. 13 times the time flow slowing effect. Not enough. Long Yu did not stop hunting, and continued to the side of Quangsha Star territory and started hunting. Since the major alien races basically did not communicate with each other, no one connected them after Long Yu killed these alien gods. There are 30 alien gods. Basically, Long Yu has hunted all the gods of each race once. Including the God Envoy clan and the Nature clan, there are also gods who have suffered from Long Yu's poisonous hands. If Long Yu continues to kill, he will attract attention, but it is impossible to contact him. In other words, no matter how he kills, as long as his identity is not exposed, he will never get into trouble. 14 times. 15 times. It's almost time to go back. On average, Long Yu killed 2 or 3 powerful godlike beings from each alien race. Among them, he picked 5 or 6 from the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan. Who had the largest number of godlike beings with over 30 times the power density? When Long Yu successfully swallowed the 9 nether balls and the effect increased to the point where the flow of time slowed down 15 times, he finally decided to stop and return to the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. Then, he practiced with the other girls and made the final sprint towards the opening of the Qinghui Temple. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Long Yu killed so many alien gods, causing an uproar throughout the Quangsha Star territory. However, no alien race knew who was behind the attack, because all the alien races in the Quangsha Star territory were poisoned. While other alien races in the Quangsha Star territory were trying to investigate the details, Long Yu had already started practicing with everyone in the area where the flow of time slowed down. Man Xian, Qi Hua, Sunset Wu, Shu Chan, Feng Yusen and Gu Yixian have all learned the secret method of cultivation that suits them in the Xuanting Temple. Now he is practicing with everyone. With 15 times the power density, it only takes them 1 month to practice, which is equivalent to more than a year for other practitioners. There are still a few months left before the Qinghui Temple opens. If you calculate it, they have been practicing until the Qinghui Temple opens, which is equivalent to 7 or 8 years of training. After such a long period of training, they can at least improve their combat effectiveness by 1 level. The power density can be increased at least several times. As for Man Xian and their 6 newly promoted gods, the improvement will be faster. After all, the speed of practicing any secret method is relatively fast at the beginning. Long Yu's own cultivation has slowed down. After all, he has reached the 4th round of Tianyu Jiujue. Even though he has the 15th level of Shadow Attribute Divine Fusion to increase his cultivation speed, it is still unable to do so. Reached the previous speed. All in all, even if the Qinghui Temple opens, Long Yu's power density will only increase by twice at most. But this is already very good, enough to take Long Yu's strength to a higher level, and it will become easier to deal with alien gods with 60 times the power density. 3 days before the opening of Qinghui Temple, Long Yu finally led everyone out of seclusion. This time, he also wanted to step into the Qinghui Temple and try to improve his strength. On the other hand, he also brought 5 other people with him, namely Jitao, Yu Fei, Hong Ying, Yu Ge, and Xing Emperor. As for Yi Ziwei, it was impossible to go to the temple as her cultivation continued to accelerate. Although the time flow slowdown area she is in will dissipate quickly after Long Yu leaves, it will not interrupt her practice. The accelerated state of practice will still be maintained, which is why Long Yu is so relaxed. Leave. Long Yu had previously raided the entire Guangsha Star territory and increased the effect of the time flow slowing area to 15 times. The power density of the other 4 people had reached 30 times. Only by reaching 30 times the power density can one step into the Qinghui Temple. It can be seen that there may be something more precious in this temple than in other temples. There are a total of 6 places to enter, and Long Yu plans to take them all. The other 2 races are the Umbrella Clan and the Qing Tian Clan, each of which has 1 or 2 people with 60 times the power density. The opening of the Qinghui Temple can be regarded as a major event at the god-like level among the 3 major races, so the Umbrella Clan and the Qing Tian Clan are also well prepared. Of the 2 gods they sent, one of them was the strongest god, with a power density 62 times 3 times. The other one is also a powerful being with 57 or 8 times the power density. After all, whether a race can become stronger is largely determined by the strongest. Such a good opportunity as the Qinghui Temple naturally cannot be accessed by other ordinary alien gods. Unless some unparalleled geniuses appear, it is possible for the strongest gods to give up their positions. And this situation is excellent for Long Yu. Because as long as these 4 alien gods are killed, there will be nothing in the Umbrella Clan and Qing Tian Clan that can resist his existence. And because these 4 alien gods are already the strongest beings, they did not bring other gods with them. They were just near the Qinghui Temple, waiting for the opening of the temple. This is also an excellent opportunity for Long Yu to make a move. You hold the 2 ends of the Umbrella Clan, and I will kill the 2 ends of the Qing Tian Clan first. After we come out of the Qinghui Temple, we will have all the training resources of these 3 alien races. What Long Yu wants to do, of course, is to pretend to be the strongest god of the Qing Tian Clan and the Umbrella Clan, and then occupy the Umbrella Clan and the Qing Tian Clan together like he rules the Ice and Fire Clan. In this way, their Void Galaxy people will improve faster. When Long Yu and the others hid in the void and came near the Qinghui Temple, they saw 4 powerful gods from the Qing Tian Clan and the Umbrella Clan, each divided into 2 camps, in a temple that exuded soft cyan light. In the void nearby, it looked like a confrontation, but in fact it looked very leisurely and calm. Obviously, the 4-headed gods are very familiar with Qinghui Temple. They've been here before. But this is not a problem for Long Yu, because even if the opponent has entered Qinghui Temple and is stronger than ordinary gods, they are still similar to the strongest gods of the Ice and Fire tribe. In the past, Long Yu was able to kill the strongest deity of the Ice and Fire tribe, and now he can also deal with these 2 guys. After all, Long Yu has made rapid progress. Compared with when he killed the strongest deity of the Ice and Fire tribe, his strength has now improved. A section of it was enough to completely suppress the strongest god of the Ice and Fire tribe at that time. When the opponent's 4-headed gods were unprepared, the Jukong domain was activated, and a strong space barrier appeared around the 4-headed gods, sealing them in and preventing them from escaping. If you want to escape from the realm of absolute space, even an alien god with 60 times the power density will need at least 1 stick of incense, and it must be an undisturbed time of 1 stick of incense. But now, Long Yu will not give them any chance to escape. Kill. The Jukong domain was released, and even if Long Yudong chose to take action, he did not give the other party any time to react. Several 9 nether orbs appeared in the field, and countless dark entangled beams entangled the 4 alien gods in the space. The effect of slowing down the flow of time shrouded the entire Jukong realm, causing all 4 alien gods to move in a slow state. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu flew to the 2-headed gods of the Qing Tian clan alone, and the rest of the people flew to the 2-headed gods of the Umbrella clan, trying to drag them down with the help of the 9 nether ball. Everything is in Long Yu's plan. The Qing Tian clan is a foreign race with extremely large physical bodies. They are like a hill in the void, exuding bursts of majestic momentum. When they felt the emergence of the Jiwekong realm, the two powerful gods of the Qingtian tribe each exuded bursts of murderous intent. They keenly felt the hostility from the surrounding void, but they found that when they had not fully reacted, at that time, the opponent's offensive has already arrived. The time flow of the 9 nether balls slows down, making their movements extremely slow. The flow of power in the body is greatly hindered, and even normal combat becomes a luxury. However, the strongest Qingtian tribe reacted instantly. Before the Dragon Royal offensive arrived, their entire body was covered with a layer of broken rock. The appearance of this layer of broken rock actually separated its entire body from the influence of the 9 netherworld ball, and it was no longer affected by the effect of slowing down the flow of time. This method is very difficult even among high-level alien gods. Rare. But for Long Yu, this is not too difficult. We can't delay it for too long, otherwise something might happen. Long Yu knew this very well, so he didn't intend to test the opponent when he first came up. Instead, he directly launched his killing moves, Dark Flame Ghost Cord, and 4-phase Killing Prison, and used them mercilessly towards the opponent's location. The black flames and the aura of death kept moving towards the opponent's body, trying to invade and enter, but they were separated by the opponent's broken rock formations, and for a while, nothing was accomplished. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Long Yu did not hesitate to activate this deified magical power. Suddenly, the shadow of the divine dragon appeared behind him, and a jet of black flames came. This powerful attack method was actually more effective than the Dark Flame Guesua and the 4-phase Killing Prison at this moment. The opponent's fragmented rock formation suddenly began to become more fragmented, and it seemed to be about to collapse. The opponent's shattered rock formations are purely physical defenses. Whether it's the Dark Flame Ginsu or the 4-phase Killing Prison, they are mostly aimed at killing spiritual souls. In this case, 9 Nether Dragon Breath is more effective. Long Yu knew very well why 9 Nether Dragon Breath was effective now, because this magical power was originally known for its powerful attacks. Unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity to use it before. After all, the opponent was too easy to dodge. But now, he discovered the wonderful use. The strongest god of the Qingtian tribe was extremely confident in its broken rock formation, and did not even dodge, causing the broken rock formation to collapse slightly. And once it starts to crumble, the broken rock formation outside the opponent's body can no longer be maintained. The power of the Dark Flame Guesua began to invade, and the death aura of the 4 phases Killing Prison also began to invade into the opponent's body. Similarly, the effect of the Xian brand mark took effect from the beginning, weakening the opponent's power density by 10 times. And Long Yu himself opened the Baji bloodline, increasing his power density to nearly 50 times. Coupled with the 15th level compatibility with the shadow attribute divine text, Long Yu's current power density is equivalent to more than 50 times that of a godlike creature, and his various methods are stronger than those of ordinary godlike creatures, even when faced with a force that is 60 times stronger than that of an ordinary godlike creature. There is nothing to fear from the alien races with such density of power. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. But he saw strange lines shooting out from the strongest god of the Qingtian clan in an instant, and these lines shimmered and exuded the power of the gods. Then these lines unexpectedly connected the strongest god of Qingtian clan, as well as Jitao, Hongying, Xingdi, Yufei and Yuega, who were in the distance. This is some kind of ancient god's mark. When Long Yu saw this, he was suddenly shocked. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Long Yu guessed that the other party would have some weird methods, but he didn't expect that the other party's ancient god's pattern would actually connect himself to the 5 people on his side. At this moment, Jitao, Hongying, Xingdi, Yufei and Yuega were all connected together by the ancient god's pattern. Then Long Yu discovered that he had no control over the Qingtian clan godlike creature. The power of the four-phase killing prison and the dark flame ghost rope released was actually transferred to the other 5 people by the ancient gods pattern. This is the pattern of the ancient gods that can share damage. Under such circumstances, it will probably be difficult to kill this god of the Qingtian clan. Long Yu's heart moved and he gritted his teeth. He did not expect that the other party had such means. If Jitao and the others were not brought here this time, it would be impossible to trap both parties here at the same time and kill them one by one. However, if they were brought here, the whole situation would fall into a stalemate. The other party allowed Concubine Yu and other 5 people to be harmed along with them. Long Yu obviously, it was impossible to ignore the safety of the 5 people and directly attack the god of the Qingtian clan. 5/6 of the offensive launched by Long Yu against the Qingtian clan god will be divided and fall on the 5 people, causing them to bear the damage. If the mark of the ancient god is not resolved, Long Yu will not be able to kill this godlike creature from the Qingtian tribe. What to do? Long Yu thought in his heart, and suddenly felt a little confused. Thinking about it, if he didn't bring 5 people to join the battle, the opponent could directly choose him to connect. In that case, he would suffer the same damage as the opponent, and Long Yu could be said to be greatly restricted. It seems that this is the connection between the ancient gods' patterns that can share damage. Yes, it's called the pattern of traction. Dragon Skeleton Qianyu has already learned the name of the pattern of the ancient god, but he doesn't know how to decipher it. What should we do now? Our presence seems to have prevented Long Yu from taking action. The girls are also feeling a little uncomfortable. This situation is very inappropriate. If we can't find a way to solve this traction pattern, then the entire battle will remain in a stalemate until the Qinghui temple is opened. By then, the overall situation will be very different from what Long Yu expected, and there may be some surprises. It would be very bad if these alien gods broke into the Qinghui temple. Long Yu was helpless. But at this time, Concubine Yu suddenly had an idea and sent out her spiritual thoughts to the other 4 women, and told them a feasible method. At the same time, she conveyed this method to Long Yu, asking Long Yu to cooperate. After Long Yu got the news, she was immediately shocked. She really figured out that this method seemed to be able to directly invalidate the opponent's traction pattern, and even cause the opponent to suffer heavy losses because of it. Just give it a try. As for the gods of the Umbrella clan, I will stop them. After Long Yu finished speaking to the girls, he left the battlefield on the side of the Qingtian clan and headed directly towards the Umbrella clan gods. At the same time, Long Yu also condensed 2 demon dust clones, one of which dragged the god of the Qingtian clan with more than 50 times the power density, and the other dragged the god of the Umbrella clan with more than 50 times the power density. God, as for the strongest god of the Umbrella clan, it is Long Yu himself. In this way, the overall situation becomes clear. Long Yu temporarily held back the other 3 gods, and asked the 5 of them to join forces to deal with the strongest god of the Qingtian clan. After being connected by the traction pattern, although the 5 people will bear the damage from the strongest god of the Qingtian clan, at the same time, the damage suffered by the 5 people will also be transmitted to the strongest god of the Qingtian clan. This is exactly the case. The situation made the 5 people think of this method. Start now, self-destruct. After Long Yu started taking action, Concubine Yu took action first, but instead of taking action against the strongest god of the Qingtian clan, she took action against herself. Explode. She directly chose this method to hurt the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe. And Concubine Yu did not act alone. When she chose to self-destruct, Hongying, Yu Ge, and the Holy Emperor also chose to self-destruct. The reason for this is because they have practiced the demonic heart martial arts. The existence of secret magic. And after practicing for such a long time, they have already cultivated the heart of demon dust to the 8th and 9th levels. Although there is no bonus from the seal of the ancient god, it only takes a few breaths to reshape the physical body. It's just time. In this way, they can continuously transfer the damage suffered by their physical bodies to the strongest godlike creature of the Qingtian clan through self-destruction. Sure enough, when the 4 women self-destructed at the same time, the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe also suffered extremely heavy damage. The rocks covering the body began to crumble, and because Concubine Yu and others self-destructed, their bodies were conjoined. The internal organs were completely exploded, causing earth-shattering explosions to begin inside the Qingtian clan's strongest godlike body. Under the pattern of traction, any damage is shared among 6 people. Logically speaking, if they suffer enough damage, the first ones to die will definitely be Concubine Yu and the others. After all, their power density is relatively low and their physical strength is relatively weak, but now they are not same. Because if the damage is purely physical, Concubine Yu and the others possess the secret martial arts skills of the demonic heart, and their physical body recovery speed is really too fast. Although the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe has also practiced similar martial arts secrets, he can continuously repair the wounds he has suffered, but the speed is a bit slow, and it is impossible to compare with the recovery speed of the heart of demonic dust. This method was too risky, but as soon as the girls used it, the strongest god of the Qingtian clan immediately felt troubled. Its body was constantly being destroyed, and it could be seen that if it stepped forward at this time and completely destroyed the demon dust hearts left behind by the 4 women after they blew themselves up, then the 4 women would be dead, but the other 3 would be dead. The alien gods were restrained by Long Yu. As for it, although its physical body is constantly being destroyed, it still has fighting power. It wanted to kill the 4 girls' demonic hearts in person, but Jidao was blocking it. Although Jidao was not as strong as it, its power density was almost the same. When it was constantly being destroyed by the physical body, it was really unable to break through Jidao's blockade. Everything was calculated perfectly. Concubine Yu and the others first self-destructed, then recovered, and then self-destructed again. In just 1 stick of incense, they went through the cycle 3 times. Each time, they themselves recovered extremely quickly. The same was true for Jidao, but the Qingtian clan, the strongest god among us, his recovery speed is not that fast, and his body is riddled with holes. Even its power core has been almost exploded. The process of self-destruction was very painful, but as if the girls were not their own bodies, they continued to self-destruct without hesitation, almost putting the strongest god of the Qingtian clan into a desperate situation. Careful! Suddenly, Jitao gave a sharp shout and stopped the 4 girls from continuing to self-destruct. At this time, they saw that the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe also started to self-destruct, and if he self-destructed, the destructive power would be much more terrifying than their self-destruction. If the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe chooses to self-destruct when they have just finished self-destructing and only the hearts of the demonic dust are left, then they will probably not be able to bear it and will die. However, Jitao's fierce shouting prevented them from self-destructing, allowing them to bear the power of the other party's self-destruction with their newly recovered intact bodies. The strongest god of the Qingtian tribe obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Concubine Yu and the others. After all, it was not a fragile body. If it could self-destruct and kill all 4 women, it would be a big deal for it. It is also a cost-effective thing, so that you can unite with other companions to eliminate the sudden appearance of the human race. But unfortunately, the 4 girls saw its thoughts and stopped the next self-destruction. When the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe self-destructed, the 4 girls and Jidao were extremely seriously injured and severely injured by the self-destruction. However, it did not hurt their roots. As long as the heart of the demon dust is still there, they will not die. Although they suffered severe injuries, the girls persisted and fully recovered after a few breaths. As for the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe, the recovery speed after self-destruction was far from that fast. As long as concubine Yu and the others seize the time and self-destruct a few more times, I am afraid that the physical body of the strongest godlike creature in the Qingtian clan will fall apart and completely collapse. However, the strongest godlike creature in the Qingtian clan is obviously aware of this and the traction pattern is no longer maintained. Instead, he directly cancelled the ancient god's pattern and no longer connected it to the girls. In this way, we can easily kill these gods. The girls felt relieved and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon they stopped laughing. Because immediately afterwards, the traction pattern extended from the body of the Qingtian tribe's strongest godlike creature again. This time, it was not connected to the girls, but to 3 other alien-like gods. The strongest god of the Qingtian clan, whose physical body had basically collapsed, once again used his method to connect the 4 alien gods together, so that the 4 of them could share all the damage they suffered. Oops! The expressions of everyone including Long Yu changed. In this way, they will not be able to kill any one of them instantly, because no matter who they deal with, the damage will be shared with other alien gods. There is no doubt that this battle has become what Long Yu and the others have encountered since they came out of the Languistar territory. To the most difficult one. The pattern of traction, the pattern of the ancient god, can indeed be used constantly, and it can be used in different ways in different situations. Long Yu did not panic and analyzed calmly. Now the opponent's 4 alien gods are all connected together. Although the damage is shared, from another perspective, it may not be all bad. First make a tentative attack to find out which opponent has the weakest defensive ability, and then directly launch a fierce attack on it. Long Yu's voice transmission said to the girls. This is what he came up with. Now that the pattern of traction exists, he has no other way. To deal with the opponent, he must attack hard, but there must be a better way to attack hard. Find a certain alien god with lower defense to attack, and receive the effect is better. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The strongest god of the Qingtian tribe used the traction pattern to connect all the 4-headed gods together, which caused some trouble for Long Yu and the others. 81 Delta Chinese Omega Network. But now, Long Yu and the others have only one way, and that is to attack by force. Soon, the girls and Long Yu attacked the 4 alien gods together. Finally, they found that the umbrella god with more than 50 times the power density had the weakest defense. If they launched an offensive against it, it could cause even more damage. The damage would be evenly distributed to the 4 alien gods. At this moment, the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe had already self-destructed once and was unable to recover in a short period of time. Even if he practiced a certain martial arts secret to reshape his body, it would not be as fast as the heart of demonic dust. Therefore, in the case of suffering the same damage, the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe must not be able to bear it. Go ahead and attack with the strongest possible means. After Long Yu finished speaking to the girls, he took the lead in blasting away the 4-phase killing prison and the dark flame ghost cord, and landed directly on the defensive umbrella god. The aura of killing continued to erode into his body, and then it was passed to the other 3 alien gods through the traction pattern. Long Yu's magic dust clone is still restraining the umbrella clan god, making it unable to withstand Long Yu's current joint attack. Soon, the spirit and soul are being eroded. At the same time, the strongest Qingtian clan, the gods, also suffered from spiritual erosion. The dark flames of the 4-phase killing hell and the dark flame gueso, through the effect of the traction pattern, burned directly into the body of the strongest god of the Qingtian clan, igniting his spiritual soul. At the same time, the other women's offensive came quickly. Although their power density was not particularly strong, with 30 times the power density, combined with Long Yu's Xian brand to weaken the opponent, they were still able to cause some damage. Harm. Especially when the four girls joined forces, Concubine Yu, Holy Emperor, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying all have their own powerful methods. After adding them all together, the strongest god of the Qingtian tribe could no longer hold on for a while. But at this time, there was finally a demon dust clone of Long Yu, which was killed by the strongest god of the Umbrella clan. Then the strongest god of the Umbrella clan flew towards where Long Yu and others were, with his body spinning. Then, with endless space attribute divine words, a terrifying whirlpool descended from the sky, trying to envelope everyone in it. Void current turns forever. At this time, Long Yu was attacking another Umbrella race god, and had no way to resist the terrifying space whirlpool, but at this time, the Void Ghost Dragon Blade finally awakened to another level. Awakening to the 6th level. The constant rotation of the virtual current is the awakening technique derived from the Void Nether Dragon Blade's awakening to the 6th level. When the whirlpool of the space divine text, the strongest god of the Umbrella clan, fell from the sky, pulling everyone into it and tearing them apart completely, a flowing space-time domain emerged from the top of Long Yu's head. It was the awakening technique of Sulu Hengxuan. Condensed out. Then the flowing space-time realm continued to rise, and soon collided with the great whirlpool of space divine texts. Although it seems that the void current constant rotation is not very conspicuous, after coming into contact with the large whirlpool of space gods, it directly absorbed the large whirlpool and then transferred it to the Umbrella race with the weakest defense. On God. The maelstrom of space divine texts that originally attacked Long Yu and others was actually diverted and became a weapon to attack the gods of the Umbrella clan. The next moment, the terrifying power spread from the Umbrella race god and fell on the 4 alien gods through the traction pattern. At this time, the strongest Qingtian race god finally couldn't hold on, and was the destructive power of the space vortex tore it into pieces. The entire rock-like giant body completely collapsed and scattered, as if it exploded from it and scattered towards the surroundings. The traction pattern just disappeared. Dark flame Gueso, burn. Seeing this, Long Yu had no time to rejoice at the reawakening of the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void. Instead, he launched a spiritual and soul offensive against the strongest god of the Qingtian clan as quickly as possible. The dark flame Guesua carried the endless jet-black flames quickly burned on the body of the Qingtian clan's strongest god. The spiritual soul of the most powerful godlike god in the heavenly clan suffered endless pain in the dark flames. Even after losing his physical body, its resistance to the slowing down effect of the time flow of the 9 nether ball disappeared without a trace and was completely lost. The ability to resist and resist. In less than half a moment, the most powerful human god of Qingtian tribe will die. Well done, Xiaoxiu. Only then did Long Yu praise the Void Nether Dragon Blade. The 6th level awakening skill, Void Current Constant Turn, seemed to be able to transfer out any attack that was not too powerful and use it to attack the opponent's own side. This kind of awakening technique is not much different from the previous Void attack. Even if it is used at a critical moment, the effect is even worse. The other girls also glanced at the Void Nether Dragon Blade in great surprise. They were obviously very surprised, and more importantly, they were happy. Under such circumstances, they wanted to defeat the next few alien gods. It's even easier. Of course, the effect of the virtual current and constant turn cannot always remain constant. If the opponent knows this move in advance, he may be able to use some means to prevent his attack from being diverted by the virtual current. But when it was used for the first time, it was definitely unexpected. For example, just now, the strongest god of the Qingtian clan with the traction pattern was killed in one go. I'm here to deal with the strongest Umbrella clan god, and the other 2 gods with over 50 times the power density. You go and hold them back first. Long Yu said to the girls, and then a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Even now, he has no intention of looking down on his opponent, and is still going all out. However, since there is only one umbrella god left with a power density of more than 60 times, Long Yu does not hide it, and directly he activated the deified 9 nether ball magical power. The huge pupil shadow appeared behind Long Yu, directly pulling the strongest umbrella clan god into the gap of the turbulent flow of time. Within 3 breaths, there was almost no way to make any movement. Dark flames fault. Only then did Long Yu use the method of pressing the bottom of the box. A small cluster of pitch-black flames emerged from the surface of the opponent's body, and then like the most dexterous little snake, it penetrated into the opponent's body. Following the gaps in the opponent's body, they have almost found the opponent's core of strength. The Umbrella clan, like the human race and the monster clan, only has one core of power. Soon, that core of power was ignited by the dark flame, a small cluster of pitch-black flames. Its burning destructive power was extremely terrifying, and it did not allow the opponent to put up any resistance at all. Ability. This Umbrella tribe's defensive methods are still very strong, which was already seen during the battle. However, after being dragged into the gap between the turbulent flow of time by the magical power of Long Yu Joyo Sphere, he no longer has any ability to resist, and it is impossible to use any defensive means. Who can use martial arts without consciousness? Supernatural power? If the deification power of the 9 nether ball is used, an alien god is destined to perish here. The dark flames fault attacked and quickly defeated the core of the power of the strongest umbrella god, and burned it completely. After 3 breaths, the consciousness of the strongest umbrella god broke away from the gap in the turbulence of time. At that moment, I was shocked to realize that I had been killed, without any chance of making a comeback. The core of power is the absolute key to most races. After the core of power was destroyed, the cultivation of his whole body was destroyed. Even though the godlike strong man could still use the deified magical power because of the existence of it, no matter what method he used, it was not that powerful, and not even a tenth of what it was in its heyday. It will be easy to handle next time. The 9 nether ball began to devour. The strongest human god of the Qingtian clan and the strongest human god of the Umbrella clan became the food devoured by the 9 nether ball, and were quickly devoured by it and became complete nutrients, and then Long Yu dealt with the 2 alien gods left. There is no pressure at all. Finally done. After killing all 4 alien gods, the 9 nether ball actually improved again by devouring these 4 alien gods, reaching a 16-fold time flow slowing effect. For the cultivation of Long Yu and others, there will be faster efficiency improvements. But what they have to do next is not to practice, but to step into the Qinghui temple to try to improve themselves in other aspects. In addition to Long Yu, the other 4 women also need to further improve their secret cultivation methods. Otherwise, their cultivation speed will be slower, and they may reach the peak after practicing for a while. This is not a situation that Long Yu wants to see. Therefore, when they enter Qinghui Temple this time, the main improvement aspect is to practice secret techniques. Of course, if there is an opportunity to upgrade a certain magical power to a deified magical power, they must not miss it. As for Long Yu, he also has his own goals. He still has 2 magical powers, Joyo Hunter and Joyo Path, which have not been upgraded to deified magical powers. If he can get more deified magical powers in Qinghui Temple, it will naturally be a good harvest, but at the same time, Long Yu also hopes you can get more patterns of ancient gods in Qinghui Temple. The traction pattern of the strongest Qingtian clan just now made Long Yu realize that in this level of battle, the ancient gods pattern can already affect the direction of the entire battle. If he has more ancient gods pattern, wouldn't it be able to gain a greater advantage in battle? It is not that easy to obtain the useful mark of the ancient god, otherwise Long Yu would not have met an opponent with the mark of traction until now. But no matter what, places like Qinghui Temple are higher end than ordinary temples, and the possibility of obtaining the ancient god's mark is also higher. After Long Yu and the others cleaned up the battlefield outside the Qinghui Temple, the Qinghui Temple finally opened. Long Yu didn't even keep the remains of the small world of the 4 powerful alien gods, but gave them to concubine Yu and the other 4 girls. There may be a lot of cultivation resources that can be helpful to them. For Long Yu, it's no longer necessary. Qinghui Temple, open. It's time to enter. Long Yu took the girls, with a total of 6 places, directly into the Qinghui Temple. In the Qinghui Temple, the 6 Long Yu people entered the Qinghui Temple through 6 different entrances. As soon as he entered the Qinghui Temple, Long Yu felt a burst of Qinghui, like the warm midday sun, shining from all directions. He didn't know where it came from, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. At the same time, a familiar driving force surrounded him from all sides, wrapping him up and pushing him deep into the Qinghui Temple. Soon, dots of dark light appeared in front of him. These light spots carried certain auras that were familiar to Long Yu, which made his heart move. He knew that this was the power that could enhance his magical power to a deified supernatural power. The deified supernatural power that has been upgraded this time should be the 9 Nether Hunters, right? Long Yu thought in his heart. Except for the 9 Nether Ball, Long Yu's deified magical powers all transform in order, so if nothing else happens, the deified magical power transformed this time should undoubtedly be the 9 Nether Hunter. The last transformation of his deified supernatural power was the Book of Shadows. That transformation allowed him to control the storm of the 5 elements of absolute power in the time and space tunnel. It was a great strategic tool for him. In the battle with aliens, there is no need to say more about how much effect it has. I wonder what kind of special effects will be born after the 9 Nether Hunter transforms into a deified supernatural power. Here, Long Yu is preparing for the transformation of Joyo Hunter's magical power. In other directions, the girls are also facing great changes in themselves. After all, Qinghui Temple is a place that only powerful gods with 30 times the power density can enter, so the driving force in it is more powerful than ordinary temples are stronger. The first thing the girls did when entering the Qinghui Temple was to try to improve their own cultivation secrets. In this regard, Qinghui Temple did not disappoint them, and soon upgraded the secret cultivation techniques they practiced to a higher level, making their secret cultivation techniques stronger and deriving different special effects of the secret techniques. Yiziwei's secret magic special effects are the envy of all the girls. And now, the girls also have better secret magic special effects. For example, the special effect of Concubine Yu's secret cultivation method is to increase the power of immortality and demonic energy at the same time during cultivation, which is equivalent to doubling her cultivation efficiency at once, which is faster than her previous cultivation. Got too much? The special effects of Hong Ying's secret cultivation method have evolved into the ability to bless everyone nearby with the blood-colored divine inscriptions, making the people blessed by the bloody divine inscriptions stronger. The current level of enhancement is only about 10%, but this is already an amazing effect. When it comes to Long Yu, his current combat power in his heyday is roughly equivalent to that of an alien god with 65 times the power density. Then with the blessing of Han Ying's bloody divine text, it is equivalent to being able to deal with beings with 70 times the power density. This is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying effect. As the secret effects of the girls gradually transform into more useful ones, Long Yu and the others will surely become more powerful in their subsequent battles, but correspondingly, the opponents they face will also be much stronger than before. Ever since he met the strongest god of the Qingtian clan with the traction pattern, Long Yu knew that most of the opponents he was about to face would be such powerful beings with special means. There are probably not many ancient god patterns like the traction pattern in the entire Guangsha Star territory, and only the strongest beings can obtain them. Therefore, 60 times the power density is almost a dividing line. It is extremely difficult for an alien god with a power density of less than 60 times to obtain such an ancient god's pattern, but an alien god with a power density of more than 60 times is very likely to obtain a similar ancient god's pattern. To improve one's own strength. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the alien gods will be, and their power will be much more terrifying than before. This is inevitable. In Qinghui Temple, like other temples before, time seems to exist without any concept. No one knows how long it took for the girls to improve their secret cultivation skills. Then, they were urged by the power of driving and continued to move towards the depths of Qinghui Temple. In this way, someone finally opened the brain of the ancient god was obtained, and the pattern of the ancient god was obtained. Some people had one more deified magical power, and some people obtained a divine martial skill. After the second reward, they will be greeted by a challenge. If they can pass this challenge, then they will get more motivation to move forward. If they fail to pass the challenge, there is nothing they can do. For most of the girls, this is their first time encountering such a challenge. Moreover, the situation they encountered was different from Long Yu's previous situation. Long Yu transformed into the creator of the Rain Temple and faced the most terrifying existence in the world, constantly hiding from the powerful offensive from the void. But the situation of the girls is not that complicated. In Qinghui Temple, they just encountered a weird human opponent with 6 arms and 6 wings. As long as they killed this opponent, they would pass the challenge. If Long Yu saw such an image, he would definitely feel familiar. Unfortunately, what Long Yu encountered was different from the other women. Perhaps he carries the golden flame divine power and the 9 nether prison monument, so the temple determines that his identity is different, so the challenge level given to him is also different. With Long Yu's 6th magical power, the 9 nether hunter transformed into after deifying his magical power, his driving force took him directly to an empty place. In this open place, countless clear rays of light fell from the sky, like sunlight or moonlight, shrouding Long Yu's body. Then he saw an ethereal figure floating through the clear light in the sky. This ethereal figure seemed to have no fixed shape, and it kept changing its shape with the swaying of the clear light. Is this some kind of alien life? Long Yu raised his head and looked at the scene in the clear sky, feeling a little surprised. Logically speaking, this second place should also be a reward, but the current situation does not look like a reward. Anyway, just keep reading. The ethereal figure in the clear light in the sky sometimes lengthened, sometimes shortened, and finally completely dissipated, turning into pieces of clear light that fell around Long Yu. Then he discovered that the clear light around him it seemed as if everything was alive. This Qinghui Temple, could it be the product of a certain life that completely dissipated? Long Yu couldn't help but think like this, but now this was just a guess on his part. A guess drawn from the scene he saw in front of him basically had no chance of being a fact. But soon, bursts of consciousness were transmitted into Long Yu's mind among these bright lights. These consciousnesses seemed to have been preserved for too long, and were very vague and intermittent, making it impossible for Long Yu to know what kind of information they contained. Sleeping, reviving. Occasionally, 2 clear words could not form any meaningful sentences, leaving Long Yu a little confused. This Qinghui Temple may have existed for too long and cannot store detailed information. Otherwise, we should be able to get some useful information from these messages from Qinghui's consciousness. Long Yu thought in his mind, but he found that if he didn't understand all the information, he seemed to be unable to move forward. This made him feel quite troublesome, but since he wanted to find out the truth about the gods, it was necessary to figure out the message. In the Qinghui Temple, every piece of Qinghui contains a certain message. Long Yu must perceive it carefully before he can understand the information contained in it. However, more often, Long Yu finds that most of the messages in these Qinghui has been erased. It didn't dissipate because it took too long, but it was erased artificially. Even so, Long Yu still got some precious information from the few rays of light. This information was something he had never learned before, or even heard of. He carefully sensed all the Qinghui in Qinghui Temple that still contained information. He didn't know how many years it took, and finally figured out a fact. First of all, what he can be sure of is that gods definitely exist. Secondly, he now finally knows why the gods have never been seen in this world. It is because the gods are either dead or in a deep sleep. As for why he was sleeping and who killed the dead god, Long Yu didn't know. The key information had been erased and could not be learned from this Qinghui Temple. Then some of the remaining messages from Qinghui Temple were to ask Long Yu to do something to wake up the sleeping gods. It's a pity that Long Yu doesn't know what the other party needs him to do, nor what kind of things he needs to do to awaken the gods. Everything is still a mystery. Although he got some key information, it brought him bigger question. Did the gods disappear because they were asleep or dead, just like the Rain God and the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor were killed at that time? Long Yu felt awe-inspiring in his heart. This world seems to hide more things that he doesn't know, or in other words, there are things that everyone doesn't know. He thought of the Alliance of Sufferers, an organization that is good at refining elixirs. It has not appeared among the human race and the demon race for a long time. Even from the news of Long Yu's recent exploration, even among the Ice and Fire Clan, Silk Clan, in tribes and other territories, there was an alliance of suffering people a long time ago, but after a certain period of time, it suddenly disappeared. This organization may not be an organization from the 3 nearby star regions. That is to say, there are other worlds outside these 3 star fields. Long Yu thought in his mind that in this way, his goal would be expanded a little further. Quansha Star Territory, Langya Star Territory, and Tiangang Star Territory. Is this just another small corner of the wider starry sky? He does not know. However, he believed that he would soon find out. After coming out of Qinghui Temple, everyone gained a lot. Especially Long Yu. In this line of work, he only has one magical power, that is, the 9 Nether Hunter has become a deified magical power, but this is his 6th magical power and one of the advanced magical powers. After it became a deified magical power, Long Yu has not used it yet. It is not yet known what kind of effects it will have. But he was in no hurry to know. When they were in the Qinghui Temple, several other gods in the Void Galaxy were practicing slowly in the hidden space of the Xuanting Temple, including Yi Ziwei, because that was the place where no one would disturb them, so they could practice without any worries. Things outside. Even if the entire Ice and Fire tribe is destroyed, it will not affect them. After all, it is very likely that Long Yu and the others will spend several years once they enter Qinghui Temple. No one knows what will happen in these few years. However, there is no need for the Umbrella and Qingtian tribe to worry. Since the Qinghui Temple is open, those 2 races have long been prepared. Their respective strongest gods will be away for at least a year. Facts have proved that when Long Yu and the others came out of Qinghui Temple, 2 years had passed. This period of time is neither long nor short for the experience of the temple, but everyone seems to have experienced a long time, and at the same time it seems as if it has passed by in an instant. The passage of time in the temple is really unpredictable. Long Yu glanced at the women around him, including Jitao, and found that each of them had changed a lot. Everyone's secret cultivation techniques have been improved. Everyone has made progress in other aspects. My ancient god's pattern, Feng Hua's pattern, has been tested in the Qinghui Temple. It seems to be able to attach a protective barrier to the spiritual soul. This protective barrier is very strong, unless it is 10 times more powerful than mine. A strong person with high power density must use special means to attack the spiritual soul, otherwise it will be impossible to break through. Yuga said to everyone. However, her pattern of grace is only useful to herself and cannot protect other people's souls. This alone is already very terrifying, and its effect has surpassed the secret method of the body of purification practiced by Long Yu, especially since Yuge also practiced the secret method of martial arts of purification body. If the two are combined, it can be said that the current Yuge is basically not afraid of any mental attacks. Concubine Yu's two powers are more closely combined. The fairy energy and the demonic energy were originally distinct, but now they are beginning to merge together. As her level of practicing secret techniques increases, and as her power density gradually increases, she alone has the terrifying ability to combine immortal energy, and demonic energy exerts a power that far exceeds the power of the two on their own. Although the current concubine Yu has only 30 times the strength density, she can fight against opponents that are 35 times or even stronger, and her fighting power exceeds that of the other women. What's more, as her immortal energy and demonic energy are more combined and integrated to a higher degree, her combat effectiveness will become stronger. This is a combination that transcends power density and is her innate advantage. Others can learn it if they want to. Not coming. During Han Ying's trip to the Qinghui Temple, in addition to upgrading another of her magical powers into a deified magical power, she also derived a stronger special effect of the secret cultivation method, using the power of the blood-colored divine inscriptions to bless others. On the body, 1/10 of the power density of everyone is enhanced. This is an extremely astonishing method. For Long Yu, it is already comparable to the effect of Baji bloodline. What's more, this method has no sequelae and has a group effect. It can be seen that at the godlike level, methods such as the ancient gods pattern and secret cultivation methods are more powerful. Having a powerful ancient gods pattern or a powerful secret cultivation method will obviously help in combat. The Holy Emperor's harvest is a bit more special. In addition to improving her secret cultivation skills once again, like Long Yu, she seemed to see some ethereal messages in the clear light. These messages seemed to have something to do with her bloodline. Unfortunately, these messages were the same. It became extremely blurry, as if someone had deliberately erased it, making it difficult to see clearly. In addition, she also transformed the other two innate magical powers into deified magical powers. Now she has a total of 5 deified magical powers, which is only one less than Long Yu. You must know that Long Yu had 3 deified powers before she became a god, but the Holy Emperor broke through and became a deity after she stepped into a single miracle. At that time, she did not have any deified powers. It can be seen that these recent developments during the days, she received many rewards in various temples, most of which upgraded her magical powers to deified magical powers. But she didn't expect that she would be able to find information about her bloodline in the Qinghui Temple. Although this message was very little, even vague, it caused her to have unprecedented mood swings, because she had always wanted to know what the White Feather Monster clan was like in the past, and why only the monsters were left in the White Feather Monster clan now. Such a small branch of the clan? How could she herself have been comatose since ancient times and only woke up now? What did the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor do at that time? Everything remains a mystery. To find the answer to this puzzle, she still needs to make more efforts. Through this trip to the Qinghui Temple, Jidao gained a more complete grasp of the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor's physical body. The power density in his body finally returned to 55 times, and the 2 innate magical powers became more powerful. Mature. Coupled with her understanding of the ancient ghost domain divine texts and the like, her combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. In the Qinghui Temple, her 2 innate magical powers have become more mature. One of them has also become a deified magical power. This is also a great progress for her. As a being who was originally flawed, now she is heading towards the footsteps of an ordinary godlike powerhouse. If she can achieve the birth of the 7 innate magical powers, then her strength will not be weaker than Long Yu. After you come out, you should go back to the Ice and Fire clan first. Later, I will start to bring the Umbrella clan and Qingtian clan under control. Long Yu said to the girls, then raised his hands to build a bridge of ancient rain, then stepped on the bridge, took the girls up the bridge, and soon returned to the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. Long Yu observed the entire Ice and Fire tribe and found that in the past 2 years, a lot of troubles had occurred within the entire Ice and Fire tribe, but they were all insignificant troubles, simply because the strongest Ice and Fire tribe god was missing. The order in the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe has become a little chaotic. These chaos come from restless elements in the Ice and Fire tribe. These guys want to take advantage of the opportunity to gain more benefits, so they tinker with a series of things in an attempt to seize more cultivation resources from other forces, thereby accelerating their own development. There are such guys in every race. After all, life is selfish, and now the Ice and Fire tribe is not facing life and death, so these guys in the Ice and Fire tribe have no sense of crisis. If the Ice and Fire tribe is facing life and death, many guys who are willing to sacrifice for the sake of racial justice will emerge. These guys. Even for Long Yu, they are a headache. Therefore, when he dealt with the Umbrella clan and Qingtian clan, he did not plan to kill all the other gods of the Umbrella clan and Qingtian clan, but planned to use those gods to rule these 2 gods. The actual process does not take long, but it does take some effort to transfer the training resources of the 2 clans to his own hands. Of course, this is not a difficult thing for Long Yu, just use a few small tricks. Anyway, when he came forward, he was the strongest humanoid god of the 2 races. As long as his demands were not too excessive, the other 2 humanoid gods would definitely have to obey. Long Yu could only disguise himself as an alien god at the same time, so when he appeared, the other weaker alien god could only be said to have died in an accident in the Qinghui temple. This was considered a huge disadvantage for his race. Such losses. A year has passed. Long Yu has completely ruled the territories of the 3 major alien races, the Ice-Fire tribe, the Umbrella tribe and the Qingtian tribe, and has seized all the cultivation resources therein. The development results brought about by this are gratifying. Among the people in the Void Galaxy brought by Long Yu, almost everyone has reached the realm of the 7th level master, and is only 1 step away from stepping into a godlike existence. During this period, another miracle was opened, and Long Yu used his methods to make people when their own people stepped into it. 3 new gods were added to their ranks, namely Xuelua, Qin Yashuang, and Emo Zhaitian. As there are more and more new gods in the Dragon Yu camp, Dragon Yu itself is getting stronger and stronger. His own Tianyu Jiujue has reached the 9th level of the 4th round, and he has 46 times the power density. Coupled with the 15th level of Shadow Attribute Divine Fusion, he is equivalent to having 50 times the power density. With the help of many methods and the blessing of Hongying's bloody divine inscriptions, Long Yu can completely fight against alien gods with 70 times the power density. On the other hand, Liao Lele refined many special elixirs specifically for Long Yu to take. The effect was to improve his compatibility with other attribute divine words. Originally, except for the Shadow Attribute Divine Words, he had level 10 compatibility. But now, they have all been upgraded to 2 levels, becoming the top level 12 compatibility. Of course, under the special effects of Tianyu Jiojua's secret method, his degree of compatibility with other divine texts was weakened by 3 levels, leaving only level 9, but compared to the initial level 7, it was much stronger. At least it can prevent Long Yu from being too powerless when facing certain enemy attacks. After all, the conformity to the attributes of divine characters also affects the ability to resist the attributes of divine characters. In the Qinghui Temple, the Holy Emperor and I both saw some messages, but these messages were too vague. If you want to understand these messages thoroughly, you must become stronger and try to enter more temples, and those sacred objects of the Outer God clan. Just wait until I can fight against the alien gods with 80 times the power density, and then it's time to go back. There was a flash of light in Long Yu's eyes. In the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe, everyone continued to practice. 8-1 Chinese website. Long Yu did not act rashly, because the strength of the race is basically divided into 4 levels. 20 times the strength density is a step on the ladder. If the Ice and Fire tribe goes up, there are only 2 goals, the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan. At present, it is definitely impossible for Long Yu to take advantage of these 2 races, because the difference in strength is too big. Among the other races, there are at least 2 or 3 existences with 80 times the power density, so it is not so easy to be like them. The Ice and Fire tribe were also killed by him. What's more, in the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan, the overall number of deities is extremely large. There are at least 3 digits of deities, more than 100 or 200, not to mention, and among them there are existences with over 70 times the power density. There are no less than 10 of them. If Long Yu seeks trouble with these 2 races now, he is simply seeking death. So for now he can only continue to practice. But just because he doesn't go looking for trouble, doesn't mean there won't be trouble coming. In the Guangsha Star territory, the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan are equivalent to the strongest races, so they have some dominance over other races. The Ice and Fire Clan's territory is only separated from the Natural Clan by another medium race, and the Ice and Fire Clan. The clan strength is about the same. A year after Long Yu and the others came out of the Qinghui Temple, 2 gods from the Natural Clan headed in this direction, and soon arrived at the Ice and Fire Clan to collect taxes, which were cultivation resources. This represents the surrender to the Natural Clan, and is also an action taken by the Natural Clan to go out on patrol. On the one hand, they can harvest some cultivation resources, and on the other hand, they can patrol the entire Guangsha Star territory, so that if there is any abnormal situation, they can be discovered as quickly as possible. Such tax collection inspections occur approximately once every 5 years. It's almost here now. When the 2 strong men from the Nature Clan, with over 50 times the power density, came to the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe, they immediately noticed something was wrong, because in this Ice and Fire Clan, except for one of the strongest gods, except for this, other gods have disappeared. Their tax collection inspections basically require more than half of the gods of a race to greet them. Otherwise, even if the reception is unfair, basically no race will violate this rule. But now, only the Ice and Fire tribe appears in front of them. The strongest godlike creature, this situation is really strange. Long Yu transformed into the strongest god of the Ice and Fire tribe, and informed the other party with his spiritual thoughts that the current situation was that all of the Ice and Fire tribe's deities had been plundered before, and all of them were dead. The only few newly promoted deities were now in the temple and could not come out. Meet. This explanation made Long Yu, who was the strongest godlike person in the Ice and Fire clan, scolded. It was so infuriating that such a big thing had not been reported to the Nature clan. However, the existences with more than 50 times the strength density of the 2 heads were unable to do anything to Long Yu. They could only record what happened here and then left the territory of the Ice and Fire tribe. Long Yu wanted to kill these 2 guys directly, but after thinking about it, it was not necessary, because these 2 guys had to go shopping further away, and this was the time for Long Yu to prepare. If these 2 gods with more than 50 times the power density of the natural family were killed now, then Long Yu would have to prepare to escape from here immediately. After all, the Natural clan will definitely know the cause and place of death of these 2 people, so they will rush over as soon as possible. If Long Yu's reaction speed is not fast enough, I am afraid that he will be surrounded by other strong men of the Natural clan as soon as he kills these 2 guys. Block up. Now that the Natural clan has been found, it's almost time to leave and hide in the territory of the Natural clan. At the same time, you can inquire about the overall situation of the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan, and learn about the specific strengths of these 2 races. can have some understanding. Long Yu's heart moved, and then a plan was born. The Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan are the two strongest races in the Guangsha Star territory. This plan must not be messed up. Long Yu always puts safety first when thinking. With his current strength, it is not difficult. Guaranteed if it's safe, it's pretty much the same anywhere. Soon a plan was born. He took the other people from the Void Galaxy, as well as many gods from the human race and the demon race, and set foot on an ancient rain bridge, heading straight towards the territory of the Natural Clan. Passing through several after crossing the ancient rain bridge, they finally came to a lush green star field. This star field is the territory of the Natural Clan. In this star field, it is not like other star fields, which are dead and pitch black. Instead, there are vibrant and crisp green colors everywhere, because in the territory of the natural family, there are many sources of divine texts of life, all scattered. A crisp green light dotted the entire starry sky. Looking at the starry sky, they are all emerald green, it is simply mesmerizing. This is a strange scene in the starry sky. Long Yu and others who came here were a little surprised and envious. The Natural Clan can occupy such a place as a territory for expansion, and it does have its own strength. However, the race that can develop in such a place must be a life that is more in tune with life and the power of nature. It is not the natural race that chooses to develop in this territory, but the power of this territory that chooses nature for its birth. A clan. Let's just pick a void and start practicing quietly. Previously, the Ice and Fire Clan, the Umbrella Clan, and the Qing Tian Clan have already grabbed almost all the training resources. What's left doesn't matter. The temples and miracles won't be available in a short time. It's the same when it's turned on no matter where we practice. Hongying, if you spread the blood spirit seed, your strength will increase, and you will have more targets that the blood spirit seed can attach to, right? Good. Hongying nodded. Before, my blood spirit seed could only be attached to an alien god with 20 times the power density to prevent it from being discovered, but now it is sure that even an alien god with 30 times the power density cannot be discovered. Yes, I'll rely on you to find out the information. The others can just rest and practice well. Long Yu nodded and gave the order. At this time, not only everyone else in the Void Galaxy has reached the realm of the 7th stage Great Master, but even the followers of the Bone Race survivors have mostly reached the realm of the Great Master, and there are even many 7th stage Great Masters. Apart from the fact that the Bone Clan survivors do not have godlike existence, their overall strength is already extremely strong. Unfortunately, no matter how strong they are just followers of Long Yu and the others. Of course, Long Yu and the others treat the Bone Clan survivors well, and they are not used as free labor. Some physical work is indeed done by these Bone Clan survivors, but accordingly, some training resources will also be given as rewards. This is already a very good situation for the Bone Clan survivors. At least, the entire Bone Clan remnants are in the process of becoming stronger, and they see Long Yu's progress in these days clearly. Such a powerful human race might be able to unify the Star Territory in the future. By then, the descendants of their Bone Clan survivors would no longer need to be followers, and might be able to gain a chance of freedom. If you follow the strong, you will become stronger. This is inevitable. What's more, Long Yu is not stingy with the remaining members of the Bone Clan. This has resulted in the entire Void Galaxy training team having extremely strong combat effectiveness. The White Feather Demon Clan has the largest number, and together with its Bone Clan remnant followers, 10 major Master Legions have been born, 5 of which are fully staffed. The powerful 7th level Master. Such a large Master army is extremely rare even in the human race and the demon race. This is a legion built with all the training resources of the 3 major races, the Ice Fire Tribe, the Umbrella Tribe and the Qing Tian Tribe. Even in the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan, the strongest races, it is impossible to use so many resources to build a few large master legions, because the cost is too high. It is better to cultivate another 100 ordinary ones. The Juggernaut Legion is a great deal. That is to say, there are few people in Void Galaxy, so many cultivation resources are concentrated on everyone. The average cultivation resources allocated to each person are too abundant. Even after reaching the 7th level of Master, everyone's allocated resources have not been used up. Share of training resources. This made them admire their leader's foresight in choosing a human race like Long Yu who had created miracles to follow, which elevated all of them to the realm they dreamed of, even being close to the gods. As long as they have the chance, they can still touch the godlike level. This is something they never dared to think about before. In the territory of the natural clan, everyone hid and began to practice. Long Yu created an area where the flow of time was slowed down, allowing many gods to practice at 16 times the speed. Under the effect of slowing down the flow of time, their cultivation speed reached a terrifying level. It is a pity that those who have not reached the level of godlike existence cannot avoid being affected by the slowdown of the time flow. In other words, only godlike beings can enjoy such a cultivation speed bonus. Although they have also spent so much time cultivating, only 1/16 of the time in the outside world has passed. The efficiency can be imagined. In this way, Long Yu and the others can reach a higher level in the shortest time, so that they can return to the human race and the demon race as soon as possible to eliminate the threat from the 6 wings of the Sword Clan. Although when they left the Langia Star territory, Long Yu used his methods, but as time goes by, the other party is likely to see some flaws. It would not be good if the 6 wings attacked the territories of the human race and the demon race. Just when Long Yu and the others were hiding among the natural clan and starting to practice, the blood spirit seeds were scattered and gradually brought them various news from the natural clan. After the 2 strong men of the natural clan who collected taxes and inspected the area returned, they explained the situation in the territory of the Ice and Fire clan. When they sent people there again, they found that the Ice and Fire clan no longer even had a godlike god. Even the Umbrella clan and Qing Tian next door, the strongest god of the clan, also disappeared. After detecting this situation, the natural clan entered an extremely nervous state. 8 Omega 1 Delta. Although it was only the Ice Fire clan, the Umbrella clan, and the Qing Tian clan that had an incident, it was definitely not a trivial matter. There had never been such a problem in the history of the Quangsha Star territory. There was actually a race of godlike strong men. Or, all the silent ones disappeared? And when I came here last time, I clearly saw the strongest godlike creature from the Ice and Fire tribe. This means that there is some kind of creature that can be impersonated, and entered the Quangsha Star territory, and killed the strongest gods of the 3 races, Ice Fire tribe, Umbrella tribe and Qing Tian tribe, and dominated the 3 races. Under the investigation of the natural clan, it was discovered that the impostor had indeed seized the cultivation resources of the 3 races, and then left. Where is the impostor now? Do you have any thoughts about the natural family? These are issues they have to consider. As everyone knows, Long Yu and others have now arrived in the lush green starry sky territory of the natural clan, hiding in the dark, observing everything about the natural clan. In this case, let's not show up for the time being. The natural clan is very wary now. If we want to take advantage of the natural clan, our strength is still far behind. Long Yu thought in his heart. Soon, news came from Hong Ying that the blood spirit seeds she had planted for the gods of the Nature clan were being cleared out one by one. After the Nature clan investigated what happened to the Ice and Fire clan, they became vigilant, bringing everyone together for inspection. In this way, the blood spirit seeds cannot escape the detection of those powerful natural gods, and all of them are eliminated. In this way, we have all become blind. But we are hiding here, and it is impossible for them to find us. Just practice quietly. The news about the temple and the miracle has been obtained. There is no need to worry about other things. Wait until the temple, and when the miracle starts, we will make better plans. The temple that is the fastest to be opened near the territory of the natural clan is called the Shumu Temple, and it will only open in 2.5 years. During this period of time, Long Yu originally planned to use it all for cultivation. As long as his Tianyu Jiujue reaches the 5th or 6th round, he will be able to resist those alien gods with 80 times the power density. Although the opponent is not weak in terms of means, Long Yu still has the 9 nether balls. Magical power is a killer. Moreover, his biggest trump card has not been used for a long time, and that is the 9 nether hell monument. After the 9 nether hell monument became his little world, he never used it to fight. However, don't forget that this 9 nether hell monument is an extremely terrifying life-saving weapon. Even if Long Yu has improved so much now, it will still remain the same. I can't see through this dark stone monument. This is a relic of the gods. As long as it is not a being at the level of gods, attacking the 9 nether prison monument will definitely lead to death. Long Yu firmly believed in this, and he did not believe it blindly, but came to the exact conclusion based on his feelings all the time. The 9 nether prison monument is his last trump card no matter what. Even after acquiring the deification power of the 9 nether ball, it is still the case. After all, even the 9 nether ball is the 9 nether prison monument that swallowed up the remains of the 9 nether dragon emperor's small world. After it was born, it can be seen that the 9 nether prison monument is a higher level than the 9 nether ball. Next, everyone started practicing in this void space. In the time flow slowing area, the time flow is slowed down 16 times, allowing everyone to practice 16 times faster than the creatures in the outside world. A year later, even the 6 original newly promoted gods, Man Xian, Qi Hua, Xiang Wu, Shu Chan, Feng Yusen and Gu Yixian, had reached 20 times the power density. As for Shui Luo and Qin Yishuang, the 3 of them, Mo Zhaitian, were not able to improve because they had not entered the temple and obtained the secret method of cultivation. 2 years later, Long Yu's Tianyu Jiujue has finally been cultivated through the entire 5th round, from the 9th level of the 4th round to the 1st level of the 6th round. And his power density jumped from 46 times to 56 times. This speed is simply terrifying, but despite the fact that it has only been 2 years in the outside world, everyone in the time flow slowing area has been practicing for 32 years. It is natural for such a long time to make such great progress. Thing. 56 times the power density, coupled with the 17th level of shadow attribute divine fusion, Long Yu can now easily exert a strength of 60 times the power density. If the Shanluo pattern and Baji bloodline are added, and now the 1/10 bonus of the special effects of Hongying's secret cultivation skills, then Long Yu can already fight against alien gods with 80 times the power density. The compatibility of the 17th level shadow attribute with the divine attributes is almost unimaginable to ordinary people. No matter how many methods the other alien gods have, their compatibility with the divine attributes is only at the 12th level. Even if it can be improved, it is impossible to reach the level of Long Yu. The 17th level shadow attribute divine fusion not only increased his power density by 5 times, but also increased the speed and power several times when he used various shadow attribute divine powers. Ordinary creatures can be compared. However, in contrast, the compatibility of Dragon Yu's other attributes and divine texts is only at level 7. This is just because Long Yu has cultivated Tianyu Jiuju to the 6th round. If he has cultivated to the 9th round, or even completed the 9th round, then only the 3rd level of compatibility with other attribute divine texts is left. Already, it can be described as horrific. Of course, this will not affect Long Yu's combat effectiveness too much. As long as the level of the shadow attribute divine text is increased, it will be a sublimation of combat power for him, and the strong ones who can fight will become stronger and stronger. The other girls have also made great progress. The Holy Emperor, Hong Ying, Yu Fei, and Yu Go all increased their power density from 30 times to nearly 40 times. Unfortunately, they did not break through to 40 times. After all, every 20 times the power density is a qualitative change. These bottlenecks are not easy to break through. Jitao has recovered 80 times her power density. 32 years of training have allowed her to master both of her innate magical powers. She has been trained to the point where she is as good as a fingerarm wielder, which is incomparable to the innate magical powers of ordinary people. What a big difference. This makes her strength infinitely close to other alien gods, with 80 times the power density. But we all have to pay attention. If we encounter alien gods now, their methods will definitely be much more powerful than before. There are 80 times the power density of the natural family. Apart from anything else, most of them have high-end source products. There are at least intermediate-level modified godlike products, and they have fully mastered the use of these godlike products. Long Yu reminded everyone, even those natural clans with 60 times the power density may have some heaven-defying beings. If there is a battle, we must not be careless. Clear. All the girls nodded. Although they can't deal with those guys with 60 times the strength density in a fight, they must be wary of them. Even if they are stopped by Long Yu, the other party may use some means to break through Long Yu and kill the others first. The girls were beheaded, and this possibility had to be guarded against. Jidao's power density seems to have been restored to 80 times, and she also has 2 innate magical powers, both of which have become deified magical powers. But in terms of real combat power, I am afraid it can only be compared to the 70 times of the natural clan. The existence of power density. This has to include the qualitative change after reaching 80 times the power density. Because Long Yu's training period is too short. It's not that the training time is short, but that they have little experience. The number of times they enter places like temples and miracles is far less than that of other powerful alien gods. This creates a gap between them. Moreover, after entering the class of gods, the number of battles Long Yu and the others had was far less than those of the alien gods, and their combat experience was far less than that. Moreover, most of the opponents would have fully comprehended the advanced transforming gods. Just thinking about Long Yu's current trump card, and Yan's mistake is terrifying. Dark Flame's mistake is already one of Long Yu's trump cards. But for those alien gods with 80 times the power density, it is probably just an ordinary trick, and there are even stronger uses than this to unleash the strongest power of the advanced transformation god source product. The heritage of the natural clan is not comparable to that of a race like the Ice and Fire clan. This is a powerful race that has been inherited for countless years. How many godlike beings with 80 times the power density have been born in the race? Every time such a being dies, it will turn into a godlike product that can be used for advanced transformation. Therefore, there are definitely a lot of high-end source products in the natural family. At least, the 3 existences of 80 times the power density of the natural family must all have high-level source products. At this time, there are still half a year left for the Shimu Temple to open. This is a temple with 16 places to enter. There are no other restrictions. Anyone who is a god can step into it, so Long Yu sets his sights on this temple. On the Shimu Temple. Now that they want to improve, they naturally want to go to the temple. However, the upcoming battle with the natural clan this time was probably the most difficult one in history. Therefore, Long Yu thought about it and realized that he might not be able to achieve this goal simply by relying on his own strength. You can try to borrow external forces, such as the God Envoy clan. Long Yu's eyes sparkled. The natural clan and the God Envoy clan have been sworn enemies for a long time. If he contacts the God Envoy clan and informs them of the news about the Shimu Temple, the other party will probably be willing to get involved. As long as Long Yu has a way to take down the God Envoy clan, just bring it to the Shimu Temple, deep in the territory of the natural clan. Simply planning such a thing in your mind is not enough. Long Yu could only bring some necessary things and go to the territory of the God Envoy clan in person. The territory of the God Envoy clan, adjacent to the territory of the natural clan, is an extremely vast starry sky. But for Long Yu, this distance is nothing at all when spanned by the ancient rain bridge. Shimu Temple. This is a temple formed by countless towering giant trees, with lush green leaves and thick branches. All the branches form a temple. It looks like a natural temple, or a dense forest, rather than a temple. However, this is indeed a temple. There are only 3 days left for the Shimu Temple to open. Many godlike experts from the natural clan have been waiting in the void for a long time. Now that the Shimu Temple is finally about to open, their natural clan will soon have another opportunity to improve. After this time, many have gained access. The quota of natural gods will be improved to a higher level. However, the natural clan does not know that a plan against them has now begun. In the past 6 months, Long Yu led everyone to go directly to the territory of the God Envoy clan, and then inquired about information among the God Envoy clan. Through disguise, communication, etc., he gradually got in touch with the top leaders of the God Envoy clan and informed about the Shimu Temple. The most important thing is that Long Yu relayed the general shape of his ancient rain bridge to the top brass of the Divine Envoy clan. This gave the God Envoy clan an idea about the Shimu Temple. The condition of Long Yu is that he only wants to enter the Shimu Temple once and only needs 1 quota. Therefore, if this operation is successful, the Shimu Temple will completely belong to the God Envoy clan, and it will definitely be regarded as the largest in history for the natural clan. A blow. If it were not for the existence of the Bridge of Ancient Rain, the God Envoy clan would not have even thought about the Shimu Temple. However, after Long Yu demonstrated the Bridge of Ancient Rain twice within the territory of the God Envoy clan, they began to admire this method. The God Envoy clan wishes that this method was acquired by their own clan, but it is a pity that it is a foreigner and cannot always be used by them. But even if it is used once, it can cause serious damage to the natural clan, which is also great for the God Envoy clan. In the eyes of the God Envoy clan, Long Yu is just an alien god with 56 times the power density. He is not a big threat at all. Even if Long Yu is killed after the incident is completed, it will not matter. So the overall plan took shape. Even Long Yu cannot know the specific situation. He only knows a time to take action. At that time, he only needs to build the Bridge of Ancient Rain and let the powerful gods of the God Envoy family go to the void near the Shimu Temple. The current Long Yu does not know the time and space coordinates of the Shimu Temple, because he has never been near the Shimu Temple in person, but he does know the orientation and location of the Shimu Temple. Although the time and space tunnel cannot be constructed, the ancient rains there is no problem with the bridge leading to Shimu Temple. 3 days before the Shimu Temple opened, the action begins. Half of the bridge deck of the ancient rain bridge suddenly appeared in the void near the Shimu Temple. It was headed by a powerful god of the God Envoy clan with 80 times the power density, and led 30 other gods of the God Envoy clan, at least they are also existences with 40 times the power density. One of them has 80 times, 3 have 70 times, and 6 have more than 60 times. With such a lineup, except for the natural family in the entire Kwangsha Star territory, other races are no longer opponents. If it is a head-on confrontation, any race will be crushed to pieces in an instant. But this lineup is just right for dealing with the natural clan. 31 gods of the God Envoy clan appeared in the void near the Shimu Temple, and the void barrier was immediately propped up. Several of the God Envoy clan joined forces to activate the magic circle, and actually blocked all the nearby space. Neither the God Envoy clan nor the natural clan can leave through this void barrier. Likewise, no information can be transmitted through the void barrier. Creatures outside the void barrier cannot come inside the void barrier, including Long Yu. In order to prevent Long Yu from doing anything, the God Envoy family will naturally not completely trust Long Yu, so this is one of them. During the battle, he can only watch and is not allowed to intervene, directly intercepting him outside the void barrier. It's a pity that they don't know Long Yu's methods. This mere void barrier, the path of 9 netherworlds, can be broken in 3 breaths. But breaking this barrier now will do more harm than good to me. Let's stand still for now and watch the fight between the 2 largest races in the Guangsha Star territory. Long Yu came to the area around the Shimu temple, outside the void barrier, and observed the battle situation inside. The information he got this time was correct. The personnel sent by the Nature clan were not much different from those of the God Envoy clan. One god had 80 times the power density, 3 had 70 times, and 6 had 60 times. They were basically the same as the God Envoys. The lineup of the clan is the same. But the difference is that the God Envoy clan was well prepared this time, but the group of gods from the Nature clan did not expect that there would be gods from the God Envoy clan attacking at this time, and they were completely unprepared for battle. Caught off guard, the Nature clan suddenly suffered a huge loss. 3 Nature clan human gods with 40 or 50 times the power density were jointly bombarded and killed, almost more decisively than Long Yu's attack. This was the combination of the powerful gods of the God Envoy clan. The power. Even for me, it's difficult to survive in such a battle, but it's so easy to hide behind and take advantage. Long Yu looked at the field relaxedly. Of course, he couldn't just focus on one quota in the Shimu temple. You must know that there are 16 quotas in the Shimu temple. He wants it all. As for how to get everyone around him to safely escape from the territory of the Natural clan after entering it, that is a problem later. Long Yu only has a preliminary plan, and it is not certain whether this plan will succeed. However, the first plan has been successful, which is to let the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan fight each other. The historical hatred between these 2 families is really too great. As long as the conditions are met, they will never let go of the opportunity to severely damage the other party. So in front of me, the 2 groups of gods with 80 times the power density and the natural group of gods were already fighting with each other. Now both clans are losing, which is the best situation for Long Yu, but at this scale, it is far from enough. Long Yu quietly conveyed a message to the territory of the Natural clan, and released the news that the Divine Envoy clan suddenly attacked the Shimu temple. If he wanted to trigger the biggest battle between the 2 races, he would have to lose at least 2 gods with 80 times the power density in each aspect, so that he could gain a firm foothold in the end. Otherwise, he would never be able to safely step into the Shimu temple. Long Yu's goal is not just this Shimu temple, but also wants to obtain many other cultivation resources of the Natural clan and the Divine Envoy clan, and possess them all. Now, with the combat power of Long Yu, it is impossible to kill so many alien gods with 80 times the power density at the same time. Even just one of them is very dangerous. However, if both sides are exhausted in a deadly battle, Long Yu will be much more relaxed. As the news of Long Yu spread quietly, the Natural clan began to mobilize. More natural gods gathered together, and under the leadership of another natural god with 80 times the power density, they directly created a time and space tunnel and rushed towards the Shimu temple. At this time, the gods of the God Envoy clan also realized that something was wrong. Why did the Natural clan come to reinforce them? Did you find that you couldn't contact the god here, so you came over to have a look? But what does it mean to be fully armed and ready for battle as soon as you show up? Could it be? Many gods of the God Envoy clan took a look at Long Yu outside the void barrier, only to find that Long Yu was just staying there, not doing anything at all. A boy with a mere 56 times the power density wanted to deliver a message. It can't be done so quickly. What they didn't know was that Long Yu used the special effects of Gu Yixian's secret cultivation method to convey the message. The special effects of Gu Yixian's secret method was the sound transmission of sword energy. If it is a short distance, the special effect of this secret method can only be regarded as a small martial skill, and it is not even comparable to any spiritual level martial arts or earth level martial arts. What is the use of sword energy sound transmission? But the key point is that the special effects of Gu Yixian's sword energy sound transmission secret method can reach 300 domains. 300 domains are equivalent to 100 times the territory of the human race and monster race. Even the territory of the natural clan is not as vast as 300 domains, so Gu Yixian directly passed the news on, and the entire natural clan already knew about it. Of course, it is impossible for others to know that this news comes from Long Yu, because Gu Yixian's aura is completely different from Long Yu's. Long Yu has a sinister aura of death all over his body, while Gu Yixian has a refreshing atmosphere. Completely different from Long Yu. Therefore, neither the God Envoy clan nor the Natural clan who received the message could know that Long Yu was the one who sent the message. The Natural clan came as soon as they received the news, and when the Divine Envoy clan saw this, they glanced at Long Yu, meaning that they also wanted to move reinforcements. But now the only one they can rely on is Long Yu. If they want to move reinforcements, there is only one way, and that is the Bridge of Ancient Rain. Long Yu stretched out his finger and made a 2 sign. The meaning was simple and clear, that is, he wanted 2 places in Shimu Temple. At this time, giving up a spot is nothing to the God Envoy clan, so the leader of the God Envoy clan, a powerful godlike person, immediately agreed and asked Long Yu to quickly pull over the other godlike gods of the Divine Envoy clan. Long Yu seemed to be negotiating terms, but in fact he was happy to hear it. What do 2 quotas count for? He wants it all. Soon Long Yu returned to the star field on the side of the God Envoy clan and brought over all the other gods gathered by the God Envoy clan. Even the ancient rain bridge had to pass several times to bring them here, and when they were sent over, they all had the effect of slowing down the flow of power in their bodies, and their combat effectiveness was temporarily weakened. 2 tigers are fighting, let's see if I can take the opportunity to knock them down together. Long Yu hid his thoughts and continued to watch the exciting and fierce battle near Shimu Temple. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The Natural clan and the God Envoy clan have a long history of grievances. However, battles like today rarely occur. After all, godlike strong men are basically very cautious and rarely give the opponent a chance to break through. When fighting on the border between the 2 races, they mostly let those who dominate legions and Grand Overlord legions go to fight. Occasionally, there will be some godlike battles, but the scale is not large. Every few decades, the 2 tribes often have some relatively large-scale god-like fierce battles. Most of them are due to some sudden emergence of cultivation resources. For example, from the sources of certain divine texts, near the border of the 2 tribes, superhuman beings are born. When these things appear, there will definitely be a large-scale fierce battle between the gods on both sides. But this is the first time a war has occurred within the borders of both sides. Whether it is the God Envoy clan or the Natural clan, there is no way to invade the other party's territory, because the defense is too tight. Only methods such as Long Yu's ancient rain bridge can bring so many the gods crossed the territory together and came to the enemy's territory. Now, in front of Long Yu, a super godlike fierce battle that was rare to see in 10,000 years broke out. Even if it is just a battle between alien gods with 80 times the power density, it is not what ordinary people want to see. Even in places like the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan, gods with 80 times the power density of both sides will not appear on the territorial border battlefield. But now, they met in the void near Shimu Temple and faced each other head-on. After countless years of hard training, their power finally came into play. However, it was too difficult to say who would win and who would lose in this battle. When Long Yu took over another group of gods from the God Envoy clan, the overall combat effectiveness of the clan even surpasses the local natural clan. The main reason is that the God Envoy clan has been preparing for this plan for a long time, while the natural clan is temporarily dispatching troops and generals, which is of course not as large as the battle scale of the God Envoy clan. As the two sides fought fiercely, Long Yu also began to become nervous. He wanted to find the best entry point to kill all the gods on both sides. This was not an easy task. You must know that both sides have 80 times the power density in the starry sky near the Shimu temple, and each has 2 ends. That adds up to 4 heads. Each of these 4 alien gods with 80 times the power density is stronger than Long Yu, not just in terms of power density, but in terms of comprehensive combat power. If the 9 Nether Prison Monument is excluded, Long Yu is definitely not these guys' opponent. For example, one of the natural gods that looks like an ancient gray tree and has 80 times the power density has several kinds of ripples spreading all over its body. Even though Long Yu is far away, he can still recognize it. That is good. Several patterns of ancient gods are working at the same time. Even though I don't know what the functions of those ancient gods' patterns are, there is no doubt that the several types of ancient gods' patterns are not that easy to deal with. Long Yuguan's Guqin and Xianluo patterns have laid the foundation for his invincibility at the low-end godlike level, not to mention that the tyrannical natural godlike person actually possesses at least 7 ancient gods' patterns. His ancient god's brain is open to a higher degree than Long Yu. Now even if Long Yu is given 7 types of ancient gods' patterns, he cannot imprint them all in his mind because his ancient god's brain is not that broad. This shows how terrifying the strength of these veteran alien gods, with 80 times the power density is. Under the influence of the 7 ancient god patterns of the natural clan of the Grey Ancient Tree, one of the gods with 80 times the power density of the God Envoy clan continuously burst out the power in his body, and used his deified supernatural powers one move after another, constantly resisting the 7 patterns of the ancient gods. It also has the ancient gods' patterns that are constantly radiating out. Although it is not as numerous as the opponent's ancient gods' patterns, it can still play a role in stabilizing the battle situation. I just don't know what kind of effects those ancient gods' patterns have. Long Yu thought to himself, squinting his eyes, obviously hoping that he could also have more patterns of the ancient gods. The pattern of the ancient god is the thing that most affects the combat effectiveness of high-level gods. When the power density is about the same, the strength and effectiveness of the pattern of the ancient god will profoundly affect the outcome of the entire battle. Win or lose. In the fierce battle, at least 5 high-level divine source products appeared. This is the collision between the top races. If Long Yu hadn't planned this offensive of the God Envoy clan, it would have been impossible for him to kill the gods like the natural clan on his own. Even he himself couldn't. There is a possibility of damage here. Even if the 9 Nether Hell Monument is sacrificed, it will be the same. Such an ancient and powerful race may have some way to deal with the 9 Nether Prison Monument. After all, the 9 Nether Prison Monument is the relic of the gods, and the natural clan must know much more about the things of the gods than Long Yu knows. Wonderful. Long Yu observed the battle in the field and saw at least several high-level modified godlike items. They were controlled by powerful godlike items from the natural clan or the God Envoy clan, and were used to activate some extremely terrifying methods. These methods are just like Dark Flame's fault. Once executed, it is a killing move. However, such a killing move, coupled with their 60 or 70 times power density, cannot kill the opponent, because the opponent also has corresponding means. Defense. The Dark Flame Gensu is a high-level source product of the attack type, and in the hands of these gods of the Nature clan and the God Envoy clan, there are even high-level defensive source products. Even when faced with an offensive of the Dark Flame level, they are not afraid at all. This is the power of the Nature Clan and the God Envoy Clan. Whether it is the Ice and Fire Clan, the Umbrella Clan, or the Qing Tian Clan, there is no way to compare with these two major races. Among the races that Long Yu has seen, I am afraid that only the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan, the three strongest races in the Langia Star region, can be on an equal footing with these two races, and even better than these two. Each race is slightly weaker. After all, these two races sit in the Guangsha Star territory, dominate the entire Star territory, and implement policies such as tax collection on other surrounding races. The training resources they obtain are much more than those of the Six-Wing tribe and the other three races. Phew. He doesn't know the specific Long Yu. Anyway, he has never seen the highest combat power of the Six-Wing Clan, and he cannot compare it with the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan. There are dozens of godlike items around the entire Shimu Temple. Almost every alien godlike weapon participating in the battle will have at least one god-like item in their hands, and there are very few primary-level modified god-like items. At least a mid-level transformation of a godlike source product. Even the intermediate source products can exert extremely terrifying power in the hands of these alien gods, even as much as Long Yu's Dark Flame Ghost Cord, because they have fully understood these godlike origin products and can sense the power in them. Power, exploring all the three uses of the god-like source product. Every divine source product has three uses. Long Yu's Dark Flame Fault is considered to be the first use of Dark Flame Guesua. There are two other uses that he has not discovered. However, at present, these gods of the Nature Clan and the God Envoy Clan basically have all the godlike source products in their hands. Being able to use the triple usage makes the power of the intermediate source product even comparable to Long Yu's Dark Flame Gueso. Not to mention the power of those high-end source products. There are constant gods in the field who have suffered heavy injuries and then retreated to rest behind their companions. If they want to completely kill an opponent, unless it is a quick and swift kill, otherwise it is impossible. As long as the opponent waits for a while, the opponent will fully recover and join the battle. However, the field has occasionally started to lose personnel. The first day of the fierce battle passed quickly. During this period, all the gods were in an extremely excited state and displayed 100% of their strength. However, on the next day, they began to be unable to hold on. Although the power of gods is unlimited, if some methods are used too many times, the small world will gradually begin to collapse. It is obvious that many small godlike worlds of the Nature Clan and the God Envoy Clan are beginning to collapse. The four strongest gods, with 80 times the power density, are still fighting with their strongest methods. So far, there is no decline, and the collapse of the small world seems to be far away. If this continues, the Shimu Temple will be opened in 2 days. I seem to have miscalculated the time. However, the time for launching the offensive was also set by the God Envoy Clan themselves. There are only 2 days left. Time, whether they can achieve decisive results. So far, the natural family's 7-headed gods have been killed in the battle, and the 12-headed small world has begun to collapse. It is basically difficult to continue to participate in the war. As for the God's Envoy family, 4-headed gods have been killed in the battle, and the 9-headed small world has begun. Shattered. In comparison, the losses suffered by the God Envoy clan were much smaller, mainly because they were more numerous and under less pressure. But this advantage is simply not enough to secure victory. Especially after one day, other gods in the territory of the Natural Clan began to gather together and march towards the void where the Shimu temple is. Naturally, there will be more reinforcements from the clan. But Long Yu disappeared at this time. The God Envoy clan could not bring in more reinforcements. However, the God Envoy clan was not worried about this. Instead, they began to prepare. What they were preparing for was to wait for the gods of the Nature Clan to panic and launch a fatal attack. Hit. Long Yu is not here, so of course he has negotiated with the God Envoy clan. Now Long Yu has gone to other places in the territory of the Natural Clan, and has begun to launch offensives against the cultivation planets of the Natural Clan, transforming into a 9 Nether Hunter with deified supernatural powers. Even he himself doesn't know what the effect will be. Of course, the influence of Long Yu alone is relatively small. Under the sound transmission effect of Gu Yixian's sword energy, the fierce battle situation in Shimu Temple was transmitted outside the borders of the two clans. Some other races around are excited. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Long Yu alone is too small compared to the vast territory of the Natural Clan. However, as he passed on the news of the fierce battle here, the other alien gods around him were ready to take action. This war between the Natural Clan and the God Envoy clan will obviously last for a long time. And because Long Yu was the first to cause trouble in the territory of the Natural Clan, the surrounding alien gods also began to take action to take advantage of the Natural Clan. Among the God Envoy clan, there are still many gods left behind, and other foreign races dare not easily take their ideas. However, the Natural Clan has transferred almost all the gods to the Shimu Temple to participate in the war. Although they can quickly crush the God Envoy clan, this will cause many problems in the territory of the Natural Clan. Although some alien gods around them usually dare not attack the Nature Clan, their greed for cultivation resources, such a primitive nature, will definitely take effect as long as it exists, and now they still launch an offensive against the Nature Clan's territory. However, these offensives are all secret, launching attacks directly towards the place where certain cultivation resources of the Natural Clan are gathered. In the absence of godlike beings, the Natural Clan cannot resist it at all, and they don't even know who their opponent is. Under such circumstances, where many cultivation resources of the Natural Clan gathered, those cultivation resources were snatched away by unknown opponents. It may be the cultivation resources accumulated by a certain galaxy in 10 years, or it may be that a certain cultivation planet has been all the inventory was taken away at this moment. In the entire territory of the Natural Clan, at least hundreds of such places were attacked, and the news was quickly passed to the gods of the Natural Clan near the Shimu Temple. And what Long Yu did was even more incredible. He discovered that the 9 Nether Hunters summoned by the deified 9 Nether Hunters' magical power not only had the ability to split, but also had the characteristic of getting stronger with each battle. Every time you kill an opponent of the Natural Clan, the opponent can become a new 9 Nether Hunter. Then the initial 9 Nether Hunter can devour this 9 Nether Hunter and become stronger. Not only that, the deified 9 Nether Hunter has magical powers. When it was first condensed, it was the Jiuyo Hunter who was newly promoted to the godlike level. How terrifying is this? Long Yu gathered 10 9 Nether Hunters at once and flew to 10 nearby cultivation planets. In just half a day, all the natural creatures on these 10 planets were slaughtered, and then the 10 9 Nether Hunters had also grown into a godlike existence with a power density equivalent to more than 30 times. Continue, devour. Long Yu controlled the 10 9 Nether Hunters to continue to devour the cultivation planet that was slightly farther away, and transferred the location through the Bridge of Ancient Rain. Originally, Long Yu just wanted to use this method to attract the gods of the Nature Clan to turn back, so that the battle between the Nature Clan and the God Envoy clan would be relatively balanced, but now, he has to do much more than that. Since Jiuyo Hunters can continue to improve, so let them improve all the way. The Natural Clan has sent many quasi-gods back to deal with these things that happened within the territory, but it is impossible for these quasi-gods alone to suppress so many alien quasi-gods. Especially on Long Yu's side, the 10 9 Nether Hunters have been devoured and grown to a level equivalent to more than 30 times the power density. How can ordinary gods be able to deal with them? What's more, with the help of the Ancient Rain Bridge, once the opponent's human god comes over, Long Yu will take the 9 Nether Hunters to move to a distance and continue killing. When the opponent gets the news again and rushes over, long use, these 9 nether hunters have already cleared out half of the cultivation planet. After 3 times of this, the 9 nether hunters had grown to a level equivalent to 50 times the strength density. However, at this level, Long Yu felt that their growth rate had become extremely slow. It was almost impossible to reach a higher level. It's possible. In other words, the growth limit of these 9 nether hunters is still related to my own power density. With my current power density of 56 times, these 9 nether hunters cannot surpass me no matter how they grow. Long Yu thought in his heart, but even so, it is enough. 9 nether hunters are equivalent to 50 times the strength density. For the current Long Yu, this can be said to be a heavenly help, which will be an excellent help for his next actions. It's a pity that even if these 9 nether hunters have been devoured and grown, their existence time has only been increased from the original 3 days to the current 7 days. In this aspect, there has not been much change. Otherwise, Long Yu can continue to train and cultivate 9 nether hunters to form the nearly invincible Jiryo hunter army. Among some current races, who doesn't only have the Dominator Legion and the Great Dominator Legion? It is impossible for gods to form a legion anyway. But if the 9 nether hunters can last longer, Long Yu can form an army of 9 nether hunters. What a pity, what a pity. Long Yu collected the 9 nether hunters and then disappeared from the territory of the natural clan. Those gods of the natural clan who had been tracking the traces of the 9 nether hunters were still paying attention to where the 9 nether hunters appeared. News, but they never know that they will never get such news. Because now Long Yu has achieved his goal and returned to the vicinity of Shimu Temple. Go the next day. There is only 1 day left before the Shimu Temple opens. The riots in the territory of the natural clan caused many of the natural clan gods to go back and deal with it. At the Shimu Temple, the strength of the 2 sides was once again equal. However, because the God Envoy clan had the upper hand, the natural clan was always at a disadvantage. If this continues, the Shimu Temple may not be safe. If it is an ordinary relationship between aliens and aliens, in such a situation, it is likely to shake hands and make peace. After all, it is just a Shimu Temple. If you want a share of the pie, I will give you a few places, so what? But the natural family and the divine family are different. They are mortal enemies, and even if they all die in battle, it is impossible for them to negotiate peace with each other. It was after finding out such prerequisites that Long Yu came up with this plan. Otherwise, once the 2 parties negotiated peace, Long Yu would be in dire straits and would not be able to leave here alive. After the end of the 2nd day, the losses of both sides further expanded. Even a godlike strong man with 80 times the power density of each was already in a state where the small world was about to collapse, which meant that some of its methods were overused. Not to mention other gods, those who can still fight now are not even half as good as they were at the beginning. With the last day left, Long Yu knew that the God Envoy clan was going to exert their strength. Just when both sides were slacking off, the godlike strongman from the God Envoy clan, who seemed to be out of power and had 80 times the power density, suddenly burst out with unparalleled terrifying power, even more powerful than the power it had exploded before. This is the power of the gods. When Long Yu saw this, he was suddenly shocked. He never expected that the other party would burst out with divine power. Although the power was not the golden flame divine power, it could be seen that it was the same level of power as the golden flame divine power. Now it burst out from the divine envoy clan, instantly top of the crowd. Of course, the other party did not fully understand this divine power. It was a kind of golden power, which contained an irresistible majesty, as if a god respected by billions of people appeared and descended on the audience. By the way, the reason why the 6 Wings tribe, the Machine tribe and the Sword tribe know that I may have mastered the divine power of the golden flame and transformed into a golden flame giant is probably because there has been such a being in their tribe, who has mastered the divine power of the golden flame, exists. In other words, it may be other divine powers. In this way, it is not surprising that the peak gods of the Nature clan and the God Envoy clan have mastery of divine power. Long Yu stared at the situation in the field intently. The opponent's golden divine power does not have the breath of fire. It seems to be just a bright light. It belongs to the category of light divine inscriptions. However, this is much higher than the light divine inscriptions and has become the level of divine power. It even contains some of the aura of this god before. This guy is too strong. Long Yu was very glad that he had adopted such a method, otherwise he would have had no choice but to die in a head-on confrontation with such a being. Although a long time has passed, Long Yu still remembers the moment when he transformed into a golden flame giant. At that time, he dealt with the new gods like paper figures, flattening and rounding them casually, without any resistance ability. Until now, Long Yu could feel that his body had not reached the level of the original golden flame giant, and his combat effectiveness was still far behind. And now, that powerful godlike member of the God Envoy clan is equivalent to the original golden flame giant. How terrifying is the fighting power of the golden flame giant! But now, an existence equivalent to the combat power of the golden flame giant appeared in front of Long Yu, making him realize that it would not be that easy for him to get a hand in the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan. But before he could react, a sudden change occurred in the field. When the tyrannical god of the God Envoy clan burst out with the power of the golden light god, trying to instantly kill the two strong men with 80 times the power density of his opponent, he suddenly released a burst of energy from the Shimu temple on the side. A terrifying green divine light came. This divine light, up to the powerful god of the God Envoy clan, seems to be destroying it to pieces. At this time, the other group of gods with 80 times the power density took action, and countless lights of power flashed out, forming layers of terrifying defensive barriers, blocking the green divine light released from the temple. This is the killing move prepared by the God Envoy clan. I haven't understood the specific details of Long Yu, but my initial guess is that there should be some restrictions on the use of the power of the gods. If you use it at will, you will incur punishment from the temple, but the God Envoy family is well prepared. One of them will explode with the power of the gods, and the other will face the punishment of the temple. From then on achieve the goal of quickly annihilating other gods of the natural family. Long Yu saw it clearly, and his eyes widened immediately without blinking. He knew that the winner would be decided in the next moment. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The God Envoy clan used the power of the gods to shine golden light into the stars. The entire void was occupied by such golden light, and even Long Yu far away felt the terrifying and destructive power contained in it. The power of this god has definitely reached 100 times the power density. It's not a halfway understanding, but a complete understanding of the power of the gods. However, this does not allow this god to make a family of human gods into gods. Why? Because it uses the power of other gods instead of the divine power created by itself? Long Yu felt the power in the field and kept thinking about these questions in his mind. Golden rays of light erupted from the godlike strongman of the God Envoy clan, and blasted directly towards the surrounding gods of the Nature clan. The terrifying destructive power instantly penetrated the two natures with a power density of more than 70 times. A race of gods. But at this time, the divine light radiating from the Shimu temple has also fallen on the other god of the God Envoy family. The God Envoy clan had created dozens of layers of thick defensive barriers in advance, and they were also mixed with high-level defensive source products. Both of them were used in the third level. The two layers of defensive barriers were alternately fused, forming almost an impenetrable barrier. If Long Yu were to attack this barrier, it would be impossible to break through even if it took 3 days and 3 nights. But now, the divine light emitted from the Shumu temple suddenly penetrated the two intertwined defensive barriers. However, the next moment, the two intertwined defensive barriers changed their positions in space and suddenly appeared in front of the divine light of the Shumu temple, blocking it once again. Constantly breaking through, constantly changing positions, and using different places to resist the divine light, until the two layers of defensive barriers were completely defeated, the divine light was actually weakened by more than half. Next, the combination of his deified magical power, the pattern of the ancient gods and the martial arts of the gods, with more than 10 defensive barriers, finally blocked the divine light completely and dissipated into the void. A ray of divine light was easily resisted, but it caused heavy losses to the natural clan. The powerful existence of the God Envoy clan used the power of the gods to easily kill the two gods of the natural clan, and then moved towards the other end with 80 times the power. The density of natural gods swept past. The golden divine power, carrying the power of killing, easily penetrated the body of the natural god, causing its body to be shattered and its soul to be defeated. In an instant, it went from life to death, experiencing the most tragic transformation in the world. This happens in just one breath. The gods of the God Envoy clan burst out with the power of golden light, quickly killing 3 strong men of the natural clan. At the same time, the Shumu temple burst out with a sanctioning divine light, but it was blocked by its companions. Immediately afterwards, the divine power of the divine envoy family quickly disappeared, and the golden light dissipated, as if it had never appeared. In this case, Shumu temple will not issue sanctions. Long Yu saw it and made another guess. He received relatively little information, but overall, his guess was correct. The divine light emitted by the Shumu temple was definitely a sanction for the divine envoys to use their divine power. Unfortunately, it was used once. Stopped. Even so, the victory in the game has basically been established. Because the opponent lost one of the most powerful men with 80 times the power density, and 2 natural gods with 70 times the power density also died under the golden divine power just now, resulting in a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Normally, between the God Envoy clan and the natural clan, even gods with 80 times the power density of the other party would not appear at all. They rarely met each other, probably only once in hundreds of years. But now, once they meet, the God Envoy clan is fully prepared to kill one of the opponent's powerful beings with 80 times the power density in one fell swoop. The God Envoy clan was almost completely victorious, but this situation was not perfect for Long Yu, because if the God Envoy clan had an overwhelming victory, then his idea of leading everyone to the Shumu temple would be in vain. Moreover, after the God Envoy clan has achieved their goal, I am afraid they will never let Long Yu go easily, so now Long Yu is thinking about it, if something happens in the field. Just when Long Yu was thinking this, the natural clan's counterattack finally began. The remaining god of the natural race with 80 times the power density, that is, the gray-white ancient tree with the 7 patterns of the ancient gods, began to emit the light of thunder, and blue and purple thunder exploded from its branches. Then, like the wrath of the gods, it exploded towards the outside with extremely astonishing power. This is also the power of the gods. But it seems different from the previous one. It's not that the nature of the power is different, but that the level of power is different. Long Yu's eyes lit up. The golden light divine power displayed by the God Envoy clan just now came from the power of an ancient god like the golden flame divine power, but now the thunder power of this grey ancient tree was born from its own body. In other words, it is the power of the gods that he has comprehended himself. This kind of divine power has not yet reached the peak of 100 times the power density, but it already has the rudiment of divine power. When it is displayed at this moment, it immediately dominates the audience, and the biggest difference is that this kind of self-cultivation, the power of the gods that you have developed, will not be sanctioned by the Shumu temple. If you want to become a god, the key should be here. You need to understand the power of your own god, instead of just using the power of other gods. For example, the power of the golden flame. Long Yu watched the battle while thinking. This gray-white ancient tree has mastered the pinnacle of the primordial power of the wood element, as well as the power of the divine inscriptions of the life attribute. It has mastered more than 10 kinds of ancient-level divine inscriptions alone, and the power of the blue and purple thunder is one of the most powerful. A special thunder derived from the power of the wood element. Ordinary thunder divine scripts are derived from the power of the primeval metal system, but the blue and purple two-color thunder unleashed by the gray-white ancient tree contains the power of life and the power of the soul, making people want to get closer. Past. In fact, the destructive power of this blue and purple thunder is not weak. You can tell by looking at the two gods of the God Envoy clan who became hurried when they saw this, and then the two gods of the God Envoy clan were ready to continue to cooperate. One of the God Envoy clan used the power of the Golden Light God, and the other God Envoy clan it is responsible for resisting the sanctioning divine light from the Shimu temple. The blue and purple two-color thunder power. The golden power of the ancient gods. They collided in an instant. At the same time, the divine light of sanction from the Shimu temple erupted, and a green divine light spread out, which was once again blocked by the countless defensive barriers of the God Envoy clan. However, this situation is very detrimental to the God Envoy clan. Because if the God Envoy clan wants to maintain such divine power, they will continue to attract the sanctioning divine light of the Shimu temple, but the opponent's blue and purple thunder power can be used without limit. Mistake. The two powerful men of the God Envoy clan, who had more than 80 times the power density, knew at this moment that they had miscalculated, because they did not expect that the other party had already comprehended such a powerful divine power of their own. This was the real truth. The appearance of a god. How easy is it to realize your own spiritual power? There are 3 gods of the God Envoy clan with a power density of more than 80 times. They have been working hard in this direction for a long time. At most, they have only comprehended the power of the gods with a power density of 30 to 50 times. They are far away from the opponent's current display. The blue and purple two-color thunder power that is close to its peak is really far behind. You must kill the opponent in the shortest time, otherwise you will definitely lose. The power of the golden light god instantly surged, like a golden dragon that swallowed the sky, roaring and swallowing the blue-purple thunder light, and then crashed down, swallowing the gray ancient tree in one gulp. However, as a result, the sanctioning divine light of the Shimu temple also became stronger, defeating the defensive barrier in one fell swoop, completely devouring the human beings responsible for the defense, and annihilating them in a sea of green divine power. 1 for 1. Long Yu watched with fascination. He had never seen such a battle before. It was as if he had come into contact with another world. It was indeed a battle between the two most powerful races in this star field. But the situation is not that simple. But from where the golden dragons gathered, the tyrannical god of nature who looked like an ancient gray tree suddenly made a humming sound that seemed to come from ancient times, and the blue-purple thunder light burst out from his body again. Came out, forming a shadow of an ancient gray tree. This is its own shadow. When Long Yu saw this, he was shocked again. In the past, the gods he had seen, including himself, would show a giant phantom when they used their methods. They were the phantoms of gods or ancestors, but there had never been a phantom when the gods used their methods. Shadow. The gray-white ancient tree in front of me used itself as a shadow, and the power of blue-purple thunder suddenly sublimated, seemingly reaching 100 times the power density. This explosion signified that this powerful godlike creature from the natural clan was not dead, but had achieved a breakthrough in this battle. The remaining powerful gods of the God Envoy clan were a little stunned when they saw this, and they immediately wanted to run away, but how could they escape? Even if it uses the divine power of golden light now, it has no companions to resist the sanctioning divine light from the Shimu temple. If it does not use the divine power of golden light, it will only have a dead end. Under such circumstances, it has fallen into absolute death. However, at this moment, the God Envoy clan did not panic. Before it tried to escape, it first blasted a gap in the surrounding void barrier, and sent a message with its spiritual thoughts, asking other members of the God Envoy clan to escape quickly, and instructing them to wait until the situation here stabilized. Come back and continue fighting. This made Long Yu, who also received his spiritual message, a little strange. That gray-white ancient tree is already so terrifying, and it has comprehended the power of purple thunder with 100 times the power density. How can these gods and envoys still come back to fight? There is only one possibility, and that is, it has something to do with the process of transforming a quasi-god into a true god. Long Yu had no idea what the situation was, but thinking about it, the answer to this question would soon be revealed in front of him. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. For cultivators in the godlike realm, cultivation also has extremely distant goals. Most of the short-term goals are to increase power density and the like. But there is still only one ultimate goal, and that is to transform into a true god. The gray-white ancient tree-like god in front of Long Yu is the closest existence to a god he has ever seen. However, at the moment, although this gray-white ancient tree-like god has comprehended the blue-purple thunder power, it has a power density that is 100 times higher. However, it did not look happy or excited. Instead, there is a sense of sadness. Long Yu's heart trembled, and he immediately knew that things were definitely not that simple. Based on the reactions of the god envoys just now, it is absolutely impossible for this gray-white ancient tree god to successfully become a god. Maybe there is some threshold between the god and the god that cannot be crossed. Long Yu stared at the field intently, not wanting to miss any scene, because maybe the key was in that moment. Even the other girls in Long Yu's small world and the people in the void galaxy were carefully observing the place where the gray-white ancient tree was. The blue-purple thunder divine power with 100 times the power density was constantly entangled and dense, covering the gray-white ancient tree. Tree Dot has become an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Its aura is like that of an ancient god coming to the world, capable of crushing any god. Even a god with 80 times the power density will have no choice but to surrender in front of it. However, there is such a being, but there is a kind of sad aura on his body. This sad aura makes people feel as if he is about to die. Such an atmosphere envelopes the whole place, making all living beings feel the same. A feeling of, obviously he is going to transform into a god, but why can he be so sad and sad? Hong Ying felt such a sense of sadness in Long Yu's small world. In fact, all living beings in the small godlike world felt such sadness at this moment. In the world of Xuanhuan, countless leaves are withering. It is obviously still summer in the world of Xuanhuan, and it is the time when the leaves are luxuriant. However, such an abnormal situation has occurred, which makes all humans and monsters feel puzzled. What happened? In the holy city of the 5 emperors, the winter snowflakes fell lightly, bringing a desolate wind. With this desolate wind, a bone-piercing chill blew throughout the entire world of Xuanhuan. Not only the world of Xuanhuan, but also the fruits of innate magical powers in the small world of Long Yu, as well as the void space, have a coolness that makes people tremble. In addition to Long Yu, even Hong Ying in Long Yu's small world was also filled with such sadness. Around that gray ancient tree-like god, the small world of all living things became a depression. The sadness penetrated into the bone marrow and penetrated deep into the soul. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that next to the Shimu temple, the gray-white ancient tree god who had touched the divine level was wrapped in the power of blue and purple thunder, and then it completely exploded with that powerful power, even enough to compare with the aura of Shimu temple. This is the breath of the gods. It's transforming. All living creatures exclaimed in their hearts. But at this moment, a dark vortex suddenly appeared from the endless void. From the vortex, several rays of divine light shot out, heading straight towards the gray-white ancient tree god. What? This is... Long Yu's eyes widened immediately. These rays of divine light were all too familiar to him. Once, he had seen the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor wandering between heaven and earth. His aura seemed to be somewhat similar to the grey ancient tree in front of him. It seemed that he was also in the process of transforming into a god. Then, such divine light fell from the sky and directly killed the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Later, when he went through the test in the Rain Temple, Long Yu transformed into the ancient god who created the Rain Temple. He once faced the light of such a god head-on. Even a real god wanted to avoid such a light. Just killing requires racking one's brains. Not to mention, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor at that time and the grey-white ancient tree god now were only in the process of transforming into gods, and their essence was still just a god. As expected by Long Yu, those rays of divine light penetrated from the whirlpool in the void and instantly fell on the body of the godlike grey ancient tree. The terrifying destructive power instantly erupted on the body of the grey ancient tree. The blue and purple two-color thunder power constantly protected itself. However, the blue and purple two-color thunder power barrier was directly penetrated by the bombardment of those few rays of divine light. The blue and purple thunder divine power collapsed, and the entire grey-white ancient tree was bombarded by the light of the gods and completely shattered into pieces. Just like the original Joyo Dragon Emperor, he died without any suspense under such a power offensive. No, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor at that time was not dead. His spiritual soul was hidden in the small world, where the core of the fruit of his innate magical power lies. Moreover, his physical body was divided into 108,000 islands, and was sealed in the world of Shenwu. Long Yu remembered these things, and thought quickly in his mind. If it had been the light of the gods that had taken action, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor would not have had a chance to survive. Just like the grey-white ancient tree-like god in front of him, it was instantly wiped out, without leaving any bones. Even the heart of demonic dust should have been completely crushed into powder. 9 Nether Prison Monument. Could it be that it was the 9 Nether Prison Monument that saved the then 9 Nether Dragon Emperor and saved his life? But who sealed him later? Long Yu felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth at that time, but his reasoning now stopped here. When those few rays of divine light came and the transformation of the grey ancient tree god was forcibly stopped, or even completely killed, all the creatures in the scene did not dare to move for even a moment. They were all full of awe and faced the sky. The whirlpool of nothingness. Where the divine light appears. The forbidden light of God. Many spiritual thoughts began to reach the place where Long Yu was. These divine thoughts came from the murmurs of the surrounding natural clan and the divine envoy clan, but they were heard by Long Yu, letting him know what the light of the gods, called the forbidden light of the gods, was like. Power sounds like a power that specifically prevents gods from transforming into gods. It may even be a power used to kill gods. But shouldn't gods be the most powerful beings in this world? Why is there still such a power that can kill gods and prevent gods from becoming gods? Is this a natural force between heaven and earth? Long Yu had no way of guessing now, because he couldn't feel anything from the whirlpool of nothingness where the divine forbidden light appeared, only a piece of nothingness in it, as if these divine forbidden lights were created out of nothing. The grey ancient tree god died. No bones remain. The gods around them did not move at all. They are afraid. Fear the appearance of the divine forbidden light. Although they have not reached the level of the grey ancient tree, they know too little about the divine forbidden light. They are afraid that the divine forbidden light will kill all the surrounding creatures. In fact, Long Yu found that the void vortex was disappeared without realizing it. The grey ancient tree is the only target of the forbidden light. Other creatures seem to have no qualifications to be targeted by the divine forbidden light. However, no one dared to move randomly. Naturally, Long Yu will not be the first to do so, not to mention that he is still too weak compared to the gods of the natural clan and the divine envoy clan. It is best not to attract the other party's attention. Soon, as time passed, many gods finally began to recover. In particular, the god of the 80-fold power density of the God Envoy clan, who exerted golden light divine power, finally gave an order to let the remaining gods of the God Envoy clan continue to launch an offensive against the Nature clan around the Shimu temple. At this time, 2 powerful gods with 80 times the power density of the Natural clan were killed. There is still the golden light divine power of the God Envoy clan, which can completely dominate the battlefield in this area. It's almost time to get ready. Long Yu thought to himself and carefully analyzed the situation in front of him. Whether it is the Natural clan or the God Envoy clan, there are a total of 3 deities with 80 times the power density. Now each has lost 3, and there are still 3 left. Each of them still has one of the strongest deities yet to come. However, I think it should be done soon, because such fierce battles are extremely rare for both the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan. Regardless of the guy from the God Envoy clan, even if he rushes over at the fastest speed, it will take at least several days to arrive. However, the Shimu temple is within the territory of the Natural clan, and the strongest godlike creature from the Natural clan will be able to arrive very quickly. Sure enough, just when the gods of the God Envoy clan were once again attacking the human gods of the Nature clan, the exit of a colorful space-time corridor appeared in the void not far away. From the void corridor at that time, a silver ancient tree slowly emerged. The strongest godlike person in the natural race, with 90 times the power density. The appearance of the silver ancient tree represents the highest combat power of the Natural clan, and also represents the highest combat power of the entire Kwangsha Star territory. Long Yu feels that the body of this silver ancient tree seems to contain something similar to the gray and white ancient tree, green and purple. The power of thunder, a power of that nature. But it should be impossible to cast. Otherwise, it is very likely that the forbidden light of God will be attracted again, and even the strongest deity will not be able to resist the killing of the forbidden light of God. However, even relying on other means, this silver ancient tree is enough to deal with the gods of the God Envoy family with 85 times the power density. The situation on the field has changed again, and a fierce battle is about to break out. At this time, it's time for Long Yu to appear. The Shimu temple will be opened in the last hour. Be prepared, we have exactly 16 gods, and they have taken up all the places in the Shimu temple. Long Yu's lips curled up slightly, ready to take action at any time. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Of course Long Yu would not just rush forward and get into a melee. He now has 56 times the power density, which is equivalent to about 80 times the power density if various methods are included. However, in terms of methods, he still cannot compare with those veteran alien powerhouses. For example, the gray-white ancient tree has 7 different patterns of ancient gods, giving it an advantage in battle. Even so, it cannot win the battle. If Long Yu intervenes now, he will definitely be dead. But he can look for opportunities. When the Shimu temple opens, if the opponent has not yet decided the winner, they may break into the Shimu temple at any time. For Long Yu, this is an opportunity. It is not easy for him to kill those gods, but it is still possible to control them all and let all his people occupy the places in Shimu temple. Naturally, he relies on the magical power of the deified 9 nether ball. Of course, if it is used now, it cannot be used against those gods later. However, Long Yu is confident that if he steps into the Shimu temple once, he will definitely improve a lot. If he comes out again, he will be able to fight even the strongest gods of the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan. And he can be sure that no matter what the surrounding situation was like when he entered the Shimu temple, when he came out, there would definitely be only one race left around. Because the trip to Shimu Temple will take at least a year. 1 year is enough time for the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan to decide the winner between each other. After all, both sides have suffered extremely heavy losses. This is naturally a good thing for Long Yu. Only the last 3 are left with more than 80 times the power. The powerful godlike creature with high density is completely manageable for Long Yu. The 2 major races have always been against each other. Even if the Shimu Temple is taken away by Long Yu, it is impossible for them to unite. It's just a temple. Over the past tens of millions of years, how many temples have the 2 races experienced in total? In contrast, now is an excellent opportunity to eliminate the opponent's race. For the Natural Clan, the God Envoy Clan has already lost a powerful godlike creature, and the other party has a godlike creature still trapped on its own territory. It is impossible to leave. It is not impossible to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate it. For the God Envoy Clan, 2 of the strongest gods of the Natural Clan have died. Although the remaining one is the strongest, it is not invincible. All in all, the losses of both sides were within control, but they both wanted to go further and completely defeat the other side. With Long Yu's participation, both sides found opportunities that had not been found for thousands of years. The fierce fighting continued. There are constant deaths of gods from the Natural Clan or the God Envoy Clan, but they don't care at all. It has reached this point, and either side must go all out. The 2 giants of the Quangsha Star territory must have a winner this time. Come on. Soon, the Shimu Temple was officially opened. Countless emerald green branches extended from the location of the temple to the surroundings, covering the entire void, and even passed through the field where the 2 races of human gods were fighting. A total of 16 hollow branches extended out. This is the entire 16 entrances to the Shimu Temple. At this time, the people of the Nature Clan and the God Envoy Clan all took action. However, Long Yu had already prepared for this moment. Set off. Long Yu gave a low shout, sent everyone else out of the small world, and asked the Void Dragon Blade to launch void travel, sending them each to the entrance of one of the Voidwood temples. The many gods of the Nature Clan and the God Envoy Clan were suddenly shocked. How could this tiny existence that had been watching suddenly release 15 gods? Together with the god himself, the total number was exactly 16. This was because he wanted to occupy them all. The quota of Shimu Temple? It is naturally impossible for them to let Long Yu and others break into Shimu Temple. But just when they wanted to take action, the shadow of a giant black pupil appeared behind Long Yu, and in an instant, a terrifying power of time suddenly spread out, dragging all the surrounding gods of the Nature Clan and the God Envoy Clan into time. In the gap, Long Yu and the others have 3 breaths, which is enough. Long Yu first brought a total of 7 gods like Concubine Yu, Jitao, Xingdi, Hongying, Yuega, and Yiziwei to the Quangsha Star territory. Later, 2 more gods were born in the Ice and Fire Clan territory and the Void Galaxy. Granted, there are 9 gods in total. But it is a pity that it is best for Yiziwei not to go to the temple now. Although she has gone through 30 or 40 years of practice, she still has not reached the peak. As long as she practices for more than 10 years, she should be almost there. If it is in the area where Long Yu's time flow slows down, it will only take 1 year. But now, Shimu Temple is a place Long Yu must go to. Yiziwei had no choice but to stay in Long Yu's small world. Therefore, a total of 15 entrances to the Shimu Temple were directly contracted by Long Yu. There is only one last entrance left. There are not so many gods here anymore, so Long Yu can only give it out. As for who steps in among them, this has nothing to do with Long Yu. In 3 breaths, all 15 people stepped into the Shimu Temple, occupying the 15 entry quotas for this temple. Before entering, Long Yu had already said that if they all come out later, Long Yu must come out first, otherwise they will definitely be easily killed by the natural clan or the god envoy clan. Therefore, this trip is quite stressful for Long Yu. He must consume the driving power given by the Shumu temple as quickly as possible, and at the same time, he must get enough promotion, otherwise he will fight when he comes out. However, the strongest gods of the Nature clan and the God Envoy clan. Come on! Long Yu secretly said to himself and everyone else. Slowly, wrapped in countless emerald green rattans, Long Yu had reached the first reward level. Shadow-attributed divine points of light continued to emerge from the nearby green vines, letting him know that this was about to turn his last innate magical power into a deified magical power. When the Joyo Hunter's magical power transformed into a deified magical power, it consumed him. A lot of driving force is equivalent to the 2 bonus levels of entering the temple before. Now the last 9 nether path probably consumes quite a lot of driving force. That's it, start to understand. Long Yu was not picky. If he had any chance, he would just seize it now. At least in this way, all 8 of his innate magical powers would be deified magical powers, and the deified effect of the 9 nether paths is not yet known. It's a pity that the 10 9-headed 9 nether hunters prepared before have not been used. They were originally prepared for direct conflict, but I didn't expect that there would be such power as the sanctioning divine light and the divine forbidden light. Long Yu shook his head and concentrated on understanding the magical power of deification. In the temple, time passes, and no cultivator can know how much time has passed here. Long Yu's innate magical power of the 9 nether paths is gradually understood in this process, and the mystery in the temple is revealed. Deified by power, it transformed into the most powerful supernatural power. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's driving power was almost exhausted. But he ushered in the first test level. This time, it was different from what he had seen before. Perhaps because he had just seen the 2 powers of sanctioning divine light and divine forbidden light, what appeared in front of him turned out to be 2 rays of light of different colors. One of the rays of light feels like the light of sanctioning God, and the other ray of light should be like the light of divine forbidden light. 2 kinds of rays of light appeared in front of Long Yu, and then they collided with each other in the emerald green void in front of him. The terrifying destructive force suddenly lifted Long Yu's capital open, and hit hard against a thick emerald green vine behind him. On the strip. This is. Long Yu struggled to activate the divine power of the Eye of Shadow, because he could no longer see the scene in the field with his naked eyes. The divine forbidden light and the sanctioning divine light were actually opposite to each other, and they were impacting each other at this moment. Stand up. And it seems that the sanctioning divine light is completely at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed by the divine forbidden light. What I want to do is to help sanction the divine light and defeat the divine forbidden light. Long Yu thought. The divine light of sanction is emitted from the temple, and seems to be aimed at those gods who use power that does not belong to their own gods, while the light of divine prohibition is swept out from the vortex of nothingness above the 9 heavens, and is aimed at a god about to transform. Both forces seemed unfriendly to Long Yu. But Long Yu knew that since the light of sanction and the light of divine forbidden conflict with each other, it meant that the 2 parties did not come from the same existence. The divine light of sanction comes from the temple and should represent the will of the ancient gods who created the temple. Where's the forbidden light? Long Yu doesn't know now and can only guess in his heart. And now his choice does not require when, but also to help sanction Xuanhuan, because he is now located in the Shumu temple, and of course he must choose from the perspective of the Shumu temple. The 9 nether divine inscriptions and the hell-shaking divine inscriptions erupted from Long Yu's body, and the dark flames of the dark flame Guesua also burned instantly. Even though the yellow and white light in the field was dazzling, wisps of darkness gradually erupted from another direction, surrounded by the divine forbidden light. When Long Yu actually faced it, he could feel the terrifying power contained in the divine forbidden light. This seems to be a light that specifically restrains the power of gods. The golden flame power in my body seems to produce a feeling of fear when I get close to the forbidden light. But my 9 nether divine inscriptions and hell-shocking divine inscriptions, and the dark flame Guesua, but no similar emotions were born. It can be seen that this divine forbidden light is only aimed at the gods. Long Yu quickly discovered this, and increased his power. Countless dark powers wrapped up the divine forbidden light bit by bit, and then he felt the divine forbidden light, and it really began to weaken a little bit. Sanctioning divine light finally gained the upper hand with the help of Long Yu. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. When Long Yu was helping to sanction the divine light and fight against the divine forbidden light. Outside the Shumu temple, the natural clan and the divine envoy clan are still fighting against each other. Although they were rushed into the Shumu temple, which made both families very angry, for them, the most critical thing at the moment is to kill them. Other side. Being taken advantage of by other races is nothing. In their eyes, Long Yu and others are too weak and can be said to be vulnerable. However, they don't know what level Long Yu's true strength is now, and they think he is only 56 times as powerful as he seems. The dispute between the natural clan and the God Envoy clan broke out. On the side of the God Envoy clan, the strongest godlike led hundreds of Dominator legions and launched an offensive towards the natural clan, all the way to the direction of the Shumu temple. It was estimated that they would arrive in no more than 3 months. And here, the strongest human god of the natural family with 90 times the power density, and the human god of the God Envoy family with 85 times the power density are constantly fighting. Although the two sides are 5 times different in power density, but it's hard to tell the winner. Especially when it seemed that they could no longer resist, the gods of the God Envoy race led other gods of the same race and began to retreat towards the rear. Apparently, it wanted to join up with the attacking gods of the strongest group of gods, but of course the strongest gods of the nature group would not let it retreat like this. The space blockade barrier instantly appeared and shrouded the nearby star field. There were several ancient god formations activated in the distance. After those ancient divine magic formations were activated, various eternal level divine powers continued to form attack beams, launching an offensive towards the godlike clan of gods in the starry sky. 3 months later, when the strongest god of the God Envoy family finally attacked the starry sky of Shumu temple, it was found that all the other god envoys and gods were basically dead, leaving only the last god of the God Envoy family with 85 times the power density, struggling to support. Anger filled the mind of the strongest god among the envoys. It is also a tyrannical existence, with 90 times the power density. Moreover, all aspects of his methods are top-notch in the entire Quangsha star territory. He has 4 ancient god patterns and 2 high-level source products. His overall combat ability is far beyond that of Long Yu. He dominates this star territory too. I haven't encountered such a provocation for a long time. The hatred between the natural clan has existed since ancient times. Now is the time to settle this grudge. The strongest gods from both sides have finally met, and the fiercest battle in this star field is about to break out. On the other hand, the God Envoy family only has those gods with 85 times the power density, and the others, the envoys and human gods brought here, are all dead. In contrast, the natural family still has many godlike beings with 60 or 70 times the power density. In addition to the collision of the strongest gods of the 2 clans, the rest of the power of the 2 clans was not much different, and they also began to collide. A more fierce battle began after Long Yu stepped into the Shumu temple, and it became increasingly fierce. In such a battle, the surrounding races that had dared to join Long Yu in taking advantage of the chaos to rob the territory of the natural clan did not dare to move at all. Even the entire Quangsha star territory is secretly observing this battle between the 2 strongest races, because this will affect the development trend of the entire Quangsha star territory. From now on, if the God Envoy clan and if only one of the natural clan survives, it will be a nightmare for other races in the Quangsha Star territory. Originally, the two powerful races restricted each other, and other races could still get some opportunities to survive in the cracks. As long as they dedicated some cultivation resources, they could ensure their own survival resources. But when there is only one powerful race left in the Quangsha Star territory, it is hard to say what the situation will be. It is very likely that the powerful race will occupy the entire Quangsha Star territory's training resources, and other races will have no way to resist. Of course, it is basically impossible to completely rule such a vast crazy sand star territory, but the living space of other races will be compressed to a very small area and will always be in a state of precariousness. If a powerful race wants to rule the entire Quangsha Star territory, it must destroy all other alien races, or follow other alien races as slaves. This is not a good thing for all other races, so at this time, some races began to come forward to propose whether to intervene in the war between the two powerful races. Once one side is at a disadvantage, they will help the other side, thus maintaining a balance between both parties. The situation in the entire Quangsha Star territory has become extremely tense. In such an atmosphere, only Long Yu and the others can safely improve themselves in the Shimu Temple. After all, they are not from the Quangsha Star territory, and neither the human race nor the demon race are in the Quangsha Star territory. The most important thing is that Long Yu wants to be promoted in the Shimu Temple so that he can deal with the strongest gods of the Natural Clan and the God Envoy clan. In that case, he might be able to conquer the entire Quangsha Star territory. The control is in your own hands. Everything depends on the harvest brought to him by the Shimu Temple. After the divine light of sanction gained the advantage, it continued to suppress the forbidden light of God. I don't know how long it took, but with the help of Long Yu, the light of sanction completely suppressed the forbidden light of God. In this emerald green space, completely collapsed. Long Yu's eyes finally regained their clarity, and he could observe everything in front of him without the help of the eyes of shadow. The driving force is there again, and it's so strong. Long Yu felt the surging driving force in his body and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Even after passing the challenge level in the Rain Temple before, there was no such surging driving force. Such a strong driving force could at least make him move forward several times. Wrong. The confrontation between the light of sanction and the light of divine prohibition just now was not a pure illusion. The consciousnesses of Long Yu and the Holy Emperor are connected, and they could not feel it when the divine light was fighting just now, but now, after the divine forbidden light was suppressed and defeated, the same situation came from the Holy Emperor. She also helped sanction the divine light, and together, they repelled a divine forbidden light. In other words, were the two real forces confronting each other just now? The Forbidden Light launched an offensive against the Shimu Temple, and I helped the Shimu Temple to repel the Forbidden Light. Part of it? Long Yu guessed this. Such a conjecture must be said to be very possible. After all, the driving force shrouded in him and the Holy Emperor is too strong. From this, it can be speculated that the situation of many other gods entering the Shimu Temple is also the same. It should be about the same. The divine forbidden light that defeated the gods actually attacked the Shimu Temple. What was the purpose? I actually helped suppress the divine forbidden light. Long Yu felt a little incredible. When he thought it was an illusion at first, he wasn't too surprised, but now that he thought about it, especially when he saw the gray-white ancient tree god being completely destroyed by the forbidden light, he suddenly felt a little scared. In this way, they have truly fought against the forbidden light of God. Different from the time in the Rain Temple, Long Yu transformed into the creator of the Rain Temple and fought against hundreds of divine forbidden lights, but that was just an illusion. Now it was the real divine forbidden light, appearing in front of Long Yu, although the opponent's target was not he, but he participated in this confrontation and stood on the side of Shimu Temple. Long Yu didn't know what consequences this would bring. But now that I have done everything, just keep going. With the driving force, Long Yu continued to move forward, and gradually discovered that a mysterious and eerie power emerged from the 9 Nether Prison Monument, which seemed to connect him to the emerald green vines around the entire Shimu temple. This mysterious and eerie power comes from the deeper core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The 5th floor. Long Yu had estimated before that as long as he cultivated Tianyu Jiujue to the 4th or 5th round, he would be able to go to a deeper core space. However, after trying it, he found that it was not possible. The 5th core space, if you want to enter, it is only the basic requirement to practice Tianyu Jiujue to the 4th or 5th round. If you want to open the 5th level of the core space, you still need help from outside forces. For example, the current Shimu temple. Why do you feel that the 9 Nether Prison Monument is somehow related to the Shimu temple? No, it should be said that there is no connection between the two, but they seem to be on the same front. This inexplicable feeling made Long Yu even more confused. What happened in the realm of the divine level that led to the emergence of the forbidden light? Why does the divine light of punishment target people who have used the power of other gods? But now is not the time for him to think about this problem. Because he finally opened the 5th layer of the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument and could enter it. It was previously speculated that this is a kind of divine power, and it conflicts with the golden flame divine power. I wonder if this is the case? Long Yu thought to himself and tried to enter, but found that he couldn't do it. The 5th floor of the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument was already the last floor, but he could not enter. Even on the 5th floor of the core space, there was no entrance in front of him, but there were mysterious and eerie things coming from it. The power of breath comes through. Coupled with the mysterious power in Shimu Temple, Long Yu seemed to have understood something, and his expression suddenly became solemn. It is indeed the power of the gods, but it is not a ready-made power of the gods, but I have to create it myself. Long Yu's heart moved, and he immediately began to concentrate. He thought of the green and purple thunder power of the great ancient tree before. Could it be that it was also created under a similar situation to his own? Although it was destroyed by the divine forbidden light, the gray-white ancient tree god still gave Long Yu a great impact. Create your own divine power. I can too. Long Yu clenched his fists, and the dark and mysterious power began to spread throughout his body, and then in his dantian, an aura of power that was different from any before finally began to be born. Long Yu's own divine power was born from his dantian. It was a dark power full of murderous intent, consistent with the aura of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, but the murderous intent was mixed with a surging vitality, perhaps because it was comprehended in the Shimu temple. For the sake of. In the absolute darkness, wisps of emerald green bloomed, giving the divine power of Long Yu not only the power to kill, but also endless vitality. However, this vitality is not that vitality. This kind of divine power has no effect of saving people. This kind of vitality acts on the power of the murderous intention, so that after the power of the murderous intention is released, it will continue to flow. Death or death. Death flow divine power. Long Yu tried it, clenched his fists, and released the divine power. It seemed as if a river of death slowly extended from his fists. It was obviously just a dark light, but it gave people the feeling of a river. 10 times. From the beginning, the death flow divine power has 10 times the power density, just like a new god. However, if you want to increase the power density of the death flow divine power, it seems that you need continuous practice, and if you want to transform into a god in the end, it is also necessary to make the death flow divine power reach 100 times the power density. This can be seen from the gray-white ancient tree god. However, if the divine power wants to be increased to 100 times the power density, it is simpler than increasing the own power density. At least, when the divine power is weaker than the own power density, the improvement will be faster. For example, I am currently 56 times the power density. If I want to increase the death flow divine power to 56 times the power density, I am afraid it will not take much time. But once the divine power exceeds my own power density, it will be difficult to increase it. Too much. Long Yu put away the light of death flow divine power, and a ray of dark light flashed in his eyes, which was a sign of the existence of death flow divine power. The divine power of golden flames, the divine power of thunder, and the divine power of death flow. There seems to be no distinction between divine power and divine power. There are only differences in nature and effect. For Long Yu, the death flow divine power is pure lethal divine power, and because of the wisps of vitality contained in the death flow divine power, among them, the death flow of divine power is endless, constantly flowing out, and its lethality is higher than ordinary divine power. Since you have enough time, let's practice the power of death flow here. Long Yu made a decision. He originally didn't know how to simply cultivate divine power, but he soon discovered that under the current situation, he only needed to constantly use his other powers to nourish himself. The forest demon divine text warms and nourishes the death flow divine power, and can gradually increase the power density of the death flow divine power. However, this method is relatively inefficient. Although it is simple, it is relatively slow. What's more, in the Shimu temple, where the passage of time cannot be noticed, Long Yu does not dare to waste time. In this case, he can only use another method, which is to absorb the created things and let the creative power be transformed into the death flow divine power. The power of creation is the purest power in the world, almost comparable to the power of the 5 elements in the beginning. Continuously absorbing the power of creation and converting it into the power of death flow. Although it is a bit wasteful, time is the most important now, not to mention that the 3 races of ice and fire, umbrella, and Qing Tian have retained hundreds of cultivation resources. 80% of it has not been used. That's right, the improvement of nearly 1 million living beings in the entire void galaxy only used 1/10 or 2/10 of the resources that Long Yu grabbed for cultivation. Now there is at least 80% left unused, so for him, there is no need to economize on the power of creativity. Absorb, absorb, absorb. The dead flow divine power continuously absorbs the power of creation from the small world of Long Yu, and then continues to increase and grow. Starting from 10 times the power density, it soon reached 20 times the power density, and then moved towards 30 times the power density. As the power density of the death flow divine power becomes higher and higher, it becomes more and more difficult to improve. To increase the power density from 10 times to 20 times, Long Yu spent about 5% of the creations he owned. But from 20 times to 30 times, Long Yu spent 15% of the creations he owned, and from 30 times to 40 times, he spent 45% of the creations. In the end, less than 30% of the created objects remained. However, the death flow divine power, with 40 times the power density, has actually surpassed all other powers of Long Yu. Even if it is activated without using any means, it can kill a godlike being with 60 or 70 times the power density. This is the power of divine power. Moreover, this is the divine power that Long Yu himself has comprehended, and it will not be sanctioned by the divine light of sanction from the temple. As for the triggering of the sanctioning divine light, Long Yu didn't know what was going on, but anyway, it would be fine if it didn't touch him. The created things cannot be exhausted, so the improvement of divine power will end here. It is a pity that the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu is too violent and cannot be absorbed and transformed. Otherwise, just find 2 time and space tunnels to enter, and you can absorb the 5 elements of Tai Chu. Power transformation is used to enhance the power of Death Stream. Even if Long Yu can transform into a space divine text and control the storms of the 5 elements of the Absolute beginning in the time and space tunnel, he cannot transform the power of the 5 elements of the Absolute beginning into his own use. Otherwise, it would be too easy to increase his divine power. In this way, if you want to quickly increase your divine power, there is only one way, which is to collect enough creations. In the final analysis, you still need cultivation resources. However, these cultivation resources require a lot. Later, the natural clan, gods only a race like this, can get it. Long Yu thought in his heart and continued to move forward under the influence of driving force. After he realized the death flow divine power he possessed, the driving force in his body was still very strong. He could advance several times in succession. In the Shumu temple, he hoped to get more rewards such as the pattern of the ancient god. Good. As for other rewards, Long Yu doesn't particularly need them. It's also okay to give him some top-quality creations, which can make other people in the Void Galaxy become gods faster. In the Shumu temple, there are naturally the patterns of the ancient gods. The Holy Emperor had already obtained one. When Long Yu was studying and comprehending his own death flow divine power, the Holy Emperor had already obtained a mark of the ancient god. The effect was to increase the effect of any method he used by 30%. The pattern of the ancient god with such an effect is already quite remarkable. Although it is only a simple increase in power, it has been increased by a full 30%. If this is applied to Long Yu, it is equivalent to a tenfold increase in power density. Of course, the Holy Emperor is not as strong now, and the power increase is not as strong as Long Yu, but as the Holy Emperor becomes stronger and stronger, the effect of the ancient god's pattern will always be exerted. At least this would allow her to secure victory at the same level of power density. Long Yu is also looking forward to getting more ancient gods marks. If there are more ancient gods marks, it will be no problem even if he cancels all the ancient gods marks on both the pure world body and the demonic heart. Yes, because now when he fights with his opponent, he will basically not give the opponent a chance to attack him. In terms of defense, he can give up appropriately. Just as he was thinking this, his next reward appeared in his mind. It was an extremely mysterious pattern that was engraved directly in his ancient god's mind. It was, indeed, the pattern of the ancient god. Just as Long Yu was practicing and improving in the Shumu temple. The humans and monsters far away in the Langus Star territory are now facing a big problem. Nearly 10 years have passed since Long Yu and others left the Langus Star territory. Within these 10 years, the Soul Clan territory has been completely occupied by other races. The human race, monster race, and liquor race have become the most dominant races in this territory. 3 powerful races. Both the human race and the demon race have expanded their territories by at least 50%. The overall strength of the Soul Clan was originally very strong, so its territory was very vast. Even if it was divided among the 5 major races, each race could still gain a lot. In the past 10 years, the human race and the demon race have been developing at full strength. Young talents such as Liu Shuang, Yu Feng, Swabanyan, Tian Xuanhe, etc. have become new gods and begun to sprint towards higher levels. In 10 years, powerful beings with 20 times the power density have emerged one after another. 20 times the power density is not worth mentioning to the current Long Yu. Even give him a few new gods, and use the time flow to slow down the area, and they can all have 20 times the power density in a year or two. But for the human race and monster race, 20 times the power density is extremely rare. Because this already represents the high-end combat power among the 2 races. However, at this moment, a god with a mere 20 times the power density cannot withstand the upcoming crisis. This kind of aura is coming from the rumored void barrier. Is there some extremely powerful existence that wants to come to the star field where we are? Godlike glory is suspended in the void at the edge of the territory of the human race and monster race, looking at the empty space in the distance. In that direction, there is not even a hint of starlight. It is completely dark, but in that direction, there has been a terrifying aura recently. Came. This aura was not only noticed by the human race and demon race, but also attracted the attention of other races in the Langus Star territory. After receiving the news, the three powerful races, the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan, dispatched several powerful gods with 40 times the power density to the territories of the human race and the Monster Clan to sit on the border. Originally, there were only 3 star domains in this star domain: Langus Star Domain, Quansha Star Domain, and Tiangang Star Domain. There have been no other star domains for a long time. Since the Alliance of Suffers retreated tens of thousands of years ago, no one has been able to break through the void barrier and come to this space. But now, a heart-stopping aura is coming from the direction of the void barrier. The Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan, the 3 powerful clans sent to the territory of the human race and the monster race, had a total of 12 human-like gods, all with a power density exceeding 40 times. There is absolutely no reason for such a being to come to the territory of the human race and monster race. Along the way, many cultivation planets were destroyed by his disagreement. Although they were here to spy on this situation of the void barrier, most of the guys sent here had low status in the clan and were ostracized. They just came out to vent their anger. At this time, the human race and the demon race suffered, as did the neighboring Desolate God clan. Among the 6 outer gods, only the territory of the Desolate God clan is at the outermost edge of the Langus Star territory. The palpitating breath coming from the direction of the void barrier can be clearly felt. Therefore, the Desolate God clan, like the human monster clan, is affected by these. The collision and destruction caused by the arrogant and powerful race of gods was a complete mess. In order to avoid these guys, the strategy of humans and demons is to evacuate all humans and demons near the time and space teleportation circle leading to the edge of the star field, in order to reduce losses. But even so, at least millions of monks from the clan died at the hands of the Sword Clan. The 3 powerful tribes moved separately. The Sword Clan moved from the human clan's territory, the Mechanical Clan advanced from the Monster Clan's territory, and the Six-Wing Clan headed for the Desolate God clan's territory, but their destinations were all the same, which was the edge area of Langus Star territory. When the 12 powerful human gods reached the edge and felt the awe-inspiring aura coming from the direction of the void barrier more closely, they all fell silent. So strong. In their hearts, they couldn't help but sigh. Although they were infinitely far away, they felt that there was an extremely terrifying existence in that direction. If the void barrier was broken, no one knew what kind of existence would invade. This news must be informed to the other 2 star regions. Outside the Shumu Temple. At this moment, nearly a year has passed since Long Yu and others stepped into Shumu Temple. There is still a draw between the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan. Because some strong men from the surrounding races with 60 times the strength density also came to help. In order to balance the power of the entire Quansha Star territory, they constantly helped the weak side, so that the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan could never be separated. Win or lose. This was completely different from Long Yu's original speculation. He thought that when he came out, one of the 2 races would definitely perish. However, whether it is the God Envoy clan or the Nature clan, at this time both sides only have one strongest godlike creature with 90 times the power density, and another godlike creature with 85 times the power density of the God Envoy clan is also here. Completely destroyed during the year. Shumu Temple. In the area where the fuse of the war was located, neither clan had forgotten the key figure at that time, that was Long Yu. If there was no Dragon Yu, it would be impossible for the 2 clans to fight, and they would not be like this, with their strength weakened. And now, is it almost time to come out of the Shumu Temple? According to the ancient experience of the 2 tribes, the trip to the temple lasts almost a year. After 1 year, it is almost time to come out of the temple, because even if you don't come out, there will be nothing gained by staying in it, and there is no way to normal practice is a waste of time. Therefore, at this time, the 2 clans, who had been in a draw, finally decided to temporarily stop their fight. If a dragon emperor appears from the Shimu temple, kill him directly. No matter what, the alien races that do not belong to the Quangsha Star territory must be expelled. But they never imagined that when Long Yu came out, the situation would turn into this. The Nature Clan, the Silver Ancient Tree God with 90 times the power density, and the God Envoy Clan, the strongest god with 91 times the power density exuding golden light, are both suspended around the Shimu temple, waiting for Long Yu to appear. To them, the passage of time is nothing. After all, they have lived for more than 1,000 years. Waiting for such a little time is irrelevant. As long as Long Yu comes out, he will immediately face their siege. Sure enough, just 3 days after they temporarily stopped fighting, a young human figure dressed in black flew out of the Shimu temple. Huh? Are you waiting for me? This person is Long Yu. He saw 2 powerful gods in 2 directions at a glance, the Silver Ancient Tree of the Nature Clan, and the Golden Light Powerhouse of the God Envoy Clan, launching an offensive towards him almost at the same time, with the mighty ancient god's pattern, towards him. Zhu Longyu arrived with a bang, and at the same time, it was accompanied by its own eternal level divine inscriptions. They actually joined forces. Long Yu was startled, but then the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's just time to give it a try and see how strong I am now. The magical power of the 9 nether ball emerged from behind him, directly changing the surrounding area into an area that slowed down the flow of time. Then at the moment when the opponent slowed down, Long Yu raised his hand, and the 7 colors of ancient gods' patterns instantly spread out. Unbounded grip. Invisible hands tightly grasped the bodies of the 2 opponents, bringing the effect of the ancient gods' patterns into each other's bodies. Long Yu previously relied on suppressing the forbidden light of the gods to gain strong driving force, allowing him to continuously advance in the Shimu temple, and actually obtained a total of 5 ancient god patterns. These 5 patterns of ancient gods coincide with the power of Taichu's 5 elements. The mark of burning gold suppresses all the divine inscriptions derived from the primordial power of the metal system, causing it to exert less than half of its original power, and completely burns that half of the power, causing damage to the opponent. The mark of cutting water suppresses all derived divine inscriptions of the primordial power of the water system, preventing it from exerting less than half of its original power. It also temporarily cuts off the opponent's connection with the primordial power of the water system, making it impossible to sense or use the power of the space divine inscriptions. Dead fire pattern. The pattern of dead wood. The pattern of broken earth. The 5 patterns of the ancient gods corresponding to the power of the 5 elements of Taichu were obtained by Long Yu one after another, and he expanded the brain of the ancient gods to a space of 1,200, and all 7 patterns of the ancient gods were engraved in it. Fill the entire ancient god's brain. Only with strong driving power can one obtain this set of ancient gods' patterns. Joining forces with the Shimu temple to suppress the forbidden light of God is definitely a coincidence for Long Yu and everyone else, but it is an extremely important coincidence that allows all of them to get enough benefits from the Shimu temple. Without the help of everyone, the divine forbidden light is likely to cause damage to the Shimu temple. Long Yu and others do not know the specific situation, but their power has become the straw that overwhelms the divine forbidden light, making the divine forbidden light the light was finally completely suppressed and dissipated. The benefits brought by this are unimaginable even for Long Yu. There are 7 different patterns of ancient gods, and 5 of them can still have a comprehensive suppression effect when combined together. No matter what divine power the opponent has, after being suppressed by these 5 patterns of ancient gods, they will not be able to exert more than their original power. And it also comes with various negative effects. For example, the existence of the space divine script cannot be sensed in a short period of time, and the divine script derived from the original metal-based Taichu power in the body will burn and cause damage to itself. A series of effects give Long Yu an advantage as soon as he takes action. 7 colors of ancient gods pattern swept out in an instant. The xuanhuan pattern weakened the power density of the 2 strongest gods to 80 times and 81 times, no longer the previous 90 times and 9 times. 11 times. But at this time, Long Yu activated the Baji bloodline, increasing his power density from 56 times to 64 times. The power density gap between the 2 sides is still a bit big, but don't forget that Long Yu's set of ancient god patterns suppressed at least half of the opponent's power, which is equivalent to making their power density only 70 or 80 times that of the opponent. However, the other party also possesses multiple patterns of ancient gods. But I saw that the silver ancient tree god had a circle of ripples spreading out from its body. It was a circle of silver-gray ripples. As soon as it appeared, it knocked back the ancient god's patterns of Long Yu. Although it was only for a moment, it made that wave spread out. The power of the moment was liberated. Kill. A burst of terrifying murderous intent erupted from the silver ancient tree. The moment the opponent purified himself, several rays of silver light emerged from the void around Long Yu and swept toward Long Yu. 65 times the power. Long Yu's heart moved. As expected, the opponent also realized his own divine power, but it only had a power density 65 times. Compared with the gray ancient tree before, it was a bit far behind. However, it could be seen that this silver ancient tree had no deliberately cultivate your own divine power, otherwise, you may have reached 100 times the power density. Is it because you are afraid of the forbidden light of God? Long Yu guessed in his heart, but was not afraid of the other party's divine power. The dark light flashed out from his eyes, and the death flow divine power finally bloomed for the first time, emerging from all over his body. Although it was a stream of divine light, like waves, one wave after another spread towards the surroundings, and instantly hit the opponent's silver-gray divine power. At the beginning of the collision, the death flow divine power was no match for the silver-gray divine power of the opponent, and it collapsed and scattered in an instant. However, immediately afterwards, Long Yu's death flow divine power continued to move forward wave after wave. However, after the opponent's silver-gray divine power exploded at that moment, it was immediately suppressed by Long Yu's 7 patterns of ancient gods and could not be activated smoothly. What's more, the effect of slowing down the flow of time has spread to the entire surrounding star field, making the opponent's speed as ridiculous as a snail compared to Long Yu. When the opponent releases 1 divine light, Long Yu can release 10. What's more, every divine light of Long Yu's death flow divine power has a wave effect, one wave giving birth to another. Even if it is just a ray of divine light, it has a lot of power and can attack the opponent at least several times. Soon, Long Yu's death flow divine power dimmed, completely defeating the opponent's silver-gray divine power, and then turned into countless pitch-black lights, crashing towards the 2 strongest gods. It was at this time that the 2 strongest gods finally became completely angry. The silver ancient tree god of the natural family finally released 2 high-level modified godlike origin products. One of them is something like a string of beads, exuding soft emerald green light. As soon as it appears, it blooms with emerald green, forming a sea of emerald green light, covering the entire space area. This is a means of control. Long Yu's heart moved. After he felt that he was enveloped by the emerald green light, his whole body seemed to be trapped in a green quagmire. Whatever he wanted to do would be half a beat slower than normal. This is the first use of the emerald green beads. Immediately after the second level of usage appeared, all the emerald green light around Long Yu quickly condensed around Long Yu, forming a huge emerald green ancient tree, and then countless branches on the ancient tree wrapped around Long Yu. Even if Long Yu's purifying body is naturally activated, it can't resist the entanglement of the opponent's emerald green branches. All the power in his body, including the death flow divine power, is actually sealed by the power contained in these emerald green branches. This, the second level of usage of high-level source products, is really extraordinary. Long Yu was shocked. The opponent used something similar to the dark flame gueso, and it was more terrifying than the dark flame's bug. It sealed all Long Yu's abilities in one fell swoop. The next moment, these green branches changed again, and countless sharp teeth appeared on them, biting down Long Yu's whole body. Book of Shadows. Immediately, Long Yu did not dare to slack off and immediately activated his last resort to save his life. After the Book of Shadows transformed into a deified magical power, even under the current circumstances, it has not been sealed, unlike other magical powers that have been sealed and cannot be used. When the pages of the Book of Shadows in Long Yu's small world were turned, he instantly transformed into something like the emerald green branches around him, and became the purest power integrated into it, even the strongest silver ancient trees of the natural family. Even the gods can't find any trace of Long Yu. Although it is very familiar with its own power, it cannot tell the difference between the power of the dragon incarnation and the power that belongs to it. Of course, this doesn't mean that he can't find Long Yu. Because of a very simple truth, its own power can be controlled by it, and the power that Long Yu pretends to be will definitely not move according to its thoughts. Soon the entire audience will be filled with emerald green light. They formed a bunch and gathered towards the side of the silver ancient tree god. In the end, there was only a ray of green light left, staying in the same place. It was clearly the result of Long Yu Shua. If he is willing, Long Yu can naturally follow the large green light to better disguise himself, but there is no need. The enemy he is facing now is the most powerful human being in the entire Quangsha Star territory. God. If he kept pretending, it would be impossible for him to suppress the opponent. What's more, Long Yu's goal was not just to escape. If it was just to escape, he would activate the ancient rain bridge and easily leave this place. Therefore, he cannot escape. It's fine to save your life, but there's no point in pretending to do it all the time. At this time, the strongest godlike member of the Golden Light Divine Envoy clan also activated an advanced modified godlike source product. It was something similar to a lightsaber, but it did not have a hilt, only a hilt. A sword blade seemed to have no specific shape. Just when Long Yu returned to his original body from the emerald green light, the lightsaber blade instantly turned into a towering giant sword, crossing from the void. Dark void whirlpools were born from wherever the light blade passed, erupting with unparalleled devouring power, swallowing up everything around them. These void whirlpools were not deliberately created by this radiant sword to attack the enemy. They were just incidental. However, they were enough to swallow some gods with 60 or 70 times the power density into them and roll them into pieces. It can be seen how powerful the attack power of this radiant sword-like divine source product is. Before Long Yu could react, the ray of light sword had already reached the top of his head. This is a high-level source product of pure attack type, and it directly activates 3 levels of usage. Each level of usage can double its attack power, which is an extremely terrifying means of attack. Long Yu suddenly saw clearly the opponent's methods. Pure attack methods were not scary to him. Book of Shadows, change. Long Yu activated the Book of Shadows, and the next moment it directly turned into the same power as the light. When the light blade fell, Long Yu successfully integrated into it again without suffering any harm. This method made the gods of the Nature clan and the Divine Envoy clan in the field astonished. This kid, with a power density of only 56 times, could actually fight to such an extent with the strongest god on both sides? Terrible. High-level source products appeared together, deified magical powers were constantly used, and the patterns of the ancient gods also appeared, but they were still unable to defeat Long Yu. Just relying on the magical power of the Book of Shadows, Long Yu seemed to be invincible. However, it can be seen that in front of the 2 giants, Long Yu now only has the ability to defend, and it is impossible to counterattack. Although he was able to withstand the attacks from the 2 giants one after another, he himself was not a threat to the 2 giants at all. Even the death flow divine power can be easily resisted by the opponent. Even Long Yu's dark flame ghost cord and 4-phase killing prison were used, but they were easily resisted by the opponent's high-level defensive source products. The difference in power density between the two sides is really huge. These two guys are the strongest alien gods in the Quansha star territory. As long as they are suppressed, they are equivalent to controlling the entire Quansha star territory. There is nothing else to be afraid of. In this case, 9 Nether Prison, the monument is almost ready for official use. Long Yu has been thinking in his heart whether to use the 9 Nether Prison monument. The current situation was obvious. If he didn't use the 9 Nether Hell monument, he would never be able to defeat the opponent. The best result would be to escape with the people who came out of the Shimu temple. But Long Yu didn't know when others would come out. He had to persist until everyone came out before he could leave, but this was too difficult. The opponent is the two giants of the Quansha star territory. Maybe in the continuous battle, he will find a way to crack the disguise of his Book of Shadows. In that case, if he wants to persist, he will still have to use the 9 Nether Hell monument. Long Yu never believed that his Book of Shadows was an invincible means. Apart from anything else, the Book of Shadows can only disguise itself as one kind of power at the same time. If the opponent comes with two powers at the same time, it will be difficult for him to use this method to avoid it. Now, the opponent has not thought about it yet. That's all, and this is only a matter of time. Sooner or later, the other party will find this flaw. It's better to defeat the opponent before then. Long Yu raised his hand, and a dark stone tablet slowly came out of his arms. Soon it stood in the entire void, exuding a strong murderous intention. He took out the 9 Nether Prison tablet, but how to use it? Another new question. In the past, he had directly mobilized the 9 Nether Prison monument and hid inside it. After the other party attacked the 9 Nether Prison monument, it was naturally destroyed. But now, Long Yu discovered that after he was able to step into the 5th layer of the core space of the 9 Nether Prison monument, he could already actively control part of the power of the 9 Nether Prison monument. In that case, as soon as Long Yu raised his hand, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and the 9 Nether Prison monument instantly flew towards the silver ancient tree god. Death flow divine power continued to surge out through the 9 Nether Prison monument. What surprised Long Yu was that the divine power of the death stream flowing out through the 9 Nether Prison monument actually transformed into a terrifying power with 90 times the power density. It suppressed the silver ancient tree god in one fell swoop. The 9 Nether Hell monument fell and directly suppressed on that ancient tree. Allowing the silver ancient tree to activate the high-level defensive source products, various defensive barriers emerged to block the 9 Nether Prison monument, but were easily destroyed by the death flow divine power wrapped around the 9 Nether Prison monument. As a whirlpool of death flow divine power condensed and appeared from the 9 Nether Prison monument, the entire silver ancient tree god was restrained by this whirlpool. Although it will not be killed by the whirlpool of death flow divine power, under such circumstances, it has no spare power to deal with Long Yu. All power must be used to fight against the whirlpool of death flow divine power, otherwise it will really survive. Worry. Unfortunately, there is only one 9 Nether Prison monument. We cannot suppress two giants at the same time. We must kill one first. Long Yu raised his hand, and the 9 Nether Prison monument floated up again, exuding a terrifying aura, and the death flow of divine power circulated around it. The silver ancient tree god got a chance to breathe for a while, but it did not launch any offensive against Long Yu. Instead, it recovered the damage it suffered as quickly as possible. The death flow divine power surrounded its whole body, causing damage to its body. He suffered a lot of injuries, and some of them were permanent injuries. If not treated early, it would affect his future practice. Even the strongest deity was suppressed for a while. At this time, the surrounding gods of the Nature clan and the God Envoy clan were truly shocked. The golden-headed god, the strongest god of the Envoy clan, although he did not face the Nine Nether Hell monument head-on, he still had a deep fear of this thing. This could be seen from the aura and what happened to the silver ancient tree god. Just look at it and you will know that this Nine Nether Hell monument is absolutely terrifying. Unexpectedly, this Nine Nether Hell monument actually has the function of increasing divine power. Just directly increasing my death flow divine power to 90 times the power density, and then using it against the enemy. Such a method is no longer an ordinary alien god. It can be resisted, even if it is in existence with 90 times the power density, it is impossible to resist it. It's a pity. It's a pity that with my current strength, the time it takes to use the Nine Nether Hell monument is only 10 breaths. I must find a way to either kill them or make them surrender. Now in the entire Quangsha Star territory, the strongest ones are these two giants, both of which have a power density of more than 90 times. If they are killed. Long Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. If these two guys are killed, the entire Quangsha Star territory will be leaderless and it will be too difficult to manage. Long Yu does not want the entire Quangsha Star territory to become a chaotic place, which will not be good for him in collecting and grabbing cultivation resources. So the best way is to make these two guys surrender to themselves. In this case, they can manage the entire Quangsha Star territory for Long Yu and bring the most benefits and training resources to Long Yu. Mr. Long Yu cannot always rely on the Nine Nether Prison Monument to fight. After all, he has to improve his death flow divine power, so the training resources required can be said to be massive. Even if he kills the two strongest gods in front of him, the other alien races in the Quangsha Star territory will not obediently hand over all their training resources to him. Instead, they will hide them all and try not to let Long Yu find out, so Long Yu can't how about them. If they continue to kill because of this, Long Yucai doesn't have that much time to carry out large-scale massacres of these alien races in the Quangsha Star territory. This is a star field. Nearly 100 races. There are trillions of living beings in each race. It is impossible to kill them all, even if they kill them all until Long Yu dies. The scope of a star field is really too vast. The key point is that Long Yu is still an alien race. To the Quangsha Star territory, Long Yu can be said to be an invader. For intruders, any creature will subconsciously hate them. But if the two giants of the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan are allowed to, if you go to rule the Quangsha Star territory, there will be no such problem. Other races in the Quangsha Star territory have always only respected and feared the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan, but had no hatred. This is where Long Yu differs from these two giants. 10 breaths. I have just tried to suppress the God of Nature for 2 breaths. There are 8 breaths left to make the other party surrender. It is really difficult, but it is not impossible. For these two strongest men in the Quangsha Star territory, what they fear most is not their own lives, but the survival and continuation of the entire Natural clan and the Divine Envoy clan. In this case, we can start from this aspect. Xiaoshu, tell them that as long as they agree to my 3 conditions, I will leave the Quangsha Star territory immediately. Otherwise, I will destroy both the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan. Long Yu calmly asked the Void Nether Dragon Blade. Xiaoshu's spiritual thoughts can communicate with foreigners, which Long Yu does not have. However, Xiaoshu and Long Yu have the same mind. Xiaoshu's communication with foreigners is equivalent to Long Yu himself communicating with foreigners. They asked what the 3 conditions were. Soon Void Dragon Blade received a reply. Obviously, the fighting power that Long Yu just showed has shocked the remaining 2 giants in the Quangsha Star territory. If Long Yu wants to leave here and attack other cultivation planets of the Natural clan and the Divine Envoy clan, then it is obvious. That would cause immeasurable losses to both of them. First, hand over the cultivation resources I need: 10 top-grade creations, 100 super-grade creations, and 2000 first-grade heavenly crystal level creations. Second, the two of them must obey my orders and become my followers within 3 years. Third, give me all the admission quotas for temples and miracles in the past 5 years from the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan. Long Yu directly put forward these 3 conditions. The other party's answer was obvious. The Silver Ancient Tree Gods of the Nature Clan and the Golden Gods of the Envoy Clan launched another offensive against Long Yu without any consideration at all. Long Yu's conditions are too excessive. Now that the two sides have not decided the winner, if they put forward such conditions as the winner, it is naturally impossible for them to agree. However, when Long Yu saw this, he snorted coldly, raised his hand, the ancient rain bridge was erected, and stepped on it directly. The next moment, he appeared outside dozens of domains. This was still the territory of the Natural Clan. Without hesitation, he went directly to one of the cultivation planets to gather 10 nether hunters and began to train them. If the other party does not agree to this condition, Long Yu will continue to cause damage to the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan until the other party agrees. Seeing Long Yu walking away on the Rain Curtain Bridge, the gods of the God Envoy Clan suddenly remembered that this guy possesses this ancient god's forbidden technique, which can easily travel through dozens of realms. Even they cannot chase him. Got it. Under such circumstances, if this kid wants to escape, or in other words, wants to cause destruction within the territory of the two tribes, they can't stop him at all. What's more, even in a head-on battle, this kid didn't lose at all. The Silver Ancient Tree God of the Natural Clan, the next moment he learned the news that 2 cultivation planets were destroyed, and then a large amount of cultivation resources were taken away by Long Yu, he immediately became angry. However, now it is unable to escape and stop Long Yu. Because the strongest god of the God Envoy Clan is still here. If the Silver Ancient Tree of the Nature Clan leaves, the other godlike Nature Clan in the field will suffer, and they will definitely be killed by this God Envoy Clan. Not long after, news came from the territory of the God Envoy Clan that Long Yu had directly destroyed 3 cultivation planets. No one in the entire God Envoy Clan could stop him. The 2 godlike giants in Guangsha Star territory were trembling a little at this moment. They looked at each other. Could it be that the Nature Clan and the God Envoy Clan are really going to join forces now? Let's join forces. If we agree to his conditions, we will also join forces under his command. Instead of doing this, let's try to see if we can kill him. The 2 parties reached an agreement and then built a space-time tunnel directly towards where Long Yu was. However, before they stepped into the space-time corridor, they discovered that the space-time corridor began to collapse from the inside. The power of the 5 elements of Taichu in the entire space-time corridor continued to condense into a storm, and then the entire space-time corridor began to decompose. This makes them afraid to step in casually. Because even if they are stronger than them, once they encounter the decomposition of the time and space tunnel in the time and space tunnel, they will be lost in the power of the 5 elements of absolute beginning for a long time. But now, what they lack most is time. They need to buy time to prevent Long Yu from destroying the territories of the 2 major races. But it is a pity that no matter how they create the time and space tunnel, they will be decomposed as soon as they are created. This is the first time they have encountered such a situation. They guessed that Long Yu must be at the other end of the time and space tunnel. Use hands and feet. But in this case, wouldn't he be able to destroy the cultivation planets within the borders of the 2 races? News soon came that 2 of the cultivation planets of the God Envoy Clan had been destroyed again, so the 2 alien godlike giants knew that Long Yu could destroy those cultivation planets without taking any action, relying on the 9 Ghost Hunter. Of course, the 2 giants didn't know that it was the Joyo Hunter, created by Long Yu's magical power, and they only thought it was a godlike creature raised by Long Yu. In this way, they become a little anxious. Obviously, if this continues, they will not be able to consume Long Yu at all, because both of their clans are losing money all the time. Even Long Yu is no longer in the territory of the natural clan, but the natural clan is still facing attacks from the 9 nether hunters. But Long Yu didn't lose anything. So they carefully considered the 3 conditions and found. After all, it was too much. Just the first condition, and such a massive amount of cultivation resources would be very painful even for the Nature clan and the God Envoy clan. It's bone-shattering. The second condition, 3 years as a follower, is not that big of a deal, but it is just 3 years. For the 2 giants, it flies by in a flash and is nothing at all. The third condition is that temples and miracles within 5 years will be included in the quota. This will have a great impact. Once this is handed over, it can be said that the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan will not make much progress within 5 years. Development has stagnated, which is also an unacceptable condition for them. After reconsidering these 3 conditions, the 2 giants still decided to fight to the death with Long Yu and not compromise with this alien race no matter what. But as time passed, they became suspicious. With perseverance, they finally passed through the time and space tunnel and went to the territory of the Divine Envoy clan, where Long Yu was wreaking havoc. However, when they arrived, they found that Long Yu had left here long ago. Because of this, so that the space-time tunnels they created did not continue to be decomposed. Immediately afterwards, another bad news came from the territory of the Natural clan. In less than 3 days, both the Natural clan and the Divine Envoy clan have lost at least 10 cultivation planets. These 10 cultivation planets can be regarded as very well developed in the territory of the 2 clans, and there are also lots of training resources. A total of 20 cultivation planets were completely destroyed by Long Yu's actions. The surface of the planet was a scorched earth, and all living creatures were destroyed. Only 2 Jiuyo hunters, with more than 40 times the power density, were still resting on the cultivation planet. Then he was eliminated by the 2 alien giants who came later. However, this cannot restore their losses. Long Yu's 9 nether hunters could just be thrown away, and he would leave directly. Soon the entire cultivation planet would be destroyed by the 2 9 nether hunters, and then these 2 guys would have nothing to do and stay where they were to rest until found and killed. 7 days later, the number of destroyed cultivation planets reached 100. And the most important thing is that the 2 giants still have no way to deal with Long Yu. The time and space corridor will be decomposed, and they will not be able to arrive at the scene immediately. The key is that even if they arrive at the scene, they will be helpless against Long Yu. Long Yu's 9 nether prison monument has already suppressed them, letting them know what is going on with Long Yu. He won't lose any battle to them. Now we just need to make them surrender and agree to those 3 conditions, so they will carry out such guerrilla warfare. So, they had to consider those 3 conditions again. 1 month after Long Yu came out of Shimu Temple, the only 2 remaining godlike experts from the Natural clan and the Divine Envoy clan, who had a power density of over 80 times, finally signed an agreement with him, compromised with him, and agreed to the 3 conditions, unchanged. 10 of the best creations, and the Nature clan and the God Envoy clan each handed over 10 of them. Creations of this level can not only be used to give birth to new gods, but they can also be absorbed by powerful gods to accelerate their own cultivation of secret techniques. Basically, a top-quality creation is equivalent to shorten the training time by 2 years. However, for Long Yu and the others, when they have an area that slows down the flow of time, it would be too wasteful to use the best creations to speed up their cultivation. There are still many people in the Void Galaxy who have not yet entered the godlike realm. It just so happens that this top-notch creation can allow more people to step into the godlike level. Secondly, these 2 alien godlike giants will follow Long Yu in action within the next 3 years. During this period, It is undoubtedly very dangerous for Long Yu, but the condition is that the other party enters Long Yu's small world. In this way, Long Yu is not afraid of the other party causing any damage, because in Long Yu's small world, Long Yu's own strength will be enhanced more than 100 times. In the outside world, Long Yu is not afraid of these two alien godlike giants, not to mention that in his small world, he can easily crush them. Of course, there are conditions for the other party to enter Long Yu's small world. It is impossible to hand over one's life to Long Yu so easily. That is to let Long Yu have two gods on his side and enter their small worlds, respectively. Middle. Finally, it was Lu Guanming and Ling Han, two friends of Long Yu who had known each other since the Tianjin sect. After being promoted to new gods with the help of the best creations, they took the initiative to enter the small world of the two alien god giants. Middle. By limiting each other in this way, both parties are more secure and can ensure that the other party is obedient. In the next 3 years, these two guys will be in Long Yu's small world. If they are useful, Long Yu can release them at any time. Long Yu believes that as long as it doesn't take long, he can continue to practice. The overall strength will exceed those two giants. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about being restricted by the other party after letting him out. The third condition is that all temples and miracles in the two powerful clans will enter the quota in the next 5 years. Long Yu has already calculated it before. A total of 4 temples and 2 miracles will be opened within 5 years. A total of there are 36 entries into the temple, and as for the 2 miracles, it should be able to create at least 5 or 6 new gods. All the natural clan, the God Envoy clan, as well as the other alien creatures in the Quangsha Star territory, did not expect that the 2 major categories of god giants would finally surrender to Long Yu. It was really Long Yu's methods that were so despicable that they had no choice but to succumb. There were 100 supergrade creations and 2,000 first-grade Tianjin-level creations. The 2 races combined doubled the number. This was an extremely important cultivation resource for Long Yu. He directly devoured and absorbed all of it. Half, increasing the power density of the death flow divine power to 50 times. As a result, his combat effectiveness in normal state has increased. The time it takes to use the 9 Nether Hell Monument to enhance the power of the Death Stream seems to be related to the power density of the Death Stream's power, and also to my own power density. It seems like it's time to continue practicing. In this way, Long Yu began to practice in the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan. He has nothing to pursue in the Quangsha Star territory, but he is not in a hurry to go back. After all, there are still 5 years of temples and miracles that can be entered at will. They cannot waste them. He himself does not need them much, but other new ones in the Void Galaxy, Jean Lake God is still in great need. Unfortunately, he did not practice here for too long. He constructed an area to slow down the flow of time. About half a year had passed since the outside world. He and the other new gods in the Void Galaxy had been practicing for nearly 7 or 8 years, and each had made a lot of progress. Among them, Yiziwei's training is finally coming to an end. The level of her secret method is not very high. Although the special effect of the secret method is very good and can continuously superimpose the training speed, the current secret method can only allow him to cultivate to 59 times the power density. Now, her power density has reached 56 times, which is the same level as before Long Yu started practicing. There are still 3 rounds left before she can perfect the secret method of practicing at this stage. At that time, she can enter the temple again to improve in other aspects and upgrade the secret practice to a higher level, so that she can practice to a stronger state. As for Long Yu, in the past 6 months, he has cultivated the 4th level of Tianyu Jiujue, reaching the 5th level of the 6th round, and his own power density has reached 60 times. He also wanted to continue practicing in one breath to reach 70 or 80 times the density of his power, but he failed to achieve it because at this time, an envoy from the Langyus Star territory came. This messenger is a powerful godlike creature of the Six-Wing clan, possessing more than 70 times the power density. It came here to deliver a message. There is an abnormality in the void barrier at the border of the Langyus Star territory, and it has become increasingly turbulent in recent days. As if some powerful existence was about to break through the wall. I hope Quangsha Star territory can send out some strong people to prepare together. The person who received the Langyus envoy from the Six-Winged clan was the Silver Ancient Tree God of the Natural clan, sent by Long Yu. He had 90 times the power density. He immediately said that he would go there with another strong man with 90 times the power density. Sit in and help. So the Six-Winged clan envoy decided to wait and return to the Langyus Star territory with them. It took half a year to send the news here. You can't blame the Six-Winged clan messenger. The distance between the star field and the star field is really too far. After all, not everyone has the ancient rain bridge, like Long Yu. Of means. There is an abnormality in the void barrier. Long Yu was a little surprised when he got this news. It seemed that the situation in Langyus Star territory was not good. In this case, forget about the temples and miracles. Let's go back to the Langyus Star territory. Anyway, there are temples and miracles in the Langyus Star territory. Just pick a few that will be opened immediately and break in. There is no need to worry about other alien races. Now with Long Yu's strength, after returning to the Langyus Star territory, there is basically no need to fear anyone. Even among the 3 powerful clans of the Six-Wing clan, the strongest god, like God and Long Yu, are not necessarily the opponents of Long Yu in a head-to-head fight. If they add helpers, Long Yu still has the natural clan on his side. And the 2 giants of the God Envoy clan. During the half-year that these 2 giants spent in Long Yu's small world, they clearly felt the effect of slowing down the flow of time. They knew that Long Yu had practiced for 7 or 8 years in just 6 months. They immediately knew that now, the dragon control is stronger than before, and it is not something they can fight against. Although they have ruled the Quangsha Star territory for a long time, they have to bow their heads when encountering stronger existences. Such things were common in ancient times, but they are relatively rare in recent days. In other words, the 2 major types of god giants, the natural clan and the divine envoy clan, are basically very obedient. Within the agreed 2.5 years, these 2 categories of god giants are equivalent to Long Yu's subordinates. If they are disobedient, they cannot afford the consequences of Long Yu's anger. For them, the greatest hope is it is possible to see the development of the race and the emergence of more powerful people. If you offend Long Yu again, the situation will be very bad. Soon, Long Yu appeared in front of the Six-Wing clan with the 2 major types of god giants, the natural clan and the divine envoy clan. When he appeared, the Six-Wing tribe was stunned on the spot. It never expected to see a human race belonging to the Langyus Star territory in the Quangsha Star territory, and although this human race was only 60 times more powerful density, but seems to control the godlike giants of the natural family and the angel family. What exactly is going on? And this human race seems a bit familiar? This 6-winged race god quickly recalled that there was once a tribe that had done a big thing in the 6-winged race territory. Near a temple, he killed all the 6-winged race gods who were about to enter the temple. Instead, he stepped into the temple. That was 10 years ago, and since then, the 6 wings have never found any trace of that human race. They thought that human race had been in the temple until their death. But I didn't expect that guy to come to Quangsha Star territory. This simply surprised the 6-winged human god beyond measure. The key is, how could this godlike creature from the Nature clan and the God Envoy clan, with 90 times the power density, be driven by such a human kid? Moreover, when he thought that the human race and monster race were being bullied by the 6-wing race, the machine race and the sword race, the 6-wing race god trembled a little. What if this kid went back and saw that scene? Not bad? The key is that this six-winged human god feels the terrifying power on the other side of the void barrier. If we don't unite now, the 3 major star regions will probably be finished by then. Let me explain the situation first. Although the territories of the human race and the monster race have suffered some damage, this is also normal. There are not many cultivation planets that have been destroyed. After all, they have made preparations for evacuation in advance. The six-winged human god told Long Yu the general situation. If it weren't for the fact that the godlike giants of the natural clan and the divine envoy clan were very obedient to Long Yu, the six-winged human gods would not take Long Yu seriously at all. But under the current situation, the six-winged clan's human gods would not be able to take Long Yu seriously. God had to consider whether Long Yu had any extremely special means and strength. Have to guard against it. It's okay, just follow me back first. When Long Yu heard that the Sword Clan, the Mechanical Clan and the Six-Wing Clan were wreaking havoc in the territory of the human race and the Monster Clan, a murderous intention suddenly appeared in his eyes, but he did not show it. Instead, he waved his hand casually, led everyone, and directly constructed a plan. The Bridge of Ancient Rain. Return to Langistar territory. The Bridge of Ancient Rain continued to be erected. Long Yu took the six-winged god and the 2 godlike giants from the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan, heading towards the Langistar territory. He did not leave the others behind on the Quangsha Star territory, afraid of what might happen. Although Jitao is here, Jitao is now equivalent to a powerful being with 80 times the power density. If he is guarding the Quangsha Star territory, there should be no problem, but this is only if there are no accidents. In order to pursue infallibility, Long Yu brought everyone with him. As a result, there were basically no strong people in the Quangsha Star territory now. The strongest ones are just a few gods with 70 times the power density of the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan. A large number of cultivation resources were taken away by Long Yu, causing the entire Quangsha Star territory to be in depression. Naturally, Long Yu had no time to care about this. What he is worried about now is the territory between the human race and the demon race. Although the 3 powerful clans of the Six-Wing Clan only used the road to go to the edge of the Langistar territory to check the situation of the void barrier, the losses suffered by the human race and the demon race as a result, Long Yu will definitely get back. In that case, let's look for temples and miracles within the territories of those 3 powerful clans. Long Yu made such a decision without even thinking about it. In addition, Long Yu will not release the 2 giants of the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan from the small world before the critical moment. Otherwise, Long Yu will not feel comfortable if the other party joins forces with the 3 powerful clans. After all, these 2 guys are not restricted by ancient contracts like the remaining members of the Bone Clan, and must obey Long Yu's words. Until Long Yu has decisive suppression power, he will deal with these 2 guys very carefully. Then Long Yu directly asked the 6-winged godlike person to tell him the location of some temples and miracles that were about to be opened in the territory of the Sword Clan and the Machinery Clan. The 6-winged godlike person received the message and did not respond. He didn't conceal anything, but told a few pieces of information in detail. For Long Yu, such news comes very easily. Even if the other party doesn't tell it, it will be easy to get it after he returns. But the guy said it, so that's even better. Anyway, for this 6-winged god, telling the location of the temples and miracles in the territory of the Sword Clan and the Machine Clan has nothing to do with it, and it will not harm the interests of the 6-winged clan, and it can also harm those 2 competitors. A handful, why not? But the guy soon regretted it. Because Long Yu's target is not just the Sword Clan and Mechanical Clan, but all 3 powerful clans. To enter the temple this time, everyone should move faster. After all, we have to rush back to the territory of the human race and the demon race. Long Yu said to everyone in Void Galaxy. The main reason is that after getting the best creation this time, there are a lot of new gods in the Void Galaxy. Basically, the new gods are allowed to step into it and try to understand the appropriate secrets of cultivation. Long Yu and others have already, there is almost no need for a temple. Especially for dragon control, all the magical powers have now been transformed into deified magical powers. Even the patterns of the ancient gods have a total of 7 types, and even the death flow divine power has been understood. Even if you enter the temple, you will not gain too many useful things. At most, it is possible to come into contact with things about gods. But those things are just some information and are not of much use. If you want to know this kind of information, it is better to ask the 2 giants of the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan. They will know more clearly. After thinking about it, Long Yu asked the 2 giants questions about the gods. Soon, he got the answer, because the answer to this question is not a secret among the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan. It is not even a secret in the eyes of alien gods with a power density of more than 80 times. With Long Yu's strength, he will know clearly soon, and there is no point in hiding it from him. It turns out that neither the Natural Clan nor the God Envoy Clan know what the gods are about. But at the godlike level, it is mainly divided into 3 levels. The weakest level is the ordinary godlike. This level does not refer to the level of power density, but the level of control of divine power. Ordinary gods do not have the control of divine power, so they are just ordinary gods. Such kind gods account for 99% of the galaxy. The next level is the godlike who has received the inheritance of divine power. In the Eclipse Ancient Realm, cultivators have the opportunity to receive the inheritance of divine power, but there is only one chance each time the Eclipse Ancient Realm is opened. After that, in the temple, gods also have the opportunity to receive the inheritance of divine power. The inherited divine power was possessed by an ancient god in the past. The divine power obtained after inheritance can be used to help with understanding, but it is not allowed to be used. Just like the previous war between the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan. That was the reason why the god of the human race activated the inherited divine power and was sanctioned by the divine light of the Shimu Temple. The inherited divine power cannot be used, and can only be used to help understand the divine power that belongs to the god himself. The strongest level is the godlike creature with its own divine power, such as the gray-white ancient tree godlike creature that was obliterated by the forbidden light because it was about to transform into a real god, or the current dragon master. Generally speaking, gods who reach 80 times the power density can obtain some kind of inherited divine power, and Long Yu's golden flame divine power is also that kind. However, whether you can possess the divine power you have comprehended depends on your talent and luck. However, although there is such a division between gods, in fact, it does not make much sense, because although understanding one's own divine power is the only way to become a god, however, the gods are existences that cannot be touched at all. Just as Long Yu saw before. Once a being who touches the level of the gods appears, the divine forbidden light will immediately shoot out from the void, ruthlessly killing the beings who touch the level of the gods. This is the current situation of the world. Can't you become a god? Long Yu was a little surprised when he got this exact news. He didn't expect that the facts were not much different from what he had guessed. No one can become a god. Even though I have comprehended divine power and cultivated it to 100 times the density of power, I still cannot become a god. This phenomenon has been going on for millions of years. This reminded Long Yu of Joyo Dragon Emperor. The creator of the Rain Temple comes to mind. However, since there are temples in the world, it means that there were gods in the past. Where are these gods now? Long Yu raised this question. Maybe he hid in the temple he created and sealed himself, or maybe he perished under the offensive of the forbidden light of God. No one knows, but there are people in our clan who have reached a certain temple. In the deepest part of the temple, I feel the most primitive divine power, but it is a divine power in a state of imprisonment. It is very likely that a god has sealed himself in it. The silver ancient tree god of the nature family said so. Then the scene I saw in the eclipse ancient domain. Long Yu began to think again. In the 6th and 7th levels of the eclipse ancient domain, he met many strong men who had also inherited the power of the golden flame. Those strong men should all be 2nd level gods, and may become 3rd level gods, that is, a godlike person who understands his own divine power. Since it is impossible to become a god in this world, why are temples and miracles helping gods to continuously improve? It can't be that we are forced to practice to death, there must be a purpose. In this way, the ultimate culprit points to the only target, the forbidden light of God. Although I don't know where the forbidden light of God comes from, judging from the situation in Shimu Temple, the temple is fighting against the forbidden light of God. As long as the forbidden light of God can be solved, this world, new gods are constantly being born, right? Long Yu kept thinking. The golden messenger, a kind of human god, told Long Yu another message. If he cultivated his divine power to 100 times the density of power, the power of time would naturally be born from his divine power, allowing the gods to control time. But now, no one can become a god, which means that the power of time has been lost in this world for a long time. That is to say, in the temple, no one can feel the passage of time. One of the reasons why it surrendered to Long Yu was because Long Yu actually controlled a little power of time. Although it came from the 9 Nether Prison Monument, whether it was the 9 Nether Ball or any other means, it all came from the inheritance of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. However, this gave the human god of the God Envoy clan a sense of hope. There should be many rumors about the 9 Nether Prison Monument, but we have long forgotten such rumors. There are no records of such rumors. If you want to know more, I'm afraid you have to look elsewhere. Okay. These 3 star fields are all star fields that have lost their vitality and are isolated by void barriers. In the past, there were very powerful beings that crossed over from the barrier of nothingness, such as the existence of the Alliance of Sufferers. I still remember that in more ancient times, when the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was still there seemed to be no barrier of nothingness. In the Langya Star territory, there is also the birth of the Outer God clan, which is also a doubtful point. This time we go back and we can explore it. Long Yu put all the questions in his heart. Then, he continued to move forward through the Bridge of Ancient Rain, and soon arrived in the Langya Star territory. He first went back to the human race and monster race to take a look, and found that the situation was actually good now. There was no situation where the 3 powerful tribes bullied the human race and monster race. The key is that in the direction of the distant barrier of nothingness, the dangerous and terrifying aura has become more and more intense and clear. This attracted all the attention of the 3 powerful clans. On the other side, since the Tiangang Star territory is slightly closer than the Quangsha Star territory, some gods from powerful races are also on their way over, but naturally they are not as efficient as Long Yu. When the news that Long Yu had returned with 2 godlike giants from the Quangsha Star territory reached the ears of the 3 powerful tribes, they even ordered to prohibit anyone from causing trouble in the territories of the human race and the demon race. Long Yu, who originally wanted to compete for the miracles of their temple, saw their goodwill and was too lazy to settle accounts with them for a while. Long Yu's attention also shifted to the void barrier. This is such a scary smell. Long Yu came to the place where godlike Fu Hua had been monitoring, and felt the terrifying aura coming from the distance. He suddenly seemed to be wrapped in death, as if all his strength had fallen into death. Boom! Boom! Long Yu felt his heart beating much faster than usual, which hadn't happened for a long time. Omega 81 Chinese Delta. In the distance, it was pitch black. Long Yu once thought about what it would be like to walk in this direction. The information he found was that he would encounter a barrier of nothingness. This is a barrier that is simpler than the barrier of space. It is impossible to penetrate this barrier to reach the opposite side of the barrier of nothingness. But now, there was a palpitating aura coming from the direction of the void barrier. This kind of atmosphere has lasted for half a year. It's so strong that it doesn't look like the breath of a living thing. Could it be some kind of natural force? Long Yu frowned. Those three powerful races seemed to have built a special building in the void in front of them, and gathered in it to discuss matters related to the void barrier. We humans and monster races are not eligible to participate, but Long Yu, you come back, that place there is a place for you. The godlike vanity said helplessly. Silver Tree, Golden God Envoy, come with me. Long Yu released the two giants of the Natural Clan and the Divine Envoy Clan. After feeling the aura of the void barrier, I believe that everyone will no longer have any plans to fight among themselves, because that is the power that can absolutely destroy the three-star fields. If they do not unite, I am afraid that the three-star fields, the domain, will be completely destroyed, and no creature can avoid it. No matter how much hatred there was before, we must stand together now. The territory of the human race and the monster race was destroyed, which was also caused by the gods of the three powerful races on the way. In fact, when they reached the edge of the Langya star field and felt the endless death breath coming from the void barrier, there was no harm at all. Thinking about attacking the human race and monster race, boundless fear began to spread. Even now that half a year has passed, the aura over the barrier of nothingness is even more terrifying than before, as if something will break through the barrier of nothingness at any time, spreading and wreaking havoc in the starry sky of these three-star regions. When the two godlike giants of the Natural Clan and the God Envoy Clan, the Silver Tree and the Golden God Envoy as Long Yu called them, came out, they fell into the same state as Long Yu. Even because of their higher power density, they can feel the threat of the terrifying aura from the void barrier more than Long Yu. These two. The godlike vanity glanced at the two giants, and immediately petrified. 90 times the power density? This is probably the strongest existence in this star field, right? Long Yu left the Langya starfield in the past 10 years, what exactly has he experienced? But no matter what, this situation means that Long Yu now has the right to speak. In this way, it will be easier to win more survival for the human race and the monster race in this kind of occasion where all the races in the entire star field gather together chance. Regardless of the situation on the other side of the void barrier, the stronger Long Yu's strength is, the more beneficial it will be to the human race and monster race, there is no doubt about it. In the void, there is an octagonal building with a strange style floating slowly in the dark void. In this building, powerful gods from many powerful races in the Langya star region gathered. If you want to enter this building, you must have at least 60 times the power density to be allowed. The united front center built by the family in the past 6 months. When Long Yu came to this building with Silver Tree and Golden God Envoy, he was welcomed by all the alien races. After all, Silver Tree and Golden God Envoy came on behalf of Kwangsha Starfield, and Long Yu's appearance was also expected by everyone. The family is a little sorry. Long Yu arrived in the hall of the building. This is an empty space, divided into many grids like a honeycomb. Every strong person can practice in a honeycomb grid and participate in the discussion of everyone at the same time. Long Yu, Yin Shu, and Jin Shincher each chose a grid in the hive, sat in it, and took a rest. Looking around, Long Yu found many familiar figures. Among them, the six-winged god with golden light is also in existence, with 90 times the power density. Long Yu once saw this guy in the last space of the eclipse moon ancient realm. In the eyes of the human race, they all look similar, but there are still some characteristics that can be distinguished from the appearance of the strongest 6 wings. There are also the Sword Clan and the Machine Clan, each of which has an existence with a power density of more than 90 times. But Long Yu once saw it in the eclipse moon ancient realm. It seems that some strong people have come this time. After all, facing the life and death of the 3-star fields, maybe not long after, all the creatures in this starry sky will die. Long Yu thought in his heart. He first shared some conclusions from the original discussion in this building. The legend of Xinqiu? One of the conclusions caught Long Yu's attention. It is shown in the Divine Thoughts data that the machine race once saw legends about the gods' market in some of the remaining materials left by the Alliance of the Sufferers. The so-called gods' market is a place where even gods will be reduced to ashes, where the horror lies. The Xinqiu is not a fixed place, but an area that is constantly spreading. The reason why the Alliance of Sufferers evacuated from this star field was because the god ruins had spread to their headquarters, causing a devastating blow to their headquarters and recalling all the members of the Alliance of Sufferers outside. Since then, there has been no more heard about the League of the Sufferers. As for the specific news of Xinqiu, no one knew at all. In the Langia star field, only the Machine Clan has found a little information about the Xinqiu, and thus learned that the Xinqiu is an extremely terrifying existence. If the Xinqiu also spread to the starry sky where they are now, then they simply cannot resist. I propose that all races send at least 3 representatives to participate in this seminar after collecting information. Long Yu directly put forward a suggestion, not so much a suggestion, but rather an order, because as soon as he proposed, Yin Shu and Jin Shinshur also directly agreed. What everyone lacks now is not combat power, but information about Xinqiu. Maybe there are some records about Xinqiu among other races? If he had known this earlier, Long Yu would have brought over the leading gods of other small races in the Quangsha starfield, but it is not too late now. It is not a simple matter to summon all the gods of the races, and it will take a lot of time. And the power on the other side of the void barrier, although extremely terrifying, has not yet reached its peak. This is something everyone can feel. So they have time here to discuss, speculate on possibilities, and develop coping strategies. As for Long Yu's words, most of the gods present felt that they were reasonable. Although some veteran gods objected, they couldn't convince the public, and finally formed a team to specifically notify some gods of small races to come and participate in this meeting. Of course, the key is to bring information about the Xinqiu, or other useful rumors. Long Yu also left this place, directly mobilized the Bridge of Primordial Rain, and headed back towards the Quangsha starfield, preparing to bring a group of godlike gods from many small races here, and gather the wisdom of everyone. Maybe he can get some useful information. News. It is very easy to push the Bridge of Primordial Rain with all its strength, even across the star field. Even in his impatience, Long Yu finally comprehended the immemorial Rain Bridge to a higher level. Once erected, he could go to places beyond 30 domains, 10 times faster. A month later, Long Yu brought hundreds of alien gods from the Quangsha starfield to this octagonal building outside the edge of the Langia starfield. At this time, representatives of all races from Langia starfield and Tiangang starfield have also arrived. The human race and the monster race also have 3 godlike gods who came here, but for small races like the human race and the monster race, basically only 3 godlike gods can have a honeycomb grid. When participating in the discussion, a honeycomb grid is equivalent to having 1 ticket. When making certain decisions, it is decided by voting. Such a situation seems to have been foreseen by our ancestors. There was an inconspicuous corner, and such a divine thought came out, attracting the attention of all race gods in the field. Huh? Outer Protoss? Long Yu took a look, and found that it turned out that the 2 gods of the Ice God clan were speaking together, accompanied by the gods of the Rage God clan, who were conveying their divine thoughts, as if they had similar information. The coming of the God market, I will awaken my remaining divine body, and use the sacred objects of various races to integrate into one. This is left by the ancestors of our clan. Using the sacred objects of various clans to awaken the divine body of the ancestors may be able to resist a 2. The godlike gods of the Ice God clan looked in the direction of Long Yu and the human race, while sending out their divine thoughts. Because, the sacred objects of the Ice God clan are not in their own hands, but in the hands of the human race, and the descendants of the Joyo Dragon Emperor. Yeah? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. The gods are coming, awakening the remaining gods. This is what the ancestors of the outer gods said. If Long Yu remembers correctly, the place of origin of the outer Protoss is related to the gods. Could it be that the divine body of the gods still exists? However, the 6 holy objects are needed to wake it up. Originally, there were 12 races in the outer god race, but now there are only 6. However, there should also be 12 races in the outer god race, right? Long Yu sent out a spiritual inquiry. There are still 6 holy objects. Due to the demise of the 6 races, they have returned to the gods of the ancestors. Therefore, only 6 holy objects are needed. The gods of the Ice God race said so. Then let's go and have a look. Before that, first collect the information about the Shinshu, and all the gods who have left the Shinshu information, let's make their information public. The strongest godlike of the 6-winged clan raised his hand and made a decision. In the core area of the outer Protoss territory, godlike powerhouses of many races from the 3-star fields gathered together, preparing to watch the outer gods awaken the remnant gods of their ancestors with the 6 holy objects, but Long Yu did not come over, but explored towards the barrier of nothingness up. The barrier of nothingness is as far away as tens of thousands of domains from the Langia star domain. Apart from Long Yu's immemorial rain bridge, there is no way to get close to the barrier of nothingness in a short time. Therefore, to find out the situation over there, you can only leave it to Long Yu. As for the defensive barrier of the outer Protoss, the Holy Emperor and others are also watching, and Long Yu can also know the situation immediately. As Long Yu got closer and closer to the barrier of nothingness, he felt more and more the terrifying aura from the other side of the barrier of nothingness, which even made his whole heart beat faster and faster, to the extreme, even the heart of Emo-chan trembled. That is a terrifying power that can instantly destroy everything in Long Yu, even the heart of Emo-chan. Although it has not been touched yet, even if it is only a distant feeling, it can already be confirmed. However, Long Yu was still approaching the barrier of nothingness. He wanted to see what was going on there. Since the Shinshu was about to spread, why hadn't it spread yet? Was it blocked by the barrier of nothingness? Soon, Long Yu came to a place less than 10 domains away from the void barrier. This is the barrier of nothingness. Long Yu looked around. In such a scene, no perception is as real as the naked eye. Even the spiritual sense cannot feel the situation of the void barrier 10 domains away, but the naked eye can see it. Above the sky, there is actually a thick black mist. This burst of black mist is churning and rolling away all the time, like a sea of black mist, forming a barrier, stretching across the void. Covering the sky and covering the earth, the space between the sky and the earth is completely blocked by this barrier of nothingness. The Langia starfield, the Kwangsha starfield, and the Tiangang starfield are completely surrounded by such a barrier of nothingness. Practitioners in it have no way to break through the barrier of nothingness and go to other places. I don't know how the former alliance of sufferers broke through the barrier of nothingness. Long Yu got closer, and tried it out, and found that even the extension of the immemorial rain bridge would be directly blocked by the void barrier. He would either crash into that layer of black mist and lose himself completely, but he would be unable to penetrate at all. It can be seen that this is a real barrier, blocking everything. He also wanted to take a closer look and feel the breath of the god ruins coming from the other side of the void barrier. But at this moment, he seemed to hear a click. This is... Long Yu's face changed, and at this moment, he saw the most magnificent scene in history. He saw a hole suddenly cracked above the thick and incomparably thick black mist of the barrier of nothingness. Not just one opening, but many, many openings, constantly appearing from the black mist of the void barrier, click and click to shatter, and in the opening closest to him, there was an incomparable darkness in an instant. It spread through the cracks in the barrier. Shenxiu, has it broken through? Long Yu subconsciously wanted to turn around and flee, but at this moment, the endless darkness spreading from the crack covered Long Yu in one fell swoop. The Shenxiu has been brewing for too long on the other side of the barrier of nothingness. Once it breaks through, it will be astonishing and extremely fast. Even though Long Yu is still several domains away from the barrier of nothingness, he is still instantly enveloped by it and dragged into the boundless darkness. If you look at it from a distance, you will see that the whole world seems to be shattered, the void barrier is completely broken by the Shenxiu, and the boundless darkness sweeps in. Shenxiu broke through the barrier of nothingness, and finally began to attack Langya star field suddenly. Long Yu. The Holy Emperor, who was always connected with Long Yu, was in the core area of the Outer God clan's territory at this time, and was about to watch the other party awaken the ancestors' remnants with holy objects, but at this moment, she felt Long Yu's aura suddenly disappeared. Before the aura disappeared, what Long Yu saw was also displayed in the mind of the Holy Emperor. Shenxiu, we have broken through, get ready. The Holy Emperor immediately reminded her that although she was very worried about Long Yu at this time, she knew that the most important thing was not this, but to see if the things of the Outer God race were reliable. If not, the entire Langya, I am afraid that the star field will be swallowed by the Shenxiu soon, and no one will be able to survive. After receiving the news from the Holy Emperor, the minds of many race gods in the arena also changed. They don't need to feel it too hard, they can all sense that the breath of death coming from the void barrier has suddenly become several times stronger, as if the distance of death is getting closer. Although it is impossible to see the specific situation over there, I am afraid that the Shenxiu has broken through and is spreading towards this side. Quick! Gods of all races began to urge the group of guys from the Outer God race. The Ice God race, the Rage God race, the Earth God race, the Wing God race, the Vulcan God race, and the Wood God race, the remaining 6 Outer God races each held their own racial relics, and then stepped into a temple at the core of the Outer God race's territory. This temple is not opened at all on weekdays. It is a death temple, so no one cares about it. But now, it has become the hope of all races in these 3-star regions. As the 6 gods of the Outer God stepped into the temple holding the holy objects, it didn't take long before the more and more intense breath of death began to spread from the distant horizon. The void is originally pitch black, but it also contains the divine script of space and some powers of the 5 elements in the beginning, so there is still some light in the vision of certain races. But now, the void in the direction of the void barrier has become pitch black. It is a complete darkness, a darkness where nothing exists. If you are involved in it, there is only a dead end. Both the body and the spirit will be crushed into dust, into nothingness. But now, that darkness is spreading at an unimaginable speed. Even soon, it will be able to cover the Langya starfield, swallowing the entire Langya starfield, and everything will be completely reduced to nothingness. At this time, alien gods began to move. I go first. A phantom butterfly clan god with more than 70 times the power density from the Tiangang starfield dared not stay in such a situation, and was going to return to the Tiangang starfield at the fastest speed, leading all the phantom butterfly clan creatures escape. Leaving now will not save your clansmen, it is better to stay and think of a way together, otherwise, sooner or later, the 3-star regions will be swallowed up by the Shenxiu. Inshu sent out his spiritual thoughts, and his mentality was quite stable. Unfortunately, not everyone is as stable as him. In the Tiangang star field, there are no very strong races, but there are 7 or 8 middle races. The strength of these 7 or 8 middle races is about the same. Paying attention to Inshu's divine sense, he immediately activated the divine script of space and disappeared from the crowd. There are still quite a few people in the field who are doing the same thing as the phantom butterfly clan gods, and it is impossible to stop them. Originally, the major races were mostly hostile relationships, but now it is very rare to be able to get together to discuss the issue of the Shinshu in a calm manner. When the Shinshu really comes and has not figured out what to do, such a group, it is basically impossible to continue to maintain unity. It didn't take long for nearly half of the race-like gods in the field to leave. The remaining half, most of them belong to the Langyastar region. After all, the Langyastar region bears the brunt. Even if they want to run now, they have nowhere to run. They can only stay temporarily and follow the other gods to see the situation. At least, the two giants from the Quangsha Starfield, Silver Tree and Golden God Envoy, haven't left yet. Just after the godlike gods had left for nearly half of the field, the aura of Shinshu had almost descended within a short distance of them. How is Long Yu's situation now? Hong Ying asked the Holy Emperor anxiously. I don't know, I can't feel his breath, but it shouldn't be dead. This feeling has never been felt before, and it should be in a special state. Sage Emperor Dai frowned slightly, and replied. Shinshu is coming soon. What we should consider now is ourselves. Hong Ying, you must not act rashly later. Long Yu is Long Yu, you are you, you know? He is in the Shinshu. It's possible to survive, but you can't. Concubine Yu warns Hong Ying. Hong Ying nodded with difficulty. Her pretty face was full of worry, looking at the darkness of the Shinshu that was swiftly coming in from a distance. Her heart was full of Long Yu's shadow. Is it too late? Golden God made dull divine thoughts spread. No, just right. The strongest godlike of the six-winged tribe flapped its golden wings, and at the same time, they saw a burst of extremely powerful power burst out from the dead temple in front of them. It contains 12 different powers and presents 12 different colors. The powers of these 12 different colors suddenly gathered outside the temple, forming a body that seemed somewhat mutilated. This is the power of a god, a real god. Those race-like gods with 10 times the power density in the field were all amazed. And it's an old god, not a new god. This kind of power. The Silver Tree thought of the grey ancient tree that was killed by the forbidden light of the gods not long ago in the territory of the natural family because it transformed into a god. Even if the ancient grey tree has cultivated its blue and purple thunder power to 100 times the power density, it is still far behind the power of the gods surging out of the temple in front of it. In the temple, there are hidden gods. Such a thought welled up in everyone's mind. 12 colors of light spread out in the field, and a seemingly incomplete body of a god emerged from the temple. At the same time, a thought of a god was transmitted to the minds of all races and gods in the field. The gods are at the end of the day, my remnant body, you can wait until 1 year old. If the recovery plan is not launched within 1 year old, this star field will be destroyed. 1 year old is 1 year. Even if it is the divine thoughts of the ancient gods, everyone understands that what kind of recovery plan must be launched within a year to save the Langyas star field, as well as the other 2 star fields of Tiangang and Quangsha. The 3 star fields can only be destroyed. But what is the recovery plan? No creature in the field knows. But what no one expected was that the incomplete body of the god in front of him was neither an afterimage nor an illusion, but a real god. This is not a remnant left by the gods. It's the revival of the gods. The forbidden light has appeared. In the distant sky, from the other direction spreading from the Shin ruins, 5 rays of divine forbidden light shot out from the void, and shot straight towards the residual body of the god. Everyone in the arena looked at the forbidden light nervously. About the forbidden light, only some stronger gods knew about it. They knew that it was the most powerful force in the world, and it could prevent anyone from becoming a god, even it only takes 1 stroke to kill everyone in their field. But now, 5 forbidden lights appeared in the sky. The target of the divine forbidden light is the awakened incomplete god. To underestimate my remnant body, just 5 forbidden lights, retreat for me. The incomplete god that exudes 12 colors of light and cannot see clearly, a solemn divine thought spread gently, and 12 divine powers burst out, which also condensed into 5 divine lights, and went to deal with the forbidden god. Light. In the next moment, the divine lights of the two sides collided together, and then exploded, shattering the void. 5 void vortexes appeared in the starry sky, devouring everything nearby. However, the revived body of the god spirit easily resisted the 5 forbidden lights. Although it is only the incomplete body of a god, its power is still extremely strong. This is the ancestor of the outer gods, the real god. The incomplete gods shrouded in 12 colors of light glanced at the many race gods below, and then walked in the direction where the gods spread. The entire incomplete body was completely split at this time. 12 light curtains of different colors radiate towards the sky and the earth. The ancestors sacrificed themselves. The gods of the ice god race, the wild god race and other outer god races walked out of the temple, and when they saw this, they burst into tears, and their sad thoughts spread to the minds of all the gods in the field. However, the incomplete divine body of the god turned into 12 light curtains, completely intercepting the Langyastar territory, just like the original barrier of nothingness, covering the entire sky, replacing the barrier of nothingness, trying to block the Shinshu from the outside. For a year, even if the gods sacrificed themselves, they could only stop the Shinshu for a year. What is the recovery plan? Anyway, organize the retreat first. The Langya star field is too close to the Shinshu. All the creatures in the star field retreat to the Quangsha star field. Inshu and Jinshin sent the 2 giants to make a decision at the same time. They were palpitating just now, and felt the killing intent in the divine sense of the outer god race. It seemed that the god once thought of erasing all the existences that did not belong to the outer god race, but in the end they did not do it. This made Silver Tree and Golden God Envoy realize something. Even the gods have given up racial hatred, let alone these gods. The current chance of survival was won by the ancestors of the outer gods. Maybe there are gods in the temples of other races, watching the scene in front of them. For the current plan, it is best to ensure the survival of all races first. That way, everyone will have a better chance of surviving in the future. The huge race migration plan was launched under the brewing of powerful gods such as the Silver Tree, the Golden God Envoy, and the Six-Winged Race. Since there are strong people like Jitao with a power density of more than 80 times, there are also with a certain status, you will not be bullied. Just 2 months after the start of the migration plan, the Holy Emperor suddenly summoned all the gods of the monster race and race. There is news from Lanyu. Hong Ying wept with joy. When the void barrier shattered and the Shinshu spread over, Lanyu was directly shrouded in it. But he didn't die just like that. Because, at the critical moment, the Jiuyo prison steel appeared, protecting him, and took him to wander among the gods. During this period, Lanyu discovered that even the Jiuyo prison steel began to have cracks. What a terrifying existence the ruins are. When wandering in the god ruins, time has no meaning at all, even more illusory than when in the temple. Because, the Shinshu is nothingness, even if the gods go to the Shinshu, there is only one dead end. This is a quiet area of complete nothingness. As soon as he entered, he also turned into nothingness, not to mention the heart of magic dust. Even 100 hearts of magic dust could not save him. However, even the 9 nether prison steel could not resist the erosion of nothingness in the Shinshu, and began to show signs of fragmentation, which made Langyu's heart ache. But in the current situation, there is nothing he can do. All he can do is to continue to practice hard while he is wandering in the 9 nether prison steel. At this time, there is still someone accompanying him, and that is Yi Ziwei. None of the other human and monster gods were with Lanyu, but Yi Ziwei was the only one who had been practicing in the small world of Lanyu, in the area where the flow of time slowed down, because he was almost able to practice perfectly and complete his secret cultivation method. Now, there are only 2 left, Lanyu and Yi Ziwei, floating in this hopeless market. In the god ruins, there is nothing but nothingness, and no one knows where it will end, whether it will continue to drift like this, until the Jiuyou prison steel is also corroded, and then everything turns into nothingness. Long Yu had no choice, but to keep practicing. Even when he was practicing Tianyu Jiujue, Long Yu was trying to comprehend the nothingness contained in the Shinshu. This kind of nothingness is not a kind of power, but the feeling that everything does not exist. Long Yu didn't know if he could comprehend this feeling and use it as his own strength, but anyway, there was nothing else he could do now, so he might as well try it. Tianyu Jiujue keeps improving, from the 6th round to the 7th round, the 8th round, and even the 9th round. This allowed Long Yu to have 90 times the power density. He didn't know how long it had passed. He only knew that he had cultivated for almost 100 years before he could achieve such a cultivation achievement. He also knew clearly his own lifespan has been reduced by hundreds of years. Yi Ziwei, on the other hand, is also constantly practicing in his small world. In such a desperate situation, she did not give up. Although there was no temple to improve her cultivation secrets, she relied on her natural talent and combined with some special insights in the Shinshu to make her cultivation secrets lift up. When Long Yu's power density reached 90 times, her power density finally reached 80 times. If it was placed in the original Langya star field, it would be enough to dominate the star field, or at least become a star field giant. But now, they are wandering in a void of gods, and even the surface of the 9 nether prison steel has countless old cracks, as if countless years have passed. I don't know how long the Jiuyou prison steel can last. Suddenly, Long Yu felt a burst of light appear in front of his eyes. As if endless time passed, the cracks on the surface of the Jiuyou prison steel also recovered in an instant and became intact. Come out, leave the god market. Long Yu was pleasantly surprised immediately, and Yi Ziwei was also surprised. In that desperate situation, I didn't expect that the 9 nether prison steel could lead them away from the Shinshu. It was too amazing. Looking around, what appeared in front of Long Yu turned out to be a bright scene. The stars here are so dazzling. Long Yu immediately felt that this was a place similar to the Langya star field. Behind him was a thick black mist and a barrier of nothingness. In front of him was an extremely bright star field. In this star field, it seemed that there are other types of beings that feel alive. But at this time, Long Yu felt several extremely terrifying forces attacking from behind. Forbidden light, Yi Zi said in a low voice. Long Yu's heart shuddered, and he turned his head immediately, and sure enough, he saw the lights of the 7 forbidden gods surging out from the thick black mist of the barrier of nothingness, and the target was him. In other words, it was the 9 nether prison steel behind him. After the Jiuyou prison steel was separated from the Shinshu, it used the power of time to completely restore the cracks on its surface, and condensed the long-term experience of Long Yu and Yi Ziwei into a short period of time, also that is, 2 months. At this time, Long Yu was able to establish contact with the Holy Emperor. Therefore, he knew that the outside world had only passed 2 months. But all this is because the 9 nether prison steel used the power of time, otherwise, hundreds of years would have passed. But also because of this, the appearance of the power of time attracted the attack of the forbidden light. After all, the power of time represents the real god. The ancestors of the outer gods, did the real gods appear? Even if it is only a crippled body, it can resist the 5 forbidden lights. But, how can I resist the 7 forbidden lights here, the 9 nether prison steel, can you resist it? As Long Yu was thinking this way, a burst of light burst out from the inside of the 9 nether prison steel, condensed into 7 dark rays of light, and greeted the 7 rays of divine forbidden light. Near the barrier of nothingness, the 7 rays of divine forbidden light and the 7 dark rays of light from the 9 nether prison steel collided swiftly and violently, and the terrifying power that erupted directly sent Long Yu and Yi Ziwei flying away. But after a burst of explosions, the field calmed down. The 9 nether prison steel quietly floated in the void, and the light of divine prohibition had also dissipated, and the turmoil brought about by the power of time seemed to be smoothed out like this. For the fastest update of No Wrong novels, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Long Yu raised his hand and put the 9 nether prison steel back to his side. There seems to be no accident. Let's go. Let's see what's going on in this star field first, and see if we can find a way to stop the spread of the god ruins. Long Yu said to Yi Ziwei. He and the Holy Emperor share the same mind. After leaving the Shinshu, he learned about the current situation in the Langyu starfield. He knew that the most important thing now is to find a way to stop the spread of the Shinshu. The most important thing is about the gods. The so-called recovery plan. Now Long Yu doesn't know what the recovery plan is, but now that he has come to another completely different star field, he may be able to find some answers. Yi Zi slightly nodded. Now the two of them, one with 90 times the power density and the other with 80 times the power density, added together, even if the fighting power of the entire Langyu star field is not to be afraid, they can completely inquire about news in this star field openly. But soon they knew they were wrong. The reason why this star field is so bright is because the creatures living in this star field are pure light life forms, the light race. The life of the Guan clan is extremely long, even reaching millions of years, and when Long Yu and Yi Ziwei went to the interior of the Guan clan's territory, they found that there were many traces of creatures from other races who had visited this place, but they were just traces and did not exist. Other creatures. After passing through the barrier of nothingness, the star field that appeared in front of Long Yu turned out to be a star field with only one race, and this star field was different from the Langyu star field. On the Langyu star field, the 3 star fields are separated from each other. But this star field is completely connected together, and it completely belongs to the territory of the Guan clan. The Guangzhou has a long lifespan, and there are even elderly Guangzhou with a lifespan of millions of years, but their reproductive ability is relatively weak, resulting in a small number of Guangzhou as a whole. It doesn't mean a lot. It's not like the human race and monster race, which can easily be billions and tens of billions, but in this star field, there are more than 1 million light races. The most important thing is, due to such a long life, plus the cultivation resources of the entire star field, even if it is only distributed equally, the cultivation resources obtained by each light clan will not be less than that of Long Yu. This has created a situation every light clan is almost a godlike. All over this star field are millions of light clan creatures. 99% of these light clan creatures are godlike, and they are godlike gods who have survived for countless years. Only a small number of them are just born, the descendants of the Guangzhou. Millions of godlike. Long Yu and Yi Ziwei glanced at each other, only to realize that their previous thinking was too simple. Based on their strength, it's okay to fight in the Langyu starfield, but in this territory of the Guangzhou, it is simply impossible to fight against the Guangzhou. There are millions of gods, and even the gods may be united. They are not opponents, let alone Long Yu and Yi Ziwei. Fortunately, the Guan clan does not hold any hostility towards alien races, but has a quite friendly attitude. When Long Yu and Yi Ziwei visited, 2 light gods surrounded them and invited them to enter an ancient source of divine texts with a light attribute within the territory of the Guan clan to visit, but this pair of Long Yu it's useless to Yi Ziwei. On the contrary, the two are more concerned about another aspect. I don't know if the seniors of the Guangzhou have heard of such an existence as the Shinshu. What Long Yu didn't expect at all was that when the divine thoughts like Shinshu spread, the 2 old guys from the Guan clan turned their faces on the spot. You have brought the unknown. Leave the territory of our light clan quickly, otherwise we can only punish you with divine light. The 2 life forms composed entirely of light issued a stern warning to Long Yu. Unknown, a sign. Yi Ziwei's eyes danced with doubts, but the Guangzhou's resolute attitude also meant that it was impossible for them to get any information about Shinshu or the recovery plan from the Guangzhou. There are many temples and miracles in the territory of the Guangzhou, but there is no chance to step into it. Long Yu shook his head. The Guang clan has started to drive people away. He doesn't want to try the sanction of Xinguang. He knows that it can't be something fun, and it may cause both him and Yi Ziwei to die here. So, they chose to leave. Leave, where are you going? Yi Ziwei asked Long Yu. Try it and see if you can cross the barrier of nothingness again. Since the Guangzhou star field exists, there must be many other star fields. If we walk around, we will definitely find clues and return to the Lengya star field. The star field where it is located. Long Yu said. His reliance is the apotheosis effect of the seventh supernatural power, the path of the 9 serenities. He has not yet used the deified 9 nether path supernatural power, so he does not know how effective it will be. Anyway, now that the Guang clan is driving people away, they cannot stay here, and this is the only possibility for them to leave. Looking at the endless light in this star field for the last time, Long Yu and Yi Ziwei chose to leave. Generally speaking, the Guang clan is relatively friendly, but Xinshu seems to have violated a certain taboo of their race, which caused them to drive people away. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Long Yu to die here, and leaving is the first choice. The two of them passed the bridge of the ancient rain and came to the edge of the entire star field, and arrived at the barrier of nothingness opposite them. Try it, the path of the 9 serenities, let me penetrate. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, a phantom of a giant black dragon appeared behind him, and suddenly there was a jet of black light forming a dark road, rushing in towards the barrier of nothingness. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a corridor rushed out. The colorful power of the 5 elements in the early days constructed the entrance of this corridor, and I don't know where I can go through this corridor, but Long Yu feels that it should be able to pass through the barrier of nothingness. Let's go. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor had always maintained a bond of mind, knowing that Lengya Starfield would not have to wait too long, so they stepped into that corridor without any hesitation. He and Yi Ziwei stepped in and out together. When they came back to their senses again, they found that they had passed through the barrier of nothingness and came to another star field. Sure enough, Long Yu raised his head, and what he saw was a place similar to Lengya Starfield, but this place seemed a bit chaotic. Dozens of star fields. Thousands of races. After Long Yu checked the situation of this place a little bit, he suddenly understood that this is a war-chaotic star field. It was originally a large star field, but due to some reasons, it split into dozens of star fields. In these dozens of star fields, there are thousands of races, and each race is in the midst of war. Basically, the gods here will not exceed 60 times the power density, because the war is too ordinary, and the gods fall the speed is very fast. This also led to Long Yu and Yi Ziwei coming to this star field, and they indeed became almost invincible existences. However, this kind of existence has aroused the unanimous joint resistance of all other races. When Long Yu and Yi Ziwei tried to contact some races and inquired about the Xinshu or recovery plan, they found that these races didn't care about anything at all. Those who were in the ruins of the Xinshu ruins directly planned to unite and deal with Long Yu and Yi Ziwei together. These races have been in war for too long, causing their vision to become extremely narrow. In fact, it's not just them, but even our Lengya star field, why not? If it weren't for the crisis of the Xinshu, so many, it is impossible for races to unite. Long Yu sighed, and led Yi Ziwei to the next place. There are quite a few temples and miracles in this chaotic star field, but it is a pity that Long Yu doesn't have the heart to step into the temples and miracles now, and there is no need. His main task now is to inquire about information, not to improve himself. Now his 90 times strength density has basically reached its peak. Unless one finds a way to fight against the forbidden light of the gods, one can truly step into becoming a god, or else one's cultivation and strength will stop there. After leaving this chaotic star field, Long Yu and Yi Ziwei went to another star field. In this star field, there is only one race, the human race. This situation surprised the two of them. However, these human races are divided into hundreds of camps, each based on the temple, calling themselves descendants of the gods, fighting with each other, and seizing various cultivation resources in the star field. There are a lot of gods, and there are even more gods with 90 times the power density than our 3 star fields combined. Hundreds of human camps, basically the strongest in each camp, are more than 80 the existence of twice the force density. Long Yu was shocked by the situation in this star field. And compared to the previous 2 places, it seems that in this star field, there just happens to be the information that Long Yu is looking for. These human races claim to be descendants of the gods and will have special scholars of the gods. They will not come out of the temples and miracles all their lives, so they focus on studying miracles and temples and trying to get close to the gods. This kind of atmosphere does not exist in Long Yu's Langya starfield at all. Therefore, when they learned that Long Yu had come to search for information about the Shinshu, many people regarded them as the enemies of the gods and attacked him. They even united several forces, several powerful godlike beings with 90 times the power density, and besieged Long Yu together. Long Yu felt that the answer could be found here. Did not leave. Together with Yi Ziwei, he was caught in a fierce battle with each other. Until Long Yu took out the 9 nether prison steel, one of the old human gods with 90 times the power density suddenly lit up and called everyone to stop. This is a beacon. This person is carrying a beacon, and he is a descendant of the god of salvation. This old human race god burst into tears immediately, and was so excited that he could hardly speak, but Long Yu didn't understand at all what he expressed. What the hell is a beacon? Is it the 9 nether prison steel? What is the descendant of the god of salvation? The human race in this place all call themselves descendants of the gods, but Long Yu doesn't think he is a descendant of the gods, and naturally he doesn't know what the descendants of the gods of salvation represent. However, after the human godlike old man finished speaking, he insisted on pulling Long Yu to the place where he was, and asked him to step into a temple. Temple of Heaven and Earth. The force represented by this old man is the Heaven and Earth god, and it is said that it is one of the oldest faction forces in this star field. The power of the gods of Heaven and Earth spread the news that when the gods of Savior appeared, the more than 300 forces in the entire star field stopped fighting and sent envoys to gather at the Temple of Heaven and Earth. I want to see the so-called descendant of the god of salvation. In our world and star field, there has always been a legend that when the descendant of the Savior appears with a beacon and shouts of resistance, he can blow the horn to break the curse of this world, revive the gods, and face the gods. Forbidden light, defeat the dragon-man demon god hiding behind. The godlike old man began to explain to Long Yu. The legendary beacon has such characteristics. It is a stone tablet containing the divine script of the shadow attribute. Although there are many stone tablets containing the divine inscriptions of the shadow attribute, when the 9 nether prison tablet appeared, the god-like elders naturally believed that this was the beacon they had been waiting for millions of years to appear. The lifespan of a godlike old man is only a few thousand years old. Even a godlike man with 90 times the power density cannot live for more than 10,000 years. This legend has been passed down for thousands of generations in this star field. As for the source of the legend, it is naturally known from the temple. The human gods who stayed in the temple for a lifetime communicated with the gods, and then such news gradually spread. The gods also need to take risks to pass the news, so if they don't stay inside the temple all the time and spend their whole lives trying to get close to the gods, it is extremely difficult for the gods to pass the news out. Because the forbidden light is everywhere. Once some obvious signs of the gods are shown, the light of the forbidden gods will appear. Even the temples will be smashed to pieces by the light of the forbidden gods, and the dormant gods hidden in it will be wiped out all of a sudden, no longer exists. The temple is used by the gods to hide their own existence, and at the same time, to convey some messages to other creatures in a subtle way. This is the first time Long Yu has heard of such a statement, but it makes sense based on what he has seen so far. Whether it is a miracle or a temple, its power is relatively hidden, and there is no doubt that its existence is of great help to other creatures. If the creatures in the godlike realm do not rely on the temple, it is as difficult to increase their power density. Yu Dang Tian. In the battle between the peak gods of the natural clan, the Shimu temple released the divine light of punishment, because, for the dormant gods in the temple, the power of the gods they imparted to other creatures was not to let these creatures are used to kill each other. So once a creature uses the inherited power of the gods, the divine light of sanction will appear. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of sanctioning divine light would not attract the forbidden light, but at that time, there was a natural god, that is, the gray-white ancient tree, trying to transform into a god, which attracted the forbidden light. As a result, Shimu Temple was implicated. If it wasn't for the help of Long Yu and others in the Shimu Temple at that time, the Shimu Temple might be a little inferior, and it would be completely shattered by the forbidden light. That is to say, in every temple, there is actually a strong god hidden in it, but he dare not show his face for the time being. The so-called recovery plan is to pass the news to all the temples and miracles, so that all the gods can wake up together, so as to fight against the forbidden light. And what the hell is the Dragon Man demon god at the end? Long Yuli understood these things, but there were still some doubts, but before the gods were really awakened, no one would know about the dragon people and demon gods, about the light of the forbidden gods, and the true meaning of the gods. The human race in this star field only knew the news revealed by some gods, and gradually formed legends. If the gods appear directly and tell the human race too much, they will definitely be killed by the forbidden light. Just like the surviving gods of the outer Protoss, although they are very strong, they are in a state of serious injuries. Just after waking up, they incurred the offensive of the forbidden light of God. After resisting the wave, they directly sacrificed themselves and turned into a light curtain went to guard the Langya starfield. If it weren't for his self-sacrifice, I'm afraid the light of the forbidden gods would come in an endless stream, just like the scene that Long Yu experienced in the Temple of Rain back then. Since this is the case, let's pass on the news and send it to all the temples. As soon as the news arrives, the 9 Nether Prison Steel will issue an order, and the so-called recovery plan will start, right? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, thinking in his heart. I don't know who came up with such a plan, but it should be related to the owner of the 9 Nether Prison Steel. The previous owner of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, should have also inherited this mission, but it seems that that guy made a mistake and tried to transform into a godlike one, which resulted in being knocked down by the forbidden light, was wiped out, and failed to pass the news to all the temples. And Joyo Dragon Emperor is the last dragon clan. There are less than 8 months left. If it is too late, the Langya starfield will be wiped out, and even the entire Kwangsha starfield and Tiangang starfield will be covered by the Shinshu within a short period of time. Long Yu is very aware of the seriousness of the matter now. Except for Yiziwei and Xingwu World, all his other relatives and friends are still in Langya starfield. Now although he can penetrate the barrier of nothingness, he has no sense of direction at all. He doesn't know how to penetrate back to the Langya starfield. The only way is to start the recovery plan first, and wait until all the gods are recovered. Maybe more information can be obtained, and there may be a way to deal with Shinshu. The Shroud of God's forbidden light has long since lost hope in this world. There is no possibility of becoming a god, and once they become a god, they will be obliterated. The light of the forbidden gods, and the spreading gods, make all the gods shrouded in despair. There will be a deep despair. 9 Nether Prison Steel, I hope to awaken the hope of this world. I don't ask to be the savior, I don't ask how many people become gods, but I ask that the people around me, friends, relatives, lover, they are all safe. With this belief, Long Yu reached a cooperation with the strongest elder of the descendants of the gods of heaven and earth. This old man has a very strong special effect of the secret method of cultivation, that is, the spiritual link, which can link the spirits of some people together, and then let everyone know each other's state, just like Long Yu and Xingdi. State. It is absolutely impossible for Long Yu alone to notify all the temples and miracles at the same time, and if he is alone, it will take a lot of time to visit all the temples of miracles. This is just a temple in a star field. What's more, what Long Yu needs to notify now is even more than 10,000 dormant gods in 10,000 temples. In other words, there are probably dozens of star fields that need to be visited, and he alone can't do it. Fortunately, when the beacon appeared, all the tribes of the descendants of the gods united in this star field called the descendants of the gods, and they were all willing to help. If 10,000 godlike gods are placed on the side of the Langya star field, it may be difficult to get them out. But in the star field where the descendants of the gods are located, 10,000 godlikes can be easily integrated. There are more than 300 tribes of descendants of gods, and one of the most powerful ones is the descendants of heaven and earth, which is where the old godlike man who fought against Long Yu is located. Among the descendants of heaven and earth alone, there are more than 1,000 godlike. Due to the thorough research on temples and miracles, it is relatively easier for the human race in this star field to become godlike than in other places. However, since the total number of temples remains unchanged, the competition after becoming godlike will be more intense. Godlike peak is by no means an easy task. The godlike elders of the gods of heaven and earth selected a total of 10,000 godlike humans, and then linked their spirits with Long Yu by means of spiritual links. Follow the footsteps of the goddess of salvation, go to all the temples and miracles, and bring the news of the launch of the recovery plan to all the gods. Connected with the spirit of the goddess of salvation, everyone, such as you, will have the opportunity to face the gods directly. Under the mobilization of many powerful gods, such as the descendants of heaven and earth, all the gods of the human race who were spiritually linked were boiling. Long Yu has never thought that there are human races in other places in the void barrier, and such a powerful human race, 10,000 godlike gods, although most of the powerhouses in this star field have been gathered, they are with a serious sense of purpose, act on the recovery plan. Everyone is responsible for a temple. At the same time, Long Yu also brought this news to the Holy Emperor, and asked the Holy Emperor to bring the news to the temples and miracles in Langya Starfield, Quangsha Starfield, and Tiangang Starfield. With such an idea, as long as Long Yu decides to act, all the gods will be able to receive the news. The success or failure of the matter will soon be revealed. Before that, it was necessary for Long Yu to guide everyone to other star fields. After all, now he is the only one who can pass through the barrier of nothingness. The temples and miracles in each star field must be guarded by powerful creatures, but even when the temple was not opened, Long Yu tried it, and was able to rely on the 9 nether prison steel to send others into the temple. In this way, even if the temples and other star fields are heavily guarded, I can still send people in before leaving. Long Yu clenched his teeth. The action finally started. One after another, the gods of the human race were sent into them by Long Yu. Relying on the aura of the 9 nether prison tablet, the human gods can directly step into the temple. Long Yu has never seen this ability before. It should be from the 9 nether prison tablet that he and Yi Ziwei left the god market, showing the time. It will only appear after the power. Soon, Long Yu sent more than 300 people into the temples and miracles of this star field. Go back first, there are more than 300 temples in the chaotic area just now, and the star field where the Guanzu is located, we can't let it go. Long Yu thought in his heart that the immemorial rain bridge was constantly being used. At the very beginning, this ancient god-forbidden technique could only allow him to advance 3 domains at a time, but later it was increased to 30 domains. As of now, because the power density of Long Yu has been raised to almost the extreme, so 1 times sex can advance more than 100 domains. This made him travel extremely fast in the space. If it is the current Long Yu, if he returns to the Langya starfield, he can fly from one end of the Langya starfield to the other in a few breaths, even if it is from the Langya starfield. Going to the Quangsha starfield is only a stick of incense time. This kind of speed can allow him to travel all over the star field and convey the news to all the temples within a certain period of time. In the previous star field where thousands of races were fighting, after Long Yu came back, he directly forcibly sent people into the temple, and then left on the bridge of the ancient rain. But when Long Yu returned to the Guangzhou starfield, he was in a bit of trouble, because the overall strength of the Guangzhou was too terrifying. But no matter what, the temple here still needs someone to go in and inform, but the temples here are all the temples of the Guangzhou, and the gods in them seem to be all from the Guangzhou. Fortunately, there are not many temples, there are only about 100 temples in total. Only about 1/3 of other star domains. This made Long Yu heave a sigh of relief. At the beginning, when he broke into the Guangzhou temple, basically no Guangzhou paid attention to it, because to the Guangzhou, although the temple is sacred, it does not need people to guard it, and they will naturally gather when it is opened. But after Long Yu directly forcibly sent more than 50 people into more than 50 temples of the Guangzhou seemed to be angry. It wasn't because Long Yu and others forcibly broke into the temple, but because they discovered that the alien guy who brought the bad news to the Guangzhou had come again. Since the Guangzhou is a light life form, its speed is very fast, and it can fly hundreds of thousands of miles with one breath. The Guangzhou, at the godlike level, is even more terrifying. Not much more. It's a pity that Long Yu's immemorial rain bridge has improved, and the speed is dozens of times faster than before. With the fastest speed, Long Yu sent all the gods of the Guangzhou into the gods, and then urged the bridge of ancient rain, preparing to escape from the starfield of the Guangzhou. This place is really terrible. These gods of the Guangzhou, all of them have lived for at least tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years, which is extremely terrifying. However, when Long Yu passed through the barrier of nothingness, he found that the Guang clan followed him. These light clans actually also have the means to pass through the barrier of nothingness. Don't care, let's run. Long Yu gritted his teeth, there is no other way now, and it is impossible to kill all the gods of the Guangzhou. Who knows if there will be more Guangzhou chasing through the barrier of nothingness after killing these few Guangzhou. Millions of Long Yu doesn't have the guts to face the gods of the light race, so it's best not to touch any of them. Anyway, Long Yu is much faster than them. In this way, Long Yu continued to rush towards the next star field, and soon passed through the barrier of nothingness, and came to a desolate star field. There were not many living beings in this star field, but the temples and miracles were not the same. Phew. Could it be because of the war? Long Yu saw traces of many racial civilizations in this star field, just like the ruins of the bone race survivors that Long Yu saw in the silent galaxy back then, but it was much grander than those at that time. In this star field, because of the continuous war, there are not many living beings left. Even if there are living beings, there is no such thing as a godlike existence. There are only some very ordinary practitioners living on some cultivation planets. Even some sources of divine writing have been exhausted, and the scene is in a state of ashes. Long Yu didn't care too much, anyway, his goal now is the temple and miracles, and the rest has nothing to do with him. Send these 10,000 people to the temple at the fastest speed. Long Yu didn't stop at all, and kept urging the primordial rain bridge. Under the continuous movements, his small world was almost overwhelmed, but he could only grit his teeth to support it, because at the current speed, even if it took tens of thousands of people, it has been half a year since they were all sent to those temples. The time was too tight, Long Yu didn't feel safe. The problem of Shinshu needs to be solved urgently, and no time can be wasted. The location of each temple is different. Long Yu has to find the location of these temples, before he can drive the bridge of the ancient rain to fly over. Fortunately, the current Joyo prison steel seems to have a special connection with the temples and miracles, so that Long Yu can directly find the location of the temple, and not miss some temples. Several gods of the light race persistently chased after Long Yu. If the situation is urgent, Yi Ziwei will help to resist, and after Long Yu sends the person into the temple, he will take her and leave directly. Soon, these light race gods couldn't keep up with Long Yu's pace. After all, Long Yu was using the immemorial rain bridge to move forward, and the opponent's speed was not so fast. Even if he caught up for a while, it was impossible to always follow Long Yu. The next star field is a technological civilization that has developed to the extreme. Many technological races have even disassembled the cultivation planet. Feng. Among these races of technological civilization, few individual strengths have been developed to the extreme, so they don't have a deep understanding of the temple. For these civilizations, Long Yu easily sent people into the temple, coming and going without a trace, and the opponent could not stop them at all. The next star field. The next star field. Along the way, Long Yu has seen too many star fields, too many races, and too many civilizations. Some star fields are exhausted and decayed, and are close to being destroyed in the war. Some star fields are like the Light Clan, and some extremely long-lived races occupy the star fields and develop leisurely. But what's more, being spread by the Shinshu, it has completely become a star field of nothingness. Not only are there no living beings in these star fields, even the miracles of the temples are gone. As soon as Long Yu stepped into it through the barrier of nothingness, he was protected by the gods. Fortunately, he could immediately exit the passage through the barrier of nothingness. Otherwise, if you break into it head-on, you will have to waste an unknown amount of time, and even bring unknown dangers. Among the 10 star domains, 9 star domains have been eroded into nothingness by the god market. If the recovery plan is not implemented, I am afraid that the entire world will be covered by the god market, and everything will become nothingness. Fortunately, Long Yu caught up. It's also fortunate that the Shinshu has spread to the area of the Langya starfield, otherwise, Long Yu probably wouldn't have come out so quickly to carry out the recovery plan. In the small world of Long Yu, 10,000 godlike gods were connected by spiritual links, and soon 1,000 were sent out, then 2,000, 3,000. According to Long Yu's current speed, he can travel through the 3 star fields in half a month and send out about 1,000 godlike people. Half a year passed quickly, and Long Yu saw too many different races that he had never thought of before. He traveled all the temples and miracles in the galaxy, and he sent tens of thousands of gods into the temple. Middle. For half a year, what he saw more was the star field that was eroded by the gods and turned into nothingness. In these star fields, there used to be racial civilizations that were not inferior to the human race, the Langya star field, or even the Guanzu star field. However, when the gods came, the racial civilizations in these star fields did not have the slightest resistance. Most of them were completely reduced to nothingness, not even leaving traces of history. In these empty galaxies, Long Yu didn't know where the alliance of sufferers who had reached the Langya star field was. Anyway, Long Yu has never seen the star field where the alliance of Miserables is located. On the other hand, in other star fields, I occasionally saw some relics of the Alliance of Sufferers, and got news about the appearance of the Alliance of Sufferers from other races, but like Langya Starfield, there are no more sufferers. Members of the Alliance actually showed up. This is an extremely brilliant alchemy organization. The alchemy ability of each of the members is extremely terrifying. Even just a bitter sea medicine cauldron can create an alchemy master like Liao Lele, relying on the bitter sea medicine cauldron to refine top-notch pills. It is conceivable that when the Alliance of the Sufferers was at its peak, how many medicinal pills with heaven-defying effects were circulating in the entire brilliant starfield. There are even some secret medicines that directly increase the density of godlike power. But now, it has been lost for too long. The entire universe, because of the forbidden light of God and the ruins of God, is heading for complete death. According to the current trend, it may not be long before it will completely fall into nothingness. In the end, Long Yu passed through a barrier of nothingness. This is the Guangsha Starfield. I'm back. Long Yu fell into joy. He didn't expect to go around such a big circle, and finally returned to this star field after sending almost everyone into the temple. However, in this universe, there are only so few star domains left. There are only 26 star domains. The Langya 3-star domain is the 26th from the bottom to be invaded by the Shinshu. After the 3-star domain, there are the last 25-star domains. Counting it all together, there are only a few hundred years left for the entire universe to exist. If the recovery plan is not launched, it will be completely too late. The Langya 3-star domain will last for 10 years at most, and then, the God market will spread towards the next target. Long Yu has almost traveled the entire universe. From this star field to that star field, most of them are already inaccessible, because they have been covered and eroded by the gods, and have become a completely empty space, and there is only a dead end to enter. Holy Emperor, how is the situation here? Long Yu kept in touch with the Holy Emperor. The situation is good. Both the human race and the monster race have retreated to the Quangsha star field, and they have obtained 20 galaxies as living space. Although it is 10 times less than before, they can barely survive. It's just that the god barrier of the outer gods over there seems to be unable to hold on. At the beginning, the gods said that they were 1 year old. I don't know if it was a miscalculation or what. It feels like it will completely collapse within a month or two. Hearing this, Long Yu was a little nervous. What about the temples and miracles here? Have you sent people in? Some get in, but some don't. The Holy Emperor sighed. Even if you enter the temple, I'm afraid there is no way to notify the gods there, because without your 9 nether prison steel as a beacon, those gods will not trigger the awakening condition. It seems you have to do it yourself here. In that case, you all come with me. Long Yu understood the current situation. Only godlike gods can enter the temple, so he needs more godlike gods to connect with him spiritually. Anyway, the old godlike god descended from heaven and earth came along with him, and now he can still connect other people. Long Yu took Yi Way towards the place where the Quangsha starfield was located. Soon, he joined the Holy Emperor and the others. Hong Ying couldn't help but threw herself into his arms and cried bitterly. Long Yu could only hug her, comforted her gently for a moment, then let go. Hong Ying, help me bring the news to the gods in the temple, and everyone, help together. Start to arrange and assign. Senior concubine Yu, you go to the Shimu temple, follow me. Long Yu took concubine Yu to the Shimu temple in the Quangsha starfield, and then sent concubine Yu directly into it with the breath of the 9 nether prison steel. The spirits of her and concubine Yu are linked together through the spirit of the godlike old man who is descended from the gods of heaven and earth. As long as the news from Long Yu's side comes out, concubine Yu can spread the news of the launch of the recovery plan to the gods in Shimu temple. When the gods are all dormant, this is the only way to convey the news. Otherwise, once the god regains a little consciousness, he will be targeted by the forbidden light immediately. To recover together, otherwise there is no point. Qin Yashuang, Zissou, you are in charge of these 2 temples. Let's go, Xuanting temple will be handed over to you. In this Qingyun temple, there seem to be 6 gods who are dormant together. In this case, Xing Wu, Duguijian, Jiabanxian, Xiaozhu, Xiweiyan, Renping Fan, this Qingyun temple is entrusted to you. Long Yu arranged them one by one. Walking is Long Yu's senior brother in Zhentianzong when he first entered the martial arts. Later, he followed Long Yu all the way out of the 9 nether world of Shenwu world, and now he has become a newly promoted godlike. Those 6 people were originally Shu Chan's subordinates. From the 1st child to the 6th child, Long Yu was regarded as the 7th child at the beginning, but now he has become the leader of everyone. Under Long Yu's arrangement, everyone walked towards the temple in an orderly manner. Gu Weixian, Gu Wenshan, Nan Meningxia, and Qiao Ziying were all assigned to a temple. Mo Zhaitian, General Hui Yuan Bai, Sihan Mountain, and Yu Qingsha, these 4 people were arranged by Long Yu to a miracle. In this miracle, it seems that there are also 4 ancient gods dormant. Senior Yu Hanxin, this way. Xiao Wu, Shu Chan, Feng Yusen, come with me, the temples in the Guangsha starfield are all arranged, and then go to the Tiangang starfield. It took Long Yu 3 days to send all the gods of the race and the monster race into the temple and miracles. There are 60 or 70 people in total. If it is not enough, he directly pulls the gods from the natural family and the gods. Make up the numbers, anyway, just send a message, there is no danger, and there is no technical content. In the end, Xuelua, Ba Xiong, and Su Yuqing, all led by Long Yu, return to the Langya Star domain, and then let them enter the Rain God Temple, the Void God Temple and other places, and cooperate with other race gods to bring the Langya Star together. The temple of the domain is also full. Senior, it's almost time. Long Yu said to the godlike old man of the descendants of the gods of heaven and earth. The old man nodded. He had connected the spirits of all the gods who entered the temple, whether they were human or alien, with the secret method of cultivation. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu looked at the 12-color light curtain not far away, and the gloomy and empty god market outside the light curtain. A message was conveyed from his mind, and it instantly fell into the hearts scattered among the 26 people. In the minds of tens of thousands of godlike gods in the temples and miracles of this star field. For a moment, the temple of the entire universe seemed to have changed its appearance. In the Guangzhou starfield, near a temple, there were 2 light race gods, playing leisurely. Suddenly, from the temple, a mighty power of the gods emerged, and a light race god appeared above the temple. The body of the god, which was condensed with purple light all over the body, emerged from the temple. Ha! The voice that had been silent for a long time roared out from the mouth of the gods of the Purple Light clan, as if it had given the whole world a new aura. The light gods who were having fun at the 2 ends were suddenly shocked. This is, Lord God has come out, is this not afraid of the forbidden light? Around the heaven and earth temple of the heaven and earth deity tribe, countless human gods prostrated themselves to worship, and a human god emerged from the heaven and earth temple, covered with a layer of mysterious silver light, and the divine power spread to the surroundings. This is the divine power of the ancient gods that had been dormant for a long time, far stronger than the 100 times the power density divine power cultivated by ordinary gods. Has the day of God's recovery finally arrived? I hope that I am not the only one who wakes up. There was a bright divine light in the eyes of the human gods and spirits. He raised his heels and took a step, as if walking out of a way of gods and spirits. The power of infinite time rippled under his feet and spread towards the surroundings. In a dead void. In a miracle, 2 alien gods came to life and came out hand in hand. Well, surrounded by the size of the gods, there is no life in the dead star field. The endless war destroyed everything in this star field, but when the 2 alien gods woke up, the power of the gods spread towards the surroundings and quickly covered the entire world. On those cultivation planets, slices of emerald green embellished from the original or gray or pitch-black cultivation planet, and even the void was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The power of time rippling up, although only a moment passed, but it seemed like millions of years had passed on these dead planets. Countless towering giant trees rose from the ground, and countless creatures thrived and multiplied. With just one thought, this dead starfield seemed to come back to life. In other parts of the universe, wherever there are temples, this situation has appeared. Countless gods were revived, as if spring had arrived and hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. But at the same time, the entire universe seemed to tremble. Countless divine forbidden lights emerged from all regions of the universe, and launched an offensive towards these gods who woke up almost at the same time. However, perhaps because there were too many gods awakening at the same time, the number and power of these divine forbidden lights were far less than usual, and they were easily suppressed and resisted by the awakened gods. However, if many gods were revived at the same time, the power of the forbidden light of God was dispersed. Look at the power of the divine forbidden light. There should be about 10,000 gods who wake up at the same time. Is there only so much left? Hundreds of millions of gods and spirits have been swallowed up by the gods for hundreds of millions of years. If it takes a while longer, I'm afraid even the temple I'm in will be swallowed up. No, this time is millions of years later than expected. What's going on? I'm afraid it's the beacon. There's something wrong. After the gods appeared, their thoughts began to communicate with each other, and they quickly sensed the location of Long Yu, or in other words, sensed the location of the beacon of the 9 nether prison steel. Walk. The god moved towards the place where Long Yu was in an instant. With the power of the gods, they can cross countless star fields and come directly to Long Yu in just a blink of an eye. Go anywhere in an instant. Sure enough, there are only the last 26 pieces of heaven and earth left. All the gods sighed. Fortunately, at this last moment, the recovery plan was activated. Otherwise, the Shinshu would swallow up all existence and turn it into nothingness. Meet the gods. At this moment, Long Yu was staying with many gods of other races, and respectfully faced many revived gods in the Langya starfield. It's just that the moment the thought is conveyed, the world is different, and then there are terrifying existences shrouded in gods and spirits around. Only a small part of them are races that Long Yu has seen, and most of the others are unknown alien races. But no matter which god it is, they are all on the same side now. You are the one chosen by the beacon. No, you are not a dragon. How can you control the power of the 9 nether prison steel? Yulong god, come out and explain. A divine dragon god raised its claws, and sent out a huge divine thought directly in the direction of Long Yu. This divine thought was transmitted to the 9 nether prison steel, and then Long Yu felt that a drastic change had finally taken place in the 9 nether prison steel. Yulong god. Sure enough, there is a god in the 9 nether prison steel, otherwise it would be impossible to take me out of the god market alive. Long Yu's face changed slightly. From the 9 nether prison steel, a burst of divine power emerged. After feeling the more and more intense aura of gods and spirits around him, the Yulong god in the 9 nether prison steel finally decided to show up. As for why he waited until this time to show up, Long Yu soon knew. Because when this giant pitch-black dragon flew out of the Joyo prison steel and flew into the void with the Joyo prison steel in its arms, there were 88 rays of divine forbidden light blasting from the distance, coming from the void in all directions. Born in the sky, it landed on the body of the giant pitch-black dragon in an instant. 88 forbidden lights of the gods. If he appeared earlier, it would be difficult to resist, but there are nearly 10,000 gods in the field now. Long Yu's eyes widened. However, countless gods and gods came out with their own means, and easily blocked the 88 divine forbidden lights. Then the giant pitch-black dragon turned around and looked around. Since it had been following Long Yu, so God Yulong knew the whole thing clearly. Only you are left. As if from the pitch-black dragon god from the 9 nethers, in a pair of dragon eyes, like the source of all creation, tens of thousands of gods in the field are reflected. Each of these gods is countless times stronger than the strongest godlike. Even the strongest gods like Yin Shu, Long Yu, and Jin Shenqi are not comparable to any gods, because the gap is too big. When the divine power reaches 100 times the power density, it will be compared with combining the power of time. A god who can use the power of time can deal with tens of thousands of godlike gods alone. So from the recovery of the gods, the things in the field have nothing to do with Long Yu and others. Whether it is the god ruins or the forbidden light of God, these are just things that these gods have to deal with. Finally, it's done. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and if he still couldn't stop the spread of the Shinshu, then he had nothing to do. If even the gods can't do things. Don't slack off, don't give up. From now on, let us know that all godlike gods who meet the conditions can try to transform into real gods. 10,000 gods alone are not enough. The divine thoughts of God Yulong were conveyed to Long Yu's mind in an instant, making his heart tremble. 10,000 gods, is it not enough? Dragon Man Demon God is the strongest existence that controls the god ruins and the forbidden light of God, but now he is in a dormant state, otherwise, this universe would have been completely turned into nothingness. If you want to completely destroy the Dragon Man Demon God, the light with 10,000 gods, it is far from enough. Yulong God continued to transmit divine thoughts, extremely solemn. Originally, the 9 nether prison steel can only be used by the dragon clan. The 9 nether dragon emperor is the last dragon who inherits my will. Unfortunately, this son refused to listen to my persuasion and tried to break through to become a god. In the end, he was banned by the dragon man and demon god. Light kills. Therefore, I chose a person with a good heart and will from the future universe to come to this era and take up the heavy responsibility. Starting from the 9 nether realm, I have traveled all the way, Long Yu, you have not let me down. The divine thoughts of God Yulong spread to the hearts of many surrounding gods. These words shocked Long Yu and the others. In the future universe, a person with a good heart and will, does this mean Long Yu? Could it be that the world I was originally in, that technological world, is the future universe? Yulong God was able to pull me from the future universe. What a powerful method this is. Long Yu was shocked. In the arena, apart from the Holy Emperor, even Hong Ying didn't know Long Yu's true origin. Similarly, Concubine Yu didn't know either. Concubine Yu just knew that she obeyed a certain will and carved Joyo, it's just the dragon's seal, but they don't know that Long Yu was selected from the future universe. Future universe. Long Yu, no wonder you are so powerful, so you came from the future. Man Xian snorted and said, it still made me jealous for a while. I don't know myself. Long Yu could only give a wry smile. This thing, until now, before Yulong God said it, he never knew that his original world turned out to be the future universe. However, that future universe is separated from our current time and space by a powerful existence. I also tried my best to choose you. Now I can't even spy on the appearance of that future universe. But it doesn't matter. As long as the future universe exists, it proves that we can kill the dragon demon god and save the entire universe. Yulong God continued. Spiritual thoughts spread, and countless gods understood what was going on. At the same time, they expressed extreme contempt for the 9 nether dragon emperor, and even insisted on going their own way at a critical moment, which almost led to the complete failure of the entire recovery plan. If Yulong God hadn't picked a candidate from the future universe, I'm afraid Shinshu would eventually turn the entire universe into nothingness. Although in that case, even the dragon demon god himself would not be spared, but that guy was originally determined to destroy the world, and his own existence has nothing to do with it. Coming. Suddenly, the hearts of all the gods in the field moved, and then they saw countless forbidden lights appearing on the sky, shooting towards the gods in the field. As long as you continue to feel the existence of the gods, the light of the forbidden gods will not stop, and will continue to bombard you, unless you destroy the core of the entire gods. Shenping. A purple light clan god raised his hand, and a purple light curtain barrier suddenly appeared, stretching across the sky and many gods, and then the power of infinite time flowed, filling the purple light curtain, resisting most of the gods' forbidden light. At the fastest speed, let all the gods try to transform into gods. Now is the best time to destroy the core of the gods. The god of the Purple Light clan spread his divine thoughts to the surroundings, and even with the power of time, it spread all the way to all the remaining 26 star fields in the entire universe, so that all the gods could hear this call. Including Long Yu, they knew that now was almost the time. When countless gods have recovered and started to fight against the forbidden light, it is the best time to break through and become a god, and if you don't break through now, you have no chance. If the gods fail to attack the core of the gods, then all will become nothingness. In that case, I will be promoted. Long Yu's death flow divine power had already increased to 90 times the power density, which was the same as his own power density, and then stagnated and did not continue to improve, for fear of incurring the forbidden light. Now there is no scruples, continue to improve. However, there is still 10 times the power density. It is not something that can be done in an instant if you want to improve it. It will definitely take a lot of time, including other godlike peaks who are close to gods. When Long Yu and the others began to try to break through, Yulong God led 10,000 gods, and finally officially started to act. The current Shinshu is so vast that it is unimaginable. If the core of the Shinshu is still there, it may take an infinite time to reach it. In addition, we have to attack the core of the Shinshu. We need at least 1,000 gods, going forward as a team, and there must be sacrifices. That's right, there must be gods who resist the power of the gods and create conditions for other gods to move forward. If one dies, another one will be replaced. Only in this way can we go deep into the gods and reach the core of the gods. Once the core of Shinshu is breached, the Dragon Man Demon God will definitely wake up. At that time it will be the stage for new gods. We gods must have almost died when we attacked the core of Shinshu. This is a very tragic battle. Long Yu knew that in the Lengya 3-star domain, there were not many new gods appearing at all, and even some star domains had completely become dead zones. Not to mention new gods, there were not many godlike ones. But only one of the star fields can have high hopes. That is the Guangzhou star field. There are millions of light-like gods, among which there are more than 1 million peak-like gods. These are all existences that may become gods. If these million gods appear, then the overall strength will be extremely strong by then. I don't know what kind of existence that Dragon Man Demon God is, what kind of combat power it possesses, but the combination of millions of gods should be able to defeat it, even if these millions of gods are new gods. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then just watched Yulong God lead the gods, divided into 10 small teams, and stepped into the Shinshin. With the help of the gods near the Lengya star field began to retreat, but it was only temporary. 2 gods were willing to sacrifice, like the remnant gods of the outer gods, they turned into light curtains to resist in front of Shinshu. The purpose is to prevent Shinshu from spreading over. After all, if the Shinshu continues to spread, it is very likely that some younger generations who may become gods will be completely killed. You must know that these younger generations are the ultimate power to deal with the dragon demon gods, and no power can disappear because of this. Sacrifice. Even the gods have made sacrifices. The same goes for the outer gods. Now the same is true for these 2 alien gods, even Long Yu didn't know their names, so they turned into light curtains and stopped in front of Shinshu. And the 10,000 revived gods headed for the depths of the Shinshu. No one knows what happened to them. Only Long Yu kept in touch with the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The reason was that this was his small world, he could feel his own small world, and the small world was inside the 9 Nether Prison Monument, so Long Yu and Yulong gods can still be connected. Even in the Shinshu, the connection between him and the Holy Emperor couldn't be sustained, but with the presence of Yulong God, his divine power can still guarantee to keep in touch with Long Yu. One after another, the gods died one after another. Long Yu didn't know how much time had passed in the Shinshu, and how far they had advanced, but it was only a short month in the outside world, and the casualties in the Shinshu were extremely serious. Just the team of Yulong God alone has sacrificed 100 gods. The speed of time slows down. Activate. Long Yu built a time flow slowing area, and then practiced his dead flow divine power at the fastest speed. At the same time, he also had the silver tree of the natural clan, the golden god envoy of the god envoy clan, as well as the 6-winged clan, the machine clan, and the sword clan. The strongest gods in the world are all cultivating their own divine power. The opportunity to step into the gods is now. In the ruins of the gods, encountering the attack of the gods, the light of the forbidden gods will almost never appear in the outside world. Long Yu has a connection with some human gods. He learned that in the distant territory of the Light Clan, many peak-like gods of the Light Clan have already transformed. Became a god. Even so, no light of the forbidden gods appeared to attack these new gods. It can be seen that the current light of the forbidden gods has been completely concentrated on the nearly 10,000 revived gods. It is precisely because of this that it is necessary to formulate a recovery plan. Otherwise, if they fight on their own, even the gods will not be able to resist the continuous stream of forbidden light, let alone allow other gods to have the opportunity to step into the gods. In the entire universe, the number of new gods is increasing, and they are all rushing towards the Langya star field where Long Yu is located under the condition of mastering the power of time. The gods around Long Yu gathered more and more, because these gods knew that Long Yu was the only one who still had contact with those recovery gods. More and more newly promoted gods of the Guang clan came to Long Yu's side. Many old Guangzhou expressed their apologies to Long Yu. They didn't know that there was such a recovery plan. The overall life of their Guangzhou before was too leisurely. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, and the Shinshu and the like have been destroyed. Existence is forgotten. But after Yulong God's spiritual thoughts spread throughout the universe, the Guangzhou understood the current situation. Therefore, for Long Yu, they were full of apologies, and they actually drove him away at that time. But Long Yu didn't care about this. What's more, there are so many gods in the Guang clan now, it is impossible for him to care about this. Everyone, get ready to deal with the dragon demon god. Until now, I still don't know what kind of existence it is, and it seems that even Yulong God doesn't know. After exchanging messages between Long Yu and Yulong God, they realized that Yulong God had only accepted the important task halfway. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan was the lord of the gods and dominated the world. Later, the Dragon Man Demon God was born, holding the power of destroying the world, causing the entire universe to collapse, and when Yulong God was born, the Dragon Clan was still the overlord among the gods, but this was useless, because the Dragon Man Demon God had already put the entire universe into ruins. The gods of the universe have been completely suppressed, and the gods have begun to spread, and countless gods have built temples and hibernated to ensure that they will not be killed by the forbidden light. Yulong God has never seen the true face of the Dragon Man Demon God. He only knew that later, someone with great ability took the initiative to get close to the Dragon Man Demon God, and actually dragged the Dragon Man Demon God into a dormant state. From then on, the gods were given such a long time to start the recovery plan. Yulong God's recovery plan is already the last generation. If this generation of recovery plan fails to succeed, then the destruction of the entire universe is a definite thing. The previous recovery plan was implemented several times, but every time it was implemented, it was not completely successful, because it was blocked by the minions of the Dragon Demon God, which made it impossible to destroy the core of Shinshu. By the time all the claws of the Dragon Man and Demon God are wiped out, the Shinshu has spread to more than half of the universe, and even the Dragon Gods are gone, and they have all died in the God Market, the light of the Forbidden God, or the minions of the Dragon Man and Demon God. Middle. Joyo Dragon Emperor is the last dragon clan. It also inherited the existence of the 9 nether prison steel. Yulong God was seriously injured, so he could only hide his whereabouts in the Joyo prison steel. Once he showed his face, he would be obliterated by the forbidden light. He knew that he was the last chance, so he protected himself very well. Unfortunately, Joyo the Dragon Emperor didn't understand the plan he left behind, so he tried to break through forcibly, and was killed. Fortunately, now Long Yu finally comprehended it, but unfortunately, there were only 10,000 gods left in the end. With such a few gods, I am afraid that even the core of Shinshu cannot be destroyed. But no matter what, you must try it, otherwise the universe will only end up turning into nothingness. Come on, seniors. All the gods and newly promoted gods are counting on the Yulong god to destroy the core of the Shinshu. When the last recovery plan was implemented, all the minions of the Dragonman demon god were wiped out. If there is no accident, it should be able to. It is right to destroy the core of the Shinshu. After the gods appeared, the area near where Longyu was located became a sacred place for cultivation. Because the power of time controlled by the gods can slow down the time in this area by even 10,000 times. One day in the past is like practicing for 300 years. Moreover, with the one-on-one help of the gods can quickly find the secret cultivation method that suits them, so that they can continue to practice, increase the density of power, and finally understand the power of the gods, and move towards the direction of the gods. Many people around Longyu have entered these time-slowing down areas to practice. Of course, Longyu himself was the same. Finally, 3 months after Yulong God and the others set off, Longyu broke through in one fell swoop and became a real god. Gods. This is the gods. This feeling, compared with the godlike, is much more powerful. Longyu clenched his fist tightly. He could feel that all kinds of power surged in his body, and the power of time flowed up and down his body. His lifespan had been raised to infinity. As long as he didn't get killed, he could live forever, millions of years, tens of millions of years. Moreover, Longyu seemed to feel that there was a special power in his body ready to move. That was the power of the god ruins that he had comprehended in the god ruins before. At this time, he and Yiziwei looked at each other, and she obviously understood a little bit of this power, but this power cannot be used for they use it. The Yulong gods have already lost more than 300 gods in the 3 months since they stepped into the god market. But at this time, several teams of them finally found the core of Shinshu, including Yulong God himself, also found the core of Shinshu, and directly attacked the core of Shinshu. At this time, Yulong God he reminded Longyu and the others to prepare them to face the dragon demon god. Although it's only been 3 months, in this universe, new gods are constantly emerging, especially on the side of the Guangzhou. Now there are more than 700,000 gods of the Guangzhou gathered beside Longyu. These light clan gods are all looking forward to the upcoming war. Because as long as they win this battle, they will be able to enjoy the time of the gods freely, and will no longer be threatened by the forbidden light of the gods. The gods will also recede, and the entire universe will return to its most prosperous time. Prosperity for all races. That was the era before eternity, the era when the dragon race dominated. The Guangzhou is extremely yearning. Millions of new gods gathered around Longyu more and more, and even beside him, Yiziwei, Concubine Yu, Hanying, etc., all became new gods one after another. Because of the help of the power of time, they have enough time to practice. As long as there is enough time and enough training resources, becoming a god is not too difficult. Of course, the prerequisite is sufficient talent, otherwise, even the hurdle of being a god can't be crossed. Prepare. All of a sudden, Longyu received a message from his spiritual sense that the core of Shinshu will be completely destroyed soon. Just when he received this message of divine sense, a sudden change occurred. The Shinshu standing in front of the gods suddenly erupted with terrifying power, and the power of nothingness swept out, as if the Shinshu was blasting from within, pushing the Shinshu to expand towards the outside world. Of course, this expansion is only temporary. Back. Longyu immediately raised his hand, causing all the gods to retreat to the rear. They are already strong at the level of gods. With the power of time, they retreated to another star field with everyone. The Shinshu erupted and spread, directly destroying the 3-star domain of Lengia, and destroying the star domain where the human race, the monster race, the natural race, the angel race, the 6-wing race and other races lived, into nothingness. However, the outbreak stopped here. Immediately afterwards, the entire Shinshu retreated as if the tide of the sea was receding. Although the space after the retreat of the Shinshu was full of scars, it was no longer occupied by the Shinshu after all. The space was rebuilt and became a prosperous place. Langya 3-star domain has been restored. Long Yu and others were pleasantly surprised to find that the entire Langya starfield had regained its space, and it was no longer a void, and the Shinshu had receded beyond the barrier of nothingness. Even when he went to the barrier of nothingness and directly penetrated the barrier of nothingness, he found that there was a space riddled with holes on the opposite side of the barrier of nothingness, but it was no longer covered by the gods, it was the remaining normal space. The ruins of the gods are broken. The god market has retreated. Many gods shouted joyously together. Everyone knows the horror of the Shinshu. When these gods rushed from other star fields to Longyu, they saw a space that was too eroded by the Shinshu and turned into nothingness. Complete silence, without even space and time. Such a place is hopeless. But now, although these spaces are broken, although they are devastated and riddled with holes, they contain hope. It's just that Yulong God and them are no longer there. Long Yu's heart trembled, he could only feel that at the moment when the core of Shinshu was breached, all the surrounding gods were swallowed by nothingness, and completely disappeared in this world, only Yulong God and other powerful gods gathered together in the end, all the forces saved the 9 nether prison steel and sent it to Long Yu's side. Only the 9 nether prison steel is left. Long Yu discovered that in the 9 nether prison steel, there is still a 7th floor of the core space, and in the core space of the 7th floor, there is actually a consciousness that has been banned for a long time. Joyo Dragon Emperor. Let me out. Joyo Dragon Emperor's consciousness discovered Long Yu spying, and immediately roared out. In addition to the consciousness of the Dragon Emperor Joyo, there seemed to be many remnants of dragons in the core space of the 7th floor. These are all the remnants of the dragon clan, preserved by Yulong God. It seems that these remnants of the dragon clan are of no use if they are preserved. Long Yu shook his head and ignored it. As for releasing Joyo Dragon Emperor, it is naturally impossible. If Joyo Dragon Emperor did not insist on going his own way, the situation would not be as bad as it is now. If the recovery plan had been implemented at the time of Emperor Joyo Dragon, then at least hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of gods existed at that time. In this way, it is much less difficult to deal with the Dragon Man and monsters. But now, they only have some newly promoted gods left to deal with the last Dragon Man demon god. The point is, now Long Yu and the others don't even know what the Dragon Man demon god is. A group of densely packed light clan gods, each of which is constantly shining light, represents that they are also in a state of doubt, not knowing what to do next. These light races, although they have a long lifespan, they seem to have poor brains. No, they don't need brains to think, they are just life forms made up of light. Long Yu shook his head. Anyway, these Guang clans are simple-minded. Although there are a large number of them, they are still within the controllable range. I am not afraid that they will mess around. Now, all the new gods are basically headed by Long Yu. Because everyone is called by him. And it was because of him that he revived the gods and repelled the Shinshu. He also owns the 9 nether prison tablet, which is the endorsement of the old god, the Yulong God. No matter what, Long Yu is the only one who has decisive decisions in the field. Senior, connect spiritually, and then everyone will scatter to look for any suspicious existence, and everyone will go to that place. Long Yu said to the godlike old man who was descended from the gods of heaven and earth. This old man is now also a god, and his spiritual connection is more proficient. Even if he connects to millions of creatures at the same time, there is no problem. After everyone was mentally linked by him, they dispersed. After the god ruins receded, the world was really too vast. Even if the power of time of the gods kept flowing, it would be very difficult to explore it all. But soon, the gods found that there was no need to take the initiative to find it. Because they soon clearly felt that in the far distance behind Shinshu, there was an extremely dense aura, which was getting stronger, stronger, as if waking up from a deep sleep. Is that the dragon fiend? Long Yuzheng was shocked. There were already some gods of the Guan clan galloping in that direction. The power of time flows. No matter how slow the speed is, they can reach their destination in an instant, but this is under normal circumstances. In fact, there are constantly dragon people on the way to the sleeping dragon demon god. The demon god's minions are waking up. A human race, with 6 arms and 6 wings. Through the spiritual link, Long Yu saw that the minions of the dragon demon gods that appeared turned out to be the 6-armed and 6-winged human race that he had seen in the temple before. The whole body was pitch black, and he had the strength to completely surpass the newly promoted gods. How to increase the power of the gods? We have no idea at all. Damn it, these minions of dragon men and demon gods have awakened. We are no match at all. Long Yu felt that there were 3 newly promoted gods of the Light Clan besieging a 6-armed and 6-winged Dragon Man demon minion, and was actually crushed by the Dragon Man demon minion. His body, which was completely composed of light, was completely transformed into the tiniest particle of photon, is then annihilated in the deepest darkness. At least 7 newly promoted gods of the Light Clan are needed to deal with a minion of a Dragon Man demon god. And these are just the minions of the dragon demon god. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the dragon man demon god himself is. I'm afraid if this goes on. Long Yu gritted his teeth. The situation was very wrong. The minions of the dragon man demon god must have been dead before, but as long as the dragon man demon god wakes up, these minions can appear indefinitely. The dragon man demon god has the ability to create these minions. Every previous recovery operation was carried out when the dragon demon god was not awake. But now, the core of Shinshu has been destroyed, and the dragon man and demon god has completely awakened, so there is no luck. Back then, the dragon clan was at its peak, and countless powerful gods were unable to deal with the dragon man demon god. Now, we only have a small number of new gods left. How can we defeat that human demon god? Long Yu clenched his teeth. Among other things, the Yulong god alone, and those old gods who just went to destroy the core of the Shinshu, each of them is at least as powerful as the minions of the dragon demon god. That is to say, they are at least 7 times stronger than these new gods, and even Yulong god is the most powerful. I am afraid that he can deal with several minions of the dragon demon god alone. It is conceivable that when the dragon demon gods first appeared, the gods in their heyday were stronger, and the total number of gods would definitely exceed the current mere 1 million. It's too simple to think about the problem. But it seems that we can think about it from another angle. Back then, who made the dragon man and demon god fall into a deep sleep? What method was used? Maybe, we can start with this one. Long Yu stood beside the 9 nether prison steel, lost in thought. On the front line, minions of the dragon man and demon god kept appearing, 1 end, 2 ends, eventually there were hundreds of them. However, with the Light Clan gods rushing towards them like waves, these minions of the dragon man demon god were still easily killed, but the Light Clan gods also lost a lot, and the number of deaths was even more than that of the dragon man demon god minions. The dragon demon god has just awakened, and it seems impossible to create minions of the dragon demon god on a large scale. But at this time, a pair of huge black pupils just appeared above the entire sky. Wake up, wake up. I am, the dragon demon god. The whole world will be destroyed because of me, even gods will tremble because of me. The 3 divine thoughts in succession spread to almost everyone's minds, allowing all creatures in the entire universe to get these 3 messages. Some relatively weak creatures were even intimidated to death by these 3 divine thoughts, without the power to resist and resist. Accompanied by these 3 divine thoughts, there was a completely unstoppable breath of power, transmitted from the pair of giant pitch-black pupils in the sky. Jin Shinshin immediately died and disappeared, turning into complete nothingness. This is the power of the Shinshu. Although the core of the Shinshu has been destroyed, the Dragon Man demon god still holds the power of the Shinshu, and can easily deal with the gods. Even in Long Yu's consciousness, he saw that in the infinitely distant time and space, at the farthest place where the gods of the Guan clan went, there appeared a dragon head and a human body. This existence looks like a dragon's head and human body, but its whole body is pitch black, so it can't be seen clearly at all. All the light shining on it will be absorbed by it. Only the pair of pupils can be seen to be the pair of giant eyes reflected on the sky. Pupil. Is that the guy called the Dragon Man demon god? Forbidden light. Under Long Yu's observation, the existence of the dragon head's human body suddenly burst into the light of divine prohibition, and then dozens of new gods of the Light Clan nearby were completely killed, without the slightest ability to resist. The forbidden light of God, whether it is the forbidden light of God or the God ruins, there is no room for resistance at all. Head-on confrontation, it is definitely not an opponent. It is impossible for a million new gods to defeat this guy. Long Yu immediately understood this, and then through the spiritual link at the fastest speed, he notified all the gods of the Guan clan to back off. However, these Guangzhou gods are all brains. Seeing the dragon demon god kill dozens of Light Clan gods, the remaining Light Clan gods became angry and launched an offensive towards the dragon demon god one after another. The power of time, the power of the 5 elements in the beginning, and the divine power of various attributes. They released them towards the dragon man and demon god one after another. And the power of the god forbidden light and the Shinshu continued to bloom from the dragon man demon god with the dragon head and human body, killing one after another the gods of the Light Clan in an instant. Kill it. This. Long Yu's head was covered with cold sweat. These gods of the Guan clan are too upright, aren't they? But that's right, the number of the Guangzhou is small, and if one dies, the other Guangzhou must be filled with righteous indignation, especially now that the Dragon Man demon god, the destroyer of the universe, is right in front of his eyes. If he is not killed, the rest of the Guangzhou will not be able to survive, can't survive either. Therefore, these Light Clans simply launched an offensive desperately, and even many gods bombarded them with self-destruct means. It's a pity that all attack methods are useless to the Dragon Man and Demon God. The release of the power of Shinshu instantly turns any power into nothingness, and even the power of self-explosion can't hurt the Dragon Man and Demon God in the slightest. And the Dragon Man Demon God released a few rays of divine forbidden light at will, and could kill a group of newly promoted gods of the Light Clan. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Ha 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 ha, are you scared? Surrender if you're afraid, I won't let anyone go anyway. In this world, the most important thing to me is gone, so everything else must be buried with it. Anyway, this world doesn't need me, and I don't need this world either. I've slept for so long before, and I'm taking advantage of you. Following these two divine thoughts, Long Yu felt more and more that something was wrong. This dragon fiend seems to be a bit retarded. Soon, the appearance of the dragon demon god was finally revealed and appeared in front of everyone. When Long Yu saw it, he was taken aback for a moment. This guy. Although it is the body of a dragon head, the dragon head is clearly a young dragon. And that human body is just the body of a child. Childhood? Human-dragon fusion? Long Yu has never seen such a creature, even if it is some alien race, there is no such thing as a dragon head. It can only be said that this guy may be the descendant of the human race and the dragon race. Looking at his eyes from the front, it does not seem to be so evil, just filled with a kind of resentment towards the world. By the way, what is the most important existence? He said to him. Long Yu thought that there used to be an existence that tried to make this guy fall asleep, and thought that this guy was a child, so maybe there is a way to kill this guy. The Dragon Man Demon God, the son of the Dragon Head, is a young existence. Although the strength is extremely strong, and he even possesses the power of comprehension of the gods, he is still a child in the final analysis, and his heart is immature. It is because of this that he has the idea of destroying the world. And this idea, Long Yu guessed, stemmed from the killing of his parents. Father is a dragon? Mother is human? Or the other way around? But no matter what, if you want to convince this guy, whether it's letting him continue to sleep, or persuading him to give up destroying the world, maybe you can only act from this aspect. From the few spiritual thoughts revealed by the other party, Long Yu guessed some information about this dragon demon god. Anyway, relying on frontal combat is not enough to fight, so we can only rely on what we guessed, and fight hard, but if Long Yu goes up directly now, he will definitely be killed by that guy. At least he has to get someone who is similar to that guy come out. In the 9 nether prison steel, there are still a lot of remnant souls of dragons. Long Yu glanced at the 9 nether prison steel, then at Yi Ziwei. Beside him, a plan was gradually formed. The dragon demon god was in full swing when he suddenly realized that the group of Light Clan gods had retreated one after another, which made him smirk. Why did you run away? Don't run away, keep fighting. But then, he saw a spirit body appearing leisurely in front of him. This spirit body looks like a human being, but it makes the dragon man and demon god feel kind. The smell produced by the mixture of the human race and the dragon race finally made him a little puzzled. Who are you? I'm your kind. The spirit spoke. This spirit body is the final product created by Long Yu, and it is used to deal with the dragon demon god. This is a human youth who looks a little like Long Yu and Yi Ziwei, but it is only a spirit body for the time being. This spirit body is composed of the power of the Shinshu. Part of the power. Then, countless remnant souls of dragons were incorporated into it, and then dominated by the subconsciousness, created by Long Yu. After becoming a god, Long Yu had already reached the realm of being able to create living beings, so he created a secondary consciousness that was similar to his own consciousness, leading many remnant souls of dragons snatched from the 9 nether prison steel. Therefore, this spirit body contained the aura of Long Yu, Yi Ziwei, Shenlong, and the power of Shinshu. It was because of this that the dragon man and demon god had a familiar feeling of intimacy. Same kind? Nonsense, I have never seen my kind before. How did you conjure it? If it is a spirit body mixed with various breaths, I can create it myself. Although the dragon man demon god was a child, he was not directly deceived. I don't know what you've been through. Long Yu controlled the spirit body, and did not continue to discuss whether it was the same kind, but continued to say, however, the world you want to destroy has long since disappeared. All dragon races have already been extinct. All races, they have been reincarnated thousands of times. I have experienced the greatest pain in the world. My father, the blood dragon god, abandoned me. He also killed the mother who adopted me and loved me. The mother I loved the most died, dead. I hate my father. I will kill him, and the whole world he rules. The dragon demon god revealed a look of madness as he spoke. Seeing this, Long Yu immediately thought about it, and thought of this guy. Could it be that he was discriminated against and abused because of the human-dragon hybrid, so after gaining power, he wanted to destroy the whole world? Is it because of your appearance that your father abandoned you? It's too heartless. I would hate such a father if it were me. The spirit body said, however, this world is no longer ruled by him, and even the dragon clan no longer exists in this world. This is a brand new world, and no one in this world will discriminate against you. You are lying. The dragon demon god snorted coldly. If I didn't have such great power, anyone would want to kill me. Half success. Long Yu was finally relieved when he heard the other party say that, after all, he is a child at heart. First find a way to get close to the other party, and then arouse the other party's desire to argue, and things will be much easier after that. Yi Ziwei, concubine Yu, Hong Ying and the others were all surprised when they saw Long Yu controlling the spirit body and talking to the Dragon Man demon god who killed gods like dogs. When the dragon demon god appeared and slaughtered the gods just now, they were completely desperate. Only Long Yu, starting from the fact that the other party was a child, and speculated on the other party's psychology, found a glimmer of life. As expected of Long Yu. Such a method, now only Long Yu can think of it. The first thing is to get close, at least not to make the other party hostile, then the creation of the spirit body is the key. The next words are not too strange, as long as you think about it, it is still very easy to think of such a way of inducing of. Since you think so, let's make a bet. Just pretend that you don't have any power, and walk around in this world to see if anyone wants to kill you. If so, you just continue to destroy the world, if not, you give up the world, how about it? Long Yu manipulated the spirit body and said this. Are you kidding me? In this world, with billions of races, how could no one want to kill me? The dragon demon god laughed loudly. Even if I am not a hybrid offspring of humans and dragons, I have brought so much death and nothingness. The creatures in the world have long regarded me as their enemy. How could they not kill me? Then do you believe what I said, or, you dare not bet? Long Yu said lightly. Bet, 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 but if someone wants to kill me, I will make all of you gods into shriveled totems, and hang them on my waist. The Dragon Man demon god didn't believe that no one would kill him at all. You must know that his image was notoriously vicious at the time. Both the dragon race and the human race regarded him as the ugliest existence. They wanted to kill him, and there were hundreds of millions of other races because he caused world turmoil, seeing it as the culprit. Such a legend will eventually be passed down, right? Little did he know that this world was no longer the one he lived in. In the vicissitudes of life, hundreds of millions of years have passed. This world is getting old and has lost its vitality. The remaining creatures, not to mention dragons and demons, even the dragons don't know what they are. For the dragon demon god, those creatures have no impression at all, and they will not have any hostility for no reason. After the bet was made, the Dragon Man demon god did not continue to kill the gods of the Light Clan. He paced towards the vicinity of the Langya 3-star domain where Long Yu was. After the Langya 3-star domain was completely defeated, many gods created a brand new star domain. The human race, monster race, natural family, and other races all lived in this star domain, and it hasn't been long. And apart from the gods, they didn't even know that the opponent they faced was such an existence as the Dragon Man and Demon God. So when the Dragon Man Demon God stepped into this star field, no matter what kind of creature it was, he thought he was just an ordinary alien race, but he just looked a little more, no matter the human race, the monster race, the natural race, or the giant whale race, Cloud Clan, Six Wings Clan, Machine Clan, Sword Clan, Cicada Clan, Black Mist Clan. Creatures of all races have no killing intent towards the Dragon Demon God. Because although they don't know the battle situation now, they also know that it is a critical moment for the survival of the race. It is completely normal to see some strange alien races. Huh? 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 How is that possible? The Dragon Demon God walked around the star field and found that no one really wanted to kill him, so he couldn't help feeling surprised. He can be sure that the power of Long Yu and other gods has not penetrated into this star field at all, that is to say, it is impossible for Long Yu and others to say or have the power to control, but, the creatures in this star field, did not have any hostility towards him. He then walked to other star domains. Soon, he came to the human star field where the gods of heaven and earth were located. This was a place he was more concerned about. After all, it was a human race and his mother's race, but he found that there was also no one in this star field hostile to it. In fact, all the creatures in the star fields now know something because of the continuous appearance of gods in the major star fields. Even the original war chaotic star field has calmed down now. No matter what kind of aliens appear, they just look at them casually, and at most stay away to ensure safety, and they will not attack them out of trouble. No one wants to kill the Dragon Man demon god, because no one knows that he is the god of destruction. After all, this was not the time he lived in, and everyone knew everything about it. Moreover, among the hundreds of millions of races, there is only such a little left now, and there are still life in a handful of 26-star fields. Compared with when he existed at the beginning, it is as inconspicuous as a drop of water in the ocean. It turns out that there is nothing left. The dragon demon god lost the bet. However, he has the strongest power, the power of the gods. Although he is unwilling to destroy the world, he is also unwilling to watch the world continue like this. I lost, but I want to create a new world. You can't stop me. The dragon demon god has arrived at the center of the universe. This is the location of the core of the original Shinshu. What is he going to do? Long Yu's face changed slightly. Have no idea. No one knows the answer to this question, but since he admitted that he lost, shouldn't the world be destroyed? Just want to completely change the world. The power of the gods reappears in the eyes of everyone. However, the power of Shinshu this time seems to be different from the previous ones. The power of Shinshu swept across the space, and with the spirit body that looked like Long Yu and Yi Ziwei, it spread towards the surroundings. All the power in the swept space was suppressed by the power of Shinshu. Destroy it, devour it completely. All power is reduced to nothingness. Long Yu and the others were also swept away by the power of the gods, but they did not become nothingness, but just seemed to be deprived of all the power in their bodies, including the existence of divine power. Disappeared in an instant. Divine power. Supernatural power. The power of primordial. These powers have all disappeared from this world. Open the sky. The dragon demon god with the head of a dragon raised his hand, and immediately opened up a brand new world. The entire universe burst open from the center. New stars and new lights were born from a brand new world. In this world, there is no power of divinity, no power of supernatural powers, no power of gods, no gods. In the end, only rules exist. In this world, all creatures must operate according to the law, and the law is everything. You, come with me to formulate the rules. I want to be the most respectable existence in this new world. The God who makes the laws will not participate in the operation of the world, so we can only watch the world develop from outside the world. The dragon demon god looked towards Xintiandi with a look of indifference in his eyes. This little child seemed to see it all at once, or felt that it was more fun to create a world of his own. In this world, he is a god, and outside this world, he is also a god. The power of the outside world, Long Yu, and all other gods disappeared. Including gods, including dominating the secret realm, supernatural power secret realm. All cultivators have been transformed into ordinary people, by the power of the gods. These ordinary people have lost their power, but they retain the lifespan they had before and can survive forever, go down until you die of old age. The gods of the Guangzhou have also lost their power, but they have almost eternal life. Some gods of the Light Clan were very curious about the new world, so they threw themselves into the new world, and thus became a law formulated by the dragon demon god. Long Yu was invited to be the rule maker. However, he stood on the edge of the new world, looked into the new world, and remained silent for a long time. The Big Bang. Galaxies, stars, planets, satellites, all the rules of operation are formulated by the dragon demon god. The speed of the gods of the Light Clan is too fast, and the maximum speed of light is limited to 300,000 kilometers per second. The rule of time is that you can only go forward, you can't go backward, and you can't speed up or slow down. According to this trend, the Milky Way will appear soon. Earth will appear one day. Maybe, there will be a guy named Long Yu, and then he will be selected to save the old world. Dragon Man demon god, dragon head and human body. Pangu. Kaitian. This kid. Long Yu took one last look at the dragon demon god. In the rumors of the previous life in China, Pangu, who created the world, was the one who had the head of a dragon. It turned out that everything had already been decided in the dark. End of the book.